He stood alone yet unleashed the momentum of a million-strong army. Everyone assumed he was cheating, yet he simply said, "I truly didn't turn anything on." An ordinary, insignificant man unexpectedly awakened a mass troop spawning system. From that moment on, his forces grew without limit and his combat power skyrocketed beyond measure. While others were still bitterly cultivating, he was already leading an endless legion, sweeping aside every enemy in his path. In the year 4634 of the Xia dynasty, where on earth did I crash into this time? Qin Hao, who had been delivered here by great fortune 2.5 minutes earlier, was already numb. Then, looking at the desolate scene before him, he went numb all over again. Qin Hao's face was filled with bewilderment. He had only been a university student, spending an entire night gacha-drawing for loot and then heading out to buy breakfast. There had been absolutely no need for him to hit the jackpot and transmigrate. Being transported here by sheer luck was one thing, but he wasn't even given any buffer time. The moment he arrived, it was like being dealt the most explosive hand possible. He had been thrown straight into the year 4634 in Tianning City on the eve of the new year. What was more, he had brought along a mass troop spawning system that had never been switched off. By examining the system, Qin Hao learned the historical backdrop of the era he had crossed into. His true body had crossed into a world previously unheard of, into the Xia dynasty. In this other world, besides the Xia dynasty, there were 7 great powers and numerous medium and small nations. Among them, Xia could not be counted as a great power. At best, it was only a second or third-rate state. The 7 great powers stood aloof above all true industrial nations that dominated every affair of this other world. Even language alone existed in several forms here, and the scripts were simply innumerable. Yet Xia was now beset by internal unrest and external foes, especially the enemy state called Benzi. Because Xia's national strength had waned in recent years, Benzi had only intensified its offensive. Over the past decade or so, they had seized the 4 northern provinces of the dynasty, and now they had landed from the Grand Metropolis, advancing toward the central heartland of Xia. The Grand Metropolis was a dreamlike, bustling megacity on the eastern side of the dynasty. Worse still, Benzi's forces had already penetrated deep into the southern heartland of the dynasty, Tianning City. The imperial legions had been defeated again and again, shattered into disarray. Tianning City now possessed virtually no capacity to resist. With the enemy ferocious and bloodthirsty, the consequences needed no elaboration. At this moment, 300,000 soldiers from Benzi had encircled the city in a dense ring. All 4 main gates of Tianning were blocked, with only the western gate left slightly less tightly guarded. What was even more tragic was that Qin Hao had crossed over in the early morning, precisely when Benzi's troops were beginning their large-scale entry into the city. They had come in, it was as if the apocalypse itself had poured into the city. But was Qin Hao panicking? In truth, he was not flustered in the slightest, even exuding an air of unshakable calm, because he had never turned his system off. Indeed, Qin Hao had it running. 2.5 minutes earlier, at the very moment he transmigrated, he discovered an invincible mass troop spawning system. Host Qin Hao. Resource points none. Rank none will change automatically with troop strength. Title none. Troop strength none. Once the host reaches a certain level of power, military ranks and titles will automatically be unlocked. Upon unlocking a given rank, the host will gain corresponding experience and military expertise subject to system notifications. The system contained 3 main modules: the troop module, the building module, and the tactical tools module. The first 2 needed little explanation. They were simply troops and structures. The tactical tools module, put simply, was for calling in support using items to summon the system's fire support, much like firing a flare to call in an airstrike. The system required no time at all to spawn troops, unlike a game where one must first construct barracks. Everything was produced directly with something called resource points. Earning resource points was even simpler. Qin Hao did not need to lift a finger. He received income every minute. How did he know this? Because he had just opened the novice gift pack provided by the system. Ding. The host has obtained the system tactical item counter artillery card 1. When this item is used, the host will receive 7 days of counter battery fire support. Whenever enemy artillery of caliber 75mm or above opens fire, the system will provide counter-artillery support for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 5 resource generator. This structure is built within the system space and cannot be destroyed in reality. The host will gain 6600 resource points every minute. The resource generator produces resource points, which can be used to create any combat units the host desires. Note that resource generators can only be obtained from supply crates. For every 300 enemies exterminated by the host or forces under the host's command, 1 basic random supply crate will be awarded. Each crate can unlock new units. Every 10 basic supply crates can be combined into 1 advanced supply crate. In simple terms, every 10 basic random supply crates could be fused into 1 advanced supply crate, and advanced supply crates could be targeted to a specific domain. Advanced supply crates could be assigned to one of 4 domains: land, sea, air, or technology. An advanced crate designated to a domain would without fail yield units of that specific type. For example, designating 10 advanced crates to the Navy would definitely produce 10 naval units along with corresponding technological buffs, solid guaranteed returns. The resource generator belonged to the technology domain, and the system's generosity did not end there. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a transparent map. This map can display all units within 1000 meters in every direction around the host, showing their exact positions and coordinates. Units on the map were displayed in 3 colors: green for allies, white for civilians and non-hostile individuals, and red for enemies. The transparent map had an even more heaven-defying function. It could issue artillery warnings. When enemy artillery was used, it would display the shell impact points 6 seconds in advance. If the flight time was shorter, the countdown would begin from the moment the guns were aimed. Who on earth handed me a system like this? Qin Hao was genuinely astonished. The system's initial settings were anything but modest. Its intentions were already abundantly clear. It was demanding that he hold back the enemy's advance. Even a transparent map had been provided, and its radius was no small thing. A full 100 meters, and within a dense urban landscape at that, not some open wilderness. This cheat had never been turned off. If it had never been turned off, then he could claim he had never switched it on. All of this was in his eyes the result of his own perseverance and effort, sweat exchanged for reward. How could that possibly be unreasonable? When Qin Hao opened the troop module, he discovered 4 types of units currently available for production, conveniently matching a pattern of 3 steps, 1 gun. The first was the strongest infantry, the foundation of all combat formations, a unit that could essentially do everything. All system troops were absolutely loyal, passing down their bloodlines was the norm. Strongest infantry costs 600 resource points. Primary weapons can be either a Type 56 submachine gun or a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Secondary weapon 1 Type 92 pistol plus 3 Type 67 grenades, and they are equipped with system-issued level 5 body armor and advanced steel helmets. Description: every strongest infantryman is a top-tier single-soldier king on the surface of the earth, possessing a body tempered to the level of a saint. Each has the command awareness and educational level of at least a squad or even platoon leader. Using a semi-automatic rifle, he can land flesh-biting shots on every target within 200 meters. He can scale 3-story buildings with his bare hands, move in full gear, while leaping and cross-country running, possesses basic driving and repair skills, and can operate small-caliber artillery. Just reading the description made Qin Hao practically drool. This was far too powerful. Truly worthy of the title strongest infantry, competent in virtually everything. The second unit type was the machine gun fire support unit. Elite light machine gun team, cost 800. The elite light machine gun team's primary weapon is a Type 56 squad automatic weapon. Each elite team consists of a gunner and an assistant gunner, and both are equipped with Type 92 pistols as secondary weapons. Description: the elite light machine gun team possesses exceptional skill in operating machine guns and superb marksmanship. While their overall qualities and individual combat abilities are slightly inferior to the strongest infantry in the realm of machine guns, they are absolute experts. Elite heavy machine gun team, cost 1200. Their primary weapon is a Type 8912 7mm heavy machine gun. Each heavy machine gun team comprises 4 members: a gunner, an assistant gunner, an ammo bearer, and a reserve. Description: every member of an elite heavy machine gun team is a master of heavy machine guns. In establishing and operating heavy fire points, they are second to none. Elite mortar team, cost 1200. Each elite mortar team consists of 3 artillerymen, a gunner, an assistant gunner, and an ammo bearer. They are armed with a Type 93 60mm mortar with a maximum range of 2500 meters. The system automatically provides multiple types of shells. Description: every mortar gunner can operate the weapon by feel alone. Firing by hand without instruments is merely their everyday routine. He then opened the system's building module and found that a basic structure had been unlocked: concrete city wall. Concrete city wall, cost 19800 per segment. Description: each wall segment measures 10 meters in length, width, and height. The overall structure is made of reinforced concrete, forming a permanent system fortification capable of withstanding direct hits from 150mm howitzers. The interior of the wall is equipped with firing ports and ammunition transport passages. When the total wall length reaches 30 meters or more, an underground bunker 3 levels deep will automatically be added beneath it, able to withstand bombardment from 305mm naval guns. Constructing system buildings requires no time at all. Moreover, system structures can be overlaid upon real-world buildings. New walls can be erected directly atop old fortifications. Logistics. Logistics are supplied without limit, including all weapons, equipment, and ammunition provided by the system. Anything that does not involve personnel is supplied infinitely. All logistical output can ignore distance and appear directly within the host's actual area of control. The host can freely produce and deploy supplies through the system interface. The scope of logistics provided by the system was set according to what existed before the year 4655 of this century. Any logistical materials used by various nations at or before that time could be supplied. From equipment parts, military canned food rations, drinks, and advanced medicines down to basic steel plates, military cement, military coffee machines, military cameras, uniforms, diesel, gasoline, and so on. Everything was provided in unlimited quantities free of charge. As long as it was within his actual area of control, logistics could be delivered there directly. There was no need for him to run back and forth. This was yet another utterly broken bug. And what counted as his actual area of control? Whatever territory he seized, that was his range of control. Basic supply crates could grant Qin Hao new unit types. Land, sea, and air forces as well as buildings could all be unlocked from them. 6,600 resource points per minute. That's equivalent to 11 strongest infantrymen. Qin Hao felt this was already invincible. Even converting it into concrete city walls would only take 3 minutes. 11 infantry per minute meant 660 in an hour and 15840 infantrymen in a single day. That was no small matter. The numbers alone were staggering. One day's production amounted to an elite division. No matter how numerous Benzi's forces were, they could not withstand attrition on such a scale, especially when every soldier was a strongest infantryman, a top-tier single-soldier king. Their quality far surpassed that of Benzi's veteran troops. With combat units like these plus concrete city walls that could be layered over existing buildings, the setup was practically unsolvable. In an instant, he could raise a permanent fortification to halt the enemy's advance. These permanent fortifications were of tremendous importance to Tianning City at this moment, for the entire city lacked any solid defenses. Apart from the city walls and gates, already seized by the enemy, there was nothing truly sturdy left. The urban layout of Tianning City was dominated by 2 to 3-story civilian buildings, most of them constructed in a mixed brick and timber structure. The city possessed 4 main gates in the east, southwest, and north, along with several smaller side gates that were of lesser importance. The primary concern lay with those 4 cardinal gates. The east gate, the south gate, the west gate, and the north gate formed the 4 great portals of the city. Originally, the walls at these gates rose to a height of 13 meters, built from massive blocks of bluestone and extraordinarily solid. In the early stages of the Great Battle, they had withstood the direct bombardment of hundreds of enemy artillery pieces of various calibers. Now, however, many of the gates had sections blasted apart. Qin Hao was currently positioned near the east gate, roughly 700 meters away, concealed within a narrow alleyway. His 1,000-meter clairvoyant map displayed every individual within that radius. Countless white dots representing panicked civilians fleeing in chaos, and others motionless, appeared on the map, while atop the east gate wall a cluster of small red dots marked an enemy infantry platoon, 179 soldiers from the 61st Standing Corps of the Benzi Nation. There are no Benzi soldiers nearby, only a platoon on the east gate wall. Qin Hao thought, feeling that this was a stroke of fortune in his transmigration. At the very least, the area around his spawn point was relatively safe. The Benzi Nation's combat organization, from smallest to largest, consisted of squad, section, platoon, company, regiment, and standing corps. Under normal circumstances, a squad comprised 13 to 15 soldiers, a section 54, a platoon 181, a company about 1,100, and a regiment around 4,800, while a single standing corps contained several tens of thousands of troops. A standing corps represented the elite forces of the Benzi Nation, its most formidable combat strength. In addition, there existed the so-called Special Corps, a second-rate formation whose manpower and equipment were inferior to those of the first-rate Standing Corps. The forces currently assaulting Tianning City were the ferocious 60th Standing Corps, the 90th Standing Corps, the 61st Standing Corps, and the 141st Special Corps of the Benzi Nation, reinforced by numerous auxiliary units on the periphery, a combined total of roughly 300,000 troops. By contrast, the garrison within Tianning City had utterly collapsed, lacking even the most basic ability to counterattack or hold a defensive line. The situation had become extremely perilous. Qin Hao's brief days and his inspection of the system's functions had already consumed 5 minutes. Within that time, his first batch of vital resource points, his initial lifeline, was credited to his account, totaling 33,000 points. Without wasting words, he prioritized the production of life-preserving combat power. The home front had to be defended at all costs. As long as his base remained, everything could still be fought, for once it fell, all would truly be lost. Following the system's prompts and intelligent optimization, Qin Hao chose to produce an infantry platoon, spending 28,600 resource points and leaving 4,400 in reserve. According to the system, each infantry squad consisted of 11 men organized in the classic 3-3 formation of fire teams. In addition, there were 2 specialist personnel armed with 2 Type 63 submachine guns, 1 Type 56 squad light machine gun, 7 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, 11 pistols, and a single Type 03 field radio set. By extension, an infantry platoon was formed from 3 such squads, with an additional 10-man platoon headquarters that included the platoon leader, deputy platoon leader, and 2 Type 56 light machine gun teams. There was also an organic platoon fire support section equipped with 2 60mm mortars and 2 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Altogether, an infantry platoon comprised 57 men, fielding 5 light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, and 2 60mm mortars. Only a few seconds after Chen Hao issued the production order, 57 infantrymen emerged from the corners of the surrounding buildings and marched directly toward him. At his first glimpse of them, Chen Hao was at a loss for words, not from fear, but from profound shock. To put it bluntly, these were the very same legendary, near-invincible single-soldier elites he had once heard tales of. Report, Commander. I am Wang Laosliu, platoon leader of the National Defense Army's 1st Infantry Platoon. Authorized strength, 57, present strength, 57. All personnel have assembled, the platoon leader declared crisply. So they really are this batch of top-tier infantry. Chen Hao thought, still somewhat dazed, his attention riveted on their uniforms and gear. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The host's rank and title have been unlocked. Host Chen Hao. Rank 2nd Lieutenant. The 2nd Lieutenant rank exerts deterrence and prestige over non-system units at or below this rank. Title nameless, nobody, currently providing no system buff bonuses, the prompt continued. The system notification sounded clearly in his ears. The system has issued Type 03 portable radios to the host combat units. Henceforth, whenever the host's forces reach the appropriate echelon, such as squad, platoon, or company, field radios and larger communication stations will be automatically allocated, the system explained. When the host's manpower is sufficient for squad, platoon, company, battalion, or regiment-level formations, they will automatically organize into corresponding units. For example, with 11 infantrymen, a squad leader will be selected and a squad established without manual intervention. The host need not worry about command arrangements. Once the forces are large enough, a staff headquarters will automatically be formed to handle comprehensive operational planning, the system continued. How is the deployment range for produced infantry determined? Chen Hao, satisfied with what he had heard so far, posed another question about the system's functions. By rights, Chen Hao did not yet control any actual territory, yet the infantry had appeared directly around him, which clearly indicated that the system's capabilities were far from simple. If there is no established control zone, or if nearby deployment is desired, the system uses the host's clairvoyant map radius as the deployment range. With the host's current radius of 1,000 meters, infantry logistics units and structures can be projected to any point within that area, the system replied. Deployment locations are chosen with safety and concealment as top priorities. Units delivered into the field will automatically enter a combat-ready state, the system added. Chen Hao realized that this system seemed as though it had never been switched off at all. A radius of 1,000 meters was vast. Being able to deploy his own combat units anywhere within that circle meant he could insert troops behind enemy lines and execute pincer movements, encircling the foe from both sides. What about rank and title? Chen Hao asked, opening the system panel and noting that both icons were illuminated. Rank can exert deterrence and confer prestige upon non-system units. When the host's rank becomes sufficiently high, it will yield unexpected effects, the system explained. Titles can grant various buffs to the host, such as enhancements to agriculture, animal husbandry, and industry within controlled territories. The higher the title, the stronger the buffs, and certain titles can even activate bonuses to resource point acquisition, it continued. The system answered each question in turn, and Chen Hao suddenly understood these two features were essentially auxiliary tools designed to support explosive force generation. There was, however, another pressing problem to solve: obtaining his first supply crate. For instance, at the Eastgate Tower, there was currently a Benzi infantry platoon there, red dots clustered tightly together on the map. They were very likely conducting some so-called victory ceremony. If he deployed his infantry directly behind them at that moment, set up firing points, and unleashed a sudden barrage, the engagement could be ended swiftly. System activate the counter-bombardment card. After considering all aspects, Chen Hao decided to use this tactical item, first planning to implement countermeasures when the Benzi artillery began their bombardment. A concrete wall could serve as a stout defensive emplacement. One slab of concrete could withstand a direct hit from a 150mm howitzer. Stack two of them together, and it would be as unyielding as a turtle's shell. For now, the objective was to retake Dongchengmen. Use the system to redeploy infantry behind the enemy, then erect concrete walls and turn this sector into an iron bulwark. If the Benzi forces shelled them with heavy guns, they would shelter behind the concrete walls, while the system supplied counter-battery fire to neutralize the Benzi artillery positions. Having lost their heavy guns, the Benzi would be helpless against permanent fortifications. They were a resource-starved state, with little heavy infantry firepower. Air support could be discussed later. The system always worked wonders. But to be prudent, Chen Hao intended to exploit his greatest advantage, survive patiently, and victory would follow. If only there were Gatling-style aircraft guns like in the game. 20mm autocannons combined with concrete walls would balance offense and defense perfectly. Chen Hao fixed his gaze on the system interface and the steadily rising resource points, an increase of 6600 every minute. So what if he waited 10 minutes? So far, the alley where he stood remained secure, guarded by an elite infantry platoon with a 1 meter panoramic surveillance map at his disposal. There were early warnings of incoming bombardment, and the system could provide counter-battery fire. The opening was almost perfect. The blips on the surveillance map were likely Tianning City's civilians or routiers, but Qin Hao lacked the means to engage them now. Preserving himself was paramount. 20 minutes passed. Qin Hao's resource points had risen, and he kept checking the map. He noticed the number of Binzi soldiers on the Dongqingmen wall and gate tower had climbed to 313. The Binzi are reinforcing. Qin Hao also heard gunfire from the direction of Dongqingmen. It sounded like the Binzi were celebrating, firing shots in jubilation. After 20 minutes, he gambled everything. His resource points reached 13640, enough to produce 4 infantry platoons and swell his force to over 200 men. He turned his attention back to the surveillance map, focusing on the cluster that had reformed into a red over the Dongqingmen wall. System initiate force deployment, convert all resource points into infantry platoons, leaving only enough to build a single concrete wall. Qin Hao made his decision. Seize one section of wall to halt the enemy's advance, then spread outward from that anchor, like mold creeping across a surface. The first battle in this new world would begin with the crack of his first shot to announce their arrival. The second shot would herald the Binzi's downfall. Ding. 4 infantry platoons have been produced and will be deployed near the Dongqingmen gate tower. Host total force 5 platoons, 285 men. Meanwhile, the Dongqingmen walls occupied by Binzi forces had long since been ravaged. The proud ramparts were pocked by shell craters, sections smashed away by repeated bombardment. These foreigners believed Tianning City to be undefended, that only cowardly routiers and civilians remained. Concealed on the walls and from points unseen within the city, dozens of Binzi soldiers raised their 6.5mm bolt rifles and shouted, "Long live the Empire." A photographer stood before them, capturing the scene in stills and black-and-white film. For Binzi Gua, this was a moment of great symbolic value, a blow intended to sap the Xia army's will to resist. Binzi sentries kept watch above, below, and to the sides of the wall. Their observation posts extended a short way into the city. For Type 92 7mm heavy machine guns were placed to cover the inner thoroughfare. Clearly, this was a reinforced infantry company with bolstered heavy weapons. "We have taken the important city of Tianning for the dynasty. It is time to let our warriors relax and reward themselves," the company commander said with satisfaction. He had received orders from Binzi command. There was no large-scale resistance left in the city. Units could enter and clear Tianning at will. Soon 2 regimental-sized forces of 220 men each would pass through Dongqingmen and sweep into the city. This was the heartland of the Xia dynasty. Every shadow must be searched and no corner left untouched. In the morning light, the Binzi on the Dongqingmen walls raised their rifles. Laughter and coarse voices rang across the scarred ramparts like a foul chorus. Then, without warning, gunfire erupted at their flanks. From the walkway passages along the adjacent walls, where shooters could reach the Binzi. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The first victims were that line of Binzi posing for photographs and the high-threat targets, machine gunners and officers, who would otherwise dominate the defense. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun rounds and 7.62mm bullets shredded that row of Binzi soldiers. Bodies and limbs exploded outward as gore and viscera splattered the photographer. The photographer watched imperial warriors in front of him suddenly perforated by holes that burst outward like bloom. Nauseating filth sprayed and streamed down, staining the ground in patches of red and yellow. Enemy. There are expert marksmen and machine guns. The experienced Binzi veterans deduced the direction by sound the shots came from the side walls. The moment the shots rang out, they reacted, pulling toward cover. Such was the discipline of Binzi's seasoned troops. These veterans were short but solid, what the locals called small steel cannons. Given a chance with their rifles, they could outperform ordinary Xia soldiers. But here they faced the surface's finest marksmen and bullets faster than their reflexes. In an instant, 2 7.62mm rounds felled one Binzi veteran, one to the head, one to the torso, and he crumpled. A comrade beside him hadn't had time to turn. He watched his friend moments ago alive spray him in the face with blood and gore. Were Xia's elite marksmen truly this fearsome? Moans and cries filled the Dongqingmen ramparts. The sound of bullets ripping flesh swept across the battlefield. Even the most seasoned Binzi veterans could not fathom how the enemy had appeared behind them. One moment that flank had been safe, the next Xia soldiers stood there. In an instant, the infantry company was shattered. How did Xia soldiers get onto the walls? Company Commander Yiji Gizi cried in disbelief, ducking behind the sandbags of the wall. Enemies occupied the walkway passages on both flanks. Their sentries had long since been eliminated. The density of fire and the unfamiliar crack of rounds was unprecedented. When had Xia men climbed the walls? Why had they not been seen? How could these once invincible Binzi veterans be falling so quickly? These veterans had been tempered in countless battles to rout the Xia army before seemed defeat only possible by a full regiment. To wipe out Yiji Gizi's 181-man company, the Xia would surely have needed a division. Yet now they fell in heaps, the famed veterans of Binzi reduced to the laughable status of raw recruits. Counterattack. Make an example of them. Yiji Gizi failed to organize an effective counter. Gunfire intensified from every direction. Bullets came in from all sides, and the Benzi screams rose and fell in waves. Why are their uniforms dark green? Yiji Gizi craned his head over cover and saw Xia soldiers firing upon Benzi warriors. Their attire was unfamiliar, not the common uniform of the dynasty, but Yiji Gizi could still sense their murderous intent and formidable skill. Their marksmanship was deadly and precise. The whine of their bullets startled from afar. One man's fire could suppress 3 of Benzi's finest veterans. Several more Benzi warriors fell. Each time a man exposed himself from cover, he was shot dead by Xia marksmen. The sound of a bullet piercing a steel helmet became the prelude to a body hitting the ground in perfect repose. Messenger requests tactical guidance. Yiji Gizi trembled and ordered a runner down the wall. The Benzi company had no radio. They relied on messengers to carry word. But before the messenger had run 2.5 seconds, 2 blooms of blood erupted behind him. Hot blood spurted, and he collapsed dead. Relentless gunfire and spraying blood created chaos. The reinforced company atop Dongchengmen fought like trapped beasts, but was gradually annihilated by intersecting fire. The strike was so swift that even Benzi elite reinforcements outside the walls had not arrived. The entire infantry company was wiped out. Yiji Gizi had nowhere to flee. The dynasty's crossfire locked the area, and he too slumped down with the rest of his company. The torrent of bullets incidentally cured him of long-standing insomnia. It would be hard not to give the Xia defenders grudging praise for that. The sudden eruption of gunfire was merely the beginning, drawing attention from all sides. The various teams from the Benzi kingdom preparing to enter the city halted in their tracks, gazing towards the direction of the gunfire, the eastern city gate where the people of the Great Xia were still resisting. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already received the first basic resource random box from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 300 enemy troops, fulfilling the requirement for the first resource box. As the host's first treasure chest, the chances of obtaining gold will be increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new unit Tiger Tank. Tiger Tank costs 1000 resource points. Note the equipment and weapons produced by the system will optimize their shortcomings and provide elite crews. The extracted unit's weapons and equipment will be included in the system's unconditional production scope, meaning any equipment and weapons parts without personnel requirements are free. Tiger Tank combat weight is 53 tons, equipped with an 88mm main tank gun, 37, 62mm machine guns, and 6 90mm smoke launchers with frontal armor thickness of 105mm. The entire structure has been optimized for quicker disassembly and maintenance on the battlefield, with the engine upgraded to a 900 horsepower diesel engine. Qin Hao was astonished by the swift efficiency of the system. However, he quickly learned to interpret it on his own. The system had always operated seamlessly, so it was entirely normal for the first resource box to yield a Tiger Tank. Goodness, this is the legendary Golden Tiger Tank. A truly heavy tank with a massive weight of 53 tons and an 88mm anti-everything cannon. It could obliterate the fantasies of every Benzi soldier to annihilate darkness with thunder. But the problem is the battle is taking place in Tianning City, characterized by a blend of brick and wood structures and narrow streets. The Tiger Tank can only be utilized on the main avenues of the city. It would be completely impractical in the alleys. Moreover, the Tiger Tank's combat performance would significantly decline outside Tianning City, as the current infrastructure of the Great Xia dynasty cannot support a 50-ton tank in field operations, especially in the waterlogged southern regions. However, Qin Hao believed that as long as it could be of use now, it would be utilized. 100 resource points can be accumulated in just 2 minutes. Looking at it from another perspective, being able to build a heavy tank in 2 minutes is simply invincible. That's right, the Void Explosive Military is that simple and brutal. However, the current focus must be on spending all resource points on the defensive construction at the eastern city gate, where a fierce battle has just erupted, and the gunfire will soon attract the enemy's attention. Soon the Benzi army will be surrounding us. Qin Hao waited a few more minutes, and with the previous battle, a total of 20 minutes had passed. In 20 minutes, a substantial amount of resource points can be accumulated, reaching a total of 154,000. System prioritize upgrading the wall at the eastern city gate to a concrete wall. Also send the necessary logistical supplies. Qin Hao instructed. The concrete wall must be built to provide him, the commander, with a safe fortress. Only by surviving can he create the most value. If he were to randomly hide in a building in the city, what if he were unfortunate enough to be hit by a round of heavy artillery? Even with a 6-second early warning from the surveillance map, it wouldn't help, as it remains a risk. Moreover, the concrete wall has a basement. The enemy's fiercest counterattack could come at any moment. Establishing solid defenses and marking these areas for the enemy would turn them into their graves. Using a fortified bastion to delay the enemy's advance will lead to endless reinforcements, overwhelming the enemy's regular infantry with elite troops. Ding! Resource points consumed. The wall at the eastern gate has been replaced with a concrete wall with a total length of 70 meters. The host has 15400 resource points remaining. Buzz. In an instant with almost no delay, the wall of the eastern gate underwent a transformation. The collapsed section of the wall was suddenly propped up by a new gray structure, instantly changing from a damaged state to an intact one, rising to a height of 10 meters. The newly appeared gray wall looked extraordinarily solid. The coverage was so extensive that even the dilapidated old city gate was completely renewed, replaced by a brand new reinforced concrete structure. Reinforced concrete with a shockproof layer. In the well-preserved areas of the wall, the surface still appeared as the old city wall, but the core had been replaced by the concrete wall. From the outside, it may not seem like a concrete wall. The inner city wall of the bottom layer only had a few concealed entrances, but with a small piece of the surface removed, the most solid concrete structure would be revealed. A solid fortification capable of withstanding 150mm howitzer fire. Meanwhile, the news of the Eastern Gate being reclaimed reached the highest command center of the Benzi Kingdom, located here, which then ordered the 61st Standing Army to retake the Eastern Gate. This back-and-forth scouting of the enemy's firepower configuration at the Eastern Gate took quite a bit of time. Damn it, the Great Xia have retaken the Eastern Gate, and the infantry squad of the Wild Treatment is in dire straits. If it were a ragtag force, it would take at least a regiment, but judging by the gunfire, the Wild Treatment's infantry squad was eliminated quickly, with ample automatic fire undoubtedly from the elite of the Great Xia. Reorganize the attack and order the warriors to swiftly converge on the Eastern Gate from the southern and northern city walls. The order to re-attack the Eastern Gate was issued from the command center of the Benzi Kingdom to the 61st Standing Army, and then relayed to the 2 infantry battalions approaching the Eastern Gate. 2 infantry battalions with 220 Benzi soldiers were about to launch their assault. At the level of the Benzi infantry battalions, they are equipped with artillery teams. Each battalion has 2 92-style 70mm infantry guns, totaling 4 here. Given the sudden incident at the Eastern Gate and the strong firepower of the defenders, these 2 battalions were reinforced with 2 mountain artillery teams totaling 8 75mm mountain guns. For the resource-scarce Benzi Kingdom, summoning 8 guns at once is quite impressive. Normally, the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty would crumble under such firepower. As for larger caliber 105mm or 150mm howitzers, they are rare treasures, and currently there aren't enough heavy artillery shells to use unless in critical moments. Thus, 220 Benzi soldiers supported by 12 guns were preparing to launch an attack to retake the Eastern Gate. However, the Eastern Gate Tower of Tianning City has now become solid as a fortress, impenetrable and indestructible, a construction that is unbreakable. Just like an unbreakable alliance. The 70-meter-long concrete wall has a lot of intricacies on the inside, with a concealed entrance featuring 3 blast doors, a dazzling array of complete fortifications and fire points. There is also a basement buried 3 levels underground, specifically built for the safety of the commander. The system is so considerate. This is no ordinary concrete wall, it is a fortress. The electrical wiring is fully equipped, the ammunition lift is hydraulic, and the shockwave-resistant passage is wavy. The machine gun fire points are located within the concrete wall, featuring trapezoidal inward extending shooting holes, with the external shooting holes appearing extremely small, making it difficult for grenades and bullets to penetrate. The staircase leading to the upper fire point of the wall is spiral equipped with an emergency slide that allows for a quick descent to the lower level when necessary. All kinds of secret ventilation openings are fully equipped with reverse blades installed, capable of preventing toxic smoke from flooding in at critical moments. The 70-meter-long concrete wall has a 12.7mm heavy machine gun fire point every 10 meters and a 7.62mm light machine gun fire point every 5 meters, along with a total of 38 various infantry shooting holes. Aside from lacking a fortress turret, everything else can be said to be available, but for the small nation, the 12.7mm machine gun is more than enough. Due to the scarcity of resources in the small nation, they can only survive by plundering along the way, which means they not only lack heavy firepower, but even their armored vehicles are similarly deficient, lacking armor altogether. The 12.7mm machine gun can easily penetrate. Currently, there are 3 infantry squads consisting of 171 men defending this section of the wall, while 2 additional infantry squads are evenly deployed on either side of the wall, centered around the Eastern Gate Tower to prevent infiltration from the small nation, while also evacuating local residents. The number of troops is temporary, as Qinhao's forces will continue to grow. The morning air in Tianning City is thick with smoke. The endless smoke seems ready to engulf the entire city, and the clouds floating above have turned gray as if demons have unfurled their fangs. Ahead lies the encirclement, behind is the endless abyss, the very end of flesh and blood. During this time, when Qinhao is busy with troop explosions, 2 battalions of the 61st Standing Army of the small nation have arrived. 4 70mm infantry guns and 8 75mm mountain guns have moved to positions 2 kilometers outside the Eastern Gate. 2 kilometers is the usual range for the small nation's artillery. At this moment, there is no counter-battery fire within Tianning City. Not to mention this southern stronghold of the dynasty, even the entire dynasty has very few artillery pieces. The dynasty lacks industrial manufacturing capacity, being entirely an agricultural nation, and most of the heavy artillery were imported from abroad. Firing one piece means one less, and there are not many shells available. Thus, the small nation acts without fear, placing their artillery positions just 2 kilometers outside the city and boldly shelling. For 92 type infantry guns and 8 75mm mountain guns are positioned 2 kilometers from the wall, lined up in a row, their dark muzzles slowly elevating, aiming at the towering giant wall. Shells are piled next to the gun positions, making it very convenient for the small nation's artillery to fire rapidly. What is going on? Did we remember wrong? How come the eastern wall seems intact? The artillery observers of the small nation are very puzzled. They seem to remember that a part of the tower had collapsed, so how is it now repaired? No matter, let's shell it again and blow the great Xia people's wall to smithereens. Boom, boom, boom. The lined-up artillery of the small nation spews forth fierce flames, the shriek of the shells intensifying the dense clouds above. One can see large black balls erupting on that majestic giant wall, with countless clouds of dust exploding, the dust flying out, creating a widespread area. The area where the concrete wall is located remains intact. Aside from a bit of superficial damage, everything else is as it was. The soldiers inside the concrete wall only felt a slight ripple, which quickly dissipated. However, the concrete wall is only 70 meters long, so it cannot completely cover the entire eastern city. Combined with the small nation's shelling being spread over an area, the original old wall has collapsed a bit more. The shockwave tore open hideous cracks on the surface, with fragments and debris flying like raindrops, the old wall shaking off dust during this bombardment. Oh, the effect is great. The great Xia people will soon be reduced to ashes under the Empire's artillery fire. The activity coming from the eastern wall satisfies the artillery commander of the small nation. However, the only downside is that the tower has not collapsed at all. It might need another round of shelling to destroy part of the tower. Then bring that tower down and rush in over the collapsed tower to topple the entire dynasty. Ding, counter-battery fire support has arrived for the host. Qin Hao, located in the solid basement, heard the system's notification, and then a wave of counter-battery fire, the origin of which was unknown, fell. Just as the small nation's 75mm mountain guns had just fired their first round, suddenly from the direction of Tianning City, 144 sharp sounds of shells cutting through the air could be heard, louder, deeper, and more powerful. Artillery fire. The artillery commander of the small nation turned and ran upon hearing the sound, as if he had made up his mind. As he turned, he was still wondering how the great Xia people had artillery in the city. Hadn't they all been destroyed? But it was too late to think about anything. The shells were already falling. Boom. The first shell crashed down to the right of the gun position, with earth mixed with blood and fragments of the shattered 75mm mountain gun flying into the air. Then one after another the shells fell. The system's counter-battery fire covered the area with a total of 144 shells from 155mm howitzers, thoroughly bombarding the entire artillery position. Twisted and wrecked artillery pieces scattered everywhere, some even twisted into spirals. One small nation soldier after another flew into the air, greeting the embrace of the earth in a shattered state. The artillery of the small nation became one with the guns, all enjoying the moment, blissful. Moreover, just a second after the shells exploded, the artillery shells piled next to the gun position were detonated, resulting in a chain reaction. In an instant, brilliant fireworks erupted on the ground, with the shells piled next to the gun position gradually exploding, flipping the earth in a series of explosions. The smoke and dust completely submerged the area, leaving only twisted steel fragments and spiral remnants slightly warm. One must admit that the small nation's performance was very dedicated. Not only did they put on fireworks, but they also had their own people detonate them up close. One has to say their quality is quite high. Silence is definitely a sign of high quality. As long as it is near the artillery position, every soldier that falls counts toward Qin Hao's accomplishments, with 4 70mm infantry guns, 8 75mm mountain guns, along with all their artillery, serving as achievements. In total, over 200 small nation soldiers flew into the air. Whether the accomplishments are enough is one thing, but the small nation's spirit of dedication is another, and yet they remain silent. Commander, the enemy artillery has already boarded their earth aircraft, Wang Laolu reported to Qin Hao. The spectacle was nothing short of chaotic. Artillery shells detonated in unison, visible in vivid clarity from atop the concrete wall. Has the Japanese artillery been wiped out in one fell swoop? Qin Hao was thoroughly satisfied with the system's reliability. A single counter-artillery card granted him 7 days of unimpeded defense. With the enemy artillery silenced, the concrete wall stood utterly impregnable. But the Japanese have fixed their gaze upon us. Though they will not launch an immediate assault from outside the city walls, they will wait until they locate our artillery positions. Wang Laolu reasoned based on battlefield logic. They will likely attempt flanking assaults through other city gates and along both flanks. Let them search. Even if they turned Tianning City upside down, they would never find it. Qin Hao replied calmly. The firepower conjured by the system from the void could not possibly be detected. It defied conventional detection. By then, 7 minutes had elapsed since the Japanese artillery barrage, and his resource points had accumulated to 61600. System deploy 2 additional infantry platoons to reinforce the left and right flanks of the concrete wall. Ding. Production successful. Deployment completed per host instructions. Current total force, 7 platoons. Remaining resource points, 4400. Qin Hao understood the wall's critical vulnerability, its brevity, merely 70 meters long. The Japanese could easily bypass the gate tower and infiltrate from either flank. This would inevitably become the focal point of the coming engagement. Moreover, the concrete wall possessed no anti-aircraft capability. Yet Qin Hao trusted the system implicitly. The deficiency would soon be rectified. Time was scarce, but every 5 minutes bought him another infantry platoon, 15 minutes, an entire infantry company. His resources flowed without limit. Reinforcements summoned by the system were already en route. Wave upon wave of relentless manpower destined to grind the enemy into dust. Ding. System task trigger condition detected. Initiating new task. As if summoned by thought itself, the system manifested precisely when needed. A beginner's quest appeared without delay. Objective: withstand the enemy's frenzied assault for the next 30 minutes. Reward: 3 colossal indestructible anti-aircraft towers. These towers engage aerial threats with lethal precision and transform into formidable war fortresses when deployed against ground targets. All reward structures may be deployed instantly without prerequisites. Outside the city walls, the destruction of their artillery battery sent shockwaves through the 2 Japanese infantry battalions stationed nearby, paralyzing them with hesitation. The sheer magnitude of the explosion, the unmistakable thunder and concussive force of heavy artillery, had inflicted catastrophic losses. That the archaic dynasty army possessed howitzers constituted a catastrophic intelligence failure. Heavy artillery differed fundamentally from light-caliber field guns, not merely in range or destructive power, but in strategic dominance. Combat effectiveness diverged sharply. Heavy artillery, with its extreme range, could effortlessly suppress enemy gunners. For instance, a 150 mm howitzer could strike targets over 10 kilometers away with devastating effect, whereas a 75 mm mountain gun barely reached 3 kilometers, its impact negligible. Further, manufacturing heavy artillery demanded immense technical sophistication and staggering cost. At present, only a handful of great powers and rising industrial nations possessed such capability, few enough to count on one's fingers. Even in future eras, few nations could produce such ordnance. Its creation required a fully integrated industrial base. Yet here it was. The dynasty army wielded heavy artillery utterly absent from Japanese intelligence archives. Senior officers exchanged stunned glances, speechless before this inexplicable anomaly. A frontal assault was unthinkable, so they opted for infiltration. Small units would breach through alternate gates, while reconnaissance aircraft and artillery spotting balloons scoured the skies for the Great Xia's heavy artillery emplacements. Veterans' reports confirmed the Great Xia deployed numerous heavy howitzers, implying a vast conspicuous artillery position difficult to conceal. Once coordinates were acquired, Japanese field artillery brigades would concentrate fire to obliterate the site. Should that fail, air support would be summoned immediately. Japan maintained artillery brigades equipped with 105 mm to 150 mm howitzers, and even 240 mm siege howitzers. Yet these behemoths moved with glacial slowness, requiring considerable time to deploy. For now, several field artillery brigades loomed just beyond the walls, low on ammunition, yet not entirely depleted. Thus, Japan adopted a multi-pronged infiltration strategy, simultaneous assaults from multiple directions, encircling the city. The 90th Regular Division dispatched 1 battalion to infiltrate through the eastern side gate, advancing westward toward the main eastern gate tower. Meanwhile, 2 battalions of the 61st Regular Division secured the outer perimeter of the eastern gate tower, preventing any breakout by the Great Xia forces. An additional battalion advanced southward from the northeastern gate. In total, 4 infantry battalions, supported by auxiliary firepower, committed to the operation. This force matched the strength of an entire Japanese brigade, totaling approximately 3800 troops. Such overwhelming numbers could readily annihilate an entire Great Xia division, or even a full army corps. Though numerically superior, Japanese personnel, equipment, and training lagged marginally behind Qin Hao's National Defense Army, a marginal disparity that could well decide victory or ruin. Eastern Side Gate, the closest to Qin Hao's Eastern Gate Tower, and the point of advance for the 90th Regular Division, a veteran Japanese unit renowned for its ferocity and battlefield prowess. Now 1 battalion had slipped through the gate and begun methodical infiltration through the urban blocks, advancing cautiously, deliberately, toward the Eastern Gate Tower. They hugged cover at all times. In narrow alleys they pressed close to building eaves on both sides. At open doorways or shattered windows, they entered combat-ready postures to scan interiors. From elevated vantage points behind them, light and heavy machine guns established interlocking fields of fire, ready to deliver immediate suppressive support. Their advance unfolded in successive waves, brief intervals between yet maintaining a deceptively loose fluid formation. Then, in the next instant, within the heart of a city block moments after the Japanese forward scouts had passed, a sudden deafening volley erupted. Pung, pung, pung. One National Defense Army platoon opened fire from rooftops and shattered facades. Short, precise bursts of lethal flame, unervingly accurate. The Japanese squad leader leading the advance snapped violently backward, his forehead erupting in a crimson bloom before his rigid body collapsed lifelessly. Squad leaders, machine gunners, and grenade dischargers became priority targets, eliminated in the first salvo. These specialists fell in chaos, each struck squarely in the chest by 2 rounds, their bodies hurled backward by the bullet's momentum. The advancing Japanese contingent met annihilation, striking an invisible wall of death meticulously calibrated for them. Every caliber of weapon delivered a hail of lead, brutal, efficient final. Enemy. Veteran Japanese soldiers behind reacted instantly, dropping low rifles raised, surging forward in textbook skirmish lines, leaping from rubble to ruined walls in rapid succession. On adjacent streets, 2 Type 11 light machine guns seized commanding positions, one left, one right, establishing overlapping crossfire to suppress the National Defense Army's firing points. Bullets whined past, pulverizing brick surfaces into choking dust clouds. Ancient masonry cracked and splintered under impact, thick smoke swirling amid the ruins. Tum, 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 boom, boom. Several high-explosive mortar rounds launched from grenade dischargers, each striking with uncanny precision upon the very spots where National Defense Army troops had just appeared. The grenade discharger, a compact portable tube, served as the Japanese infantry's most effective organic artillery. In the hands of elite veterans, it achieved pinpoint accuracy within 200 meters. Against agrarian, underdeveloped nations, it proved devastating. One high-explosive round often obliterated an entire machine gun nest. Many Dynasty Army machine guns had fallen to precisely such fire. Yet once those elite veterans were expended, the weapon became nearly useless. A raw recruit could not master its arc and trajectory. In less than weeks, his rounds would scatter aimlessly. The grenade discharger rounds appeared to yield decisive results. The National Defense Army's street-level fire abruptly diminished to scattered sporadic shots. What's happening? Japanese veterans, still trembling, crouched motionless behind cover. That earlier fusillade had been terrifyingly precise. Exposing even a fingertip meant certain death. Only elite marksmen could shoot like that. Boom, boom. 2 60mm mortar shells slammed directly behind Japanese cover, detonating in twin black blossoms. Brutal shockwaves and shrapnel tore through flesh and stone alike. Unrelenting, indiscriminate, merciless. Near the blast zone, soldiers glimpsed the flash first. Then came the sound, shry, shry, shry. A chorus of shrill, piercing shrieks descended from above. Incandescent shockwaves skimming the earth, carrying the acrid stench of cordite and the faint coppery tang of blood. Black blossoms rose higher with each detonation. Japanese soldiers leapt skyward, involuntarily boarding their earth aircraft. Upon witnessing the National Defense Army's mortars, many Japanese troops dropped into prone positions, waiting out the barrage before relocating to alternate sectors. To evade shelling, some exposed portions of their bodies, creating fatal openings. Once more, isolated rifle cracks echoed across the ruins. Clang. A Japanese soldier crumpled silently, the front of his helmet pierced by a neat, dark aperture, thin rivulets of blood tracing downward. Another great Xia sharpshooter. The Japanese veterans remained pinned, frozen in place. Their adversary's marksmanship was monstrous. Every shot found its mark, every bullet bit deep. Yet the Japanese held a full battalion surrounding the area. If one sector stalled, Allied units could flank from adjacent avenues. And so they did, splitting cleanly into 2 columns converging from north and south toward the National Defense Army's position. What they found instead was silence, an empty, abandoned street. The defenders had already withdrawn, firing a few rounds before vanishing to fresh positions. System-issued Level V ballistic armor rendered casualties improbable at medium to long ranges. Even 6.5mm Arisaka rifle rounds posed no threat. In fact, Level IV armor would have sufficed. Moreover, this 5th-generation armor, engineered by the system, resolved weight distribution and mobility constraints seamlessly. Enemy assault incoming from eastern side gate, and movement detected at northeastern gate. Dual-axis envelopment. From his command post at the eastern gate tower, Chen Hao received real-time intelligence confirming simultaneous engagements on both flanks. Each National Defense Army infantry squad carried a tactical radio, capable of citywide communication across all of Tianning City, ensuring near-instantaneous intelligence dissemination. Fire was now erupting simultaneously from both flanks, buying 16 precious minutes. giving Qinghao a total of 110 resource points. Only 16 minutes have passed. We're still half an hour away from our target. Currently, the National Defense Force's strength at the Eastern Gate had been reinforced by Qinghao to 4 platoons, 228 soldiers. At the Northeastern Gate, it had increased to 3 platoons, 171 soldiers. Ding. The host currently commands 10 infantry platoons and retains 2420 resource points. Ding. The host has eliminated enough enemies to qualify for a basic resource crate. At last, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Without hesitation, Qinghao opened the crate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Advanced Weapon System 107mm 12-tube rocket launcher. This unit will be added directly to your production roster unconditionally. 107mm 12-tube rocket launcher, fully adjustable firing capacity, including single-round launch capability, portable for individual use, maximum effective range 5 kilometers. The 107mm rocket launcher, one of the world's 3 legendary Schützengut weapons. Qinghao stood in awe before this masterpiece, utterly humbled. Truly iconic arms possess a quiet, unadorned elegance. Even their descriptions are stripped bare, yet within that austerity gleams a legacy of dazzling battlefield triumph. Since it is classified as equipment, and its production incurs no conditions, it can be deployed immediately to reinforce our infantry platoons. Qinghao was about to escalate the pressure on the enemy. He selected immediate production of the 107mm rocket launchers, delivering them straight to frontline infantry to amplify firepower. Soldiers would fire and vanish. Pure electrifying intensity. Using the system's deployment function, 10 107mm rocket launchers materialized within a 1-kilometer radius, Eastern Gate. At that very moment, gunfire erupted, crackling relentless, echoing across every street and alleyway. Leveraging superior communications and agile small unit tactics, the National Defense Force's 4 platoons darted freely through streets and alleys, striking swiftly, vanishing instantly, somehow holding at bay an entire battalion of the enemy's 90th Standing Legion. And they inflicted heavy casualties. The enemy's advance ground to a halt, pinned down street by street. At times, National Defense Infantry seized elevated positions and mounted Type 8912, 7mm heavy machine guns for suppression. After all, the Type 89 was exceptionally lightweight, just 52 Gen, 26 kilograms, fully equipped. Even with added counterweights, it remained highly mobile. Thus, elite machine gun crews could carry both weapon and ammunition across the battlefield. Its 12.7mm caliber pierced every enemy ground vehicle. Yes, even their armored tanks, without exception. Its destructive effect against fortifications was equally devastating. Brick-and-mortar walls crumbled effortlessly under its fire. Bricks shattered outright, then punched cleanly through 2 layers of wooden planking. Bodies struck by such rounds were torn apart, limbs scattered haphazardly, while crimson mist bloomed violently in the air. Advancing through the Xia forces' interlocking fire is impossible. A full battalion remains locked down block by block. Every enemy soldier displays marksmanship rivaling elite snipers. Requesting immediate tactical guidance, specifically artillery support. The enemy battalion commander leading the assault on the Eastern Gate reluctantly conceded this resistance force far surpassed the conventional armies of the Xia dynasty, even outshining the Imperial Guard in discipline and lethality. His battalion possessed only 2 70mm infantry howitzers, utterly inadequate to suppress such sprawling urban terrain. They could only engage large, tall structures, not the labyrinthine streets below. Moreover, the heavy artillery brigade stationed outside the city dared not act rashly. The Xia forces possessed proven counterbattery capabilities. Losing several veteran infantrymen was tolerable. Losing scarce heavy artillery pieces would be catastrophic. Indeed, excessive losses among heavy artillery units would compel even the brigade commander to perform ritual suicide. For now they waited, awaiting reconnaissance aircraft from the Army Air Corps to map the city's interior. None had yet reached Tianning City's skies. The battle raged fiercely. Enemy warriors charging at the front line fell one after another, bloody blossoms bursting from their bodies. Vroom. Veteran enemy troops pinned down and paralyzed crouched motionless behind cover. Then, unexpectedly, a new sound pierced the air. Thick smoke billowed suddenly from the street ahead, and then, silence. Caught utterly off guard, the enemy screamed in anguish. 12 107mm rockets streaked forward, impacting buildings, vehicles, anything in their path, detonating instantly. No warning, no reprieve. Each rocket detonated with the concussive force of a heavy artillery shell, obliterating entire zones in a single blast. Windows of nearby buildings shattered under the shockwave, glass cascading like rain. One rocket even penetrated a 2-story structure. Then, blinding orange fire erupted from its windows, followed by a thunderous explosion that lit up the entire district. The brick-and-mortar building could not withstand the blast. 2 or 3 walls collapsed, pillars buckled, and thick black smoke wreathed in flame surged upward through the roof. Rocket barges struck not only the Eastern Gate, but also the northeastern gate. Assaults from both directions stalled completely. Every street, every building became a slaughterhouse for the enemy. Every window, every breach in the wall, even every rooftop, could in the next heartbeat spew forth lethal muzzle flashes. Though outnumbered, the National Defense Force infantry, through superior training and weaponry, had successfully delayed the enemy advance for a critical stretch of time. Taking advantage of this time of delay, Qin Hao managed to sustain himself for half an hour of the system task, completing the system mission. Ding, the host, has sustained for half an hour and received a system reward. 3 giant anti-air towers, which are now stored in the system space and can be constructed directly within the perspective map range without the need for resource points or time. Giant anti-air tower equipped with 6 dual-mounted 128mm anti-aircraft guns, 4 88mm anti-aircraft guns, 4 dual-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns, and 16 quadruple-mounted 20mm machine guns. All anti-aircraft shells are equipped with proximity fuses and can be leveled out. At the top is installed a GR anti-air detection radar with a maximum detection distance of 70 kilometers. The entire structure of the anti-air tower is built with reinforced concrete featuring extremely thick walls capable of withstanding heavy strikes from 240mm howitzers. Each tower is 6 stories tall, equipped with complete living and military facilities, an independent power generation system, and a double-layer basement capable of accommodating 5 civilians in addition to combat personnel. Moreover, each giant anti-air tower comes with a company of 191 troops, 3 platoons plus 20 from the company headquarters, which can be extracted. Qin Hao's gaze fell on the last 3 words, can be extracted. This could not be clearer. The system was gifting him 3 companies of troops, all of which were elite forces, saving him a considerable amount of resource points. System: extract 3 companies of troops to strengthen our flanks. System: use the system intelligence to deploy 1 giant anti-air tower behind the eastern city gate, first activating the radar for air defense. Otherwise we won't know when the small airplanes will come. Qin Hao deployed 3 companies of troops and 1 anti-air tower with the utmost speed. He knew that the fighting on the flanks was intense. Although his soldiers were elite, they were still at a numerical disadvantage and needed reinforcements. Now, with an additional anti-air tower for air detection and ground forces bolstered by 3 companies, Qin Hao finally felt somewhat reassured. In those 14 minutes, Qin Hao also managed to produce 4 extra platoons on the flanks, while still having 2 resource points left. With the addition of these 3 companies, the total troop strength of the National Defense Forces at the northeast and eastern gates continued to rise. There was no need to produce Tiger tanks in such a street combat scenario, as the soldiers would just fight and then retreat, and adding a cumbersome tank would significantly affect the withdrawal speed. Once the infantry numbers increased a bit more, they would be able to officially control a section of the neighborhood, at which point they could start producing Tiger tanks. Now was not the time to hesitate. Any further delays would risk pushing the defense line back to their homeland. The battlefield changed in an instant, and with the strengthened defense, Qin Hao finally had time to contemplate the troops under his command. Not long had passed, and the total troop strength had reached 1371, just 1 regiment. But the small airplanes attacking from the flanks were the ones most sensitive to the changes in the strength of the National Defense Forces, as the resistance was noticeably intensified. At the eastern gate, the National Defense Forces comprised half of the attacking troops from the small airplanes. The situation at the northeast gate was similar, and the gap in numbers between both sides was gradually being filled. This change truly caught the attacking small airplanes off guard. Today, the people of the Great Xia were strangely multiplying as they fought. Originally, the small airplanes could advance with the advantage of a whole battalion on both flanks, but now they had been thwarted, and the front lines resembled a tug of war. This was not a matter of the small airplanes wanting to send troops one by one, or rather the sudden increase in the number of national defense troops was overwhelming. Their individual combat quality was already strong, and now with the increase in numbers and logistics, it was indeed very difficult to fight. In the past, 1 battalion could capture an area. Now it required 2 battalions. It was like telling students not to leave after class. One person's bangs were too long on one side, and they had to brush them aside to see that there were still half the people on the other side. What is that? The bewildered small airplanes spotted a tall building appearing near the eastern gate tower, which clearly occupied a considerable area. The 6-story giant anti-air tower stood out too starkly in Tianning City. It could be considered one of the tallest buildings. Wasn't it just recently non-existent? Even the well-informed officers of the small airplanes had no idea how it had appeared. Could it be a mirage? And that strange artillery fire. After the forward troops were once again greeted by 107mm rockets, the battalion commander of the small airplanes could finally confirm that this was the artillery of the Great Xia. Request artillery tactical guidance. The Great Xia has extensively used spray artillery fire. Yosai, we found the Great Xia troops. To the east, 8 kilometers from Tianning City, the Field Heavy Artillery Brigade of the 61st Regular Army Corps of the small airplanes began to move slowly, deploying 8 Type 4 150mm howitzers. The Type 4 150mm howitzers are commonly used by the small airplanes to suppress enemy artillery fire possessing decent mobility and accuracy. This time the small airplanes placed great emphasis on this. All heavy howitzers were deployed according to artillery regulations, ensuring that the positions weren't stacked with shells. Even if they were covered by counter-battery fire, they could only destroy 1 or 2 howitzers. Fire. 8 150mm howitzers suddenly belched orange-red flames from their muzzles, the muzzle blast blowing away the surrounding dust and creating ripples. The shells then landed within the city, striking the location where the 107mm rockets had appeared. However, the National Defense Forces infantry had long since retreated, moving every time after firing a round with the 107mm rockets. The shells fell. When they detonated, the number of collapsing buildings was too numerous to count, with debris of wood and bricks flying through the air, scattering in all directions. The charred craters in the ground and the widespread devastation spoke volumes about the tremendous power of the artillery. Buildings were shredded in pieces, and any house that was hit collapsed entirely, with shattered structures and burning wooden boards strewn everywhere. But at that moment, another round of cannon fire echoed, and this time it wasn't the artillery of the small airplanes, but rather the counter-battery fire support provided by the system. Once again, it was 144 rounds of 155mm shells. But this time, it was precise, covering fire, with each of the 8 150mm howitzers of the small airplanes receiving 18 rounds of hot shells, making their artillery crew ecstatic. The artillery crew, having feasted on the delicious shells, flew into the air, and then, after eating to their fill, immediately fell asleep. The problem was that the established artillery detection positions and counter-battery detection positions did not detect where these shells were fired from, as if they had sprung forth from the void. Unable to locate Qin Hao's artillery, the small airplanes had no choice but to cease their actions. After all, losing 8 150mm howitzers would make the situation severe. This would directly alert the higher-ups of the small airplanes and stir all senior command organizations. This was not a simple artillery exchange, but a significant change in firepower involving too many people and resources. Without the support of heavy artillery, the small airplanes battalion had no choice but to halt their offensive, reassessing the overall threat of Tianning City. This halt lasted for an hour. An hour might just be an hour for the small airplanes, but for Qin Hao it was an invaluable opportunity for development. Some might take an hour to even take off. Others might spend an hour struggling to find their way home. But Qin Hao could unleash a massive troop production in just 1 hour. 60 minutes are 60 minutes. Don't even mention whether or not to start. This is all about one's persistence and effort. If one doesn't have it, one must find the problem. If you ask, they won't say anything. If you say something, they will all leave. Focusing on development is the top priority. Ding. The host has completed the basic resource box accumulation conditions and received resource box 1. The 150 heavy artillery pieces that were eliminated in the front of the Benzi Nation sponsored Qin Hao, and by adding the battle results from the northeast and east gates, he just managed to reach the threshold for the 3rd resource box. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Type 83 152mm self-propelled howitzer costing 6,600 resource points. Type 83 152mm self-propelled howitzer equipped with elite artillerymen. Normal shell range is 17. 5 km. Rocket-assisted shells reach 30 km, fully armored with a maximum range of 450 km, and the system provides various types of ammunition. The host can choose to modify this self-propelled howitzer into an artillery reconnaissance radar vehicle for free, equipped with the S2 artillery radar with a maximum detection range of 30 km. Self-propelled howitzer. Did we skip the towed heavy artillery right from the start? Qin Hao looked up. Indeed, it was a case of finding a pillow when feeling sleepy. What the system needs to do is to open up, while Qin Hao has more to consider. 6,600 resource points for a 152mm self-propelled howitzer is not expensive, just a matter of a minute. With a maximum range of 17.5 km and the artillery radar, it is practically tailor-made for the Benzi Nation. Now, without relying on the system's counter-battery card, he can take out enemy positions purely based on his own artillery range, engaging the enemy from 1,000 miles away while remaining unscathed. Being able to hit far and accurately out of reach of the enemy is the greatest value of artillery. Moreover, the self-propelled howitzer has the added value of accompanying frontline infantry advancements without the need to waste a lot of time relocating like towed heavy artillery. After firing 2 or 3 rounds from one position, it can immediately move to the next position, wasting no time and avoiding enemy counter-battery fire. This is the most effective assistant for the armored cluster. Commander, the small Benzi has stopped the attack. Here Wang Laolu reported good news to Qin Hao. The small Benzi troops on both wings of the National Defense Army are no longer attacking. Instead, they are merely holding onto their respective blocks. The National Defense Army infantry active in those areas have also ceased their attacks because this is a rare opportunity for rest, and replenishing ammunition and recovering stamina is the best choice. Without needing to look, it is clear that the small Benzi is gathering forces. They are indeed on high alert this time. However, the National Defense Army has drawn a lot of attention from the Benzi nation, and they cannot easily escape to other places. We will also enter a state of rest, tallying the ammunition, medicines, and food needed by each group, and logistics will arrive soon, Qin said. Commander, here is the ammunition list needed for the northeast and east gates. Wang Laolu was well prepared and immediately handed over the ammunition list. This is the benefit of having walkie-talkies for communication. Once the fighting at the front stops, all the ammunition needs and data from each group are sent to the command center. Here the term group refers to the squad unit, as each squad is equipped with walkie-talkies, allowing for flexible battlefield shifts while maintaining communication. Ammunition will definitely be delivered right into the range of 1,000 meters. It is worth mentioning that the bullets delivered here do not need to be pressed by themselves, as some bullet boxes have bullets pre-pressed and stored in bridge clips or magazines rather than the traditional understanding of bullet boxes. It's very convenient. Now, with both sides having paused fire for an hour during this time, both sides have shown a very harmonious demeanor with no intent to engage in a large-scale conflict. However, beneath this surface, undercurrents are stirring and a new storm is about to strike. The resource points accumulated over the past hour have been reinforced by Qin into troop strength. 3 platoons guarding the core concrete wall of the Eastern Gate Tower is sufficient, and they can even spare some troops to the giant anti-aircraft tower. Any more would be superfluous. Priority should be given to strengthening the left and right flanks. Currently, the Eastern Gate has 4 companies of National Defense Army troops, totaling 781 men with heavy equipment, including 1 Tiger tank. The Northeastern Gate has slightly over 4 companies of National Defense Army troops, totaling 801 men, also with 1 Tiger tank. Additionally, there is 1 infantry platoon added to the giant anti-aircraft tower behind the Eastern Gate Tower. These 2 Tiger tanks are allocated for frontal combat in the blocks, essentially serving as mobile fortresses to suppress the small Benzi's attack. As manpower has increased, the soldiers have preliminarily gained the ability to control several blocks, so choosing to produce heavy tanks at this stage is not an issue. After all, there are only 2 requiring minimal infantry to accompany. Furthermore, the National Defense Army has finally acquired artillery. This is a war weapon capable of suppressing the enemy with firepower and creating significant victories. Moreover, there are 2 companies totaling 18 units of the Type 83 152mm self-propelled howitzers with 9 vehicles per company, one of which is an artillery radar command vehicle, and each company has an infantry platoon for protection. The self-propelled howitzer has been converted into an artillery radar command vehicle, which is equivalent to wasting the firepower of 1 gun. After all, since Qin has not drawn a heavy truck, yet he can only resort to this strategy of wasting the firepower of 1 howitzer, and once he obtains heavy trucks later, he will immediately transfer the artillery reconnaissance radar there. Under normal circumstances, a self-propelled howitzer company is equipped with 9 guns along with protection from an accompanying infantry platoon. Qin has been here for 2.5 hours, not even 2 hours yet, and so far it is still morning. Overall troop strength, if counted fully, there are currently 1924 infantry, 12,200 resource points, 2 heavy tanks, 18 self-propelled howitzers, and countless logistical supplies, and that's it. At this speed, when will he see a 1,000,000-strong army, a torrent of steel? Qin calculated carefully, at least until tomorrow he would be able to gather the strength of a division, because by then it would have been a full 24 hours, allowing for a division's worth of troops to emerge. But right now the enemy is at the gates and the pressure is immense. He crossed into another world and immediately found himself face to face with the enemy, with hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city, glaring hungrily. According to traditional numerical comparison, that is a ratio of 1155. 1 soldier is to face 155 soldiers of the Benzi nation. This is the traditional numerical comparison. However, considering the counting unit issues of the Benzi nation, this ratio needs to be adjusted, resulting in a 1-0 ratio, which means Qin is bound to win. And those 4 words need not be elaborated. Like being as solid as a fortress. If you want to win, you need to speak less of these 4 character idioms. Next, Qin had another task to accomplish, which was to relocate the command center into the giant anti-aircraft tower. This towering structure was incredibly sturdy, able to withstand the heavy strikes of a 240mm howitzer, making it far preferable to worrying on the front line. Moreover, the space was vast, capable of accommodating 500 people in addition to the necessary defense forces, with complete living facilities within, making it practically a war fortress. Better safe than sorry. Qin had to prepare thoroughly. If the external forces and fortifications could not withstand the attack, he could retreat the defensive perimeter to the giant anti-aircraft tower, using it as a continuous source for troop reinforcements. As long as there were supply points, troops could be reinforced, and walls could be built endlessly. The fight could go on indefinitely. There were 3 giant anti-aircraft towers in total, and Qin had only constructed 1 so far, leaving 2 more to establish a flanking position. The enemy's forces were ultimately limited while ours were boundless. This was our greatest advantage. Just then, the GR radar of the giant anti-aircraft tower detected 3 planes entering the radar warning range located 70 kilometers away. At this time, any aircraft still flying in the sky could only be the planes of the Benzi nation, as the air force of the Daxia dynasty had no aircraft remaining here. They had all retreated. The azimuth and elevation angles of the enemy aircraft were roughly indicated on the radar. The incoming direction happened to pass through the Eastern Gate Tower, which was also where the giant anti-aircraft tower stood. The airports of the Benzi nation were primarily located in the east, from where reconnaissance planes frequently took off to scout the situation inside Tianning City and then called in naval aviation for bombardment. The giant anti-aircraft tower was equipped with 6 twin-mounted 128mm anti-aircraft guns capable of striking targets at altitudes of up to 1500 meters. Additionally, there were 4 88mm anti-aircraft guns covering the mid to high altitude range, while 4 twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns and 16 20mm machine guns provided coverage for low to mid-altitude. Moreover, the most crucial anti-aircraft shells were prepared with proximity fuses. This was a pinnacle achievement in the history of anti-aircraft weaponry, significantly enhancing the hit rate and interception efficiency of the shells. Piston fighter planes were in peril against proximity fuses, at risk of being shot down at any moment. Since the radar had provided a warning 70 kilometers in advance, Qin Hao could calmly deploy anti-aircraft firepower, maximizing the operational efficiency of the giant anti-aircraft tower. Qin Hao drew a small portion of forces from both flanks of the Eastern Gate, specifically from the infantry company originally stationed at the giant anti-aircraft tower. They were already tasked with guarding the tower, giving them an advantage in operating large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Whether the Benzi nation was launching an attack or not pulling a small contingent of troops would not affect the frontline combat effectiveness. Inside the giant anti-aircraft tower in the radar room, the planes of the Benzi nation are appearing from 3 directions, the radar operator reported continuously. 1 from the northeast gate, 1 from the east gate, and 1 from the south gate. Altitude, 4 single aircraft approaching. They are expected to enter the anti-aircraft warning range in 10 minutes. The radar operator instantly discerned the intentions of the Benzi nation. The Benzi nation aimed to deliberately evade anti-aircraft fire, but little did they realize that nearly the entire urban area of Tianning City was under the fire coverage of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. A 128mm anti-aircraft gun was no joke. Combined with the 88mm anti-aircraft guns for support, any target within the anti-aircraft range of a 10-kilometer radius around the tower would be subjected to fire. The ground attack radius would be slightly reduced. Within 5 kilometers, the anti-aircraft guns could be leveled for ground shooting. Under the gloomy sky, 3 high-speed reconnaissance planes from the Benzi nation split into 3 routes, taking different directions while deliberately avoiding the Eastern Gate, where the giant anti-aircraft tower stood. Be careful to avoid that suddenly emerged building. There may be anti-aircraft guns on top. The pilots of the Benzi nation received the warning. The Benzi nation was not meddlesome, but they were not foolish either. The giant anti-aircraft tower was so massive that it could be seen clearly from several kilometers away, without binoculars, resembling the silhouette of anti-aircraft gun barrels, even though it was covered with cloth. The Benzi nation's halt in their offensive was partly due to this strange structure. On the battlefield, a silhouette resembling an anti-aircraft gun was nearly a certainty that it was indeed an anti-aircraft gun. Thus, the infantry of the Benzi nation reported this situation back to their command, Army Aviation. Indeed, these 3 reconnaissance planes belonged to the Army Aviation. How did the Daxia people construct such a massive defensive structure overnight? A communications officer aboard one of the reconnaissance planes wondered aloud, holding a military map of Tianning City on which a giant fortification point was prominently marked. Why aren't the artillery targeting those anti-aircraft guns? Our mission is to scout the specific artillery positions of the Daxia people. If the artillery fires without intel on enemy positions, they would be doomed as well. The pilot sitting in the front spoke directly, making his meaning quite clear. They could strike from a distance, but their own artillery would also face catastrophic consequences. Regardless, they would incur losses. It was better to let the reconnaissance plane take a detour for high-altitude scouting. Without intelligence, the artillery would inevitably perish upon firing. A reconnaissance plane taking a detour might still have a slim chance of survival. It goes without saying who was stronger. Gradually, the 3 planes approached Tianning City from 3 directions. They could even see the tall and wide city walls from the sky, which separated the inside from the outside. Enemy aircraft maintaining altitude of 4000 azimuth. On the top of the giant anti-aircraft tower, there were twin-mounted 128mm anti-aircraft guns at each of the 4 corners, with 2 more positioned in the middle on the left and right. Now the artillery, at their positions, were slowly adjusting the anti-aircraft guns according to the information provided by the radar and optical instruments. Additionally, there were 4 88mm anti-aircraft guns and 4 twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns located on the floor below the top, arranged similarly to a corridor at the 4 corners. After all, this giant anti-aircraft tower was 6 stories high. It held significant advantages in height, allowing these anti-aircraft guns to capture and target enemy aircraft far more easily. Enter the warning range, but take them down or drive them away. From 3 directions, all the anti-aircraft guns were searching for their targets, orienting their barrels in that direction. Boom, boom. The 128mm twin-mounted anti-aircraft guns fired, producing 2 massive sounds, truly deserving of their classification among large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Even the muzzle blast and recoil were astonishing. Then the 88mm anti-aircraft guns fired, aiming to enhance the momentum. The 2 reconnaissance planes from the eastern and northeast gates suffered. As soon as they got a bit closer, they were struck by the powerful blows of the large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Boom. The 128mm shells exploded in the air, not far from the 2 reconnaissance planes, creating a large black ball, with thousands of fragments bursting forth, turning the reconnaissance planes into a sieve of transparent holes. Against such calibers, the fragile planes of the Benzi Nation would be doomed. With just a slight hit, they would essentially crash, as 128mm was simply beyond comparison with the 40mm. 400 meters of altitude was the flight limit for the reconnaissance planes of the Benzi Nation, not the limit of the 128mm anti-aircraft guns. This was because the equipment and quality of the Benzi Nation were just average. Whether it was reconnaissance planes or fighters, they basically lacked armor, and getting hit by high-speed fragments was a matter of luck. Yet it seemed that their luck had run out. The moment these 2 reconnaissance planes were struck by the shell fragments, they ignited as fragments pierced the fuel tanks, leading to a violent fire. As the entire aircraft was engulfed in flames, there was no deafening explosion, but rather the sound of flames rapidly spreading alongside the frantic shouts of the pilot and the communications officer. Flames surged up. With no escape, they were forced into a fiery spectacle. Without wings, we can still fly. Initially, the pilot desperately attempted to save the aircraft undeterred, even as flames spread to the wings. The rear wheels burned away. The wings on both sides were also engulfed in flames, and the communications officer in the back was finished. Only then did the pilot realize the dire situation. Without wings and wheels, they were doomed. Next, an orange fireball appeared in the middle section of the fuselage, resulting in a violent explosion that severed the entire reconnaissance plane in half, scattering shattered parts like falling sparks. The observation posts of the giant anti-aircraft tower witnessed the entire process of the Benzi planes getting hit and crashing. The 2 fragile reconnaissance planes merely sustained a fraction of the residual power from the large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, igniting instantly before plummeting. No Benzi pilots were seen parachuting. They likely became disposable tools. A lone reconnaissance aircraft bound for the South Gate was likewise intercepted by anti-aircraft fire. 2 twin-mounted 128mm and 88mm heavy flak guns unleashed a dense barrage in its direction. The 2 gates stood close enough to fall entirely within the effective engagement radius of the heavy flak batteries. Upon detecting the incoming fire, the pilot instinctively attempted evasive action, sharply banking left. Though swift, his maneuver proved insufficient. Numerous shrapnel fragments struck the starboard fuselage and wing, leaving them riddled with gaping holes. Yet the aircraft held together. Straining against gravity, it executed an immediate left turn and surged beyond the South Gate's perimeter. Boom, boom. The colossal anti-aircraft tower continued its relentless barrage, hurling massive black shells that detonated in rapid succession around the fleeing reconnaissance plane. Shrapnel erupted in all directions, a lethal rain of jagged metal. Crimson blood began welling steadily from the pilot's seat. He had been hit. Blood flooded the cockpit. Unarmored and utterly vulnerable, the seat offered no protection if shrapnel could pierce it from any angle. Deprived of control and destabilized midair, the aircraft plummeted solely by inertia, crashing violently at the foot of Tianning City's South Gate, directly before the waiting Imperial troops. Baka, watching their own aircraft crash in plain sight, officers of the 60th Standing Legion leapt about like agitated monkeys, furious, humiliated, seething. This act was perceived as outright provocation, an egregious affront to the Empire itself. Yet with the Disya counter-battery fire still unneutralized, every Imperial artillery piece deployed outside the city walls remained paralyzed. Each gun fired was swiftly destroyed, a devastating blow to morale. Consequently, the supreme commanders of all standing legions had converged upon the Imperial High Command. Commander of the 60th Standing Legion, Gu Lao Gizi. Commander of the 61st Standing Legion, Zhong Gue Yidian. Commander of the 90th Standing Legion, Liang Jin Gizi. Commander of the 141st Special Regiment, Matsumoto Shigehashi. Alongside them, the Imperial High Command hierarchy assembled at the High Command headquarters, located 30 kilometers from Tianning City. They gathered to consult with Prince Kabato, the Empire's highest-ranking commander dispatched to this theater, in order to reassess strategy and accurately gauge the strength of the defending forces within the city. The defenders inside the city are not the conventional Disya dynasty soldiers we know. They wear dark green uniforms and possess formidable combat prowess. Nearly every man is a marksman of elite caliber. A single ambush inflicts catastrophic casualties upon Imperial troops. Moreover, they deploy large-caliber anti-aircraft artillery. Even the Navy's reckless faction now hesitates over its next bombing campaign, citing pilot safety as justification. A disgraceful excuse. Before the assembled Legion commanders lay fragmented intelligence on the National Defense Army, still incomplete as General Qin Hao had yet to formally declare his banner. Thus, the Empire's knowledge remains limited. In urban combat, these Xia troops employ a specialized assault round whose explosive power rivals that of a 105mm heavy howitzer. They also field abundant light and heavy firepower. Even small detachments can decisively suppress an entire Imperial squad, 54 men strong, and receive direct mortar support. Without artillery regimental support, Imperial infantry frequently suffers overwhelming suppression in frontal engagements. Even entire infantry companies sustain crippling losses during the fiercest clashes. Such reports poured in one after another. Around the conference table, the Legion commanders sat in grim silence, anger and frustration rendered impotent by stark reality. The Xia counter-battery systems and heavy anti-aircraft batteries posed the gravest threats. Had the city housed only artillery, or only AA defenses, the Empire would not have mobilized so massively. Equally perplexing was the sudden emergence of the colossal defensive structure, its origin entirely unknown. Yet a viable path forward remained. The Xia garrison within Tianning City lacked sufficient numbers to form large cohesive formations. Its forces were critically under strength. The Xia defenders inside Tianning City are severely outnumbered. Their sole tactic is staged withdrawal and delaying actions, inflicting casualties upon our warriors with each advance. For every building our troops seize, the Xia forces simply reposition themselves. It is reasonable to infer that the East Gate hosts no more than a Xia regiment, and perhaps a concealed heavy artillery battery. Otherwise, they would not retreat so readily. At that moment, reconnaissance findings from the previously suppressed artillery position arrived and yielded a decisive conclusion. The Empire's most seasoned artillery officer personally inspected the shattered battery site. Based on forensic analysis of blast patterns and crater dimensions, he concluded the Xia possess a full heavy artillery regiment. With this assessment confirmed, a strategic response emerged. Across the headquarters, a singular conviction took hold: deploy elite shock troops in successive waves to breach the Xia defenses at the East Gate. Provide direct fire support with infantry guns to suppress the Xia's colossal fortifications, and strictly forbid infantry from advancing along exposed main thoroughfares. A wave attack entails coordinated overlapping assaults, using squads and platoons as tactical units to maintain unrelenting pressure against a single sector of the enemy line. Put simply, the first wave advances deliberately to draw fire, the second exploits the chaos, eliminating key emplacements with grenade launchers and hand grenades. The third closes in with bayonets fixed, engaging the enemy at point-blank range. Once the third wave breaches the line and secures a foothold, Imperial reinforcements will flood through, steadily constricting the Xia's defensive perimeter at the East Gate. As that perimeter shrinks, the hidden Xia artillery regiment will inevitably be exposed. Close quarters combat further neutralizes the Xia's conventional artillery advantage, forcing them into brutal intimate engagement where their long-range superiority becomes irrelevant. This approach leverages the Empire's greatest strengths while minimizing vulnerabilities, committing overwhelming force wave upon wave until the enemy is utterly overwhelmed and broken. This struggle concerns the very fate of the nation. Underestimation or complacency is intolerable. All units must prepare to face the enemy at peak readiness and reinforce accordingly. Suddenly, a frantic voice erupted from outside the command post, shattering the tense silence among the assembled officers. Report: the Xia forces inside Tianning City have launched a counteroffensive. The Imperial troops at both the East Gate and Northeast Gate are under simultaneous fire. Inside the city, after a period of rest, the soldiers uploaded the specific artillery coordinates using their walkie-talkies where the main forces of the enemy were active. Then, supported by the 152mm self-propelled howitzers, the National Defense Forces launched a simultaneous attack on the Eastern Gate and the Northeast Gate. This sudden assault caught the remnants of the enemy troops in those two directions off guard as their reinforcements were still on the way. Two self-propelled howitzer battalions opened fire on the city gates from two relatively wide streets, quickly relocating after completing a rapid firing cycle. The hydraulic semi-automatic loading system equipped on the self-propelled howitzers greatly increased the loading speed, delivering freshly produced shells to the enemy in a race against time. Then an explosion mushroom cloud rose from the enemy's district. Although the enemy had prepared in advance and had evacuated combat units as much as possible to guard against large-caliber artillery attacks, many still fell victim to the bombardment of the 152mm shells. Countless shells rained down from the sky, all being high-explosive shells capable of covering the area of a football field with effective lethality. A cacophony of deafening sounds came from both directions. The thunderous noise was accompanied by ground tremors and various fragments flew through the air propelled by the shock waves. Even the buildings where the enemy sought refuge suffered catastrophic damage. The shells exploded upon hitting solid objects and the fiery orange smoke surged forth, igniting flames amidst the collapsed structures. Buildings crumbled under the explosions. A single 152mm shell could obliterate more than half of a two-story building, with two-thirds of the walls collapsing, revealing fragmented ruins. The enemy caught in the bombardment felt as if the world had gone dark. Everything became a momentary blank, and a paralyzing fear overwhelmed them, causing them to forget their elite training. This was the instinctual will to survive. Wherever the shells landed, the soil mixed with rubble and dark red flesh, and the enemy soldiers who were thrown into the air lay in grotesque positions, with blood frothing from their mouths. Heavy artillery, hide and retreat in an orderly tactical withdrawal. The artillery observers must locate the position of the Daxiao artillery. An experienced officer from the enemy shouted, "Do not fear the heavy bombardment. The primary choice is to retreat out of the heavy artillery coverage area and then seize the opportunity to locate the Daxiao artillery positions and eliminate them. It should be in the direction of the eastern gate." An experienced observer from the enemy rushed to two high points using binoculars and an angular measuring device to search for the direction. Soon they determined the approximate location based on their experience, and observations and excitement surged within them. Where there was dust being kicked up, it indicated the presence of Daxiao artillery. The enemy's 61st Regular Army's Field Artillery Battalion, which had been seeking an opportunity, finally received the coordinates along with a Field Artillery Battalion from the 90th Regiment near the eastern gate. Now the 24 75mm field guns from the two battalions finally had a chance to make their mark. The enemy constructed artillery positions based on squads, with 4 75mm field guns constituting one position, totaling 6 artillery positions across 6 field artillery squadrons. This spread-out formation reduced the risk of losses from counter-battery fire and allowed simultaneous bombardment from both the eastern gate and the eastern side gate. Unless the Daxiao counter-battery fire could simultaneously target all 6 positions, the enemy would suffer a maximum loss of only 2 squadrons worth of 8 75mm field guns. As for larger caliber heavy artillery, the enemy was wary of taking that risk, and moreover the 75mm field guns had a range of 9 kilometers, slightly inferior to the heavy artillery. Indeed, the enemy was afraid, fearing it was a trap, but they could not let this opportunity slip away. Fire! On the other side of the city, 6 75mm field artillery positions erupted in unison, with shells flying towards the calculated coordinates amidst the smoke. The shells all landed near the location previously occupied by the 152mm self-propelled howitzers, creating explosions that sent up small black spheres, but by then the self-propelled howitzers had long vanished without a trace. All artillery positions, orderly tactical withdrawal. Before the enemy observation points inside the city could report the results, the 6 artillery commanders urged their men to relocate, anticipating retaliatory fire from the National Defense Forces. The mobility of the 75mm field guns was now fully realized. They were lighter and more agile than the larger caliber heavy artillery, enabling them to move faster. But the counter-battery fire came swiftly as the enemy's field guns precisely met the 75mm caliber, triggering the conditions for counter-battery fire. This time, 144 rounds of 155mm caliber shells covered the enemy's 6 field artillery positions, averaging 24 shells per position. Brilliant flashes of fire once again engulfed the enemy's heads, but this time the enemy was everywhere. They were omnipresent. It was evident that the enemy was somewhat disorganized, their bodies scattered chaotically, clearly lacking cohesion. Counter-battery fire from Daxiao. In the distance, an observer from the enemy with a beard felt their throat tighten. In just a few seconds, Daxia's artillery managed to execute a round of counter-battery fire in mere seconds. They whispered, their voice trembling slightly. If it weren't for the daylight, they would have thought they encountered something supernatural, something no one would dare believe if spoken out loud. Is this something that can be achieved by humans? Normally, even the most elite artillery would require at least 12 minutes to execute a counter-battery fire, as calculating coordinates and adjusting firing parameters would take several minutes, with 12 minutes being the absolute minimum without artillery radar. Even loading shells would take a few seconds, right? Yet in those few seconds, Daxia's bombardment struck, wiping out their own artillery. Now the observer's worldview had completely collapsed. No wonder veterans who had experienced counter-battery fire said that the Daxiao forces were formidable. It turned out to be a true reflection of reality. Now the roar of Daxia's artillery god had been unleashed. It was a matter of whether to engage or not, and the enemy should understand what to do next. The little notebook has once again sponsored a significant amount. Qin Hao couldn't help but marvel. The land of notebooks truly lives up to being his benefactor, gifting him so many packages right from the start along with 2 resource boxes. The artillery of the little notebooks was blown away, and with each cannon Qin Hao could accumulate the progress of several enemy eliminations. Now with so many cannons being destroyed at once, he reached the threshold of 2 treasure chests. His own hard-earned progress throughout the day was still not enough compared to what the enemy had just received. Instead of honing godlike skills, it would be better if the matchmaking system paired the opponents with pigs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 basic random resource boxes. Ding. The host has acquired new units Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft gun and CA-30A military truck. Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft gun costs 3,000 resource points. Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft gun equipped with an elite crew. Its chassis is modified from an 4-tank armed with a quad-mounted 20mm anti-aircraft gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. The host can freely choose between 2 weapon configurations. One retains the original design with the quad-mounted 20mm cannon, while the other adopts a dual-mounted 37mm anti-aircraft gun. CA-30A military truck costs 3,000 resource points. CA-30A military truck standard configuration includes 2 drivers with top-notch driving and repair skills. The entire vehicle has 6 cylinders and 6-wheel drive with a maximum load of 4.5 tons and a maximum towing capacity of 6 tons. The system can provide various versions of modifications for free, such as repair vehicles, radar transport vehicles, and fuel tankers. Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Qin Hao knew without looking that it could be used for ground attacks. Just lay it flat. In urban combat, laying flat for high-caliber artillery is the norm. A 20mm round would silence any target capable of penetrating even heavy walls, let alone the frail body of the little notebook. The power delivered by the quad 20mm cannon is formidable, and the whirlwind barrage against the little notebooks is like a tornado destroying a parking lot, effortlessly devastating. For self-defense, it can switch to a dual 37mm anti-aircraft gun, which can provide fire support for armored assaults and cover the advancing forces. This combination perfectly complements the 152mm self-propelled howitzer following the armored group, effectively solving 2 significant problems. If combined with medium or heavy tanks, it would be akin to a beggar's version of heavy armored synergy. Although there is no information warfare yet, nor even mechanization. But a meal must be eaten bite by bite. Qin Hao would not let a single grain of rice go to waste, savoring each morsel. Another resource box revealed a truck, which is essentially the most basic transportation unit. The CA-30A truck alleviated Qin Hao's pressing needs, capable of transporting radar as a radar vehicle and could carry infantry supplies, able to transport nearly anything. After all the resource boxes were opened, Qin Hao shifted his focus to the resource points on the system panel, realizing that 30 minutes had passed without him noticing. Time is money. In these 30 minutes, Qin Hao accumulated 210200 resource points. He prioritized producing infantry, followed by the newly introduced Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, as he needed to lay it flat. Qin Hao issued the orders system produce an infantry company of 191 soldiers for each flank, along with the necessary logistics. Ding. The corresponding resource points have been deducted, and the host currently has 2000 resource points remaining. Produce the rest as Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft guns in the same deployment location. Qin Hao added with over 2000 resource points, he could produce 6 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Ding. 6 Whirlwind resource anti-aircraft guns have been produced, leaving the host with 2000 resource points. Ding. Task trigger conditions detected, now issuing a new system task. System task: cornerstone of the Empire's rise. Requirement: the host must control more than half of the urban area of Tianning City with no time limit. Task reward: a tactical bombing item from the system, which when used allows the host to select a bombing location disregarding distance requirements. At that time, the system will deploy 144 fully loaded B-29 bombers to bomb the target location. Qin Hao. Another instance of virtual support. After the system's prompt return to calmness, the battle resumed. From the eastern gate, the reinforced National Defense Army infantry launched a counteroffensive with 972 soldiers, barely constituting a reinforced company, and they began their assault, supported by the 152mm self-propelled howitzer, a Tiger tank, and 3 Whirlwind self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Similarly, at the northeastern gate, 992 soldiers also amounted to a reinforced company scale, counterattacking under artillery support. They pushed the front line back, allowing this alien world to bask in the Empire's glory. Intense battles erupted from the eastern and northeastern gates, marking the start of 2 lines of combat, yet there was a cheat-like ally providing an endless supply of reinforcements. With the support in place, the National Defense Army infantry maintained a full roster and high morale while they faced the demoralized and battered remnants of the little notebooks. Indeed, it was those 2 infantry battalions that had been reduced to half strength, driven to despair by a series of small-scale battles. Previously, with their numerical superiority, they found it nearly impossible to advance, yet now with the National Defense Army's reinforcements, they were utterly routed. The fiercest of tigers had indeed arrived. At both city gates, the little notebooks simultaneously noticed an enormous, never-before-seen beast slowly emerging from the main street, smashing through obstacles with the protection of the Daxiao infantry. It was a sight of unprecedented fear. Its large and angular features made it distinctly recognizable. Daxia's war chariot, a war chariot. At the eastern gate, the buildings on either side of the main street began to panic as a 92-style 7mm heavy machine gun set up by the land of notebooks struggled to react. A row of 30-round metal clips was loaded into the 7mm heavy machine gun, and in an instant bullets rained down like a tempest upon the armored beast. However, the response was a cacophony of bullets clanging and sparks flying off the armor as it seemed the 7mm rounds could leave no mark on the beast, merely scratching its surface armor. Boom. This deafening sound marked the final thoughts of the little notebook's heavy machine gun crew. Smoke still billowed from the 88mm cannon of the Tiger tank. The little notebooks and their machine guns vanished without a trace, and even the building they occupied was blown apart, leaving half of it obliterated, only blood raining down. Witnessing this scene, the only two 92-style 70mm infantry guns of this infantry battalion were redirected to the inevitable path of the Tiger, a straight street. One ahead and one behind, and what they were to intercept was the true Tiger. What a fierce beast. Where did the Daxiao people get such a thing? The artillery squad leader barely guided the two 70mm infantry guns here. Upon seeing the massive Tiger, sweat poured down his face. The Daxiao war chariot was protected by infantry. The artillery squad leader used binoculars to see several of his own soldiers being turned into Swiss cheese before the tank, unable to even approach. He was unsure how effective his two 92-style 70mm infantry guns would be against such a war chariot, and the squad only carried high explosive shells lacking armor-piercing rounds. Everyone ensure to fire when the Daxiao war chariot approaches and stay hidden to avoid being spotted by them, the artillery squad leader croaked, knowing that times had changed and they needed to strike with certainty. Before long, the Tiger's tracks began to move forward slowly towards the position of the artillery squad leader. The accompanying infantry kept firing, taking down any little notebooks that dared to approach. Simultaneously, the coaxial machine gun of the Tiger tank opened fire, creating a fierce scene as a long stream of fire erupted from the gun, knocking down the foolhardy little notebooks that charged out. Boom. One of the 92 infantry guns fired first, the gunner aiming for precision. After constant adjustments, he chose to fire. The front armor of the Tiger tank was engulfed in a dazzling explosion of fire and smoke, the entire heavy tank trembling, the vibrations traveling through its thick armor to the driver's compartment. Penetration was impossible, and the crew members did not suffer a single injury, not even a bruise. After all, the interior of the Tiger tank was quite luxurious with various leather coverings, the turret was suspended, and the tank crew did not even have to wear tank hats, far superior to the human-machine interface of the T-34. Now the noise from the shell impact only resonated inside as a thud, causing the crew members to be very angry. "Commander, someone is banging on the tank outside." The little notebooks operating the infantry gun were in despair. They realized that the massive beast was unaffected with the shell impact, leaving only a concave black-gray crater and radioactive scratches. This was even more hopeless than a miss. Now the Tiger tank's 88mm gun had turned towards them, blooming with a smile under the gaze of many little notebooks. Boom. A high explosive shell exploded at the infantry gun position, piercing the bodies of the gunner and loader with countless shrapnel, sending them flying due to the blast. Furthermore, the bodies near the explosion were obliterated, with the little notebooks' blood instantly staining the ruins beneath them. Their artillery was as laughable as their cover. The remaining 70mm infantry gun felt utterly powerless as a wave of despair consumed all thoughts in his mind. What to do if it can't penetrate? The artillery squad leader gritted his teeth and ordered his men to fire a shell. Then the dark barrel of the Tiger tank turned towards them, accompanied by a hail of bullets. Boom. The shell struck in front of the 70mm infantry gun, which was blocked by sandbags, but now the sandbags were sent flying as the fierce flames and explosive shockwaves lifted the entire gun position. The power of the 88mm gun is truly immense. The nightmare for the nation of Benzi has only just begun. Under the cover of infantry, the Tiger tank had transformed into an indestructible mobile fortress. The infantry advancing with the tank were equipped with the Type 56 submachine gun, a weapon known for its automatic fire capabilities, though it was merely named a submachine gun. The most elite warriors armed with the fiercest automatic rifles could easily suppress the small Benzi troops still using bolt-action rifles. Firing at suspicious corners where small Benzi troops might emerge, a burst of gunfire would take them down. If they didn't fall, it meant they were too greedy and needed to be dealt with again. Moreover, the advancing Tiger tank could clear out firing points for the infantry. With a single shot from the 88mm tank gun, a two-story building hiding small Benzi troops collapsed. The front of the building seemed to be smashed by a hammer crumbling on the side that was hit by the shell, as the screams that followed were drowned out by the sound of bricks falling. The grinding sound of tank tracks echoed as the Tiger tank began to advance, its tracks crushing the rubble beneath, producing a harsh scraping noise. The small Benzi forces were severely lacking in heavy firepower, particularly in anti-tank capabilities, making any encounter with the Tiger tank a road to death. It could be said that a single Tiger tank, as long as it had infantry support, could sweep through half a city. Now, even the most elite veterans of Benzi had no choice but to carry explosives or cluster grenades, using the complexities of the urban environment as cover, rushing toward the tank at all costs. However, when they were exposed to the soldiers' gunfire, the precise and rapid bursts instantly turned them into achievements, with small splashes of blood blooming. At this moment, a Shurfeng self-propelled anti-aircraft gun joined the advancing infantry. The Shurfeng self-propelled anti-aircraft gun was built on a tank chassis featuring an open turret without full coverage, surrounded by large armored shields for protection. Now, Gunner Luo Jin was stationed at his post, manning the 4-barrel 20mm autocannon. The tank-based chassis rumbled beneath him, shaking off tiny debris. In front of this Shurfeng self-propelled anti-aircraft gun was a charred and shattered neighborhood, with still smoking hotspots and bloodstains scattered on walls or rubble, all bearing witness to the reality of the battlefield. Upon spotting Benzi infantry or suspicious buildings, the quad-barrel autocannon opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Jin fired directly. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed by the roar of the quad-barrel autocannon, with continuous streams of scorching flames bursting from the cannon's mouth, while empty shells cascaded to the ground like a waterfall. The 20mm shells easily pierced and shattered the brick walls, leaving large holes in the structure before the entire wall collapsed, splattering a significant amount of blood. For the Benzi veterans, whether charging or hiding behind cover, it was futile. Their bodies convulsed violently in the hail of bullets, bursting into clouds of blood mist, their flesh disappearing not as a trick, but as a stark reality. To the 9 o'clock direction, a 2-story brick building, stubborn Benzi troops are resisting. The National Defense Infantry called for this building clearing marvel, using a walkie-talkie to direct it to the most intense street fighting. Monster. Having witnessed the power of the Shurfeng self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, the small Benzi troops were completely panicked, scrambling into the safest place in the building without saying a word. But this self-deceptive act was useless. Once spotted by the Shurfeng self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, it meant the gun would be leveled. Bang, 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 bang. In a second, the deafening roar of the cannon once again resonated through the street. For blazing projectiles accompanied by tracer rounds accurately struck the location where the small Benzi troops remained. Tracer rounds are used to correct the trajectory, allowing the gunner to adjust their aim in real time. The distinct sound of bricks exploding soon followed, with some indescribably disgusting liquid splattering from behind, contaminating the area. In this moment, the 20mm shells displayed astonishing destructive power, truly deserving the title of building demolition marvel. Each shell that struck the wall created a cavernous hole, as the exploding brick walls could not withstand the force and shattered smoke spreading from the tiny openings. If this were to hit a person, it would leave them bruised and battered. Worst case, it would be dismembered. Luo Jin fired a single burst, though the exact number of rounds was hard to tell. The entire street was shrouded in smoke and dust, transforming the entire scene. The front walls adjacent to the street had virtually vanished, all pierced through, causing a massive cloud of dust to billow during the collapse. The beams hung helplessly, with one large chunk visibly gnawed away in a state of explosion, only thin strands of wood fibers remaining connected. There were no signs of life left, with the occasional sound of bricks falling, only silence and the slow burning of destruction remaining. Sweeping through a street. This level of firepower was too brutal, so brutal that the small Benzi troops couldn't withstand it. Suddenly, 2 breaches opened at the east gate and northeast gate. The 2 infantry battalions of Benzi were completely decimated, leaving only a handful of forces strategically retreating, fleeing quickly. Veterans do not die, they simply run away. If they were to perish, it would indicate a serious problem, meaning the veterans were finished and no longer veterans. Inside the giant anti-aircraft tower, Ding the host has completed the accumulation of 4 basic resource boxes, gaining basic resource boxes 4. Qin Hao found this to be expected and directly instructed the system to open it. Ding the host has acquired Special Equipment Vehicle, ZBP Infantry, Fighting Vehicle BM-21 Hail Rocket Launcher, and Black Panther Tank. Heavy Special Equipment Vehicle costing 3,000 resource points. Heavy Special Equipment Vehicle equipped with crew members. The system can retrofit it into corresponding special equipment vehicles, such as ferry vehicles, tank transport vehicles, command communication vehicles, mine clearance vehicles, field rescue vehicles, fire engines, and engineering vehicles. ZBP-86 Amphibious Infantry Fighting Vehicle costing 3,000 resource points. ZBP-86 Amphibious Infantry Fighting Vehicle equipped with elite crew members with a combat weight of 13.5 tons. The frontal armor can withstand enemy 20mm armor-piercing rounds, capable of carrying 8 fully armed infantrymen. The main weapon is a 30mm autocannon and a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. BM-21 Hail rocket launcher costing 5,000 resource points. BM-21 Hail rocket launcher equipped with crew members carrying 40 tubes of 122mm rocket launchers capable of simultaneous launch of 40 122mm rockets with a maximum range of 20 kilometers. Black Panther tank costing 5,000 resource points. Black Panther tank combat weight of 45 tons equipped with a 75mm long barrel tank gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun with frontal armor of 80mm at a steep angle equivalent to 139mm. Equipped with a 750 horsepower diesel engine. For resource boxes, all filled with good things. Chen Hao was overwhelmed glancing back and forth between the Hail rocket launcher and the Black Panther tank, while also staring blankly at the amphibious infantry fighting vehicle and the romantic special equipment vehicle for men. So much. The system is really generous and Chen Hao is truly ready to use them. The Black Panther tank is practical and simply too cost-effective. Its cost is only half that of the Tiger tank, yet its firepower and effective armor are not much inferior, even surpassing it. Chen Hao immediately declared that the Black Panther tank should be prioritized for production. No wait, the Hail rocket launcher should be prioritized for production too, but that also doesn't seem right. The infantry fighting vehicle seems viable as well. Chen Hao was deeply conflicted as he was presented with an array of splendid equipment. The BM-21 Hail rocket launcher is incredibly powerful, capable of launching 40 122mm rockets at once, and its range exceeds that of self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. This is truly a firepower support machine. The system provided a special equipment vehicle, but with the Hail rocket launcher and Black Panther tank also joining in, what should he do? Chen Hao could only say one thing: whatever the adults decide, he wants them all. But at this moment Chen Hao needed to step out while also waiting for the accumulation of resource points, and then deploy the remaining two giant anti-aircraft towers at the northeast gate and the eastern side gate. Then they would form a triangular defense with the giant anti-aircraft tower at the eastern gate, creating a powerful position. It could serve as a massive defensive fortification, being able to shoot down planes, thereby consolidating the area into a safe zone. The anti-aircraft towers are incredibly sturdy, and with various firepower points and anti-aircraft guns leveled whichever direction they are facing can withstand an onslaught, making it nearly impossible for 2.5 battalions to breach. The defending infantry have one thing to rely on: Chen Hao can always use persistence and effort to cultivate results, and these results taste particularly sweet. In the direction of Metropolis at the Naval Air Force Base of the Benzi Nation, 2 naval air squadrons are stationed here, deploying a large number of aircraft, including the Type 96 bomber and the Type 96 naval fighter. The Type 96 bomber, as the name suggests, is a bomber, while the naval fighter is a carrier-based fighter, although it is currently taking off from a land-based airport. Now the entire airport was in shock as the Tianning City of the Great Xia dynasty had undergone a tremendous change, with 2 giant defensive fortifications appearing out of thin air within the city. Immediately halt bombing missions. The air commander of the Benzi Nation called off the Navy's bombing mission based on the latest intelligence. Originally, when there was only one giant defensive fortification in Tianning City, the Navy could still barely deploy aircraft for bombing. The Great Xia people possess several super large caliber anti-aircraft guns and large caliber anti-aircraft guns, which posed a significant threat. For the Benzi Nation, it might require a price to destroy these anti-aircraft positions. But now with 2 more appearing out of nowhere, this is no longer a matter that can be compensated by the number of fighter jets. Anti-aircraft guns comparable in power to Army heavy artillery. This is intelligence bought by the lives of our Army's dear soldiers. The Great Xia people have conjured up 2 more defenses. Did they learn this from the Europeans? 2 pieces of intelligence faced the air commander of the Benzi Nation, the first being the report of the reconnaissance aircraft being shot down, which included rough calculations on the firepower of the anti-aircraft guns used by the Great Xia. The conclusion drawn was quite shocking. The anti-aircraft caliber is no less than that of Army heavy artillery. At the time, any small Benzi soldier nearby could see the large black balls exploding in the sky, resembling a clear sky thunderbolt. It is highly likely that a single shot from the Great Xia could take down a Type 96 bomber, which would drastically increase the casualty rate of the entire bombing squad, possibly leading to total annihilation. The second piece of intelligence is the latest. The Great Xia has again produced 2 giant defensive fortifications. One giant defensive fortification's anti-aircraft gun is already so formidable. If 3 come together, won't the Navy's fighters just fly away? Using the entire air squadron's strength to exchange for a position that might not be able to be destroyed, any normal commander would never make such a choice. Cancel large-scale bombing missions, switch to small-scale high-altitude reconnaissance executed by the most elite pilots to provide detailed coordinates for the Army's dear soldiers. The air commander of the Benzi Nation had to admit that the support the air squadron can provide is limited. To open a breakthrough, it will have to rely on the Army's dear soldiers. The army's dear soldiers must become the line fillers, as the meaning is practically the same. The essence of this battle has returned to its most original form, using the blood and flesh of infantry to gradually consume the enemy's positions. This is the most brutal approach, and also the most desperate. As long as these giant defensive fortifications are destroyed, the great Xia people will be completely exposed to the bombs of the Benzi nation's bombers with no means to resist. The assault order was issued to the major standing armies of the Benzi nation. The infantry of the Benzi nation was ordered to execute the most brutal assault orders at all costs, getting close to the Great Xia's fortifications, then using explosives to destroy them, while also preventing artillery fire. As long as two are destroyed, as long as the anti-aircraft gun on the rooftop is taken out, the Navy's Air Force will immediately act using thunderous measures to achieve the final victory in this battle. The artillery from various artillery regiments will eventually have to fire. Even if there is only one artillery piece at an artillery position, precision must be pursued to destroy the anti-aircraft gun on top of the tower. The artillery of the Benzi nation has only one opportunity to fire, absolutely cannot miss, because a miss would mean total failure. Even if trying to lose weight, it cannot turn out like this. According to the attack plan of the enemy nation, they will need time to prepare, and this preparation grants Qin Hao the time to develop. The regrouping and offensive of the large army requires time. It cannot attack and retreat freely like a small-scale force. First and foremost, it is necessary to withdraw from the artillery range of the National Defense Army and establish a temporary defensive line. Then reconnaissance must be conducted to reassess the specific fortifications and troop strength of the National Defense Army, which will take considerable time. Without elaborating, the enemy nation requires at least 2.5 hours to practice their attack plan. Qin Hao also needs 2.5 hours to focus on his development. The time spent on the street battles at the east and northeast gates adds up to nearly 3 hours, and once those 3 hours pass, it will be afternoon. Having only crossed half a day, it is hard to imagine how many resource points would accumulate in 3 hours. As soon as Qin Hao opened the system interface, he saw a total of 11900 resource points neatly lying on his screen. Shocked, he woke up to find himself a millionaire. Use it all to expand my power. Qin Hao understood a profound principle: a small fist will only be seen by the enemy as a mere tickle, while a large fist will earn their respect. Resource points are a renewable resource. Once spent, they will continuously replenish. Reinforce the frontline infantry to full capacity. System produced 6 infantry battalions, deploying them in 2 directions. Qin Hao prioritized producing infantry battalions before heavy weapons. This is logical, as infantry are surely the priority in urban street combat. With sufficient infantry, one can boldly attack, defend, and provide cover for armored units. Especially in narrow streets or alleys where armored vehicles cannot enter, infantry must take the lead in the attack. Produce 2 battalions of BM-21 Grad multiple rocket launchers with 18 vehicles in one battalion and 9 vehicles in the other, along with 2 infantry platoons for coordination. Produce 2 tank battalions of Black Panther tanks, 28 vehicles total with 14 vehicles in one battalion, and produce 1 infantry battalion for coordination. Produce 30 ZBP infantry fighting vehicles, and then produce 2 infantry platoons to mix with the attacking infantry. Additionally, modify the special equipment vehicles into engineering vehicles to clear blocked streets and collapsed building obstacles. Let's start with 10 vehicles and increase the infantry by 2 platoons for obstacle clearance. Watching the resource points get spent and seeing his numbers and equipment continuously rise, Qin Hao felt immensely relieved, temporarily alleviating his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Qin Hao executed a flurry of commands like a tiger. The resource points were reduced to 0. It was evident that the strength of the National Defense Army had noticeably increased a level. There were 3985 infantry, 6 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 10 special vehicles, 18 self-propelled 152mm howitzers, 18 Grad rocket launchers, 30 ZBP infantry fighting vehicles, and 30 tanks. The host's rank and title have been upgraded. Each level increase in rank and title grants the host an intangible pressure and prestige, greatly aiding in encounters with non-system units. Qin Hao immediately opened the system interface upon hearing this. Host Qin Hao, rank Major General. Can intimidate non-system units of Major General rank and below. Title: Concealing Talents. Within the host's actual control range, there will be a slight increase in public support. Agricultural and animal husbandry productivity will increase by 5, and quality will improve by 5. Qin Hao carefully examined the changes in rank and title, trying to discern a pattern. Now, rounding up the National Defense Army's infantry and various armored units equate to a division, which could easily be rounded to a scale of 3 regiments, effectively making it a division. The system operates on a tiered basis. When 3 infantry regiments are full, they automatically upgrade to a division-level unit, and the system's ranks upgrade according to strength. Indeed, it is normal for a division commander of an elite division to hold the rank of Major General. This cannot be generalized, as it is more important to see how the system delineates. The title also changes with troop strength, as strength is the foundation. Right now, I am merely concealing talents while others hold titles like Dominion over all sovereign of the land and one sovereign, which are all grander than mine. Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. How high does the title need to be considered high? Moreover, the most important resource point bonuses have not appeared, so the title must be upgraded further to yield such bonuses. Qin Hao's demands were not particularly high. A 10 resource point bonus would suffice, as over the years that could amount to a significant sum sustaining the development of an entire system. What he currently needs is an increase in prestige and territory buffs. Quickly expanding his actual control range will translate into deeper foundations. However, the most pressing matter now is to give the enemy a good beating and complete the system task of controlling half the city first. Boom, boom. After several hours of rest, the enemy nation regrouped its forces and launched a comeback, this time exerting all its strength, deploying elite infantry regiments to surround from all sides, marking a scale of army-level offense. Their bombardment began with each artillery position deploying a 75mm field gun or larger caliber howitzer directly targeting the towering air defense tower within the city. Because it was a very obvious artillery target being so high. Especially at this moment, the enemy's artillery consisted of seasoned veterans with impeccable firing skills. Coupled with the howitzer's parabolic trajectory, they could strike the air defense tower from concealed positions. Or endured explosive fireballs, and smoke rose from the 3-5-meter-thick reinforced concrete walls of the air defense tower, but it was in vain. Aside from scuffing the surface of the concrete and creating slight dents, it did little else. Among them, the intense firepower of the enemy's Type 4 and 5 240mm heavy howitzers was also present. A large caliber 240mm shell flew from the direction of the East Gate, crashing into the lower level of the massive air defense tower behind the East Gate tower, causing a significant tremor. However, the massive air defense tower could withstand the fire of the 240mm heavy howitzer, and this hit did not cause major damage. It merely caused the wall to cave in, with radiating patterns appearing around the impact point, failing to penetrate the main structure. However, all of the enemy's artillery above 75mm fired only one shell, and then the system's counter-battery firepower struck. In just a few seconds, a deluge of artillery fire covered all of the enemy's artillery units, turning the guns into scraps, and the enemy artillery personnel were reduced to particles in this advanced physical state. The 240mm heavy howitzer had no place to run, and along with its crew was blown to ashes. One cannot help but admit that the power of the 240mm heavy howitzer is extraordinary. Even the flying debris was sent flying far, followed by a thunderous explosion. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 2 artillery battalions of the National Defense Army fired their 152mm self-propelled howitzers to support the eastern and northeast gates. The explosions of shells erupted in succession, turning the battlefield into a wasteland where buildings lay in ruins, and the acrid smoke mixed with the heavy scent of blood pressing down on every inch of the area. The hail rockets were cautious as they aimed to eliminate the maximum number of enemy forces. Once the enemy gathered more troops, the doomsday rockets would come. From the heights of the 3 giant anti-aircraft towers in Tianning City, not only could they target ground troops, but they could also monitor the movements of the enemy from a distance. Every action of the enemy was under the control of Qin Hao. For the enemy at the eastern and northeast gates, it was nothing short of a blood-drenched path to hell. Just moments ago, all artillery pieces larger than 75mm had been destroyed, leaving the enemy infantry to rely solely on their flesh and blood to engage in street fighting without artillery support. For infantry regiments simultaneously dispatched 2 independent armored battalions to join the attack, coming from different directions to encircle the enemy. The reconnaissance planes of the enemy hovered far outside, too afraid to approach the fire range of the giant anti-aircraft towers. They circled outside, attempting to gauge the firepower and deployment of the National Defense Army at the Eastern Gate. The naval aviation forces were extremely cautious of the large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Sending aircraft to bomb under the comprehensive fire of the 3 anti-aircraft towers was tantamount to sending them to their doom. How could you bomb with large-caliber guns when one shell could take down an aircraft? The reality had shown that even the nimble reconnaissance planes would be shot down after taking several hits from artillery fragments, let alone the heavy bombers. The intelligence and the calculations of the aviation commander indicated that a direct assault was unwise. Instead, they should resort to cunning tactics. Let the army's deer go first, then the naval aviation could strike the center for the final victory. Donya, I have uploaded the coordinates. Concentrate fire directly on the city gates. The anti-aircraft towers at the eastern and northeast gates reported the coordinates of the enemy, as many enemy troops surged in at these 2 gates. At this moment, a few rounds of artillery fire could clear the area near the city gates. Boom, boom. The National Defense Army's 152mm self-propelled howitzers adjusted their firing parameters, and the next round of shelling would land near the 2 gates. The sky reverberated with a deafening roar accompanied by a series of artillery shells screaming through the air as the ground bloomed with explosions. It's the shells. The old soldiers of the enemy remained silent, merely wilting away. The orange fireballs of the explosions expanded upon hitting the ground, creating craters as the screams of the enemy were drowned by the deafening roars followed by the shattering of their bodies. The 15th Armored Brigade of the enemy entering the city through the eastern gate was subjected to intensive shelling. The advancing Type 94 light tanks were undoubtedly facing annihilation. These light tanks had only 12 mm thick frontal armor and a total combat weight of merely 3.5 tons with side armor reduced to a pitiful 8 mm. Such thickness could be penetrated by rifle steel core rounds, let alone 152 mm shells. These tanks were designed to bully the dynasty's army, which lacked heavy firepower, otherwise they would not have been able to rampage for so long. Suddenly, a 152 mm shell landed nearby, flipping one of the light tanks over. The immense explosive power twisted the side of the tank into a pretzel. The tracks were snapped, and the vehicle was covered in countless scratches and deep dents, with the crew slumped inside the tank, in twisted positions, blood evident from their ears, noses, and mouths. In addition to the light tanks, the enemy armored brigade was also equipped with the more formidable Type 89 tanks, which were essentially upgraded versions of the light tanks. However, before the heavy artillery of the National Defense Army, they were no different from roadside debris. One shell would tear them apart, and another would send their chassis flying. The sound of the explosions rolled across the ground like muffled thunder, creating a massive disturbance. Ding the host has accumulated 2 basic supply crates, receiving basic supply crate 2. Ding the host has gained new system buildings and new Air Force units. Building Air Force Base cost 1 million supply points. Air Force Base, serving as a transit base for aircraft takeoff and landing. Each base features 2 3,000-meter-long concrete runways capable of accommodating 100 piston fighter aircraft or 50 heavy bombers, automatically equipped with ground crew and combat facilities with air surveillance radar that has a maximum search range of 70 kilometers. BF-109 fighter cost 100 supply points. BF-109 fighter equipped with ace pilots, armed with 2 12.7mm machine guns and 1 20mm cannon. Maximum altitude of 120 meters and a maximum range of 850 kilometers. The ace pilots provided by the system are the highest achievers of this aircraft model, which means that the historical best performance holder of the BF-109 fighter is merely the baseline for the system's ace pilots, including the most outstanding pilots of the Army units. Qin Hao. He understood that the system was activated and it didn't need special prompting. After all, everyone knew. At present, the aircraft were available, but an airport was still needed. The Air Force base provided by the system was certainly advantageous, saving construction time and manpower. Yet spending 1 million supply points to build an airport was currently quite overwhelming. Qin Hao was indeed very short on resources, and such a huge amount of supply points could not be extracted temporarily, as resources were needed in various aspects. In the blink of an eye, gunfire erupted from several other directions, and the massive commotion momentarily captured Qin Hao's attention. Those lucky enough to evade the shelling scurried about constantly, avoiding the sight of the giant anti-aircraft towers maneuvering to flank the front lines of the National Defense Army. Enemy veteran soldiers advanced quickly in scattered formations. Although they appeared chaotic, their progress was orderly. Boom, boom. As the enemy veterans advanced, they were met with fire from the National Defense Army's mortars. Before their surprised cries could dissipate, the shockwaves and shrapnel from the explosions had already toppled the unfortunate exposed soldiers. The explosions of small-caliber shells echoed in succession, with countless fragments flying through the ruins. This was the true prelude to a bloody battle. The area in front of the giant anti-aircraft towers had transformed into countless small and unpredictable firepower positions, each small room and building becoming a battlefield. The National Defense Army lacked sufficient manpower to conduct large-scale annihilation operations, thus, they could only employ tactical infiltration to eliminate as many small enemy forces as possible. The enemy had enough troops, but without large-scale artillery support and heavy weapons, they could only engage in close-quarters combat to exploit their advantages. The battle between both sides returned to its essence, relying on willpower and firepower to defeat the opponent. Now the roar of small-caliber shells was the norm, plowing through the entire block once again. Before long, the enemy soldiers advancing in scattered formations would face the layered firepower net of the National Defense Army. Emerging from narrow shooting holes were the flames of 12.7mm heavy machine guns with casings clattering on the ground, and after a burst, the heavy machine gun position would relocate. The enemy's grenade launchers would be specifically targeted, since such surprise attacks posed a significant threat to the heavy firepower positions. The most brutal and protracted urban street fighting had finally begun. Such an offensive and defensive engagement on this scale would exact a cost any nation in the world could not ignore. Even the 7 great powers of other realms would flinch at the price. Benzi faced the most potent troop formations in its history. The elite infantry, laden with abundant automatic weapons, now possessed sufficient logistics and armaments to drive the enemy straight into the sea. Benzi veterans fighting through the blocks were greeted at once by the National Defense Force's fiercest fire. They had to guard against direct assaults while also enduring the plunging bombardment from giant anti-air towers above. Worried over every contingency, their fighting spirit could not concentrate. The whining of passing bullets kept them haunted, leaving them shaken and unsettled. A frontline Benzi soldier had barely crossed a barrier when a blossom of blood burst open on his chest. His body took the blow like an invisible iron hammer. He doubled and toppled backward. Intermingled with the salvos were 60mm mortar rounds. Little black eruptions tore through the advancing ranks' ragged cloth, and splashes of crimson arcing into the air like rain before falling back down. Shrapnel raining from above struck the steel helmets of the Benzi, pinging and ringing. A stunned cry rose from them as they crouched beneath the onslaught. Any Benzi soldier who had been suppressed would hide, repeatedly voicing disbelief. The Daxia force's firepower had been enhanced to near legendary levels, equipment and individual soldier quality unseen before. Especially in cramped street engagements, Daxia infantry tended to carry portable automatic weapons akin to light machine guns. Such automatic fire proved devastatingly swift and effective in urban combat. Then there were the dread tanks, those twin behemoths whose hulls had been stained crimson, venerated by Benzi soldiers as invincible war machines. When Benzi troops reached the area before the giant anti-air tower at the east-northeast gate, they were surprised to find numerous oddly shaped armored vehicles lying in wait. The moment any figure showed itself, the 30mm autocannons would thunder. One hit, and a Benzi soldier was torn apart, both body and spirit shattered. Some were struck so horribly they would not even recognize their own mothers, of fragments scattered everywhere, and when pieces clung to surviving veterans, it inflicted yet another psychological blow. Who could fathom the shock of a comrade exploding suddenly before your eyes? The fluids and debris plastered onto you. This was a true psychic assault, the most crushing blow to a man's will. Benzi's fragile armored vehicles made no meaningful difference. Tianning City's streets were narrow. Aside from the main thoroughfares, there were simply no roads suited for tank advance. If Benzi tanks wanted to support their infantry, they had to risk the main roads. And on the main roads, they were exposed to the high guns atop the giant anti-air towers. Then came the familiar thudding and even louder explosions. Movement became almost impossible. The National Defense Forces fought, while withdrawing continually, using terrain to inflict effective casualties on the Benzi. They then fell back to the vicinity of the anti-air towers and used their fortifications to amplify the slaughter. Qinhao's giant anti-air towers were not only fitted with high-angle guns, but bristled with countless heavy machine guns and rifle embrasures, each an extremely effective means of attack. Those who charged ahead, taken by surprise, were quickly driven back by the springing points of fire. Yet the unwilling reorganized and sought crafty ways to blunt the tower's machine gun fire. They tried measures such as sturdy iron shields, but they proved useless. Soldiers who charged with shields were pierced one after another by the heavy machine gun streams. From the high positions, 20mm autocannons and 40mm high-velocity shells cascaded down, each impact carving a crater into the ground. Every shell turned the field into a haze of blood. The giant anti-air towers were too solid, bristling with elevated firepower. Destroying them was as hard as climbing the heavens. They brought up Type 92 70mm infantry guns and poured barges onto the national defense firing points, but they could not even strip a layer of plaster from the walls. At most, they merely scratched the surface. Those firing points remained untouched, and if anything, returned fire with even greater ferocity. Soldiers need not worry about overheated barrels, for the towers were stocked with a wealth of brand new weapons. Qin how had generated freely through the system. So long as no personnel were carried, all equipment was free. Benzi soldiers fell before the machine guns like ripe sheaves. Without potent heavy fire support, charging by sheer numbers was like striking stone with eggs. Even vaunted marksmanship counted for little, because the national defense troops shot better, stronger, and faster. The rooftop twin 128mm high-angle guns simply leveled and fired at any detected target. The twin barrels erupted in two great orange-eared flames. The thunder of their discharge, apocalyptic in its intensity, sent shudders of terror through Benzi soldiers far off. Violent explosions rang continuously, never pausing. From the opening moments of combat, they had remained relentless. The National Defense Army's bullets and shells were seemingly inexhaustible. Limitless support arrived at every turn. Across this whole sector, the battlefield had become a vast, clamorous, suffocating hell. Fighting raged not only within the city, but even at the East Gate. A Benzi infantry regiment besieging outside launched repeated small unit attacks, drawing close through the ditches and various shelters beyond the East Gate. There too, the National Defense permanent fortifications resisted. Concrete ramparts belching fire barred the Benzi's path. They repelled many waves of attack. Countless corpses of various contorted forms were left before them, blood soaking the soil. One shovel would come up, half earth, half blood. Hail rocket launchers, prepare, ready, fire. At last the moment had come for the National Defense Army's rocket artillery, for the Benzi assault masses were concentrating. One by one, the Hail rocket launcher vehicles moved into temporary positions ready to unleash their 40-tube 122mm rockets and give the enemy a most formidable greeting. Qin Hao had 18 Hail rocket vehicles, 720 122mm rockets. A single instant of that firepower equaled a volley from 3 standard artillery divisions. Yet by sheer munitions volume, one salvo from those 18 vehicles was the equivalent of 10 standard artillery divisions. This disparity arose because a rocket's propellant charge far exceeded that of an ordinary howitzer shell. The rockets simply carried far more destructive mass. And so a rain of meteors streaked across the daytime sky. Each rocket left a long trailing plume, an eerily beautiful, almost moving sight against the light, romantic and terrible all at once. The smoke and dust obscured the sky, covering an entire launch site, while the scorching heat waves from the rocket launches spread wildly in all directions, blowing the dust everywhere. Each 122mm rocket surged out of the launch tube, trailing a brilliant tail flame. The target for the launch was directly the elite 91st Infantry Regiment of the Benzi Nation stationed just outside the east gate of Tianning City, part of the 90th Regular Corps of the Benzi Nation. Every regular corps of the Benzi Nation consists of 4 infantry regiments serving as the backbone of their offensive and defensive forces. Coupled with the ongoing assaults over the past few days, these infantry regiments were not at full strength, with some personnel losses being quite normal. The reason for targeting the area outside the East Gate was entirely to create additional battle results, as the small Benzi soldiers entering the city through other gates would have their own troops to deal with. The 91st Infantry Regiment of the Benzi Nation had constructed temporary defensive fortifications 2 kilometers outside the East Gate of Tianning City and defended specific areas by units. Daxiao forces are shelling. The small Benzi soldiers of the 91st Infantry Regiment spotted the overwhelming flames covering the entire sky, trapping every small Benzi in a terrifying grip from which there was no escape. 720 122mm rockets fell equally upon the Benzi Nation's positions. Boom, boom. Instantly, the entire earth was engulfed in a tempest, violent thunderclaps erupting simultaneously. Massive orange fireballs mixed with smoke and dirt shot up into the sky, merging into a surging sea of flames. The earth blossomed with sparks, each one releasing an invisible shockwave that ruthlessly plowed through the surroundings, tossing the small Benzi soldiers into the air, crumpling them like paper. The air was thick with smoke, and the scent of burnt flesh, soil, and gunpowder was carried far and wide by the hot winds. The previously orderly positions of the 91st Infantry Regiment turned into a despairing battlefield filled with craters ablaze with flames and strewn with the bodies of small Benzi soldiers after the explosions. The entire regiment suffered heavy losses, with most of its elite forces reduced to chaos, as the explosions and sheer number of rockets caused significant casualties among the small Benzi soldiers lacking solid fortifications. Explosions rang out everywhere, and the unfortified small Benzi soldiers could only rely on luck to evade them, with one unit after another suffering devastating losses. Commander, our Imperial Warriors. At the command center of the 91st Infantry Regiment, Commander Yamamoto received the battle report from his subordinates. What? Upon hearing the report, he was left dumbfounded. He knew that the Daxiao forces had many cannons and had made preparations specifically to prevent Daxiao shelling by organizing defenses by units, but he never expected the Daxiao forces to possess so many artillery pieces. Now the entire regiment had suffered losses across its various units, with some units completely wiped out, leaving no personnel to escape. Such enormous losses had never been seen since the war began, with half of an elite infantry regiment obliterated, even arguably as much as 2/3. It's over. Commander Yamamoto sat down heavily, his face pale. As a colonel, he was finished. Once the detailed losses came out, he would surely face sanctions, or worse, be reassigned to guard duty, which only happened to those with connections. The Imperial Warriors have been ambushed by the Daxiao forces. Many are injured, and we need to retreat for recovery. Commander Yamamoto pondered and felt uneasy. He needed a strategy, as this was not only about himself, but also about the glory of the Empire. This strategy is to embellish the report. The 91st Infantry Regiment could slightly beautify the battle report before submitting it to the higher-ups of the Benzi Nation. After all, this was a tradition. The Benzi Nation had just presented a significant gift which had reached Qin Hao's hands. How could it possibly be refused? As the battle reached its peak intensity, a system notification sounded. Ding, the host has accumulated 11 basic supply crates. Basic supply crates 11. Ding, the number of supply crates held by the host meets the system's requirements for opening designated treasure chests. Would you like to consume 10 basic supply crates to exchange for 1 designated supply crate? As this is the host's first time opening a designated treasure chest, the system will slightly increase the guaranteed rewards, greatly enhancing the probability of obtaining high-tech units. Another opening. Qin Hao heard nothing but the mention of increased guarantees. The system really didn't bother to put on a show. Exchange for an Air Force designated supply crate, and also open the extra basic supply crates. Without further thought, Qin Hao waved his hand decisively. Each time a supply crate was opened, his strength would be enhanced. Ding, the host has obtained the system-modified version of the B-36 Peacekeeper bomber. B-36 Peacekeeper bomber cost 18888 supply points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots and various bombs. The entire aircraft is powered by 6 piston engines and 4 jet engines equipped with 8 dual-mounted 20mm cannons for defensive firepower, a maximum altitude of 1380 meters, a maximum payload of 40 tons, and a maximum range of 200 kilometers. What? The B-36 bomber. How much is the payload? What is the range? So there's no show at all, right? Qin Hao looked again, thinking he must have misread. A maximum payload of 40 tons and a maximum range of 200 kilometers. This isn't a peacekeeper, it's simply a nuclear annihilator. Being able to achieve long-range bombing without midair refueling, flying over 100 kilometers and back, is this the benefit of a system that has never been turned off? What great powers or ancient nations could compare to the B-36's range? Coupled with Air Force airport constructions that require no time, achieving endless airports, this is simply invincible, far too overpowered. Ding, the host has obtained a new unit type, multifunctional engineer. Multifunctional engineer costs 600 supply points. Parameters: a support unit that can transform into various professions, simply named an engineer. The host can choose its profession as ground crew, teacher, sanitation worker, mechanic, administrator. Absolute loyalty. Needless to say, Qin Hao could only exclaim that the system was incredible. This is simply a versatile body able to perform any job. Absolute loyalty. The multifunctional engineer, the significance of this unit's existence is no less than a national artifact comparable to a bug-level existence in advanced technology weapons. Since the system was activated, it has not even pretended. Each output is more impressive than the last, truly fitting that saying. Without the system, how would Qin Hao operate? If Qin Hao doesn't operate, how would he play? It must be said the B-36 Peacekeeper is truly remarkable, with a range vast enough to cover the entire world, capable of dropping heavy munitions silently. As soon as Qin Hao laid eyes on this super bomber, he immediately felt invigorated, envisioning the possibilities ahead. With just one B-36, Qin Hao would be a glaring threat looming over other major powers, easily suppressed and stripped of B-36 technology. When he commands 10 B-36s, he becomes an unstable force in the region. With 100 B-36s, he would truly be the peace guardian of the B-36s, living up to the name. With 1,000 B-36s, Qin Hao would undoubtedly be the greatest contributor to stability in this otherworld, a pillar of the world. Each B-36, costing 18888, requires Qin Hao to accumulate resources for half an hour to build just one, with a daily production limit of only 50 units. It seems that achieving large-scale production is still a far-off goal. Qin Hao placed all his hopes on the ongoing war in the Benzi nation. Because each small Benzi unit is a clear combat unit progress bar, accumulating one allows for faster unlocking of new units and equipment. One must not forget their roots. All equipment acquired through small Benzi units must be utilized on them, providing continuous benefits to major clients to ensure sustained growth and strength. The battle over there continues. The Benzi nation has faced defeats from attacks on all 4 fronts, with the intensity of the urban conflict particularly notable. The 2 massive anti-aircraft towers at the east and northeast gates have become insurmountable barriers for the Benzi nation. Being unable to advance means they are retreating with every moment. The National Defense Army's combat power is overwhelming, bolstered by numerous armored artillery, continuously replenished troops, leaving the renowned Benzi nation in utter disarray. Even the veteran soldiers of the Benzi nation have become expendable, thrown into the fray like cannon fodder, only to be reduced to ash under a volley of peanuts or artillery shells. The most experienced veterans in urban warfare are merely consumables, as the soldiers they face are even stronger. The so-called elite force has turned into a weary one. 2 flimsy armored vehicle battalions sent into battle were instantly turned into scrap metal, truly a recycling squad. A large number of flimsy vehicles ignited in flames. The scattered remnants of their shattered metal plates told the whole story. The roar of machine guns, the booming of heavy artillery, and the sound of rockets flying formed the most magnificent symphony on the battlefield. The Benzi units could not advance an inch. They were forced to adopt the most fervent tactics, demolishing every building to systematically eliminate the National Defense Army's operational zones. Using flamethrowers to ignite massive fires is the most common tactic, setting ablaze 1 or 2 shattered buildings to create larger flames. Buildings collapsed easily as the combat zones were not fortified structures, crumbling under the fire of 70mm infantry cannons or explosives. Even so, they were unable to make any progress. With the need to clear these makeshift civilian structures and the 2 truly invincible anti-aircraft towers standing in their way, the National Defense Army formed a powerful fire net centered around these 2 structures. The soldiers inflicted significant damage on the Benzi units through a series of steps, peripheral activities, shifting the front lines, and delivering strikes. The Benzi nation endured the pressure only to be pushed back repeatedly, while the small Benzi has gone completely mad, oblivious to the nature of battle and quality. The fight continued well into the afternoon, with gunfire still heard as evening approached, though not as intense as at the onset of the attack. When the sun finally set, the battle gradually began to subside, showing signs of cessation. The small Benzi retreated in panic after suffering significant losses. The National Defense Army, having fought to this extent, was also weary and needed time to regroup. Qin Hao recalled that today was the first day since his arrival from morning until now the sun had already set. The cold wind before the new year blew sharply. In just one day, he had experienced some hardships and spent a little resources, and now a massive force lay before Qin Hao. Host Qin Hao. Resource points 198000. Rank Major General. Can intimidate non-system units of Major General rank and below. Title Concealment and Resilience. Agricultural and livestock production increased by 5. Quality improved by 5 from the original. System as per the usual protocol. What Qin Hao must do first is fully replenish the National Defense Army. This has become the norm after battle. It is essential to always maintain full strength. In addition, there are 10 basic resource boxes obtained from the afternoon battle, indicating that the afternoon's combat inflicted at least 300 casualties on the small Benzi. 3000 is already an impressive figure, considering this is just the accumulation of one afternoon's efforts plus the earlier statistics from Qin Hao. Merely in the developmental stage, it took only a little time to cause such significant losses. This result is quite commendable, leading by a wide margin. Qin Hao pondered. He had originally planned to build an Air Force airport within Tianning City, but space was insufficient. Even if the system structures could be stacked upon real ones, it wouldn't suffice. After all, an Air Force airport requires 2 runways, each 300 meters long, along with numerous airport buildings, which simply cannot fit. It must be placed outside the city. In that case, he would use all remaining resource points to recruit troops. Before that, Qin Hao also needed to open all the basic resource boxes to see what could be obtained. He happened to have 10 resource boxes, a quantity advantage, so he wouldn't specifically exchange them for designated resource boxes this time. Designated resource boxes are good, but the quantity is limited, which cannot form a numerical advantage. System open all basic resource boxes. Parameters: a flamethrower tank modified from the Black Panther tank, with specifications nearly identical to the Black Panther tank, but with enhanced body protection and insulation. The main weapon changed to a large flamethrower with a maximum range of 108 meters. Parameters: capable of firing 85 mm anti-tank rounds, can penetrate up to 180 mm of homogeneous armor steel, with an effective range of 300 meters. This rocket launcher is equipped for combat units and requires no conditions for production. Kirin-class missile destroyer cost 100 resource points. Parameters: equipped with elite sailors, full load displacement of 3520 tons, armed with 2 twin-mounted 127 mm dual-purpose guns, 1 8-tube anti-submarine rocket launcher, and 2 triple-tube torpedo launchers. 1 twin-mounted Hound missile launch platform with a maximum range of 20 kilometers, additionally equipped with a QH-5 anti-submarine UAV. With a maximum detection range of 250 kilometers for aerial targets and 50 kilometers for naval targets, paired with a link intelligence data chain with a maximum speed of 37 knots. V2 missile launcher cost 1000 resource points. Parameters: maximum range of 330 kilometers, capable of causing massive explosions, but with very low accuracy, and the impact point after launch is unpredictable. Equipment: SW-36 anti-air searchlight. Parameters: this anti-air searchlight can reach a brightness of 1.35 billion lumens, turning night into day, posing a significant threat to enemy aircraft. No production conditions are required for this equipment. WZ-5 51 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle cost 300 resource points. Parameters: equipped with elite crew members. Combat weight of 12.5 tons. Main weapon is a 25 mm autocannon utilizing 6-wheel drive, with amphibious capabilities, able to withstand 14.5 mm armor-piercing rounds, capable of carrying 10 fully armed infantry. Ding, the host has obtained a tactical item card, resource card 1. After using this tactical item card, the host's resource point acquisition will double for 3 days. Ding, the host has also obtained a resource card 1, which will double resource point acquisition upon use. Ding, the host has obtained a tactical item card, life map 1. After using this tactical item card, the nearest enemy high commander to the host's combat unit will be automatically marked along with coordinates. Ding, the host has obtained a tactical item card, counter battery 1. Upon use, when the enemy fires artillery of 75 mm caliber or higher, the system will automatically retaliate with firepower for 7 days. Without a doubt, after opening these 10 basic resource boxes, Qin Hao felt that the most impressive was the resource card, which could double his resource points. Moreover, the system did not impose any quantity limits, which means he could stack 2 resource cards at once. Qin Hao can now acquire 6600 resource points per minute, which is the original amount without any bonuses. After using 1 resource card, this number will double to 13200 resource points per minute. Then using another one, it directly becomes 26400 resource points per minute, maximizing efficiency and saving time. Directly stacking 2 cards means that within 3 days, I can acquire 1144820 resource points, which is more efficient than using the 2 cards in succession. Qin Hao immediately figured out how to maximize the value of usage. Although the resource points obtained from both cards are the same regardless of how they are used, stacking them saves time. Using 3 days to rapidly amass troops, forming a vast ocean to help his side quickly pass through the novice village. System stack those 2 resource cards. Qin Hao instructed. Ding, the host uses resource card 2. That is, within 3 days the host can gain 26400 resource points per minute for a duration of 3 days. Suddenly Qin Hao's resource points significantly increased, now temporarily at 26400 per minute. Is this equivalent to a decapitation operation? After using the resource card, Qin Hao looked at another tactical item life map, automatically marking the nearest enemy high commander to his unit and even providing coordinates. Isn't this just perfect for artillery preparation? As long as he finds the coordinates, gathers a dozen 152mm guns and hail rocket launchers for a round of fire coverage, that little book's high commander, no matter how capable, will be doomed. However, Qin Hao needed to ponder when to use this tactical item. It is already night, and the little book has temporarily halted its attacks. There are probably no big fish active nearby. To catch a big fish, he must wait until the sun rises tomorrow, then he can maximize the tactical item. As he spoke, Qin Hao opened the system interface and arrived at the key segment of this operation, summoning troops. After all, he still had a large amount of resource points left and used should he wait until defeat to use them. Qin Hao immediately expanded the concrete city wall from 70 meters to 200 meters, extending from the east gate towards the side door. This area partially fell within the control of the National Defense Army. Next was to strengthen the infantry forces. Due to the nature of urban warfare, Qin Hao did not focus on producing armored units, but rather aimed to produce a large number of infantry and a few artillery pieces. The 30 tanks and 30 armored vehicles already produced were sufficient for now. Additional armored units would be produced later when it was time to go out for battle. Produce 9 Panther flamethrower tanks, 9 152mm self-propelled howitzers, 10 CA-30A vehicles, 10 specialized clearing vehicles, and a multifunctional engineering support team of 200 personnel. Produce 3 V2 missile launchers, additionally equipped with 300 multifunctional engineers and 10 specialized support vehicles. Qin Hao continued the production. Produced 3 combat engineering battalions and 8 infantry battalions. Now everything was finally set. Qin Hao had exhausted 1,000,000 resource points in one breath, leaving 63200 resource points to accumulate slowly. Later, the National Defense Army, equipped with a large number of new weapons, was poised to strike hard once again. The people of the Great Xia did not sleep, and neither could the small ones. The National Defense Army could keep the small ones awake without engaging in close combat, for example, by launching V2 missiles. This truly initial generation missile had a range of 330 kilometers, allowing for launches from anywhere within the city. However, the missile's landing point could not be guaranteed. Often it could deviate by several dozen kilometers from the target, as even the National Defense Army could not calculate it accurately, akin to the missiles of the third party, yet far surpassing them. At this moment, 3 tall V2 missiles had already been erected in the safe zone at the east gate, their shapes both immense and sleek. Furthermore, the fuel used was significantly different from the original version, as there was no need to inject liquid oxygen and alcohol as fuel for the missiles. The V2 missiles from the system used more common rocket fuel, making them very convenient and fast, greatly saving launch preparation time. Launch. When the order to fire was given, each of the large missiles ignited with a fierce orange flame surging from their tails. Vroom vroom vroom. In an instant, the air seemed to warp as these colossal objects moved rapidly upwards under thrust, flying towards an unknown destination. Qin Hao watched the spectacular missile flight, and as they ascended, a sharp, whistling sound echoed across the sky. This was a special whistle gift added for the small ones, designed to instill fear in them. After all, the missiles had no idea where they would explode, and with only 3 launchers, the quantity was insufficient and the accuracy lacking, so it was better to add a whistle to create a terrifying atmosphere. What strange weapons are the people of the Great Xia using again? The commotion caused by the National Defense Army in the Eastern Gate area attracted the attention of nearby small ones, for the urban area was quite small. Many small ones hiding away saw the fleeting white light, a glaring orange and white that stood out starkly in the night. Moments later, a spine-chilling roar echoed from the sky. The ground beneath and the surrounding air felt the vibrations. What is that? Quickly report to the command center. The people of the Great Xia have launched a strange weapon. The communications soldier hurried off. The remaining small soldiers looked bewildered. The V2 missiles had no idea where they were headed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the V-2 missiles entered full-speed flight and went into sprint mode, they could reach speeds of 4 Mach. At this time, the speed of an individual missile exceeded that of sound, and just as the missiles flew over the heads of the small ones, they finally heard the terrifying shriek. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions and shockwaves lifted upwards, illuminating an uninhabited area in an instant, and with a thunderous sound reduced it to nothingness. It is worth mentioning that the 3 V-2 missiles only turned over the soil and did not hit a single small one. They merely produced sound, causing no casualties, and were still far from the area where the soldiers of the small country gathered. What on earth are the people of the Great Xia doing? The high-ranking officials of the small country, upon receiving the intel, fell into deep thought. Could it be that they were celebrating a victory by launching a massive firework display only to have the fireworks fall? This is just a large-scale kick. Qin Hao, lost in thought, stared blankly at the system prompt that had yet to arrive. As expected, once the V-2 missiles were launched, they had no idea where they went. Deviating from navigation was completely normal. That evening, at the temporary headquarters of the Great Xia dynasty's cabinet in Jiang City. The cabinet, the power core of the dynasty, had its highest authority, referred to as the elder, who held supreme power over the dynasty. However, the present Great Xia dynasty was in chaos, with various warlords vying for power and external strong nations watching closely, so the cabinet only nominally possessed decision-making power over the entire dynasty's territory, with no real authority beyond its own domain. Inside the cabinet meeting hall, Elder Shin: urgent report from the south. Major changes have occurred in our stronghold Tianning City. A few cabinet ministers, visibly excited, rushed to deliver an urgent telegram to Elder Shin, nearly slamming their hands on the table with all their might. Let me see what's going on. Upon reading it, Elder Shin immediately fell into disbelief. What on earth is happening in this world? Could it be divine intervention? Could the Great Xia dynasty really have a chance to survive? Not only the dynasty's cabinet, but even the warring small country was unclear about the situation. The leaders of the many standing legions looked helplessly at the combat losses of their respective legions. The daytime battle had been too intense, and the losses were severe. The fallen soldiers of the small country alone equated to 2.5 battalions with at least 9600 casualties. This 9600 was an extremely serious loss for the major standing legions, regardless of whether they were a dominant force or evenly matched. These were all elite veterans. They were not just the new recruits behind them. No one knew to what extent Tianning City had been reinforced. The countless light and heavy firepower seemed to surpass even that of the European S-1 season. The counter-battery efficiency and accuracy of the Great Xia people, as well as the speed of their bombardments, truly exceeded all expectations of the high-ranking officials of the small country. From conventional military knowledge, it was impossible to achieve this. The people of the Great Xia could complete a round of counter-battery fire in seconds, simultaneously destroying all artillery that fired. Even more bizarre were the 3 giant defensive structures that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere during the day the small country's attacks had faltered there, making it impossible to advance. We cannot find the source of these weapons by land or sea, and the intelligence from various European nations has yielded no relevant information. Perhaps we should invite masters from our homeland to dispel the supernatural techniques of the Great Xia people. The brutal battles of the day had left the small ones in a daze, with too many elements that even physics could not explain appearing. Now, they were turning back to say they wanted to invite masters to exorcise demons. The Great Xia people seemed absurdly fake. They originally thought that the 3 visible giant defensive structures were flimsy and easy to destroy, but upon charging they discovered they were solid, reinforced concrete. The valiant warriors fell one after another. According to the words of the veterans within the city, in less than 2.5 seconds 3 buildings had sprung up, and the people of the Great Xia certainly did not adhere to the laws of physics. They must have been manipulating some bizarre sorcery, or else they could not have produced such results. But what world has such unbelievable sorcery? Artillery, armored vehicles, and aircraft are all material. Must we now speak of idealism? Inside the command center of the small country, there was a noisy clamor. In the end, it was still Prince Xiao Jiao who synthesized various opinions. We must inquire whether the European nations have provided standard weapons to the Great Xia people. Only they have the capability to supply a large number of automatic weapons and heavy artillery. Additionally, we should organize another assault under the cover of night. We must break through the Great Xia's defenses and push our front line forward. However, before the Benzi nation could launch a night raid, the National Defense Army initiated an offensive on its own. When in dire straits, they resort to tactical infiltration. When affluent, they cover with firepower, and the National Defense Army demands both. Using hail rockets to bombard the target area, the 152mm self-propelled howitzers struck with precision. Then, under the command of the squad and platoon leaders, they executed tactical infiltration, maneuvering to the rear of Benzi, while coordinating with the troops engaged in a frontal assault to completely annihilate Benzi. Throughout that night, the sound of cannon fire roared. Flares hung in the night sky. 122mm rockets rained down on the vital routes leading in and out of Tianning City, forming walls of explosives. This invisible wall was more terrifying than a physical one. The National Defense Army's front line continued to advance, reaching the vicinity of the East Gate and Northeast Gate. Ding! The host has completed the task cornerstone of Empire's Rise, earning a system tactical bombing item. After use, choose any location to ignore distance. The system will provide 144 fully loaded B-29 bombers for the bombing. Use it directly targeting the Benzi nation's homeland, said Qin Hao without a moment's hesitation. Without thinking twice, he decided to feed these delicious bombs directly into Benzi's mouth. Ding! 144 B-29s have already arrived in support. As the system prompt fell, Qin Hao's ears caught the sound of intense vibrations. Suddenly, the sky above Tianning City was filled with the sound of a massive bomber fleet, the roaring engines exploding in the air. 144 B-29s, laden with 9 tons of joyful bombs, flew straight towards the Benzi nation's homeland. The B-29 bombers provided by the system did not need to return, so there was no need to fill up on fuel, as this was void support. As long as the bombs were dropped on the enemy's heads, it counted as a return. The same sounds echoed above the Benzi soldiers. There are numerous aircraft flying over Tianning City. Whose aircraft are those? They recognized the sound of planes overhead. The roar of those engines was too loud and too obvious. It came from within Tianning City. Do the Dachau still have aircraft? Can these planes take off at night? Where are they heading? No Benzi knew the true destination. Many speculated that these planes were headed to the metropolis, for there was an airport there hosting numerous Benzi fighters. Hold back the Daxia's counterattack while sending a message to the Empire's rear, alerting the Imperial warriors to remain vigilant for Daxia's airstrikes. The major standing armies of Benzi stationed outside Tianning City hastily dispatched urgent telegrams. From Tianning City to the metropolis, all the dynastic cities occupied by Benzi entered a state of emergency. The ground observation posts of Benzi were constantly watching the skies, fearing that at any moment a swarm of aircraft would descend to drop bombs. Time passed second by second, and the anxiety of Benzi lasted for an extended period, lasting a full 2.5 hours. The Daxia's bombing had not occurred over any dynastic city, but rather on the Benzi nation's homeland. During these 2.5 hours, 144 B-29s flew over the dynastic territory, crossing the sea and reaching the Benzi nation's homeland. Beneath the massed aircraft were thriving industrial cities. Their lights shone brightly even in the dead of night, embodying the industrial achievements of the Benzi nation. They should consider themselves fortunate that the target of these 144 B-29s was not the industrial cities, but rather the Benzi nation's most crucial city, Locust Capital. Locust Capital is the core and most significant city of the Benzi nation, for it is where they worship the locusts. In contrast to the skyscrapers and concrete buildings of other powerful nations, the Locust Capital of the Benzi nation consists mainly of low wooden houses, with only a few tall buildings located in the heart of these structures. The lights that flickered on represented the strength of the Benzi nation. The Benzi people living in this city were immersed in the glory of this empire, believing that the all-powerful imperial warriors would secure vast territories for the empire. Every day, new newspaper headlines proclaimed the achievements of the Benzi nation, glorifying the so-called valor of the imperial soldiers. Every day, countless resources flowed back from outside to the homeland, then transported to factories to be transformed into powerful war machinery and goods. They received broadcasts every moment. Reports from the Imperial front indicate victories. Imperial soldiers are vanquishing the enemy with unstoppable momentum, expanding the empire's lifeline by one more city and bringing its citizens into the empire's glory. All the Benzi people believed that their nation would gradually grow stronger and become the new hegemon. This day passed just like any other, and after the thick night faded, a new sun would rise. But before the sunlight shone, the blessings from the B-29 Santa Claus arrived. The homeland of the Benzi nation received intelligence about the bomber fleet's assault, but it was already too late. In such a brief moment, there was no time to evacuate the factories and countless Benzi. At present, joyful bombs were dropped from the B-29s, rapidly descending from the sky, the air whipping up the sound of whistles carried by the enthusiastic bombs, creating an extremely terrifying wailing sound. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It was nighttime when countless weary Benzi drifted into slumber, and when they awoke, they found their surroundings already illuminated by joy. The joyful bombs released immense heat, quickly transforming the Benzi effectively, turning many into familiar faces. 1,296 tons of joyful bombs bloomed everywhere, directly dropped into every corner of Locust Capital, causing brilliant fireworks to explode across the ground. Joyful bombs bloomed. Fiery flowers blossomed on the earth, stirring up the atmosphere, gradually pushing towards high temperatures. The intense heat melted many Benzi, transforming them into amiable acquaintances willing to work tirelessly without complaint. The Benzi who awakened from their dreams found no way to escape, unsure of where to flee as the environment around them grew progressively warmer, distorting even the air. Through the warped air, the vague outline of flames could be seen rising. Water gradually transformed from warm to hot as everything became heated in the ensuing chaos. Your Majesty, Locust capital has come under aerial attack. The Empire's warriors are fighting fiercely. In the basement of the Locust Palace, the terrified Locust looked pale. This sudden airstrike nearly turned it into a roasted locust. Had it not been for the guards who swiftly brought it to the basement, its fate would have been as dire as the blazing Locust Palace outside. Indeed, several joyful bombs dropped from the sky struck the courtyard of the Locust Palace and ignited. Currently, the guards of the Locust Palace were fighting to extinguish the flames, while the thunderous shouts and cries from outside demonstrated the fiery chaos. This was a scorching scene. Boundless black smoke mingled with the night sky, resembling the ominous signs before a terrifying apocalypse. As the ignited air spread, an indescribable warmth causing the people of the Benzi nation to sing and dance. The god of flames spread its claws, casting an unspeakable terror upon every small figure below. In the city of Locust, many heavy industries were affected, and numerous renowned industrial giants of the nation had their factories destroyed in an instant. Once the passion bomb detonated, it would create a storm of fervor, devastating everything like a tornado, obliterating a parking lot. The brightly lit industrial buildings still housed many workers who found themselves unable to escape, merely watching as the intense heat drew nearer. Machines and freshly produced goods were reduced to debris akin to charred scrap metal. Oh God, I can hardly imagine whose masterpiece this could be. In the city of Locust, ambassadors from various nations gazed at one star after another blooming on the ground, releasing waves of warmth. They also felt the distant rumble of explosions, a constant reminder that this was a very real war. The nation of Locust, a newly emerged world power, became the target of an attack, while the creator of this bonfire continued to shower warmth. This is an unprecedented event, and its impact on the nation of Locust is no less significant than the onset of its industrial revolution. At the onset of the attack, we could not have known what the situation would be like today. People were unsure of what to do, only aware that they needed to avoid the falling Christmas candy. We saw the small figures of Locust frantically attempting to salvage their production, yet their efforts were futile against the encroaching heat. Many factories and goods were consumed by the flames, resulting in immense losses. Countless vital industrial sites were destroyed. Firefighting teams from the city and surrounding areas rushed to every location that could incur significant damage, using all available tools to combat the flames. The nation of Locust was oblivious to what this meant. Eventually, we had to admit that this event heralded a new era. On the second day after the disaster, we visited this brand new city. Perhaps it should be called the City of Plains, as not a single building stood upright. The ground was littered with countless ruins, shrouded by the demon of flames, with many fires still unextinguished. On the streets, we saw numerous citizens of Locust sprawled out in disarray. Upon inquiry, we learned that all their possessions and homes had been obliterated in this disaster. Those who survived were indeed the fortunate few, blessed by God. After all, many citizens of Locust lay on the ground, perhaps asleep, but it was hard to tell. Excerpted from Observations of Europeans in Locust City. Page 130. The next morning, as the temperatures in Locust began to slightly decrease, a group of ministers rushed into the Locust Palace, weeping at the sight of the ruins before them. In the basement, Your Majesty, the city of Locust. Upon seeing the locusts, the ministers choked up. They struggled to articulate the current state of Locust, but upon thinking of the city reduced to ashes, they were left speechless. There was nothing to be done. The losses were too great to enumerate, and there were still fires raging. Who did this? The locust, having spent a fearful night, turned pale, speaking in a hoarse voice. In an instant, the atmosphere in the basement grew tense. The locust's first words sent the ministers into a panic laced with anger. Your Majesty, it was the great Xia dynasty. Their warplanes took off from Tianning City, crossing into our territory. A minister who knew the details spoke out. This was no secret, as the army had reported the previous night about unidentified aircraft flying over Tianning City, with the bombing locations unknown. Moreover, the speed of information transfer was insufficient to raise alarms. Unexpectedly, 2.5 hours later, the homeland came under attack, clearly from this batch of bombers. This is the dereliction of duty by the army. The response from the Minister of the Navy was particularly heated. These useless fools are no longer warriors of the Empire. They watched enemy bombers take off right under their noses without reporting anything to the homeland, resulting in catastrophic losses for Locust. A lot of the Empire's funding has gone to the army, Your Majesty, but look at how they have repaid the Empire. They couldn't even destroy the enemy's airfields, and instead all face setbacks. Enough. What about the Navy? Did they do anything? Not even the Navy's patrol vessels noticed the great Xia dynasty's bombers crossing the sea, which is a serious dereliction of duty. The army minister retorted, quite dissatisfied. The army's combat effectiveness far surpassed that of the Navy, especially since the Navy's Marines were utterly useless compared to the elite forces of the army. Enough. The Locust was enraged. The consequences were severe. It directly called for an end to this futile argument. For the nation of Locust right now, this attack would shake the very foundations of the state, a monumental shift in strategy. A feeling of shock, panic, and fear spread throughout. From this encounter, it was evident that the people of Great Xia possessed long-range bombers and a sufficiently large airfield. For the nation of Locust, such a threat could not be allowed to exist. It must be completely eradicated, or else, with just 2 more flights, the entire homeland would be in ruins. When one sleeps beside a tiger, one cannot allow others to slumber. The army can no longer hold back its strength. The naval aviation must give its all. Even if it's a one-way flight, it must destroy the enemy's airfield. In light of this airfield capable of long-range bombing, all strategies of the nation of Locust must be downgraded to secondary status, with the primary focus shifted to the immediate destruction of this airfield. No matter the strategic objectives, disregarding any potential consequences, one could say it was madness to the extreme. Soon the most severe orders were issued. At all costs, the airfield in Tianning City must be destroyed. Focus on the key points regardless of the cost. The army of Locust would no longer hold back. Even if it meant stacking bodies and rivers of blood, they would push into the city and use thunderous means to obliterate that airfield capable of crossing the homeland. This is no longer merely a matter of reason. Rather, Qinhao's airport indeed poses a threat to the very existence and honor of the entire Benzi nation. Today it is the Locust City, but tomorrow it could be another industrial city. Everything will be completely incinerated, and the Benzi nation is in a perpetual state of domestic threat. This is absolutely unacceptable. After confirming that the aircraft indeed took off from Tianning City, the Benzi nation immediately issued the most severe orders. This is retaliation. Retaliation against the instigator of the destruction of Locust City. The urban area of Tianning City cannot possibly accommodate a giant airport. At this moment, the Empire's intelligence network has failed, and the powerful Benzi military cannot locate that airport, but we can annihilate the Xia people who control it. If we cannot find the problem, then let's find the one who discovered it. Meanwhile, it was also the early morning of the next day. A system task notification arrived from Qinhao. Ding task trigger conditions detected. New system task now issued. System task fortress destruction. Withstand the enemy's frenzied assault. Rewards from now on. All resource points consumed in this operation will be fully reimbursed after the battle. Ding the system is granting hidden rewards in advance. From now on, the host can construct concrete wall units free of charge equivalent to the total length of the walls of Tianning City. The length of the original walls determines how many meters of concrete walls the host can build for free, and it is even possible to add another layer of concrete wall on the outside, but the total thickness cannot exceed 20 meters. The frenzied assault of the little Benzi. Qinhao felt as if he had stirred a hornet's nest, having blown up their nest, leaving the remaining locusts becoming increasingly frantic. No wonder these little Benzi were howling like ghosts in the early hours of the morning. Even the little Benzi within the city became frenzied, charging and burned, ultimately ending up being hit by dozens of shots of peanuts. Now that it is dawn, it won't be long before the Benzi nation recklessly throws in heavy troops, launching a frenzied attack at any cost. Qinhao was not the slightest bit afraid. Since the system task was issued, he had no worries. It must be said that this task's rewards were extremely generous. All resource points he consumes from now on would be reimbursed by the system. Essentially, the resource points in this battle are free, as the system will reimburse them after the battle. Moreover, one reward was even granted in advance, with the invulnerable concrete walls provided to the National Defense Army's operational sequence. Host Qinhao. Resource points 206552200. Military rank Major General. Non-system units with ranks below Major General can be intimidated. Title concealment and nurturing. Agricultural and livestock production increased by 5. Equality improved by 5. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Qinhao continued counting until 10 million before stopping. From yesterday afternoon until 7 this morning, only half a day had passed, and the resource points had suddenly surpassed the 20 million mark. These resource points can all be reimbursed. No, all resource points consumed in this battle will be reimbursed. The doubling of resources used yesterday was truly timely, otherwise he would have missed the benefits granted by the system. Commander, the little Benzi inside and outside the city are retreating in an orderly manner. They are gathering strength for an attack. This time, they are serious. Wang Lalio, who has now been promoted to captain of Qinhao's guard, said, "Currently both the northeast gate and the east gate are under our army's control. Last night, the little Benzi abandoned the defense of these 2 walls and shifted their focus to other directions." Wang Laolu summarized the reconnaissance information and reported it all at once. The report reached Qinhao and the newly established division-level staff headquarters. After evaluation and tactical simulations, the staff headquarters made the necessary judgments and preparations. Evacuate the areas where battles are about to commence. Organize all equipment and logistics, clearing paths for armored units to pass. But the most crucial aspect depends on Qin Hao's persistence and effort, for only sweat can conquer all. System upgrade all the old walls along the northeast and east gates to concrete walls, simultaneously adding another layer on the outside to form a concrete wall that is 20 meters wide and thick. Qin Hao had not paid attention earlier. Now he understands what it means for the total thickness not to exceed 20 meters. It turns out it simply means to cover another layer of concrete wall. If a concrete wall is 10 meters long, wide, and high, then two walls together would indeed be 20 meters, right? Ding, wall upgrade complete. The walls at the designated target locations specified by the host are now all concrete walls with a total width and thickness of 20 meters. The internal space has been optimized and the defensive capability upgraded. Buzz. In an instant, the walls in the areas of the two major gates were instantly upgraded to an indestructible reinforced concrete structure, with the previously collapsed sections repaired and refilled with reinforced concrete. The gray wall stood tall and unyielding, dividing the territory between friend and foe. This is the miracle of persistence and effort. The dense firepower points instantly transformed into a terrifying war fortress in a second. With a width of 20 meters, even tanks could run on top of the wall. Qin Hao was extremely satisfied. Initially, he thought that spending some resource points without cost would make him invincible, but he never expected that what he received for free would make him even more invincible. Do not be surprised, even more impressive things are yet to come. And don't question the reasonableness of this situation. For Qin Hao, who has always been unconcerned with such matters, he doesn't even know what is reasonable, he only knows the truth. As long as the truth is in hand, reasonableness is just a trivial matter that can be defined anywhere. Now that the defense is established, he still needs a large number of personnel. Qin Hao's resolve gradually hardened, as if a metallic detection gate were ringing. This is not steel, it is Qin Hao's steel-like will. He opened the system's production panel, scanning each combat unit, his gaze becoming fervent. These are the most direct and fundamental ways to enhance combat power, far better than any verbal promises or commitments between allies. Infantry will form the largest force since they handle both defense and offense, produce 170 infantry companies and 31 combat engineer companies. Qin Hao immediately released the supply points for use. Just producing the infantry involved 201 companies, each with 191 men, a staggering total of 3,391 soldiers. Though the figure seems vast when spread across every quarter of Tianning City, there would be little to spare. Numerically, it still falls short. There is no need to worry about the army's logistics. Qin Hao's control now extends over the East Gate, East Side Gate, and Northeast Gate. Units operating within this sector can be supplied directly. There is no need even for supply convoys. The omnipotent system function can literally airdrop supplies out of thin air. Produce 100 multifunctional engineers to handle logistics, supply, and repairs, and equip them with 50 trucks, 30 specialized repair vehicles, and engineering vehicles. Produce 12 ZBP infantry fighting vehicles, convert 20 special vehicles into assorted logistic support variants. Produce 12 Tiger tanks to serve as mobile iron fortresses. Produce 28 Black Panther tanks to form a counter-pushing armored force. Produce 18 self-propelled 152mm howitzers. Produce 18 Hail rocket launchers to form an augmented rocket artillery battalion. Produce 30 Xianfeng self-propelled anti-air guns, refitting the main armament to a twin 37mm anti-aircraft gun to guard against medium and low-altitude air raids. Qin Hao issued order after order, swelling the National Defense Force to its utmost in a short span, an escalation so immense it could only be called colossal. The National Defense Infantry swelled to 44477 soldiers. Xianfeng SPAA guns 36, special vehicles 80, U trucks 60. 45 self-propelled 152mm howitzers, 79 tanks, 36 Hail rocket launchers, 42 ZBP infantry fighting vehicles. At a glance, the numbers of trucks and special vehicles seem rather insufficient. Qin Hao calculated that since operations occur within his actual control zone, logistics can materialize directly behind frontline infantry. Thus, it is unnecessary to squander precious supply points on rear echelons. Logistics can be beefed up once forces move beyond the city. Regarding artillery, 45 self-propelled guns and 36 Hail launchers together with the system's counter-battery fire provide more than adequate firepower. Air defense centers on 3 giant anti-air towers, which combined with 36 Xianfeng SPAA guns can directly drive off the Benzi planes that appear over the East Gate. After all, the number of aircraft the Benzi can field is not as terrifying as imagined. Qin Hao now commands the strength of 2 reinforced divisions, all combatants elite infantry, more than capable of city defense. With abundant equipped units and reinforced concrete defenses, even the most reckless Benzi, let alone some pro variant, would suffer dearly. The National Defense Forces deployments were completed in an instant. The earth-shattering transformation left the Benzi utterly unable to anticipate. Until now, the standing corps outside Tianning City still held yesterday's perception of the defense force, a mysterious regiment, exceptionally equipped and trained but scant in numbers. Now the harshest domestic orders have been issued. The 141st Special Legion 60th, 61st, and 90th Standing Corps all stood at the ready. The finest veterans and deadliest artillery were summoned, prepared to launch a devastating sweeping assault at any cost. Naval and Army aviation bases in the rear made their final preparations for takeoff. No matter how dense or formidable the city's air defenses, they intend to rain bombs upon the Xia territory. Advance and never retreat. The wind blows. Seeing the scene, Xin Hao could not help but recite a verse: leaves fall 1, 2, 3, 4. The wind blows 5, 6, 7, 8. The wall stands 20 meters thick. Together forged, the city is indestructible. Morning sunlight struck the concrete fortifications, rendering the walls faintly lustrous and seeming all the more unassailable. The air reeked of gunpowder before a great battle, thick with martial fervor. Inside the concrete walls, internal passages, and firing points, national defense soldiers set up and checked their emplacements. Countless 12.7mm heavy machine guns were placed at firing slits, one every 10 meters, while additional firing positions were deployed along the crenellations. The reinforced walls looked broader, even the internal corridors notably widened. Defenses felt invincible and firepower denser. Within Xin Hao's actual control zone, every passage near the wall had been cleared to ensure self-propelled guns and AA guns could relocate at any moment to the next prepared position. Tank tracks often clattered loudly as formations of Tiger and Black Panther tanks rolled languidly over the shattered streets, heading straight for the combat zones. Hail rocket launcher vehicles, each carrying 40 rounds of 122mm rockets, followed. Sunlight glinted off their hulls in a grim metallic sheen, hued in layers. The East Gate, East Side Gate, and Northeast Gate each had 2 reserve units stationed at their archways, guarding against any Benzi rush into the city. Tanks and IFVs stood in tight formation. It may be tempting to underestimate the Benzi, but every precaution must be kept. In all circumstances, be prepared. Maintain reserves. The large-scale activity of the defense force within the city produced inevitable commotion. Dust and smoke billowed, plainly visible in the sunlight. The Xia are blustering. Do they truly have that many troops? Outside the city, the Benzi nation's supreme commander, Prince Xiaojiu, bristled with anger. The Xia have courted death for a day and a night, and finally grown afraid. Now they manufacture loud displays to bluff, as if they commanded tens of thousands. If Tianning City truly held 10,000 Xia, yesterday's Catan mouse game would not have occurred. At most, the Xia number only a few thousand. If not for city fighting and a host of advanced weapons, these meddling Xia would long lie prostrate, their blood a testament to the Benzi nation's invincibility. Gentlemen, when confronting the cunning Xia, be on full alert. Their fine weapons and artillery are not to be underestimated and often inflict grievous casualties on our warriors. This operation concerns the very security of the empire. By all means, have the ringleaders executed today. Locate their airfields. This is the highest operational order. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the earth, find the airfields and aircraft that bombed us. The homeland must not suffer a second air raid. His Majesty entrusts this grave duty to those present. Gentlemen, you are the pillars of the empire. Do not disappoint His Majesty's great expectations. Prince Xiaojiu convened the corps commanders of the major legions and held a pre-battle conference. Huangdu had been reduced to a flaming ruin. Casualties remained uncounted. Only the Benzi high command present knew the whole truth. The lowly cannon fodder were kept in the dark. This was a national humiliation for Benzi. Therefore they vowed to repay the debt with the enemy's blood, to wash away the shame with blood. They would annihilate those who defied the empire and then cast their advanced weapons into the empire's factories for replication. It must be said that the Xia weapons could not be traced to an origin. Many great powers across other worlds failed to find identical versions, at best only similar in style and appearance. And what use is similarity? Across the world, weapons circulate. Either you copy me or I copy you. Then one merges and innovates upon the borrowed designs, and the cycle repeats. Since they cannot be found now, take the entire city, turn it inside out, and root them out. In summary, it is essential to find both the airport and the bomber, as these two can enhance the technological capabilities of our nation's aviation industry. As for other weapons such as automatic rifles, let's put those aside for now. Our nation is after all an industrial country. Its technicians surely know that automatic firepower is superior to bolt-action rifles, particularly in close combat, where submachine guns or other forms of automatic firepower are extremely useful. Not to mention automatic rifles, we can also manufacture submachine guns. But don't forget that our nation is resource poor. Once the guns are produced, what will we do about the ammunition? Where would we find such resources to manufacture bullets? The domestic steel production is mainly allocated to the Navy, while the Army barely has enough to produce artillery. Rather than consuming vast resources to produce bullets, it is better to train our troops to be efficient, where a single 6.5mm bullet can resolve the situation, which is far better than expending hundreds or thousands of submachine gun rounds. This has led to a lack of interest from the higher-ups in our nation's defense forces regarding automatic firepower, at least for now. Outside Tianning City, dark clouds loomed over the stronghold. The camera gradually pulls back from inside the city to the outside, revealing a landscape shrouded in smoke with numerous signal fires rising up to the clouds. Our nation attacked from all directions with layers of troops surrounding the city. At the west, north, and south gates, waves of soldiers continued to pour in. The defense forces had been waiting for some time. In an instant, they unleashed their firepower, striving to create maximum casualties in the shortest time possible. In addition to infantry and armored units launching the attack, the rear of the defense forces was prepared with self-propelled howitzers and hail rocket launchers, all intended for suppressive fire. Fire! At the command to open fire, the 152mm howitzer's barrel was poised to strike, with sparks erupting from the muzzle and the shockwave stirring up thick smoke. Northgate. Woo-woo. The sound of artillery shells howling in despair grew longer with each blast. As the shells screamed overhead, even the old soldiers below trembled, slightly muttering prayers for protection. Before the words faded, the ground shook as if in an earthquake, a shockwave spreading across the earth. Boom! The shell exploded, landing on a road or a building, all of which were on the path of our soldiers. The explosion created deep craters, sending a large column of earth skyward, with a great black ball of debris rushing into the air, scattering dirt all around. More explosions followed, and this time the ground trembled even more violently. Small fragments rained down, clattering continuously on the soldiers' helmets. Indeed, it was quite alarming. This battle is tougher than before. An old soldier curled tightly in cover said in fear to a nearby rookie. The rookie was so frightened that with every explosion in the distance, his heart felt as if it were in his throat, and his whole body shuddered. Senior, what is happening? Why has the firepower of the Daxiao people become so strong? The rookie's voice trembled with fear, almost crying. The old soldier shook off the dirt from his body and said, "Who knows? All I know is that the spirit of the imperial soldiers has been defeated by these shells, but many outstanding seniors have fallen. I heard that a fellow from my hometown in Noe fell last night. A Daxiao soldier took down both of them. If you encounter a Daxiao soldier, it's best not to engage in a gunfight. You won't be able to kill them, but their bullet can take you out in one shot." Thank you for your guidance, senior. The rookie asked the most important question: can we go back home? Perhaps in the past, but not now. The old soldier shook his head, looking up at the sky, which was already filled with smoke. Buzzing. At that moment, the distant horizon suddenly lit up in orangered hues. A multitude of 122mm rockets launched from hail rocket launchers, tearing the sky open with a scorching orangered gash. The dense sound was something the soldiers never wished to hear again, resembling meteors streaking across the sky, crashing directly to the ground. One or two sparks ignited, followed by a cascade of flames connecting into a sea of brilliant red. The orangered flames surged upward, enveloped in thick smoke, with the scent of blood carried away with the wind, sending heat waves to the front lines hundreds of meters away. It felt akin to a torrential rain of needles. The barrage of rockets directly severed the attacking formations of our soldiers. Taking this opportunity, the defense forces near the North Gate surged forward, advancing behind their Black Panther tanks. The advancing Black Panther tanks were unstoppable. With a single shot from the 75mm long-barreled tank gun, they shattered the enemy, accompanied by a deafening roar, sending countless fragments into the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Behind the Black Panther tanks were ZBP infantry fighting vehicles, their 30mm autocannons reducing the enemy positions that the tank guns couldn't reach to ruins, causing many enemy soldiers to fall. They were pinned behind their cover by the defense forces' firepower, too afraid to move a muscle. Autocannon fire over there. The accompanying infantry had no intentions of holding back, just aiming to clear out the enemy. The dense autocannon fire rained down, and the rising smoke indicated that the shells had all struck home, surely turning the enemy into fragments. The North Gate was riddled with holes, the massive scars still visible. The defense forces' infantry fought fiercely, following the Black Panther tanks, using autocannon support to seize control of the battlefield. "We cannot retreat." A squad leader from the enemy ranks drew his saber, fiercely confronting the soldiers in front of him, demanding they fight to the death in loyalty to their cause. The combat power of the Daxiao soldiers was overwhelmingly strong, reaching an absurd level, yet the squad leader had no choice but to throw his soldiers into the fray to buy time. Reinforcements from the enemy were suppressed by rocket fire, and the rate of attrition among their veteran soldiers at the North Gate far outpaced their reinforcements. Soon silence fell over the area, worsening the already dire situation for the enemy. This was but a trifling feat. Yet more enemy soldiers surged forward in counterattack, and thunder already cracked across the sky. The deafening roar of artillery echoed across the land. The fiercest phase of battle had arrived. Both sides committed overwhelming forces and firepower to this colossal engagement. On the waterways, enemy light gunboats unleashed a salvo from their 120mm naval guns, prompting an immediate automated counter-battery response. 144 rounds of 155mm supporting fire blanketed the entire waterway. Amidst the chaos of fire and flood, enemy gunboats erupted in violent, grotesque blossoms before vanishing beneath the waves. Enemy bomber formations. Inside the radar chamber of the colossal anti-aircraft tower, operators detected the incoming enemy bomber formations. As the enemy bombers entered the 70-kilometer detection radius, they were instantly acquired by the massive anti-aircraft towers. This operation mobilized 150 aircraft in total, nearly the entirety of the enemy's army and naval air forces. The formation included advanced carrier-based attack and dive bombers, the Type 96 carrier attack aircraft, and Type 96 carrier bomber, as well as the Type 93 heavy bomber and numerous other aircraft types. Three colossal anti-aircraft towers stood like iron mountains at cardinal points. From their summits, twin-barreled 128mm heavy anti-aircraft guns roared first, their muzzles spitting orange-eared flames that rent the dawn light asunder. Dozens of 40mm anti-aircraft guns unleashed dense, interwoven chains of fire. Their tracers streaked skyward in unbroken lines, converging into a shimmering, pulsating net of lethal ordnance. On the ground, 30 self-propelled twin 37mm anti-aircraft vehicles maneuvered relentlessly, firing preemptive bursts into the heavens, blanketing the skies with cascading shells to suppress enemy aircraft. Enemy ground troops observing from afar stood stunned. In a single second, the Dachau forces had unleashed firepower far surpassing anything seen before, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Boom, boom. Dark clouds bloomed across the heavens. High-explosive shells equipped with proximity fuses detonated in tight clusters around the enemy bomber formations, first erupting as blinding black spheres, then swelling into deep inky voids. Shockwaves from the high-altitude detonations were visible to the naked eye, shrapnel scattered in countless fragments, like meteor showers, stippling the firmament with fleeting dark specks. At last, the colossal anti-aircraft towers revealed their true monstrous visage, unleashing unstoppable wrath to obliterate every invader. How is this possible? We haven't even reached optimal range, and already we're within their reach. Only the enemy pilots soaring overhead knew the true horror of those three towering sentinels, ferocious, ravenous beasts of war. Heavy-caliber anti-aircraft shells fused with proximity detonators hurled shrapnel with silent lethal precision. Direct hits were unnecessary, mere proximity explosions shredded aircraft apart with devastating fragmentation. Enemy pilots flew taut as drawn bowstrings, each flash in the sky heralding another comrade's fatal plunge. Boom. As two 128mm shells detonated midair, two Type 96 carrier bombers immediately spiraled downward in flames. Thick plumes of fire and smoke erupted from the bombers' bellies. A telltale sign shrapnel had pierced fuel tanks, igniting them instantly. Such engineering flaws required no elaboration. Below, artillery crews derisively dubbed them skylighters, for enemy aircraft ignited on impact as readily as cigarette lighters. Type 96 carrier attack aircraft embedded within the formation broke away, instantly diving at full speed toward the anti-aircraft towers to draw fire and buy precious seconds for their stricken comrades. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Even before closing range, the twin 7mm machine guns of the Type 96 carrier fighters opened fire, short crimson muzzle flashes flickering defiantly, vainly attempting to suppress the towering fortresses. They never reached the concrete ramparts. Arrogance bore its inevitable price, a plummeting wreck consumed by roaring inferno upon impact. Ground combat raged with equal ferocity. Soldiers advanced like gales, unburdened by aerial concerns, focused solely on the enemy before them. One after another, enemy aircraft became skylighters, crashing and detonating under the gaze of their own ground troops. Even seasoned enemy veterans, men accustomed to the grandest theaters of war, had never witnessed such carnage. They had assumed the Navy's intervention would restore order, only to watch it collapse faster than their own ranks. Rivalry between Navy and Army over supremacy was one thing, but now even in ruin they competed for who would fall first. All shared a radiant future, yes, reduced to luminous particles by artillery blast. Doubt the People's Defense Force's firepower. If the skies burned so fiercely the earth trembled with even greater fury, massive caliber weapons surged forth, armored columns thundered onward without pause. Once momentum faltered, morale crumbled swiftly. When armored units of the People's Defense Force appeared on other city fronts, veteran enemy troops began retreating. Retreat itself was no small concession. At least it averted total catastrophic rout. Many entrenched veterans fell to anti-infantry fire. Their bolt-action rifles, slow, deliberate, one shot per pull, offered no defense against such overwhelming suppression. What constitutes anti-infantry firepower? Undoubtedly blazing autocannons and anti-aircraft guns. Infantry surged forward behind armored vehicles like starving tigers, every bullet biting deep, every shot decisive. Soon the city descended into uncontrollable chaos. Once the People's Defense Force secured a new sector, Qianhao deployed the system to instantly reinforce its walls with reinforced concrete and mount infantry machine guns, felling attackers one by one. Enemy troops inside the city sought escape, those outside rushed inward, creating a chaotic, inverted tide. Why retreat? Driven, not by choice, but by relentless concentrated fire, as if herding ducks onto a chopping block, leaving no room for resistance. At all costs. Watching their Imperial warriors collapse in successive waves, division commanders could no longer remain idle. They prepared to take personal command to rally crumbling morale. System: activate life map to locate the highest-ranking enemy commander in proximity. Qin Hao had anticipated this moment. He knew the battle's intensity would compel enemy leadership to expose themselves, and capturing even one would sever their entire command structure. The People's Defense Force still held scores of Hailstorm rocket launchers poised to deliver their lethal feast. With dozens of launchers concentrating fire, Qin Hao was certain no target could possibly survive. Hundreds, even 1,000, 122mm rockets would not merely shatter eggs, they would churn yolk into halves, hurl earthworms from their subterranean burrows, and invert the very strata of soil, surface, and depth alike into utter upheaval. East Gate. Seeing the first wave of attacking warriors lying before the East Gate, the commander of the 90th Reserve Corps, Liang Jingguizi, was furious. In his view, this battle was filled with chaos. It was impossible to tell who was the aggressor and who was the defender. Now the people of the Great Xia were starting to stir, launching an assault, and the Imperial warriors were overwhelmed by their attack. Such a disgrace. This alone made Commander Liang Jingguizi quite displeased as he stood a few kilometers away from the battlefield, personally inspiring the morale of the warriors with his presence. This was a tradition of the Benzi nation often seen in siege warfare, but these cunning Benzi would always stand far from the battlefield. Under the inspiring aura of the commander, the 90th Corps regained its morale, preparing for a new round of assault. 2 infantry battalions began to charge the walls of the East Gate under the cover of a dozen flimsy war vehicles. The Benzi infantry used a skirmish line to evade the artillery fire from the National Defense Forces, constantly advancing and retreating in the trenches to reduce casualties during the charge. After all, the Great Xia people were too cunning. Whoever can be the first to break through the Great Xia's defenses will earn a personal audience with His Majesty. Liang Jingguizi was willing to offer a substantial reward. The locusts had been attacked, and revenge was a must. The culprits behind the attack were the Great Xia, and only by defeating them could the disgrace of the locusts being attacked be washed away and the Empire's confidence restored. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Liang Jingguizi drew his saber, feeling exceptionally heroic at this moment, embodying the valor of an Imperial soldier. However, when he looked up again, he was completely at a loss for the situation. Was that the advancing weaponry of the Great Xia? What Liang Jingguizi and his guard saw was a dense swarm of smoke-emitting rockets as numerous as the grains of sand in the desert. It seemed this time it was truly disastrous. Protect the commander. Liang Jingguizi was still in a daze, but his guard reacted immediately, rushing over to shield him and facilitate his retreat. We must ensure the safety of the commander. With this belief, the guards lunged forward, tackling Liang Jingguizi down into a pre-constructed trench surrounding him in a mound of bodies. Boom. Liang Jingguizi could only see his view blocked by the Imperial warriors as a shower of rockets rained down. The 122mm rockets washed the ground, accurately targeting this vast area. Countless explosions erupted, flames soaring with flying debris enough to fill a fish pond. Liang Jingguizi's fate was predictable. The general rank Liang Jingguizi became the first high-ranking officer to perish, and this was just the beginning. His downfall marked the start, as more Benzi would soon fall. Ding, the host and his forces have killed a foreign commander for the first time. The host receives a special army supply box, one from the system. Liang Jingguizi's downfall greatly contributed to Qin Hao's cause, which he acknowledged, thus deciding that the Benzi need not say thank you. Open. Qin Hao felt he must not waste Liang Jingguizi's good intentions. He needed to influence the other Benzi to help them lead happier lives. Ding, the host receives a special system item, White Tiger King tank. The White Tiger King is merely a term for this terrifying beast. Any tank bearing this name will be invincible compared to ordinary Tiger tanks, but the host can produce thousands of White Tiger Kings. White Tiger King tank cost 3000 supply points. Parameters: total combat weight 60 tons, equipped with 5 ace tank operators. Equipped with a long-barreled 105mm tank gun, a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, and a 12.7mm general-purpose machine gun. Front armor equivalent to 250mm, side armor 150mm. The White Tiger King has virtually no flaws aside from its heavy weight. The advanced instruments on board allow it to fire while on the move. Its front-sloped armor is impervious to all anti-tank cannons, and even its slightly deficient engine has been replaced with a 1.0 horsepower diesel engine, enhancing maintenance and endurance capabilities, earning praise from maintenance personnel. She is truly a rarity in logistical maintenance. Qin Hao couldn't help but marvel at the system's remarkable capabilities. It delivered the astounding White Tiger King in one fell swoop. It is well known that anything prefixed with the adjective white is undoubtedly good, such as the White Tiger tank, and now comes the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King costs 3 times that of the ordinary Tiger tank and 6 times that of the Panther tank, but the differences in performance are immense. For a gifted individual like Qin, how the number of supply points is not an issue, it's merely a matter of waiting a few more minutes, but the quality and quantity of the equipment are the real concerns. Weighing 60 tons, it certainly falls into the category of heavy tanks, and the appearance of the White Tiger King brings Qin Hao one step closer to forming an armored group army. The Panther tank and the Tiger King tank are products of the same system. The Panther is a medium tank, while the Tiger King is a heavy tank, and their combination can create a highly complete combat system. Moreover, the ace tank operators highlighted by the system are certainly exceptional. Similar to the previous fighter pilots, the most distinguished ace tank operators in history are merely their baseline. With equipment and place operations set and awareness heightened, the ones who should be crying are the Benzi. Qin Hao's vision extended far. He could even hear the lamentations of the Benzi. Although they are currently wailing, they will wail in the future as well, with a truly bright future ahead. The current battlefield situation was proceeding according to the National Defense Forces plan. The fortified concrete walls were indeed impervious. Faced with these insurmountable walls, many Benzi retreated, lacking the courage to breach this barrier. The 70mm infantry guns left little impact on the concrete walls, and artillery with calibers over 70mm were destroyed after just one round of fire due to counter-battery fire. This means the only artillery support available to the Benzi nation is the scarce 70mm infantry guns, which cannot achieve a numerical advantage on such a vast battlefield. The Benzi's frenzied will and fragile bodies are of no use. Becoming fertilizer for the earth may be their best choice. How will they fight? By headbutting. Time passed slowly, and before long it was noon. By this time, the battle damage report from the morning had arrived at both command desks. The damage ratio was 1:5. Both sides were at a 3-7-6-3 split. Moreover, the casualty rate for the National Defense Forces was less than 1, with most being injuries. Thanks to the system's level 5 bulletproof vest, the casualty rate was significantly reduced. The Benzi's original equipment lacked heavy weaponry, and after being punished by counter-battery fire from the system, they were left without even artillery, making it impossible to inflict casualties on the National Defense Forces. Instead, they themselves lacked siege firepower and suffered heavy losses in the face of Panther tanks, Tiger tanks, and numerous artillery pieces. This is the manifestation of power, the so-called truth. In the Eastern Gate area, an exceptionally large armored convoy was assembling. The engines of the Black Panther tanks rumbled, emitting exhaust as they prepared for action, and this convoy included more than just Black Panther tanks. There were 7 Tiger tanks, 42 Black Panther tanks, 28 ZBP infantry fighting vehicles, and 14 Windstorm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns revving up ready to charge out of the Eastern Gate and execute a counter-encirclement under the cover of infantry. The supporting firepower behind was already in place, with a continuous stream of reinforcements set to appear behind them. This was a battle that could not be lost. Low risk, high reward. Once successful, this battle will see a shift from defense to offense. As long as Qin Hao had a tangible control area, the system's forces would continuously appear there. In other words, as long as this surprise force from the Eastern Gate charged out and gained control over a small area, clearing the enemy, Qin Hao could set the spawn point outside the city, positioned at the flank of the Little Book. Then an endless army would emerge, transitioning from passive defense to active offense, achieving a brilliant victory. The Eastern Gate would charge straight in while the armored units would maneuver south to counter-encircle the 60th and 114th Legions of the Little Book Nation. To the east was the 61st Legion, and to the southeast, they could cut off the 90th Legion of the Little Book Nation. Furthermore, the terrain outside the Eastern Gate was favorable for the deployment of equipped troops, taking advantage of the 90th Regular Legion of the Little Book Nation losing command, striking them by surprise. No one would expect that a weak faction with such a vast disparity in strength would dare to take the initiative to attack, especially so brazenly in the face of a powerful opponent. Only those bold enough can endure. Those who lack courage can only barely scrape by. Engaging in urban warfare would ultimately only allow them to eliminate a small portion of the enemy, while achieving total annihilation could only be done through active attack. Next, a 152mm self-propelled howitzer fired smoke grenades outside the Eastern Gate, followed by a barrage of rockets from a Hail rocket launcher, creating an effective kill zone. The city gates swung wide open. The reinforced main gate, modified with steel and concrete, could accommodate 2 Black Panther tanks side by side, while the side gates could also allow a tank to pass through. The first to pass through the gate was a Tiger tank painted white. Inside the tank, the commander Yu Ping was urging it on, pushing the armored beast to charge forward at full speed to secure results. Because there was more than one Tiger tank and the drivers were all top tier, it meant that whoever was faster would achieve the first result. The 88mm tank gun was loaded with high explosive shells. Against the Little Book Nation, whether dealing with armored targets or infantry, high explosive shells were the best choice. Using armor-piercing shells would only be wasteful and ineffective against infantry. The tracks of the White Tiger tank crushed the earth fiercely, displaying a leading stance, while the infantry fighting vehicles closely followed behind as they exited the city gate. Soon the White Tiger tank entered the smoke grenades coverage, transforming into a ghost amid the haze charging straight ahead. This area has been washed by rockets. There are not many valuable targets left. The remaining worthless little books are left for the rear, Commander Yu Ping remarked. At the same time, he used the radio to directly call the infantry fighting vehicles at the flank, instructing their infantry to advance alongside the White Tiger tank. The system's Tiger tanks were so luxurious that the commander could use the radio directly without needing an operator to relay messages. Such a configuration was already quite extravagant. The White Tiger tank was the fastest, and its flanks were tightly protected by infantry and armored vehicles. When it emerged from the smoke, any little book nation forces it encountered would only have bad luck. Boom, stopping firing all in one motion. The 88mm tank gun let out a deafening roar as it spotted a squad of isolated little books. Bang! The shell exploded amidst the squad of little books, sending countless fragments flying in that 0.1 seconds, instantly turning the standing little books into a pool of blood on the ground. The sudden appearance of the White Tiger tank startled the hiding veteran soldiers of the Little Book Nation. It was terrifying. The war chariots of the Daxia people. War chariots. Boom, boom. Before the veterans' cries could fade, more Tiger and Black Panther tanks surged out from the smoke, displaying a tank assault formation. The ferocious infantry fighting vehicles continuously swept their machine guns, suppressing the scattered infantry of the Little Book Nation ahead as shells whistled down, creating pillars of earth. As the first battle of the National Defense Army's armored convoy, the Little Book Nation's forces they encountered was merely an understrength company of 132 little books bolstered with heavy machine guns. They had only 2 vital 37mm automatic cannons. Originally intended for bombarding the city gates, they were thrown into a panic when the National Defense Army suddenly opened fire and smoke enveloped the area. The 37mm automatic cannons could only penetrate lightly armored tanks and infantry. Against Tiger and Panther tanks, they were as effective as trying to use a lantern to look for the toilet at night. In just 2 shots, these 2 37mm guns were blown apart by the tank crew, the flying dirt mixed with screams and strange colors. Dirt can scream. I've really seen it all. One of the cannons was taken out by the White Tiger tank as Commander Yu Ping joked while quickly seeking the next target. A thudding Type 92 heavy machine gun was locked onto by the White Tiger tank. It was so small that a single shell would surely make the little book cry. Boom. Another massive sound erupted as the 88mm tank gun exploded with flames. The Type 92 heavy machine gun was blown to pieces, flying to the ceiling before crashing down. Wasn't that just falling apart? The soaring dirt in the air was more eye-catching than anything else. The little books could enjoy the amusement park rides without buying tickets. The disparity in weaponry was too great. All the little books' weapons could not inflict damage on the Tiger. Thus, the enraged veteran soldiers of the Little Book Nation could only rush towards the Tiger tank with their bodies, attempting to detonate explosives to destroy this terrifying beast. However, gunfire erupted, and one after another the little books attempting to approach were cut down, while the explosives left on the ground became the best backdrop for the Tiger tank. The steel glimmered under the fiery battlefield with the towering gun barrels pointing straight into the distance. The country of Benzi never expected that the Great Xia would take the initiative to attack, as an armored force launched an assault from the eastern gate, obliterating the front line of the attacking forces. One by one, small Benzi fell, the air filled with cries and the scent of blood, leaving them utterly dazed. The buzzing sensation in their minds from the rocket barrage had not fully dissipated when the National Defense Army's rumbling tanks had already reached the front lines. Whether the high-ranking officials of Benzi believed it or not, a bloody reality lay before them. The Great Xia was attempting to break out of the city, seeking to encircle their attacking troops. In the sky, the aircraft of both the Navy and the Army had significantly dwindled. Of over 150 planes, only a few bombs had been dropped into the eastern gate controlled by the National Defense Army. Most had fallen after being struck by shrapnel in vital areas. The fighting was fierce, and the tales of it would evoke terror. No creature dared claim they would survive, nor boast of invincibility. Counterattack, counterattack. Drive the Great Xia away. The chaos on the battlefield was overwhelming as Benzi's previously coordinated military forces devolved into a haphazard melee. However, it did not take long for Benzi to discover a glaring flaw in the National Defense Army. The armored convoy that had launched an offensive from the eastern gate lacked any subsequent support. After clearing a small area, they remained idle. From the eastern gate, the path extended outward, lined with numerous buildings, most of which had been damaged by the ravages of war, leaving only their shells. The National Defense Army's armored convoy firmly occupied these shells. Such a ridiculous error. The commander of the Great Xia appears to be a fool, merely talking tactics on paper. He intends to dispatch a special force to attack outside the city and seize a position to form a flanking maneuver, but unfortunately, he has provided us with an opportunity to focus our superior forces and take them down one by one. Order the warriors to encircle the Great Xia Fein and attack and exhaust their ammunition to the maximum extent until their main force arrives. We must capture their battle vehicles and weapons to uncover who supported this force. Now the command center of Benzi had found a way to break the deadlock. A lone force, once its logistical ammunition runs out, faces only death. Moreover, with a national defense army that treats firepower as a staple, they would likely run out of ammunition after a few rounds of bombardment. The enemy's greatest advantage can sometimes become a flaw in their strategy. Generally, one could judge by normal logical reasoning, but unfortunately the adversary had already gained an unfair advantage. It is about the actual control area. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened immensely. The map displayed the small area occupied by the National Defense Army's armored convoy. Logistics and personnel could be fully deployed utilizing the system's characteristics there. The small Benzi lacked heavy artillery as most of their cannons had been destroyed during counter-battery fire, leaving them helpless against the National Defense Army at this location. Host Qin Hao. Resource points 143-21400. Rank Major General. Can deter non-system units with ranks of Major General and below. Title Concealed Strength. Within the host's actual control area, there will be a slight increase in civilian morale, with agricultural and livestock production increasing by 5 and quality improving by 5 from the original baseline. Seeing the massive amount of resource points, Qin Hao immediately understood. This amount was enough to feel the division's worth of troops and armored division strength. As long as heavy and medium tanks do not cross bridges, traverse mountains, or navigate muddy terrain, they can still operate on other terrains, albeit at reduced speeds. Here comes the key point. Armored division-level units adopt a flat command structure suitable for large-scale linear operations. From division to regiment level, there are no brigade-level units. In between, the division directly commands the regiment utilizing a 4-regiment system, an armored regiment, a mechanized infantry regiment, an armored artillery regiment, and an anti-aircraft artillery regiment. The armored regiment consists of 3 battalions, 2 medium tank battalions, and 1 heavy tank battalion. The foundational structure is built from the company-level units that Qin Hao established from the beginning along with the classic 3-3 setup. Each company along with its headquarters has 16 tanks, with 3 companies in a battalion plus 3 tanks in the battalion headquarters that totals 51 tanks. This configuration applies to both medium and heavy tank battalions. Thus, an armored regiment consists of 102 Leopard tanks and 51 Tiger tanks. The armored regiment also directly governs a supply company with 45 vehicles, an armored engineer company, a guard company, a reconnaissance company, and a self-propelled anti-aircraft company with 10 anti-aircraft guns along with a 191-man armored maintenance company. Note these 45 vehicles are merely to maintain the basic operation of the armored regiment's command. If they are to truly participate in combat, the armored division will allocate additional transport vehicles totaling 250 support vehicles. In fact, the Tiger tank can be replaced by the White Tiger King at any time, but Qin Hao insists on playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, as the Tiger tank is already sufficient. The mechanized infantry regiment also consists of 3 mechanized infantry battalions. The entire regiment has 2,151 infantry equipped with 155 WZ, 5 51-wheeled infantry, fighting vehicles, and 45 regiment headquarters vehicles along with reconnaissance and engineering companies that have amphibious assault capabilities. The Armored Artillery Regiment is equipped with 36 self-propelled howitzers of 152 mm caliber along with supporting units. The Anti-Aircraft Artillery Regiment consists of 36 4-barrel 20 mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and 24 dual-barrel 37 mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Additionally, the Armored Division directly governs a Guard Battalion, an Engineer Battalion, a Reconnaissance Battalion, a Communications Battalion, a Medical Battalion, a Maintenance Battalion, a Chemical Defense Company, and a Self-Propelled Anti-Aircraft Company. An Artillery Rocket Battalion with 27 rocket launchers. A Comprehensive Support Battalion with 200 vehicles and 100 specialized vehicles. An Enhanced Transport Regiment with 500 vehicles. The key point is that the main configuration of an armored division is the entire division has around 180 personnel, 102 Leopard tanks, 51 Tiger King tanks, 155 wheeled vehicles, 36 self-propelled howitzers, 70 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and 27 rocket vehicles. The wheeled vehicles only account for the mechanized infantry regiment, excluding other reconnaissance battalions, etc. In terms of transportation, there are approximately 1,000 transport vehicles. Only transportation and other uses are not calculated. The final cost is 1326600, 13,266,000 resource points for 1 Tiger Armored Division. Qin Hao's 1432140 resource points are neither more nor less than enough to produce an armored division. Therefore, it will be deployed directly, delivering an extremely powerful armored division. Ding, an armored division is being deployed, delivery completed. As the saying goes, only through steady effort can one achieve remarkable results, accomplishing feats that logic cannot describe. This is the charm of persistence and hard work beyond ordinary comprehension. Ding rank and title have been upgraded again. At this moment Qin Hao felt that saying was all too true, effort brings rewards. It was through his efforts that he reaped the fruits watered by his sweat. Host Qin Hao. Resource points 1054800. Rank Lieutenant General. Can deter non-system units with ranks of Lieutenant General and below. Title Regional Lord. Within the host's actual control area, there will be a moderate increase in civilian morale, with agricultural and livestock production increasing by 15 AU in quality, improving by 15 from the original baseline. Ding, the host has achieved the title of Lord. From this title onwards, every subsequent title will grant a gift package, and the system has issued a Lord's gift package. Open it. Qin Hao remained immersed in persistence and hard work. This was all he deserved. Ding, the host has gained the buff safe and prosperous. Within the host's actual control area, there are no severe natural disasters or extremely adverse weather conditions. The system has automatically transferred this aspect to the host's hostile civilization, allowing the host to perceive it as if the hostile civilization bore this part of the debuff. Ding, the host has obtained the divine item territory Lock God's Rice. This rice can only yield 2,000 gene per acre when planted within the host's actual control area. Outside this range, it is no different from normal rice in another world. Qin Hao. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Hao finally understood. Smiles do not disappear, they only shift. Now the smile shifted to Qin Hao's face, so who would fall silent next? It's truly hard to guess. The 1st Armored Division of the National Defense Army appeared outside the Eastern Gate, adopting a combat stance. The Black Panther tank served as the main offensive force while the Tiger tank provided the decisive firepower. Under the cover of numerous infantry fighting vehicles, they launched a genuine armored assault. The earth suddenly turned upside down, and a fierce tremor coursed through the ground. A large number of armored vehicles. The nearby Xiao Benzi, still dreaming, turned pale. Did the people of the Great Xia really have so many armored vehicles? How could such a massive armored cluster suddenly emerge, causing the billowing smoke? The dust from the ground had been thrown up by the treads. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The screen was filled with a barrage of rockets exploding on the ground with deafening sounds accompanied by large caliber shells, creating an incredibly fierce firepower. Explosions of rockets were everywhere, and smoke filled the air. An armored division's vehicles emerged from the haze like demons from the smoke, charging forward. A line without mentioning how many meters it extended filled the field of vision with tanks, all terrible vehicles, with raised gun barrels reminiscent of ancient heavy cavalry charging fearlessly. Intelligence assessment was mistaken. The commander of an infantry battalion from the 61st Regular Army, just deployed nearby, turned pale, his hand, holding the binoculars, involuntarily lowered. The Great Xia had secretly reinforced their troops. What appeared in this area was not the dozens of vehicles reported in the intel, but hundreds continuously arriving. This infantry battalion was the closest, meaning they had no place to flee. When the fighting began, they had to confront the tanks with their bare flesh. We must possess the spirit that an imperial warrior should have, fighting to the death, without retreat. Commander Xiaosher felt helpless, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. The most terrifying clash of steel finally unfolded in this battle. Soon the spearhead of the 1st Armored Division crashed fiercely into Xiao Benzi's defensive line as roaring tanks unleashed fireballs that exploded in the enemy's positions. Leading the charge were the White Tiger tanks of Yuping. The 7.62mm coaxial machine guns rendered the Xiao Benzi in the field unconscious in an instant, causing half a squad to collapse. The incoming 6.5mm and 7.7mm bullets struck the White Tiger tank with a clanging sound. The crew inside paid no mind, as if it were merely a tickle. Boom. Then the 88mm tank gun fired. This shot eliminated a heavy machine gun position of Xiao Benzi, silencing the 92 heavy machine gun instantly along with its gun crew. Next, a Black Panther tank arriving from behind used its long-barreled 75mm tank gun to take out an infantry artillery position. An indescribable fear enveloped the old soldiers of Benzi Nation. They trembled all over, and despite their tenacity, they had to admit the terror of the Tigers and Panthers. A seemingly impregnable defensive line was torn open in an instant under their assault. This gap became a breakthrough point, rapidly widening the flanks and obliterating the defense. This infantry battalion had no means to defend or escape. They could only succumb to the fiery blaze. The terror of an armored division that could charge forward was perhaps known only to their enemies. The area around the Eastern Gate was neither too large nor too small, but sufficient to launch an offensive. They would bypass this area and march southeast to encircle Xiao Benzi's flank. They needed Xiao Benzi to understand what true power meant, otherwise they would genuinely think they were without strength. It was over. At this moment, His Highness Xiao Jiao, who oversaw the overall situation, realized that things were dire. All available personnel in the command center had been dispatched, determined to stabilize the situation. The seemingly obvious flaw that he mockingly referred to had become the Great Xia's most powerful fist, striking fiercely at the weakest point of their own rear. If they couldn't hold, then they would have to open the flanks. This armored force was like ancient heavy cavalry that had circled around to appear behind their formation, capable of annihilating their side in a single encounter. Encircling the Great Xia, the hundreds of thousands of troops here would be unable to escape. Why has the strength of the Great Xia suddenly increased? Xiao Jiao was furious, grabbing documents from the command table and throwing them wildly. The map was torn to shreds, and a cup was hurled to the ground, creating a loud crash. After turning the entire command room into chaos, Xiao Jiao felt a wave of dizziness, his body weakened, and he collapsed under the chair. The pressure, pulling back, was futile. Just thinking about how his bright future was about to be ruined by the Great Xia made Xiao Jiao wish he could tear them into pieces. Everything will be all right. In the end, Xiao Jiao had lost even the strength to be angry and could only laugh to the sky. Meanwhile, the armored charge was exceptionally grand, evoking a sense of romance. The elevated cannon barrels proclaimed what invincibility truly meant. Before dawn, the glory of the Empire had already descended upon this strange world. Brighter than sunlight, grander than sunlight. The Tiger and Panther tanks, advancing in formation, charged recklessly. Xiao Benzi's rapid-fire guns could not penetrate their fronts. To breach the sides, that was impossible. Not to mention the armor thickness. Every Black Panther tank side remained a Black Panther tank, and every Tiger tank side remained a Tiger tank. Even at the very edge of the armored formation, infantry fighting vehicles followed closely. The infantry there were even more terrifying, armed with rocket launchers and automatic rifles, and wearing level 5 bulletproof vests. They were fully equipped like hedgehogs. They perfectly embodied what it meant for every shot to be a headshot, with good fortune following them. For example, a target the size of a head could be hit with a single shot, even if just an arm was exposed. After all, they were the all-around champions, able to run, fight, and withstand. Aside from being invincible, it's hard to find words to describe them. The old soldiers of Xiao Benzi cried out in despair. This was not simply a battle, but a nightmarish level of combat. They strike whomever they please, each blow silences its victim. Their tactics defy all reason. God only knows what monstrous things these are. The arrow is already on the string and must be loosed. It is far too late to withdraw the army now. Someone must buy time and blunt the charge of this armored corps. Before the Guofeng Army's armored division tanks arrive, mechanized infantry regiments rapidly envelop the enemy's flank, using high mobility to disrupt deployments and then confront the armored onslaught head-on. One could say that in this otherworldly age, no nation could withstand the assault of a fully armored division. Xiao Benzi were no exception. Even when facing an armored division blunted by terrain, it lacked the invincible momentum of battle on the open plain. A dreadful encirclement was silently taking shape. Xiao Benzi were not oblivious to it, but their strength would not permit any effective response. To issue a retreat now and expose their rear to the enemy would amount to total annihilation. To hold and defend with everything they had might yet leave a sliver of hope. Countless veterans of the Xiao Benzi fold fell beneath the armored corps charges. Refusing to surrender was their last stubborn pride. A hail of bullets and shellfire. Moreover, the Guofeng Army massed armored forces at the north gate swept out from there, and by exploiting the mobility of their vehicles, formed an encirclement extending eastward. Are we about to be surrounded? As moments stretched, His Highness Xiaozhou grew increasingly anxious. It was the afternoon of the second day, and the dreaded night would soon fall. In any case, they had to delay the enemy until nightfall, or perhaps attempt a bolder gambit, use the darkness to ambush those heavy-hitting armored vehicles. His Highness Xiaozhou dismissed the notion at once. If the armored behemoths break our formations once night falls, all will be lost. With communications already strained, night would transform the command network into chaos. Orders would not propagate, and collapse would be inevitable. With thunderous rumbles and distant whistles, the sun of that second day sank into dusk. A conspicuous veil of darkness stained the horizon. The ground battle still raged with ferocity, yet the disintegration of the great army had come. Repeated strikes by the Guofeng Armored Division threw many Xiao Benzi formations into utter disarray. The most terrible night had fallen. All they could do was pray for fortune. The Guofeng Army mounted SW-36 anti-air searchlights on the walls, sweeping the territories beyond again and again. Skyborne flares told the tale. The fighting would continue through the night. Tiger and Black Panther tanks instilled profound dread in the Xiao Benzi. Before such tiger-like beasts we pour forth our strength, yet cannot triumph. I watched a comrade fall before that living tiger. The infantry at her flank presented our greatest peril. She was vividly tiger-like, the unconquerable king of beasts. That white combat vehicle was a nightmare incarnate. I saw it at roughly 1,200 meters, then watched its tank gun obliterate our battalion's machine gun position. It was a white vehicle, yet stained with an indescribable hue, transfigured into a supreme god of war. The white vehicle appeared on every battlefield. Our proud shells could not pierce her armor. Every available means to destroy a tank was employed, yet she remained intact. Whenever she, the white Hoosier, appeared collapse followed. Hardened veterans trembled at the sight, soldiers grew indecisive, and courage became the cheapest commodity on that field. All bravery and all soldiers would eventually become nourishment for the earth. Courage was fading like a withering bloom. An emphasis on precision shooting seemed a universal demand of their tank crews. Engagement ranges were extended to 1,000 meters within which they could obliterate any target, even moving warriors. Every crewman of each of their tanks could do this. I could not comprehend it. When night came, these tigers and panthers ruled the battlefield, though under darkness they possessed razor-sharp sight and delivered bombardments no less accurate than by day. Great confusion seemed inevitable. My company was not spared. None of us would return home, for I saw a tank bearing down on our position, a white vehicle. Under the shroud of night, a cry rose: charge. Realizing their predicament, the Ziobenzi erupted with suicidal resolve, one after another launching one-way attacks upon the tanks. The Guofeng army rolled out searchlights mounted on special vehicles, generators in tow. When lit, those powerful beams illuminated vast tracts, as if it were midday. The Ziobenzi charged into that searing light, utterly exposed to enemy fire and brazenly revealed by the searchlights. Had you seen a reaper mowing wheat? That was the scene now, bundles toppling in rippling waves, fragile and helpless. Terrifying. The Guofeng army's manpower seemed inexhaustible. Qin Hao watched his effective control expand. Whenever a region was secured, he poured heavy forces into it. It was as if every keyboard smoked. Wherever there was ground, all logistics nodes were pushed to full production. Newly produced combat units did not rush into the melee. Instead, they used armored mobility to pull outward along a broad axis. One could see it as drawing an encirclement in all directions, swallowing the enemy's hundreds of thousands into a net. Yet, the ring's defenses were thin. Each node might be held by a single platoon defended with support from a handful of armored vehicles to stem Ziobenzi counterattacks. Encircled. When did the Daxiao people lay such an all-encompassing net capable of trapping hundreds of thousands? Why was there not the faintest hint in our daytime intelligence? Withdraw to preserve the living forces, or pull back as many warriors as can be saved. The surrounded Ziobenzi quickly mustered forces for a breakout. If they could concentrate superiority to pierce a single point of the encirclement, they might claw their way out of death. No one wanted to fight these practitioners of sleight and sorcery anymore. What a joke. The Daxiao forces would appear and vanish like ghosts in the least likely places. A moment it was a warrior's domain, the next a Daxiao soldier would crawl out. Sneak shots, calls for saturating artillery, even running half a day's march to save one's rear. Such tactics left the Ziobenzi skittish, every twig and leaf seeming an enemy. The small notebook began a frenzied breakout. It soon encountered numerous ordinary soldiers, such as Li Da, an ordinary 89 Type 12. 7mm heavy machine gunner. Faced with the fierce assault of a small notebook battalion, Li Da's heavy machine gun team exhibited the qualities of elite troops, repeatedly repelling the infantry's attacks through continuous barrel changes and repositioning. Under the relentless barrage of countless 12.7mm bullets, the small notebook lay strewn across the ground as one infantry battalion after another was quickly wiped out. The threat of grenade launchers to the heavy machine gun positions was minimized, as the 89 type heavy machine gun, unlike other cumbersome, outdated models, could swiftly relocate to alternate firing positions. Moreover, there were specialized soldiers to deal with grenade launchers, whether using guns or mortars. The heavy machine gun was simply invincible. To enhance the stability of the 89 type heavy machine gun, adding counterweights sufficed, providing both firepower and maneuverability, making this model quite popular among soldiers. The encirclement grew increasingly solid. Time was running out for the small notebook. The longer the delay, the more it would evolve into a terrifying beast. This perilous situation did not arise from the incompetence of the notebook country's command structure, which, to be fair, aligned well with tactical logic. The problem lay in Qin Hao's extraordinary methods, capable of forming unpredictable countermeasures in an instant. It could be said that any powerful army arriving here would face a similar fate. While the small notebook still employed conventional tactics, Qin Hao seized every opportunity, even charging into the spring water to strike, before casually walking out, demonstrating the clear disparity in strength. As night deepened, beams of light illuminated a vast area where battles unfolded. Qin Hao quietly awaited in the command center as brilliant flashes of light erupted outside the concrete walls, signifying fierce clashes with beasts like tigers and leopards in motion. It was his first time witnessing such a grand spectacle. The low rumble of the battlefield stirred the hearts of men, and the soldiers caught in the whirlwind felt either fear or excitement. "Commander, everything is progressing according to plan." No one could sleep, and Qin Hao was no exception. Soon the dawn of the third day arrived since Qin Hao's crossing. Outside the towering concrete walls lay a scene of devastation: small lighters, military vehicles still smoking, and heavy artillery reduced to debris, painting a true picture of the battlefield. The bizarre small notebook corpses piled up on the overturned soil. Aerial views would reveal a landscape dotted with craters resembling meteorite impacts, densely scattered. The black-gray spots were all created by explosive shells, and a slightly lower aerial shot would reveal tracks left by tank treads. Countless spent shells littered the ground, including 6, 5mm, 7, 62mm, and 12, 7mm. The number of autocannon caliber shells was also considerable, as they had crumbled under the onslaught, their ranks shattered, leading to chaos among hundreds of thousands of troops. The armored division truly bulldozed through the area multiple times. Wherever tanks could go they went, and where they couldn't, infantry vehicles followed. These infantry vehicles were quite agile, and some small notebooks managed to break out of the encirclement, yet they were still viciously pursued by infantry vehicles. With the main force of the National Defense Army arriving, it would all be over. The doomed included the command centers of the small notebooks' 90th and 61st Standing Legions. These two command centers were established not far from the front lines, and due to delays in their retreat, they were swiftly captured by the National Defense Army. Those few small notebooks that managed to break out of the encirclement were but a handful, mostly scattered troops. This included those who escaped, but were subsequently pursued. Once caught, it was game over. The smoke of war is everywhere. Qin Hao climbed the walls, gazing at all of this. Many areas bore craters with wisps of small flames emitting smoke. At the foot of the walls, vehicles and soldiers constantly cleaned the battlefield, while gunfire could still be heard in the distance. Captain Wang Laolu jumped from a vehicle, quickly ascended the walls, and handed a rough battle report to Qin Hao. The small notebooks have been wealthed, with many of them sleeping due to their satiation. Qin Hao smiled. The battle report was rather rudimentary. In short, the 4 major legions of the small notebook had collapsed, with most of their forces lost in the fields outside the city, leaving only a small fraction that broke through. Outside the city, especially in the less rugged fields, their 2 legs could not outrun 4 wheels, let alone the National Defense Army's 6-wheeled infantry vehicles. With such heavy losses compounded by the small notebook's assistance, these alien troops would go into a frenzy upon realizing they were encircled. There was also the early mutual destruction tactic, which was another aspect of the chaos. A stack of photos was included in the battle report. The content depicted scenes of battle, and it was evident that the photos were taken under the sun, although note the photo was taken at night. Qin Hao was momentarily lost in thought. The saying that one must eat with their mouth might have originated from this. Host Qin Hao, resource points being counted. Upon opening the system, Qin Hao saw only this screen. It was now considered post-battle. The system would reimburse the resource points expended during the conflict. To counter the small notebook's counterattack, Qin Hao had not deployed many troops during the battle. With the number of keyboard points smoking from last night, he had only produced 3 armored divisions and 201 battalions at the start of the battle, nothing more. In total, there were 3 armored divisions, 2 infantry divisions, and 100,000 men, and this was after rounding. Ding, resource point statistics complete. The host expended a total of 619,04600 resource points during the battle, now fully refunded. The next moment, the system panel changed. Host Qin Hao, resource points 619,04600. Rank Major General. Can intimidate units of Major General rank and below. Title Warlord of a region. Within the host's actual control range, a moderate morale boost will be gained, with agriculture and animal husbandry increasing by 15 EO and quality improving by 15 from the original base. This wave of refunds brought Qin Hao significant gains, but even more impressive things were yet to come. Ding, counting airstrike and basic resource boxes acquired during the battle. For convenience, the host may choose to directly exchange for specified resource boxes as compensation from the system, which will receive a slight probability boost. Then let's issue the specified resource boxes directly. Qin Hao said nothing further. This system was a good one, even providing compensation, so it surely deserved the face it was given. Ding, the host has received 90 specified treasure boxes. The host may designate any one of the 4 major fields, or draw randomly like before. Then let's start with 10 at random, Qin Hao stated directly. The terms random and designated seemed a bit strange together, but it didn't matter, I was already here. Out of 90 designated resource boxes, 10 have been used, leaving 80. These 80 can be evenly distributed among the 4 major domains: land, sea, air, and technology. Ding, the host has obtained Montana-class battleship, Essex-class aircraft carrier, Barracuda-class submarine underwater assault team. Building large military port, building large shipyard, building large power center, building school. Macro building Imperial Academy of Sciences. Macro building Imperial Academy of Agriculture. Montana-class battleship costs 30 million resource points. Parameters: peak sailor, full load displacement of 8200 tons, maximum speed of 31 knots. The main guns consist of 4 triple-mounted 457mm naval guns. The secondary armament includes 2127mm dual-purpose guns, 40mm anti-aircraft guns, and 56 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Essex-class aircraft carrier costs 30 million resource points. Parameters: peak sailor, full load of 33500 tons, maximum speed of 33 knots. The carrier-based aircraft include pirate carrier-based fighters, Helldivers bombers, and TBF Avenger torpedo bombers. Maximum aircraft capacity is 100. Barracuda-class submarine costs 5,000 resource points. Parameters: peak sailor full load displacement of 2,415 tons. The main weaponry consists of 10 533mm torpedo launchers, 1 remote-controlled 40mm machine gun, and 2 12.7mm machine guns. Underwater assault team costs 600 resource points. Parameters: each member of the assault team is proficient in amphibious assault operations capable of delivering a lethal strike on light vessels from underwater, lurking in unexpected areas before delivering a thunderous blow. Wao Qinhao looked at the high-level items and wondered if this was what the system referred to as a slight probability increase that felt like a significant boost instead. The legendary blueprint for the battleship has actually appeared. Oh, what else could possibly show up? The best is yet to come. Large military port costs 30 million resource points. Parameters: capable of docking battleships up to 1,000 tons with all necessary facilities and personnel. It can also serve as a regular port. Large shipyard costs 30 million resource points. Parameters: a large shipyard capable of constructing vessels up to 6,000 tons with the ability to work on 3 6,000-ton vessels simultaneously. It features large dry and wet docks for maintenance of 8,000-ton ships. The system provides engineers and workers to keep the shipyard operational, but to run it at full capacity, the host must be Hansen. Large power center costs 30 million resource points. Parameters: the large power center integrates all power-related systems, including large thermal power plants and waste incineration power plants capable of supporting a metropolis with a population of 20 million. It includes all departments necessary for electricity facility installation and maintenance, covering everything from power generation to repairs. The system provides engineers and talents to maintain the large power center's normal operation. School costs 1 million resource points. Parameters: the school building provided by the system covers an area of 550 acres, including essential structures like classrooms, dormitories, science buildings, sports centers, and playgrounds with top-tier teacher resources provided by the system. This building can be stacked. The next to appear are the system's macro buildings. Any building designated with macro is one of the system's macro buildings. These macro buildings come with a buff bonus. Anyone who enters and studies within them will receive various enhancements. Macro Imperial Academy of Sciences costs 90 million resource points. Description: equipped with top-notch equipment and laboratories of the era, staffed with advanced professors necessary for various disciplines, it is the source and foundation of all macro buildings. Note that talents entering this macro building will receive corresponding buff bonuses in various aspects, such as domain limits, learning speed, and physical condition. Macro Imperial Academy of Agriculture costs 90 million resource points. Description: a macro building that places great emphasis on agricultural technology and talent cultivation. Talents with agricultural aptitude and interest will receive special buff bonuses upon entry, which can stack with the buffs from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Note: only talents with agricultural aptitude and interest can gain special buff bonuses, enjoying enhancements in agricultural research speed and breakthrough rates. Qinhao. He felt the system was working, yet it also seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, this was a noble system, truly remarkable. Blueprint battleships, large military port, school buildings. He thought these were enough to be extraordinary, but then a more astonishing macro building came along. Macro buildings are the divine artifacts of the era, products unique to a glorious time, capable of providing unimaginable massive benefits. The system places no limits on the number of macro buildings, meaning a building can be constructed in each major region, then a core area can be chosen as the headquarters for the research institute. 90 million resource points is neither too much nor too little. In terms of quantity, it equals the cost of 7 armored divisions, but this is an absolute value that can be built later. The costs of those large ordinary buildings are 30 million, equivalent to that of a battleship or an aircraft carrier, but it's still a worthwhile investment justified by the price. However, for now, the building matters can be put aside, as there are still many areas consuming resource points. Speaking of resource points, Qinhao thought of needing some designated resource boxes in the technology field, as they might contain the most crucial resource buildings. Since the system has provided them, they must be opened. Open all 20 technology resource boxes, Qinhao said without looking up. Next, the system began to chime incessantly. Ding, the host has acquired a tactical item counterstrike card. It is effective for 7 days upon use. Ding, the host has obtained another tactical item counterstrike card, effective for 7 days upon use. Ding, the host has received a duplicate tactical item counterstrike card, effective for 7 days upon use. Ding, the host has acquired a tactical item tactical bombardment. After use, the host can select any location regardless of distance, and the system will provide 144 fully loaded B-36 bombers for the bombardment. Ding, the host has obtained another tactical bombardment. The usage instructions and content are the same as above. Ding, the host has acquired a tactical item resource doubling card effective for 3 days upon use. Ding, the host has obtained a tactical item construction card. When using the construction card, the host can construct a large macro building without spending resource points. Ding, the host has received another tactical item construction card. The host has received yet another tactical item construction card. Another construction card. Ding, the host has upgraded the map visibility range to 2,000 meters with early warning when under bombardment or airstrike. Ding, the host has acquired a level 4 resource extractor, which can increase resource point income by 2,700 points. With the existing resource extractors, the host can now earn 9,300 resource points per minute. Indeed, a technological prodigy. Qin Hao glanced at the so-called technological field and then at the technologies provided by the system. Well, it turns out the system's technology is just about opening up. Continuously opening up nonstop. He had thought that the technological field referred to scientific blueprints and such. In these 20 designated resource boxes of the technological field, he had opened 7 counterstrike cards, 2 tactical bombardments, 1 resource doubling card, 8 construction cards, and a map visibility upgrade, before finally obtaining the ultimate artifact, a resource extractor. Collecting 7 cards to summon the dragon right. It turns out the previous 7 counterstrike cards were all a setup for what was to follow. Tactical bombardment is quite good. Using it allows for 144 B-36 bombers to bombard enemy targets amounting to 5,760 tons of explosives when fully loaded. With approximately 6,000 tons of ammunition raining down what could not be flattened. And if one bombardment isn't enough, another can follow. Qin Hao then noticed the resource doubling card, which is also excellent. Using it would double the resource points for 3 days, a must-have artifact for a beginner. 8 construction cards. This can also be considered a must-have artifact for beginners, allowing the construction of any building without resource points, saving tens of millions of resource points at once. 8 cards allow for the construction of 8 buildings. If all are macro buildings, then that saves 700 million resource points. At Qin Hao's current rate of 9,300 points per minute, it would take ages to accumulate 700 million resource points without spending a single one. At the northern gate of Tianning City, across the moat, on a hill across, a few ragged refugees stood despondently gazing blankly towards Tianning City. A few days ago, to escape the war, this family had directly fled into the deep mountains, bringing only a small amount of food and supplies. The outside world was unforgiving, chaos was rampant, and those foreign tribes were utterly merciless, leaving no way to survive if they remained. Pay attention, this young man in his 40s is called Old 8. He makes a living selling a secret recipe pastry and possesses some education, yet now he has to take his family to the mountains. Has the royal army returned? Emerging from the mountains, Old 8 was filled with hope, straining to see the outline of the city. From a distance, the area was not filled with flags as imagined. Instead, there was only thick black smoke rising, drifting like dark clouds in the wind. The cannon fire ahead still sounds like thunder. Why is it silent today? Old 8 desperately wanted to know what was happening, wondering if the foreign tribes had been defeated. He was clear about this, hoping for the ancient kingdom to return so that they wouldn't be reduced to mere prey on the roadside. All for one, one for all. No matter what, he had to pay attention. After all, it concerned his family, which was not a trivial matter. But now Old 8 dared not descend the mountain. He could only find a spot on the mountain to watch, hoping to see clearer outlines or anything that might change. Old 8, great news. Suddenly from behind Old 8, a voice erupted from the dense forest, followed by another and another, as if afraid no one could hear. Old 8 and his family were startled by the voice and immediately crouched down, moving towards nearby cover. This was an instinctive reaction. Upon hearing movement, the first instinct was to find a place to hide, and only then to think. But that voice couldn't find Old 8, growing increasingly urgent. Is that the pillar from the neighbor's house? Old 8 thought for a moment, and the more he thought, the more familiar the voice became, until it suddenly clicked. That pillar had disappeared 2 days ago, yet unexpectedly came up the mountain today, not minding the impact on the neighbors. After all, they were not the only ones hiding in the mountains. There were neighbors and surrounding villagers as well. Why is it so urgent? Old 8 stealthily moved out and reminded his family to wait for his return. Quickly in the woods where the voice had come from, Old 8 found the pillar that had been shouting and inquired about the situation outside. Not asking would be fine, but asking made him jump in shock. Outside there truly was a 1,000,000-strong army. The thunderous sounds were non-stop, with warplanes flying about, engaging in fierce combat, before later transforming into a mass of fire crashing to the ground. On the ground it was a sea of heads. Even from a distance the pillar felt a rush of fear as the sounds of gunfire thundered in his ears, as if it was happening right next to him. The royal army has arrived. Among the pillar's descriptions, this was the most heartwarming statement for Old 8. He couldn't remember the last time he felt such joy. Since the dynasty's decline, any conflict always ended in defeat, which was truly disheartening. Today, hearing a good word was a rare delight. On ordinary days he would have splurged a meal or even bought some firecrackers just to hear the sound. The arrival of the royal army carried immense significance, at least guaranteeing a peaceful day ahead. As for everything else, it could be set aside. The royal army. Yes, Qin Hao was the royal army, and he was worthy of that title. With 3 armored divisions and 2 infantry divisions bearing the title of a feudal lord from the system, and possessing 60 million resource points in savings, if he wasn't called the royal army, then who would be? The system was operational. Even the least skilled soldiers were elite among elites, with first-class ace tank drivers piloting the Tiger and Leopard tanks, well-trained and previously considered an elite force. In the present context, they could be called aces, but not the ones being shot at. The title of the ace has already been established, prominently hanging over the heads of the National Defense Army. Moreover, the news of this battle will surely send shockwaves through history, astonishing the world, whether it be the so-called strong nations from another world or the native dynasties. The classic 3 questions, what, why, and how, have once again been placed on the table by various factions. One doesn't need to look to know what their reactions will be. Essentially, they will be stunned by the battle report, then squabble amongst themselves, ultimately trying to trace the origins of the National Defense Army and its weaponry, only to find their own power utterly helpless. Little Ben is undoubtedly furious, but what does it matter? Soon greater benefits will arrive at Little Ben's homeland. This can be regarded as an old routine hardly worth detailing. In summary, both the dynasty's cabinet and other powerful nations from another world must feel restless. Qin Hao also reiterates whether in an unknown duel or a mass brawl they all come to deliver their heads. Now the primary task is to pursue the enemy. To the east of Tianning City, a remnant force carrying the banner of Benzi has been blocked by a river, cutting off their retreat. From above, one can see that there are still many remnants of Benzi's soldiers surrounding this team, essentially surrounding a particular area, with numbers reaching at least several thousand to 10,000. Moreover, the highest commander of Benzi in this location, His Highness Xiaojiu, is also among this fleeing force. Originally, Benzi had hundreds of thousands of troops with a grand military display and high morale. However, the collapse of hundreds of thousands of troops occurred in an instant. Once a rout happens and they are pursued by the enemy, there will be little left of the remaining forces. This is what is meant by a rout being like a mountain collapsing. Before the overwhelming tide of fate, even the bravest soldiers will be swept away. His Highness Xiaojiu's ability to escape the encirclement is entirely due to the valor of his subordinates, who abandoned all heavy vehicles and under the cover of night took a small road to flee. They have been running until today. Initially, there were only a few hundred Benzi soldiers guarding His Highness Xiaojiu, but unexpectedly, as they fled, more and more joined, and the numbers snowballed into what they are now. Now this remnant force is blocked by a river, and it will take a lot of time to go around. Moreover, Benzi does not have rafts or transport boats, so they can only make do on the spot, sending soldiers to fell trees, utilizing everything that can be useful. The pursuers are hot on their heels, and any misstep could lead to total annihilation. Are we to relive history again? His Highness Xiaojiu, well-versed in history, knows that continuing down this path will lead to a reenactment of the past. The more he thinks about it, the more anxious he becomes. The sounds of gunfire are gradually getting closer, and he must come up with a solution. Meanwhile, the menacing bulldozer is advancing, the roar of the diesel engine drawing near, reducing the Benzi soldiers attempting to charge into fragments. Listening to the gunfire drawing closer, His Highness Xiaojiu can only leave it to fate and choose to fight desperately. There's no time. Have all the warriors forced their way across the river. After His Highness Xiaojiu finished speaking, a layer of gray spread across his face. The chief of staff beside him immediately turned and issued commands with high efficiency, procuring the few remaining rafts for His Highness. Forcing their way across the river is the only chance. Whether or not they can survive depends solely on luck, but it's certainly better than being captured by the Xia people behind. Soon splashes erupted as objects crashed into the water, and the loud sounds drowned out the river's natural sounds. The cold wind before the new year is howling fiercely. The river below has grown so cold that it can freeze to the marrow. A normal flesh and blood body, once exposed to this cold water, will lose heat in no time. But Benzi has no choice. Gritting their teeth, they must go forward, shedding any clothing that could weigh them down. Some new soldiers even discarded their guns, all for the sake of crossing the river to survive. It's clear to see that the Benzi soldiers floating in the cold water will perish from hypothermia before long. On the shore, soldiers have already opened fire on the river, targeting the Benzi soldier, whose head is barely above the water, making him the perfect target for practice. With a single shot, the entire head exploded, and the splattered juice tainted the river water. The sound of heavy machine gun fire was terrifying, as the more powerful 12.7mm bullets were shot into the water, turning the river surface into a watermelon red. On the river surface, everything was drenched in crimson. The Benzi soldiers swimming in the water and the rafts floating on the surface became prime targets for assault. Especially the rafts, which were heavily targeted by the soldiers, concentrated fire, leaving none to escape. In such times, only small and big fish can still be on the water. The soldiers understood the implication and showed no mercy in their fire. The noise of the cannon fire even drowned out the sounds of standard semi-automatic and automatic rifles, making it one of the noisemakers on the scene. When the last gunshot fell silent, the sunlight fully illuminated the scene, becoming intensely hot, banishing the coldness from the ground. Your Majesty, the battle report has arrived. Back in Benzi's homeland, an extremely anxious voice echoed through the court. The ministers of the maritime and land factions stood in two lines, glaring at each other with accusatory eyes, and in the middle stood the Locust. The report began with a classic statement: "Our army has engaged the enemy forces of the Xia dynasty on the battlefield, with the imperial warriors being unstoppable, annihilating 5 main divisions of the Xia forces. Our army has only suffered minor losses, with from major corps sustaining some damage." After reading the telegram, the ministers and the Locust fell silent, staring intently, their hands clutching the battle report, involuntarily tightening. This is a false battle report. Those who understand know that this report is meant to fool the cannon fodder below, while the true reports from the battlefield are entirely different. The elite forces of Benzi, led by His Highness Xiao Jiao, were cleverly surrounded by the Xia forces. In less than half, around hundreds of thousands of troops were reduced to ashes. All advantages have collapsed, and the Empire's accumulation has turned to nothing. What are we to do? The Locust looked utterly fatigued. Your Majesty, the urgent task is to contact the main force of His Highness Xiao Jiao's army first. Regardless of how great the losses are, if we can retain some of the living forces, we can retreat to the rear cities. The power of the Xia has undergone earth-shattering changes, and the Empire should withdraw its surviving forces to the rear cities, relying on strong cities to construct deep defensive layers in succession. This change in power is not arithmetic, it is exponential. From the battle reports that came back, it was clear that the Xia had acquired the heavy weapons they should have, almost covering the entire army system. The current situation is very unfavorable for Benzi. Furthermore, with the army in the region heavily battered, a significant portion of their strength is lost, prioritizing defense before considering any offensive actions. Around the area, the Empire still has forces present, allowing for layered defenses along the boundaries of imperial control, utilizing the natural terrain for fortification and seizing the opportunity to mobilize support from other empires. Actions must be swift. Additionally, the Navy must deploy fleets quickly to patrol the designated areas, preventing the Daxia from acquiring any secret weapons. The homeland of the Empire cannot be overlooked. Priority should be given to strengthening the anti-aircraft firepower in the Locust capital and key industrial cities, while ground observation posts must be under strict vigilance. The army minister suggested. The Daxia dynasty is merely a second or third-rate entity in this other world and should not possess such extensive equipment. The only explanation is that someone is cunningly smuggling arms. Moreover, it is highly likely that the route taken is by water. After all, transporting such a large quantity of equipment overland would require multiple convoys, which is far too conspicuous. It would be better to use waterways. Then the Army and Navy need to provide a concrete plan as soon as possible. The Locust wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Once the Navy and Army present their respective plans, the Locust has the authority to approve or disapprove, and it is clear that it has been approved now. But this is merely a delaying tactic, and an even more powerful airstrike force is on the way. Tianning Grand Airport. This is a large airport constructed from the fusion of 2 Air Force bases located outside Tianning City, built by Qin at the cost of 2 million resource points. There are 2 runways, each 6,000 meters long, covering an extensive area with well-equipped facilities capable of accommodating 100 B-36 aircraft. Currently, the airport houses 70 B-36S and 80 Bf-109 fighters. This entire setup cost Qin a total of 1402160 resource points, equivalent to the cost of an armored division. However, this is extremely worthwhile. Driving a vehicle along the airport, one can see massive aircraft parked on the exceptionally spacious tarmac. They truly are colossal. The B-36. Just the wings on either side are so large they could lift 2 B-29s, and there is even space to hang one underneath. Once Qin produced the Bf-109 fighter jets, as long as they were within the operational range of the fighters, all air supremacy belonged to him. The ACE pilot system provides ground support, as the airport has its own ground crew, meaning there are no worries. Bombers can operate without restraint, and the security of the Grand Airport is assured. Standing atop the airport control tower, Qin found this to be the sole high point of the entire airport, allowing him to oversee the entire airport layout, observing various parked and about to take off planes. There is an indescribable sense of awe. One must admit that the system is indeed powerful. Just recently, this area was a battlefield filled with shell craters, and now it has been transformed into a grand airport with no time wasted. System open all the resource boxes belonging to the Air Force. Qin said with great interest. Opening the 20 designated resource boxes for the Air Force, he wondered what would emerge this time. Ding, the host has obtained X-radio-guided bomb roller bomb T-12, Super Bomb Elite Paratroopers M-22, Locust Airborne Tank M1A1 Airborne 75mm Howitzer C-54 Large Transport Aircraft 47 passenger aircraft, A-1 ground attack aircraft. Hamilcar Heavy Glider Tow Aircraft Radio Navigation System Super Blackbird Helicopter Air Tanker BF-10 Night Fighter. Avenger Early Warning Aircraft PBY Seaplane Primary Trainer 6 Aviation Meteorological Map Dynamic Air Combat Map. System Prompt. The following military unit templates to be viewed are quite lengthy. Please be patient or skip automatically. The following equipment is exclusive to the other world. X radio guided bomb for use as equipment production requires no conditions. Total combat weight 1. 6 tons capable of penetrating battleship armor, and the crew can adjust the bomb's impact point via radio during launch. Roller bomb for use as equipment production requires no conditions. Total combat weight 8. 3 tons when dropped onto water, it can create a miraculous leap akin to a stone skipping across water, thereby hitting its target. T-12 super bomb for use as equipment production requires no conditions. An early generation bomb, total combat weight 20 tons with explosive power equivalent to 26 tons of standard TNT, capable of penetrating 30 meters of ground or piercing 7 meters of reinforced concrete. M1A1 75mm howitzer for use as equipment production requires no conditions. This cannon has a maximum range of 8,000 meters and can accompany airborne operations with paratroopers. Elite paratroopers cost 600 resource points. Parameters: each paratrooper is an ace at their level, capable of operating the 75mm howitzer and possessing the ability to drop behind enemy lines for surprise attacks. M22 Locust Airborne Tank cost 3,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with elite crews, total combat weight 7 tons, capable of being airdropped via transport aircraft or heavy gliders. Its main armament is a 37mm tank gun along with a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun with 30mm frontal armor. C-54 large transport aircraft cost 60,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. Maximum payload 12 tons, maximum range 7,000 kilometers. CA-1 ground attack aircraft cost 60,000 resource points. Parameters: a ground attack aircraft modified from the C-54 transport aircraft's fuselage. Equipped with 4 20mm cannons, 2 12.7mm heavy machine guns, and a 75mm howitzer. C-47 passenger aircraft cost 30,000 resource points. Parameters: an exceptionally reliable high-altitude passenger aircraft, maximum range 3,000 kilometers. Chinhao's eyes lit up just seeing what was in front of him. Wow, this is great. The system is opening again, which means it is being opened by the system itself, unrelated to him. But then the main attraction arrived, very much in line with the tradition of a grand finale. BF-10 Night Fighter cost 10,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots capable of taking off and engaging in combat at night. Armament configuration includes 2 20mm cannons, 4 12.7mm machine guns with night, close-range radar detection capability and maximum range of 1,500 kilometers. Avenger Early Warning Aircraft cost 10,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. Can detect low-flying aircraft within 100 kilometers, naval vessels on the surface within 320 kilometers with a maximum range of 1,600 kilometers. PBY seaplane cost 10,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots, can take off and land on water armed with 2 7.62mm machine guns and capable of carrying various deep-water bombs. Primary Trainer 6 cost 10,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace instructors. This is a top-level trainer aircraft with exceptionally outstanding data across the board, capable of training competent pilots. Hamilcar Heavy Glider cost 10,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. Maximum payload 12 tons, capable of carrying Locust airborne tanks. However, the Hamilcar Heavy Glider itself has no engine and requires a tow aircraft for use. Tow aircraft cost buy 1 get 1 free. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. For every Hamilcar Heavy Glider produced by the host, the system will provide 1 tow aircraft along with a pilot. The main attraction of this resource box has arrived. Radio navigation system for use as equipment production requires no conditions. This is a radio navigation system improved by the system, equipped with miniaturized instruments, perhaps usable as an early navigation aid, displaying distances accurately suitable for various industries. Super Blackbird helicopter cost 60,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. It is a first-generation universal helicopter that can adapt to various harsh terrains and weather conditions. Maximum payload 4 tons, maximum lift 5 tons, maximum range 3,500 kilometers. Air tanker costs 60,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with ace pilots. It is a tanker modified from the C-54 fuselage, capable of refueling 2 aircraft with aerial refueling capability simultaneously. Maximum range 6,000 kilometers. All of the host's Air Force resource boxes have been opened. The remaining aviation meteorological map is an auxiliary map that will provide weather maps for a certain area when used assisting aircraft in flight with permanent usage time and data sharing among units. Dynamic air combat map requires binding to an enemy. It will only take effect on that particular enemy. At that time, the combat map will automatically display the location of the enemy's important targets, significant factories, and crucial underground structures, providing accurate coordinates and data sharing among units. Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Finally, it was done. It really wasn't easy. Various equipment data filled the entire system page, overwhelming in quantity, and this was already the simplified version of the system. If it were the detailed descriptions of the armor, it might take up dozens of system pages to read through. But one must say the system rewards are quite generous, at least among them are advanced equipment. Yet there was something off about this atmosphere as Qin Hao repeatedly examined it until he discovered the oddity. What on earth is this counterfeit Super Blackbird helicopter? Could it be that the system misread and mistook the black deer for a blackbird on the panel? Regardless, it's already started. A few extra words will just be treated as a bonus. From night fighters to large transport planes, from heavy gliders to the Super Blackbird helicopter, from boiled snail rice noodles to fried snail rice noodles, every single one of them is a valuable asset. I guarantee that the little notebook will question life after just one bite. This time Qin Hao won't look closely as the 70B-36s at the large airport are about to take off to execute a mission that could bring warmth to the enemy. Currently, the Army is dominating the battlefield on land, and the Air Force should also take action to achieve remarkable results. Each B-36 is fully loaded with a payload of 40 tons, all filled with warmth, ensuring that they will achieve results. Let the newly developed super bombs be set aside. They will be loaded in the next batch. Due to the importance of this flight formation, Major General Li Changkong of the Air Force commands this operation, one of the high-level talents assigned by the system fully responsible for this mission. 3 industrial cities, quite reasonable. Qin Hao was very satisfied with the task proposal submitted by Li Changkong. It detailed the main tasks and plans for the fleet, addressing the arduous mission of assisting the little notebook in industrialization, mentioning 3 locations. Among them, Li Changkong proposed 3 solutions. First, assist the little notebook in solving the pollution issue of its largest local steel factory. Second, help the little notebook address many inexperienced issues in manufacturing, striving to turn these novices into skilled workers. Third, assist the little notebook in reducing industrial pollution while addressing urban congestion and housing issues. Commander, we are confident we can help our friends resolve these issues in one go, achieving 3 goals with one effort. Before departure, Li Changkong assured Qin Hao he put a lot of effort into this proposal, which will undoubtedly solve the little notebook's problems while also helping our side achieve greater results. Very well, it seems that I as a radical was still too conservative. After reviewing Li Changkong's plan, Qin Hao displayed a satisfied smile, realizing this is the radical talent he wanted. Hold on, the 70B-36s will all be divided into 3 bombing batches to implement precise treatment plans for the most pressing issues mentioned above, referred to as surgical treatment. But there's no rush. If the effectiveness of this treatment isn't good, we can perform another treatment next time, tomorrow, or the day after. Qin Hao added. He couldn't help but sigh. The little notebook had only lost its innocence while the National Defense Army had lost pure steel. Wouldn't all that warmth wrapped in steel be wasted if simply discarded? There's no other way. Qin Hao can only do this. Helping friends solve problems is his fundamental task, and he must do so unreservedly. Yes, we guarantee the treatment will be effective. We are about to take off. Li Changkong replied, calculating the time. It was time for him to depart and quickly help his comrades solve their issues. Viru. The 6 piston engines of each B-36 began to slowly turn as the ace pilots skillfully utilized differential throttles to maneuver this massive machine for a turn and glide onto the runway. To avoid fuel consumption issues, the B-36s farther from the runway are being towed onto the runway with the help of heavy-duty tow trucks. This is the truth forged in steel. As each B-36 began to gather towards the runway, a scene more shocking than an elephant's march unfolded. The roar of steel echoed throughout the entire airport, and the overwhelming power and wind could hardly be expressed in words. Take off, B-36. At this moment, the 4 jet engines ignited, causing this formidable war fortress to soar into the blue sky one after another. The roaring engines momentarily drowned out the sounds of nature and other activities until they ascended to high altitudes where the noise diminished. The large formation of aircraft began to fly in formation. Attention all crews, we have 2.5 hours until we reach our destination with a half-hour reserve. The remaining 2 hours will be your rest time. This daytime mission is relatively easy. The entire bomber fleet will be at an altitude of 10,000 meters except during the bombing, a height inaccessible to any small aircraft. Aside from essential control and vigilance positions, the other crew members had ample time to rest in the lounge located at the back of the cockpit. The massive B-36 provided sufficient space for activities, featuring a lounge at the rear of the fuselage equipped with 1 or 2 hammocks and a toilet. Even food could be heated on the aircraft, making it exceptionally luxurious. Li Changkong gazed out of the side window where the ground targets appeared incredibly small, yet distinct. Mountains, rivers, dilapidated courtyards, and towns lay beneath his view. What an ancient and beautiful land it is. The B-36 formation flew up into the blue sky, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this height, the sound of the B-36 engines was nearly inaudible from the ground, and even the ground observation posts found it difficult to detect the silhouette of the aircraft. Thus, small aircraft had a hard time spotting them. However, the B-36, equipped with 4 jet engines, would leave a conspicuous white wavy contrail while flying in the frigid air at 10,000 meters. This contrail was quite evident and could be clearly seen from the ground. In fact, it truly was. When the B-36 formation flew over cities controlled by the small nation, they discovered that the blue sky was marked by wavy white trails. What strange new clouds. So that's what it is. I've never seen anything like it before. Most ground observers from the small nation did not take much notice and instead watched with indifference. They thought it was a special meteorological phenomenon possibly caused by the weather. However, a few officers at some posts began to grow vigilant, reporting to higher command in layers. As they approached the homeland of the small nation, the 70 B-36s were divided into 3 batches according to their pre-planned routes, heading towards 3 different locations. Li Changkong led 20 B-36s, preparing to head straight for the area with the most severe steel pollution in the small nation, the Old Yi Steel Plant. The distance was not far. "We are getting closer to the coordinates of the steel plant shown on the combat map." This statement stirred up waves of excitement, transmitted through the radio to the main channel of the fleet. Soon all crew members became excited as they neared the target in midair directly above the largest steel plant of the small nation, the Old Yi Steel Plant. Most of the steel used by the small nation's Navy and Army was produced by this steel plant, with an annual output reaching millions of tons. The combat map coordinates have been shared with all crews. What we must do next is safely deliver the gifts to our friends' home while helping them solve their issues. Li Changkong smiled as he looked at the land outside the cockpit window. Clean up according to the coordinates and surrounding reference points one by one. It was noon, and the small nation was still at lunch. As the 20 B-36s passed through the thin clouds, they gradually lowered their altitude. The outlines of buildings below became clearer, shifting from indistinct dots to distinct structures. Everything was visible. The buildings became densely packed, encompassing all the facilities of the steel plant and the tracks for transporting iron ore. Especially the blast furnaces of the steel plant, which were the most prominent, with orange-red flames wrapped in thick smoke clearly visible during the day, emitting a large amount of pollutant gases. Adjacent to the blast furnaces, lined up like large industrial warehouses, were the steel production workshops, brightly lit during the day, with most workers from the small nation in a state of work. Even the recent curfew imposed by the locusts did not affect the production progress of the steel plant, as these were large industrial facilities that could not relocate their factories and equipment in a short time. Woo, woo, woo. As the B-36 descended from the clouds, the small nation's air raid alarm suddenly blared, the piercing sound causing their eardrums to throb. Airstrike. Many from the small nation felt a surge of despair upon seeing the small black dots suddenly appear in the sky. It was precisely during the most active time at the steel plant, with many workers and facilities working overtime. The consequences of a sudden attack were unimaginable. Nearby, an airport in the small nation was urgently scrambling to launch fighter jets. Just at this moment, the warm greetings from above had arrived, with black dots sliding from the B-36's bomb base. As they fell, specially installed whistles were set off by the airflow, emitting an incredibly fearful shriek that descended, resembling countless dull knives scraping through the air, growing heavier and more terrifying. Most of these gifts from above were warm eggs along with some high-explosive bombs, who, once they landed, all problems would be resolved. All issues, including pollution, would be swiftly resolved. Bang! When the deafening sound echoed, all nearby glass shattered, with shards raining down like a torrential downpour. Under the surround sound of 360 degrees, at the point of impact, red flames surged, carrying with chips and metal fragments skyward, marking the beginning of this grand feast. 20 B-36s easily delivered 800 tons of gifts, averaging enough to cover the entire area of the steel plant, especially since the warm flames would spread on their own. Chain explosions erupted across this foreign land, the expanding shockwaves propelling the warm explosives, sending an endless wave of warmth toward the small nation. One factory was completely torn apart under this dual assault, a flower blooming from the roof as production equipment, products, and raw materials burned in the crimson ruins. The blast furnace collapsed and thick smoke shot up like a black dragon, accompanied by the sound of twisting metal as the entire furnace fell with a thunderous crash. This caused the fiery clouds to appear ahead of time. If someone could admire the scenery here, they would see the terrifying flames that turned the entire sky red, with clouds resembling burnt cotton candy quietly floating and collapsing in the glow. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless expanse of reality, a 4D game scene, filled with thick smoke, where every movement was incredibly real. Once crowded streets were now left with only a few twisted metal beams and white-hot rubble piles. The heat waves had even distorted distant scenery. Under the sharp alarms serving as the background music, factory buildings were torn to shreds, industrial equipment became scrap metal, and novices turned into seasoned hands. Continuous dull explosions shook the ground, sending tremors with each impact, creating ripples even in distant puddles. Thick smoke obscured the sun, tinting the sky dark gray. Zooming in, one could see the nearby inhabitants of the small nation hurriedly fleeing, escaping against the backdrop shrouded in thick smoke. A brilliant sun rose, casting a vibrant array of colors, enriching the lives of the small nation's people, allowing them to feel the warmth of life. Yet the Benzi were not entirely defenseless. Compared with the meager ground anti-aircraft fire, the 3 biplanes taking off from the nearby airfield were far more consequential, regarded as the instruments to fell any enemy from the sky. To the east of the B-36 formation, 3 decrepit biplane fighters came into view at a languid pace. They were Jua-type biplanes, their only armament 2 7mm machine guns. Against the armor of a B-36, the 7mm machine guns felt more like a token than a threat. Bastards. Pilot Xiao Lin wrestled his aging biplane toward the limit, desperate to shoot down the root cause of all this devastation. But the biplanes were too slow, sluggish, and languid. If the B-36 had not decelerated, they could not have closed the gap at all. The bomber slowed precisely to wait for the Benzi. The B-36 closest to the 3 obsolete Benzi fighters quietly climbed a little higher. Then it discreetly brought up 8 twin remote-controlled 20mm gun turrets, preparing to send the Benzi aloft with 16 20mm barrels. Usually those 8 remote turrets would not all fire at once. When firing arcs were limited, only a few turrets could bear on a target. Moreover, bombers seldom fought enemy fighters, especially after completing their mission, for such engagements invite losses. If a fighter damaged a critical component, the whole aircraft might not be able to return. But now the pilots simply took advantage of how weak the Benzi were. Their 3 antiquated fighters lacked firepower and speed, and before the furious autocannons they were reduced to wreckage. Thud thud. The Benzi biplanes had only edged a little closer when the 20mm battery first shuddered to life. Only 4 twin barrels opened fire in sequence, unleashing lines of annihilating trajectories in measured intervals. Heaven preserve us. The sudden thunder startled Xiao Lin, who instinctively yanked his plane aside to avoid the streams of fire. Rat-a-tat. Seeing this, Xiao Lin's 2 wingmen opened up using 7mm machine guns at medium range to cover their comrade. At such medium range, the machine guns were far less potent than the autocannons, which could strike from greater distances. A single hit from the cannons would send a Benzi plane spiraling down. Could the Benzi's small caliber guns do anything? The 7mm rounds could not pierce the thick hide of a B-36. They could not even scratch the skin. As expected, Xiao Lin's vintage biplane began to tremble under the onslaught, growing fragile. The remote turrets adjusted their aim, and another rapid volley followed. Boom boom. Still 2 autocannon shells struck the lower right wing of Xiao Lin's aircraft, punching a hole. Fragments fell away into the air. It's gone. Xiao Lin felt as if walking on thin ice. Before he could steady the plane with skill, another barrage descended. This time Xiao Lin could not escape. 1 shell struck the cockpit, reducing the instruments and his body to a ruin. The biplane was shredded, many parts and shards plunged earthward, and soon the aircraft's main structure collapsed in a fatal fall. Thud thud, thud. The cannonade grew louder now, and its intensity rose another degree. 2 more B-36s joined the fight, using their autocannons against the enemy. 3 against 3, numerically even. Now it was a true duel, no longer an act of bullying. Boom. Under the ever-intensifying fire, the remaining 2 obsolete biplanes could not escape. However they turned, they met the same fate of falling. Fragments emblematic of the Benzis fell from the heavens in pieces. On the ground, those who had hoped their fighters would defend the skies were silenced. After this, the Xia planes grew even more wanton, dropping one gift after another upon the Benzi. Anything clearly visible received a delivery. Not only the steelworks, the same scene played out simultaneously in 2 other principal cities, as earlier B-36 formations successfully delivered their presence upon the targets. Shanfan City and Yegu City. One contained an armaments factory, the other an aviation industry center. Both were dealt with by the National Defense Forces. With the assistance of the system's operational map coordinates, the delivery accuracy was extremely high. At worst, ordnance fell to the periphery, where a fierce blaze would then spread warmth. The roaring flames warmed the hearts of the Benzi and incidentally banished their bodily cold. Industrial pollution and urban problems were solved together. It was truly gratifying, helping others while pleasing oneself. Why not? It was a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The pilots were pleased. The Benzi on the ground had their transportation and pollution problems addressed. Everyone's spirits were uplifted, and a brighter future seemed possible. They are still too prosperous. We should assist further with industry and urbanization. Li Changkong's voice came as he ordered the return to base. Li Changkong was exacting and also warm-hearted, seeing the Binzi's urban layout and many unreasonable factors he could not help but sigh. How benevolent. He felt this aid was not comprehensive enough and planned to be more thorough next time. Now all flight formations began to head home. Before returning, the formations photographed the Binzi countryside from high altitude. These images held great artistic value and would be brought home. They intended to let the entire Otherworld know that Xia was a helpful friend, often assisting comrades in solving problems. This was their way of exhibiting that spirit. Benefiting others while benefiting oneself is commendable. This is a glorious and victorious action of ours. For any force, even the enemy, we initially adopt a cautious and benevolent approach. However, when the enemy resorts to means beyond conventional warfare, they cannot blame us for tearing apart the goodwill. We will surely return 100-fold, sending every enemy that recklessly tramples this land to judgment. When the enemy ignites a flame in this vast land, they must consider that their homeland will be illuminated by our flames. When fairness and justice cannot uphold the interests of every citizen of the Great Xia, we will redefine all truths, principles, and patterns of the world with our own truth. Qin Hao's voice resonated across the land through the victory broadcast. Upon learning that the aerial mission was successfully completed and the flight formation was returning, Qin Hao personally took action, prepared to announce the victory of the Great Xia to the indigenous forces of the Otherworld with a man's romance. With the war settling down and the military supplies sufficient, it is time to establish our name after this victory, spreading the names of Qin Hao and the National Defense Army throughout the world. This is a dual benefit action, and that terrifying title will descend upon this world. Fear has descended upon the land of the rising sun. Panic and confusion have enveloped the imperial cabinet, causing unrest among the Europeans. In the sturdy underground chambers of the land of the rising sun where locusts reside, there is an air of silence and unease. The people of the Great Xia once again dropped aerial bombs within the empire's borders, and this time the outcome was devastating. The empire's largest steel mill was destroyed, and two extremely important industrial centers, the merchant market and wild ancient market, were affected. The impact from merely the steel mill resulted in a 30% loss of the empire's steel production capacity, and additionally 20 of the aviation machinery, 6 of the textile industry, and 8 of the military manufacturing capacity were affected. And this is only the impact on the industry itself, it does not account for the industry shutdown caused by supply shortages from the loss of steel. Qin Hao and the National Defense Army. Now the small land of the rising sun finally knows who their combat opponent is, the truly powerful and invincible adversary. Currently, all the ministers, including the locust, are trembling. The empire's retaliation has not yet been proclaimed when the actions of the Great Xia have arrived, and they came with such swiftness that already 3 large cities and an important industrial area have been attacked, including the locust. The Great Xia inflicted devastating industrial damage to the empire with merely 2 deployments of flight formations. This action led to an unprecedented consensus between the naval and land forces on technical matters. The large bombers of the Great Xia took off from Tianning City. Although we do not know the exact location, we can be certain that there is a large airport nearby. After verification by the empire's technical officers and experts, the large bombers of the Great Xia can soar to an altitude of 10,000 meters, evading imperial observation posts and defensive positions along the way. This flight distance has exceeded the interception altitude of the Empire's fighter jets. The Empire needs a more advanced high-altitude fighter. Both the Navy and the Army require a more advanced fighter to counter the threats posed by the National Defense Army. Although this mysterious force's origins are unknown, it holds a very high level of threat. Thus, the task of developing the latest fighter jets was naturally approved by the locusts, and the aviation giants of the land of the rising sun will promptly begin research prioritizing equipping the Air Force's airports domestically. The munitions factories also require more large-caliber anti-aircraft artillery to fend off the Great Xia bombers above. This is a necessary defensive measure. Furthermore, the activities of the Great Xia dynasty should be intensified a bit. The small land of the rising sun believes it can seize another opportunity to annihilate this mysterious force that poses the greatest threat to the empire in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the inquiry telegram sent to the Europeans has already reached the hands of major powers. The sun never sets empire. This venerable empire, renowned for possessing the world's strongest navy, found itself engulfed in a strategic shock. At this moment, the intelligence department of this ancient empire was operating at full capacity. The power held by the Xia people underwent a seismic transformation. They utilized a high-altitude bomber to obliterate the industrial capabilities of the Binzi nation. Not a single Xia aircraft that flew over the cities of Binzi was shot down. In fact, they completed their bombing runs before the fighters from Binzi even took to the skies and subsequently returned to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Our exceptional young men gathered a wealth of intelligence from numerous eyewitnesses who observed many miraculous traces at the scene. Perhaps these high-altitude fighters employed new technology. In any case, such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. This panic spread throughout the sun never sets empire. According to the conclusions drawn by the intelligence department, these high-altitude bombers could easily soar to heights of 10,000 meters and carry dozens of tons of munitions. This means that when these bombers carry only a small amount of munitions, they can effortlessly traverse thousands of kilometers. This distance poses a threat to the interests of the Sun Never Sets Empire in the Far East. Indeed, the Sun Never Sets Empire possesses significant territorial interests surrounding the Xia dynasty, and these territories would all be shrouded under the terrifying clouds of the bombers. The intelligence officer responsible for handling this sudden event found it amusing. How could the Binzi people dare to assume that the Europeans possessed such advanced technology? If the Sun Never Sets Empire had such high-altitude bombers, many of the small nations would lose sleep over it, Rom remarked, somewhat touched. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation was making great strides to surpass the Sun Never Sets Empire, achieving numerous accomplishments in both economic and industrial realms. However, all these achievements were snatched from under the glory of the Sun Never Sets Empire. If the Sun Never Sets Empire also had a high-altitude bomber, perhaps the situation would be much improved. The beautiful nation, the Romanov dynasty, and top-tier powers, such as the Gaulish Rooster, were all contemplating how to obtain the genuine data and countermeasures for this high-altitude bomber. The people of the beautiful nation felt threatened. For a long time, the new continent where the beautiful nation resided had been exceedingly safe, with no neighboring country able to pose a threat to its security. Before this, no so-called high-altitude bomber had been able to reach the new continent or intrude upon the airspace considered the safest by the beautiful nation. However, that is no longer the case. The Xia people with their national defense army now possessed the capability to threaten the homeland of the beautiful nation. The Romanov dynasty had similar reasons. Clarifying the true data of this high-altitude bomber and obtaining the corresponding technology was of utmost importance. In the afternoon at the Tianning City International Airport, Qin Hao watched as B-36 bombers loaded to capacity descended onto the airport's extended runway. He knew that the outcomes of this operation were substantial, a perfect victory. The system's assessment of the battle results would only take a moment. Soon the feedback from Binzi would land in Qin Hao's hands. Once these matters were dealt with, a crucial conference regarding the foundational role of the National Defense Army in this world would convene. Present would be Qin Hao, the commanders of 3 armored divisions and 2 infantry divisions, as well as senior personnel from the Air Force. The commanders of the 1st Armored Division Gao Ping, the 2nd Armored Division Lu Taigang, the 3rd Armored Division Hu Pingyuan, Infantry Divisions 1 and 2, Chen Yud, and Mei Daoud, alongside Air Force's Li Chongkong. The above-mentioned individuals, along with the staff from the General Staff Headquarters, constituted the main participants of the conference. This meeting was of critical importance as it would influence all subsequent decisions and fundamentals that should not be underestimated. Our strategy and actions have always revolved around ensuring our own survival. If we cannot develop or survive on this land, then everything is meaningless. Before the meeting, Qin Hao was acutely aware of his situation. In this world where the strong hold sway, only those with power have a voice. Regardless of whether one occupies the moral high ground, as long as one possesses great power, all else becomes a minor issue. Our operational range has already expanded from this city into the surrounding areas. If we continue to the east, we shall push the Binzi back to the sea. If we head north, we will encounter the forces of the dynasty's homeland, where their army is currently regrouping. At the start of the meeting, Qin Hao pointed to the current map and spoke. Tianning City is the core of the southern territory of the dynasty, possessing an exceptionally prominent geographical location and significance. Securing this area and further expanding around it would yield a considerably ample territory. Moreover, this territory is the most prosperous and densely populated core of the southern economy of the Xia dynasty, without exception. The actual decision-maker of the dynasty, Shun Gulao, valued this greatly. Given his character, it was not unlikely that he would engage in subsequent minor maneuvers. However, in the face of true power, all minor maneuvers are mere talk. Nevertheless, the area we currently occupy is still too small compared to our formidable strength. This tiny expanse is insignificant. Qin Hao shifted his tone. Expansion. This is the choice of a powerful force. Throughout history, any strong empire has chosen expansion to seize vast territories. Regardless of how future generations utilize this land, the ancestors have already fulfilled their mission. Commander, shall we expand simultaneously in the 4 cardinal directions? At the conference, the commander of the 1st Armored Division, Gao Ping, inquired. Advancing east would reclaim territories occupied by the Binzi, while heading south would also reclaim some of the original land. However, moving west and north would engage areas already under the control of the dynasty's cabinet, that is Shun Gulao's territory. Indeed, but our current priority remains focused on the Binzi. Qin Hao nodded. Unifying the other world is imperative. This is not only a requirement of the system, but also Qin Hao's own ambition. To be precise, it is a lofty aspiration. After all, ancient history records it thus. If a lord from one side initiates a unification war, even if not achieving full unification, he will still be praised in history. At the very least, the texts will state this person possesses grand aspirations for unification. Yet if one commands hundreds of thousands of troops, but remains confined to a corner, history will record this person lacks ambition, has a narrow vision, and is nothing but a rat. In addressing the Benzi, all possible means will undoubtedly be employed. However, regarding the dynasty's cabinet, approaches must remain gentle, after all we are still among our own people in this land. Avoiding bloodshed is optimal. It would be best to transfer power through amicable means. Of course, if conflict becomes unavoidable, Qin Hao will certainly choose to engage. Do not worry about bloodshed in this process, as no large empire's unification occurs without bloodshed. If accomplished with swift, thunderous force, it can avoid much bloodshed and allow for developmental time. Qin Hao surveyed the room. Soon the S2 season, drawing participation from all major powers of the Otherworld, will commence. It will be the best opportunity for this ancient empire to return. Whether to observe from the sidelines or actively strike for maximum benefit, either course of action would be advantageous. It is essential to note that within the system titles lies one called The World Unites. Qin Hao immediately grasped the significance of this, to be a figure akin to the first emperor. After Qin Hao spoke, the eyes of everyone present sparkled sharp glints, scanning the room. No one would begrudge having a wealth of achievements. Additionally, we must swiftly plan the directions for dual offensives. We can support a two-front war. Qin Hao assigned this task to the general staff and all present. Launching a two-front war under normal circumstances is akin to courting death. Even a powerful empire could be dragged down. But for Qin Hao it is different. The invincible system can achieve miracles. As the battles unfold, logistics will seamlessly appear behind the attacking troops, ensuring no pressure on supply lines. There is nothing to worry about. All that needs to be done is one word: fight. One need not fret about economic collapse or the multitude of impacts. Moreover, there is a certain foundation established by the National Defense Forces in every direction where a spring of resources is located. Subsequently, a continuous flow of troops can emerge from these springs in various directions, striking the enemy with overwhelming force. Commander, if we are to fight on two fronts, heading east and south are the best options. Liu Tiegong, the commander of the 2nd Armored Division, along with the majority present, believed that the eastern and southern directions were the optimal breakthrough points. The northern territories of the dynasty have been occupied by the small factions for many years, and they possess significant strength and foundation here. Compared to the northern direction, prioritizing the southeast is the best course of action. Most of the strength of the small factions in this area has been lost under our encirclement. They now have only a few weak forces remaining. If our army concentrates its strength, we can break through in the shortest time possible and push our iron fist into the metropolis. At the same time, we can gradually advance with smaller forces to the north and west, expanding our army's range and deepening our strategic depth. This overall direction is still quite good, concentrating superior forces to defeat the enemy one by one, achieving the fastest results at lightning speed, and expanding our strategic depth as much as possible to establish a large foundational base. However, this plan also has a drawback. The waterlogged southern hinterland is not conducive to the deployment of large-scale armored torrents. Lightweight amphibious infantry fighting vehicles can manage, but large tanks like the Tiger King Tiger and Panther are not feasible, as their heavy weight of dozens of tons cannot traverse the underdeveloped bridges and infrastructure. After a heavy rain, the muddy ground will become a nightmare for these beasts. Moreover, engineering troops must always provide escort, blasting mountains when encountered and bridging rivers. Qin Hao naturally understood this point. However, he had always been moving forward. Such problems were insignificant in the face of talent and hard work. This meeting's agenda was mostly settled. Having basically determined the strategic direction, the next step was to implement these plans. After the meeting, Qin Hao placed the current strategic direction into the designated resource boxes provided by the system, with 40 resource boxes remaining unopened. Qin Hao intended to make an Allen bet on these 40 resource boxes, investing them entirely into the area of most urgent resource needs, namely technology. Without saying much, even drawing a few low-level resource extractors would be beneficial. Increasing several thousand every minute would accumulate to a significant sum. The Army of the Navy, Land, and Air Forces should take a step back in front of the resource extractors. After all, resources are required to produce large numbers of troops. Ding, opening 40 technology resource boxes. Counterbattery card 9. Construction card 10. Resource doubling card 4. Tactical bombing 10. Life map 5. Ding, the host map range has been upgraded, expanding to 3,000 meters. Ding, the host has obtained a level 1 resource extractor, which can increase resource point income by 700, resulting in a total of 1.0 resource points per minute for the host. Ding, the system is counting. The host currently has 16 counterbattery cards, 18 construction cards, 5 resource doubling cards, 12 tactical bombings, and 5 life maps. This is the current inventory of tactical items available to the host. Qin Hao fell into deep thought. The technology that had been revealed seemed quite promising. Most importantly, having 5 resource doubling cards means that Qin Hao can now acquire 1.0 resource points every minute. If all 6 cards are stacked together, the efficiency of doubling would increase significantly. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. If used all at once, that would amount to 3200 resource points per minute. Moreover, the duration is 3 days, which is a true boon for troop production. Comparing this, it seems that drawing a low-level resource extractor might not be so bad either. System, if I remember correctly, the resource doubling card I used earlier still has 1 day's validity, right? How will the continued stacking be calculated now? Qin Hao opened the system interface and inquired. He would not miss out on a good opportunity to exploit resources. 1 day's worth of resources is still valuable. Currently, under the stacking of the resource doubling card, the resource points gained per minute are 26400. At this point, if I stack 5 more resource doubling cards, I'd be getting 84480 resource points per minute. Ding, the host can continue stacking on the basis of 26440, but note that this stacking number only has a own native validity, as the previously used resource doubling card still has 1 day of effect remaining. Once tomorrow's validity period expires, the number of resource points the host can gain per minute will become 300, and this is the amount acquired after using the resource doubling card. The system's response excited Qin Hao. This is the hallmark of a good system: high drop rates and no hindrance to the host. This is quite rare. Then I will use all my resource doubling cards, Qin Hao said immediately. Ding, from this moment until this time tomorrow, the resource points gained by the host per minute will increase to 844800. For the following 2 days, it will be 3200 resource points per minute. Host Qin Hao. Resource points 605544440. Military rank Lieutenant General. Title: a local overlord. These resource points are about to be used by Qin Hao to replenish his strength. Currently, the Air Force of the National Defense Army is still lacking, with only one large airport, 70 B-36S and 80 BF-109S, which are disproportionately few compared to the ground forces. We will construct 2 more Air Force airports outside the city and produce 170 BF-109 fighter jets, 20 CA-1 ground attack aircraft, and 10 Avenger radar warning planes. This would bring the total number of fighter jets across the 2 airports to 250, along with 70 B-36S and 20 CA-1 ground attack aircraft and 10 patrolling Avenger radar warning planes. This number perfectly meets the current needs of the National Defense Army, aiming to seize air supremacy in this area and maintain a dominating presence, ensuring that there are always fighter jets patrolling the airspace. The 20 CA-1 ground attack aircraft will provide fire support for the infantry, as these formidable aerial beasts will drown the enemies on the ground with their firepower. After completing all this, Qin Hao felt it was still insufficient, with 55554440 resource points remaining. He planned to utilize these resource points in 2 aspects, one for combat and the other for rear construction. Let's produce 4 complete armored divisions along with 4,000 multifunctional engineers, 2,000 of whom will be designated as grassroots administrative personnel, while the remaining 2,000 will be allocated to fields such as education and healthcare. With these arrangements, Qin Hao effectively exhausted the resource points, leaving a meager 88,040 points. Fortunately, these can be replenished, as during the next day, there will be 844,800 resource points available every minute. Such a level of replenishment is trivial, and it would take just a day and a half to return to the original amount. On that day, north of Tianning City, in Piku Town. This town currently falls under the jurisdiction of the dynasty's cabinet, and within the town, there are still quite a few soldiers of the dynasty, as well as many retreating soldiers gathered from earlier. Now, a company commander of the dynasty army fixed his eyes on the armored convoy in front of him, which was composed entirely of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles accompanied by fully armed infantry. The fluttering flags looked different, not resembling the banners commonly seen among the dynasty army. That team from Tianning City. He wondered who they were. At that moment, the commander finally understood why there had been so much gunfire in the past 2 days and the reason for the encirclement of the small notebook. An ordinary convoy equipped with a large number of armored vehicles, even the infantry appeared fully armed and well-trained. How could such a force not overwhelm the small notebook? Many soldiers of the dynasty present were equally shocked, gazing at this National Defense Army with a mix of confusion and envy. Undoubtedly, this was an elite force, a trump card unit. Don't be afraid, we're one of you. We are the National Defense Army, now mobilized to gather all available forces to resist the enemy's upcoming attack. 2 grassroots officers jumped down from the first wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, holding a loudspeaker, and began to shout. The familiar language, familiar colors, and convincing equipment. This declaration reassured many soldiers of the dynasty in Piku Town, as the reputation of the National Defense Army was well earned and not fabricated, making it credible. They're all from the Great Xia, so what is there to guard against? Make way. Clear these obstacles. Thus, the National Defense Army successfully took control here, and the convoy entered Piku Town under everyone's gaze. The soldiers of the dynasty in Piku Town offered no resistance, nor did they display any negative emotions, instead feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. In such an atmosphere overshadowed by doom, no one would choose to resist their own people, at least those who looked like their own. The convoy slowly moved in. The towering ZW-551 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles looked quite intimidating, sporting their fierce 25mm cannons striking fear into anyone who laid eyes on them. Moreover, as they entered in formation, a commanding aura emerged, instilling fear in the enemies, while boosting the confidence of their own soldiers. The soldiers of the dynasty were drooling. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. Just by the size of the caliber, one could tell the power was formidable. Brothers, where did you get this equipment? It doesn't look like domestic goods. Several bold soldiers from the dynasty approached after realizing the warriors bore no ill intent, closing into converse with the soldiers sitting atop the infantry fighting vehicles. That's a mistake. This is indeed genuine domestic goods. Foreign goods don't have this sort of quality. You can't see it from below, and it's not good to tiptoe. Oh, just come up and take a look. The soldier replied with a smile, then reached out his hand to help a dynasty soldier up for a personal tour. The dynasty soldier below looked surprised, and soon someone else reached out using the leverage to jump up. This action instantly ignited the atmosphere. It was a signal of goodwill. Especially when such a powerful convoy released this signal, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, creating a friendly atmosphere. Moreover, the soldiers had another trick to enhance this atmosphere. Everyone need not fear, and there's no need to worry about food and drinks. There are plenty in the big trucks in the back, and soon everyone will be able to enjoy a good meal. Those with injuries should look for the field ambulances. They have clear markings, and there's medicine. With it, no one will perish from their wounds. This territory will eventually be under our control, so we must ensure the people's sentiments and various guarantees are well in hand. Establishing a brand effect is crucial, using abundant logistics to exchange for the goodwill of the people, as this investment is very worthwhile, akin to a guaranteed profit. It's not about giving to enemies or directly handing out supplies. It's merely about providing the population in their territory with a few warm meals, which amounts to basic investment. Because Qin Hao is also consciously guarding against those who might hold a grudge for even a small act of kindness. Providing a limited number of ready meals is entirely different from giving out supplies for free. For example, if someone is begging on the street for money, most people would hesitate to give, fearing they might be scammed. If they ask for too much, it may even encourage a lifestyle of laziness. However, if they asked for a meal, a few loaves of bread, and a bottle of water, many would be willing to give. What Qin Hao is doing now is akin to providing meals. Temporarily providing 1 or 2 meals to build a reputation and maintain stability. Later, if they wish to obtain better and more food, they will have to rely on their own efforts and sweat. By doing so, not only does it avoid the issue of a grain of rice breeds hate, but it also creates significant prestige and enhances their authority, which is mutually beneficial. Thus, the bonfire in Piku Town was lit, and in the night the bright flames flickered on everyone's faces. Whether they were soldiers of the dynasty or common civilians, they at least saw the thriving scene around the bonfire. In the dancing flames, the sizzling aroma of food wafted through the air. In contrast, the haze of war and the cold weather felt so distant. Only peace, simplicity, and warmth seemed to be the norm in this world. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Tianning City, the shipping hub of Huzhen is currently under severe fire coverage from the National Defense Forces. This area has long been transformed into a shipping center by the transport fleet of the Xiaobenzi, facilitating communication with the inland and possessing waterways leading to the heart of the dynasty. However, the Xiaobenzi are facing swift destruction, with the majority of their combat forces annihilated within the encirclement, leaving only a battalion and a company totaling around 1,300 Xiaobenzi. This meager force is insufficient for any effective resistance, and the National Defense Forces also have heavy artillery support. A mechanized infantry regiment backed by 2 rocket artillery battalions, with 18 hail rocket launchers, launched an attack. The dense artillery fire illuminated the night sky, brightening the world around. In an instant, the power of 720 large-caliber rockets completely flattened the Xiaobenzi positions, with the rising flames resembling a gigantic bonfire that took form at the center of the battlefield. The ground was left with numerous black craters, densely packed and visually shocking. The bombardment had yet to cease. 10 minutes later, the hail rocket launchers, using modular launch tubes, reloaded their ammunition and commenced another round of fire coverage. 2 rounds of devastating rocket strikes had inflicted heavy casualties on the Xiaobenzi positions, with many makeshift fortifications blown into the sky, reduced to mere dirt. The Xiaobenzi commander was stunned, exclaiming, "Why do the Daxiao always have artillery support?" Even the most elite imperial guards of the dynasty had never displayed such a level of artillery fire. The instantaneous firepower rivaled that of several heavy artillery divisions. Where did the Daxiao acquire such potent weaponry? This commander could assure that in the S1 season of this alternate world, very few major powers possessed such concentrated artillery fire, unless in battles involving hundreds of thousands of troops. Otherwise, it was merely small skirmishes. Indeed, before the current firepower of the Daxiao, it was merely small skirmishes. The opposing force had already lost a significant number of veteran Xiaobenzi soldiers to just 2 rounds of intense fire, and the fear of insufficient firepower was reaching alarming levels. Moreover, the Dachau remained steady, continuing their bombardment without any indication of infantry assault. It seemed to be the case. With a boom, after the second round of rocket strikes, the artillery of the National Defense Forces seemed to have ceased fire, and more than 20 minutes passed without any activity. The infantry of the Dachau are about to attack. Order the able-bodied Imperial warriors to engage in battle, and those unable to move should be given warrior ammunition. Deploy the reserve forces to the battlefield. Based on his extensive experience, the Xiaobinzi commander immediately realized this was the prelude to an infantry assault. Once the artillery ceased, the infantry of the Dachau would undoubtedly appear on the battlefield within half an hour. Quickly, the surviving Xiaobinzi rushed into this hellish area, seeking refuge in the craters and various cover, setting up light and heavy machine guns at makeshift positions. As the Xiaobinzi flocked to their target, the artillery of the National Defense Forces gleefully chuckled. Indeed, deviating from the script was the best strategy. No need to fire themselves. The Xiaobinzi mistakenly ran into their target. Fire. Pew 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 pew. Instantly, the rushing rockets illuminated the Xiaobinzi's vision, revealing the despair etched on their faces. The treacherous Dachau had lured them into the trap to await their demise. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out again, with bright flashes causing maximum devastation. The density of the rockets was such that there were no blind spots covering every corner, ensuring every Xiaobinzi received their share, turning the scene into a chaotic spectacle. The apocalyptic sensation shook the earth. The already overturned land was once again flattened, with clumps of soil flying about, burying the fallen Xiaobinzi in a mire of debris. The tremors of the earth and the soaring flames formed two pivotal points in this harrowing scene. Even the most seasoned Xiaobinzi veterans fell, bodies covered in soil, drenched in blood. However, there was a silver lining, a significant piece of news. The good news was that the National Defense Forces had ceased their bombardment. The bad news was that their armored vehicles were advancing. Even worse news was that the Xiaobinzi had no countermeasures or remaining forces left, only to await their demise. The attacking mechanized infantry regiment dispatched numerous mixed infantry fighting vehicles, including wheeled and tracked variants. When these vehicles appeared in the Xiaobinzi's line of sight, the scales of victory still tilted in favor of the National Defense Forces, with the dawn of victory already shining upon them. The sound of cannon shells slicing through the air was deafening. The explosions on the few remaining Xiaobinzi stood out even more as a multitude of colorful fragments erupted. This scene was dominated by the cannons. Each rapidly advancing infantry fighting vehicle echoed with the thud, thud, thud of cannon fire. The Xiaobinzi were predictably brought down. They lacked anti-tank weapons, anti-tank artillery, and anti-tank rifles. Even their heavy machine guns were obliterated in the recent rocket bombardment, leaving them with little more than 6.5mm bolt-action rifles. Such small-caliber weaponry was utterly ineffective against infantry fighting vehicles. Being downed was their ultimate fate. Before long, the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield subsided. The National Defense Forces bombarded for half an hour, and after a feint rounded it up to an hour, allowing the infantry to surge forward alongside the armored vehicles, quickly ending the battle. In just over 2 hours, the balance of this battle was settled. Such seemingly simple scenes occurred multiple times throughout the day, in every direction. Wherever there were Xiaobinzi, they appeared. With artillery fire coverage and the charge of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, these two axes drove the Xiaobinzi to utter collapse. The lake town was merely the first axe in the National Defense Army's plan. The second axe consisted of a series of airstrikes carried out by bomber formations, targeting the small nation's naval fleet in a dawn assault. In terms of naval strength, the small nation ranks among the top in the alternate world, boasting numerous battleships and aircraft carriers. In Qinhao's view, this was a clear case of ocean pollution, which must be thoroughly cleaned up through a reasonable environmental protection action. Thus, the 70 B-36 bombers would not carry conventional bombs or warm bombs this time, but would instead be loaded with a multitude of X-radio-guided bombs, which could adjust their strike points via radio for precise targeting. To facilitate the bombing, each B-36 would carry 12 X-radio-guided bombs coordinated with dynamic aerial combat maps provided by the system. The X-radio-guided bombs could be adjusted mid-flight, and when paired with a high-precision system aerial combat map, this cooperation was seamless. Buzz. The long night quickly passed its halfway mark as the time approached the dawn of the fourth day. Before the dawn of the fourth day, this batch of bombers appeared near the coastline of the small nation, with the important naval port of Baoan ahead. On the sea, the sunlight had not yet fully illuminated the turbulent waters, but the battleship Fusang had already begun its daily novice training. The Fusang battleship, a typical superdreadnought, was a colossal vessel equipped with 12 356mm naval guns with a full load displacement of 3,600 tons. Currently, this battleship served as a training ship within the small nation's navy, responsible for local maritime patrols and training without participating in direct combat. Moreover, due to the recent rampancy of the National Defense Army's Air Force, the important naval ports of the small nation had intentionally dispersed important warships and heightened vigilance in the port areas. This meant that large warships would not cluster together, and the waters in front of the important naval port were patrolled constantly, with even the battleships at sea accompanied by destroyers for air defense. The Fusang, being an old battleship, naturally had destroyers accompanying it. It was currently sailing directly along the path of the National Defense Army's flight formation. A valuable battleship, thought Li Changkong, commanding the operations, feeling that the Air Force had a chance to achieve military merit again. The dynamic aerial combat map clearly marked this important battleship, presenting its coordinates. Leave 3B-36S to deal with this big guy. For the sake of safety and to expand the search range, Li Changkong dispatched a small squadron of 3 aircraft. The National Defense Army's Air Force spotted the Fusang from a great distance. The sailors aboard the Fusang later noticed the National Defense Army's flight formation. The lookout, known for his keen eyesight, saw 3 small black dots in the sky above the illegal structures. Aircraft from the Great Xia. Almost without delay, the battleship's alarm was sounded. All positions on the battleship were on high alert, especially the 4 twin-mounted 127mm anti-aircraft guns regarded as formidable weapons against the Great Xia. In addition to these, there were numerous 25mm autocannons and anti-aircraft machine guns, with destroyers providing protection alongside the Fusang. Report to Balon Port that the Great Xia Air Force is attacking. The command tower of the Fusang immediately transmitted the intelligence to the rear port. The second priority was air defense. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 3B-36S even arrived, the small nation's anti-aircraft guns opened fire, with the orange-eared flashes against the blue sea surface being particularly conspicuous. Of course, the interception rate was just so-so. 9 out of 10 anti-aircraft defenses missed, serving mainly as psychological comfort without much practical effect. Real air defense operations relied on carrier-based aircraft or ground-based fighters. The best defense was offense. Relying solely on anti-aircraft guns meant passively taking hits. Thus, the 3B-36S ignored the small nation's anti-aircraft fire and lowered their flight altitude slightly. The pilots maneuvered their aircraft, and from then on it was the domain of the radio operators who would guide the radio-controlled bombs to hit their targets accurately. The 2 bomb bays of 1B-36 opened, and from an altitude of 9.0 meters, 2 1.6-ton radio bombs were dropped. The 2 operators focused intensely on the target, and the bombs adjusting the 4 fins at the tail of the X-bombs via radio to refine their drop points. Under normal circumstances, as long as the operator was a skilled veteran, the hit rate of this type of radio bomb could reach 90. Moreover, the operators controlling them were of ace quality, with dynamic combat maps providing coordinates and directions, ensuring a high hit rate. Shoot down the Great Xia's bombs quickly. Many sailors on the deck of the Fusang saw the 2 small black dots descending from the sky, which were clearly heavy bombs. The Great Xia seemed to be all rookies. They shouldn't hit anything. It's very difficult for the Great Xia to hit a moving battleship from high altitude. The captain of the Fusang, accustomed to grand scenes, even momentarily thought that the pilots of these aircraft were novices. Bombing from such a high altitude and targeting a moving target, was that really feasible? The helmsman was still adjusting the course to evade the bomb's drop points. Unless the Great Xia's bombs had eyes, they would land in the sea and blow up fish. Then the captain of the Fusang and the sailors of the small nation were left dumbfounded. The National Defense Army's bombs were not conventional. They could actually adjust their direction midair. Heaven knows how terrifying this was as the 2 bombs adjusted their course and headed straight for the Fusang. No matter how they tried to evade, the 2 bombs remained overhead. They descended at an unbelievable speed after being released from high altitude, landing directly on the Fusang. Boom, boom. The warheads, made of special materials, were incredibly sturdy. Under gravitational acceleration, they smashed through the outer wooden layer of the Fusang, then the steel plate crashing down into the lower compartments. On the deck, several unfortunate sailors silently received the impact of the 2 heavy bombs, not making a sound, seemingly having been hit by the bombs. With a large hole even penetrating the battleship's steel plates, one can imagine the terrifying impact of these 2 large bombs. Boom, boom. A tremendous fire erupted as the X-radio-guided bombs detonated with 2 deafening explosions. A violent explosion erupted from within the battleship, blasting open the armor above and creating an incredibly terrifying large hole. An unimaginably large orange-eared flame erupted from the breach, scattering countless fragments of steel and debris into the sky. The massive ship, with a full load displacement of 360 tons, trembled violently under such catastrophic force, as if the entire battleship were about to collapse. The destructive power appeared simultaneously from both ends of the battleship as the sound of twisting steel resonated and seawater surged into the lower compartments from below. The Fusang battleship began to tilt, and the sailors on deck were caught off guard by the explosion, with many being thrown into the sea. Nanai. The captain of the Fusang was knocked to the ground by the sudden commotion, and before his eyes unfolded a scene filled with the screams of sailors, the sound of twisted steel, and the immense explosion. Even the ground began to tilt, and all the small items not secured were thrown to one side. Boom. Suddenly a light that illuminated the world shone forth. The Fusang had suffered a catastrophic explosion as the blast structure affected the ammunition depot, and due to the negligence of not closing the traditional fire doors, the flames surged into the ammunition depot, igniting the munitions. In this heavy blow, the most terrifying explosion had arrived. Boom. A massive explosion cloud engulfed the sky above the sea with thick black smoke billowing upward, creating a war haze. The keel of the Fusang broke in half, with the front half quickly sinking into the sea, while the remaining rear section's superstructure still floated on the surface, with flames still burning. The sailors of the small nation needed not to look any further. The destructive power of a battleship's catastrophic explosion was incredibly terrifying, leaving few survivors aboard. Even those lucky enough to escape the explosion would be sucked into the sea by the whirlpool created by the sinking ship. Soon only the churning waves remained on the surface, along with countless floating debris and burning material. The Fusang sank, and the escorting destroyer, naturally, could not escape the same fate, being sent to meet the Fusang by its guided bomb. The air raid alarm blared at the security port. The Daxiao people have arrived. Patrol boats near the port and the anti-aircraft artillery deployed at the port were urgently activated, bringing in all available air defense resources. Fighter jets took off from the port airport, but they couldn't reach the flying altitude of the B-36. They were essentially just for show. The security port, as one of the important naval bases, also hosted significant vessels. Among them were the second ship of the Fusang-class battleship, the Yamato, and the Ice-class battleship, displacing 400 tons. These two crucial battleships were currently resupplying at the port, and although some boilers were on standby, they could not set sail urgently. Release smoke. The small notebook at the port immediately deployed smoke coverage to obscure the entire port, preventing the two important battleships from becoming targets for the Air Force of the National Defense Army. Just kidding, the smoke won't protect you from being hit. Drop bombs one by one. Liu Changkong instructed the bombing squadron to proceed as planned, targeting the largest targets. The small notebook underestimated the power of technology, believing that obscuring their own vision with smoke would ensure safety. Unbeknownst to them, the Daxiao also had another formidable weapon, the invincible dynamic combat map. The coordinates were clearly marked. At this moment, the two important battleships stood motionless beneath the smoke, essentially becoming unprotected moving targets. Using smoke was as futile as not using it at all. Boom. Boom. Despite the anti-aircraft fire from the small notebook, the B-36s entered their combat positions. The bomb bays opened, revealing terrifying massive bombs. One drop would surely bring delight. Subsequently, the flames of explosions appeared in the port. Amidst the booming sounds, many large, orange-eared fireballs wrapped in thick black smoke soared to a height of 100 meters, illuminating the entire sea area with a fiery glow against the rising sunlight. The Yamato and ISE battleships were hit. The top armor was easily torn apart by the overhead bombardment, and the guided bombs plunged into the ship's hull. The rapid explosions came crackling. Flames surged with heat waves into the surrounding air, forming gigantic fiery blooms. Thick smoke enveloped the air with a burnt smell, making it hard to breathe. Moreover, every few seconds new explosions erupted in various locations, with orange-eared and black-gray smoke columns rising straight into the blue sky, even obscuring a corner of the dawn sun. Useless air defense. We can't shoot down the Daxia's planes. The ground-based small notebook's anti-aircraft artillery opened fire with various calibers smoking. However, the National Defense Army pilots disregarded this. The guided bombs were not meant for these minor targets, but for more critical facilities, such as fuel depots, shipyards, and other major port facilities. These were all the targets the guided bombs aimed to destroy. Without exception, these places were precisely hit, exploding into little red flowers. Flames soared, and the security port witnessed a rare phenomenon of fiery clouds. It's the Empire's stuff. Upon witnessing this scene, the commander on the ground felt a sense of impending doom. Instead of targeting the worthless, dilapidated structures, the Daxiao focused on high-value, well-concealed targets. It was unclear where they obtained their maps, specifically choosing hidden corners to strike. Their level of skill and precision was as if they were strolling in their own backyard, knowing exactly what was where and hitting with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, the most humiliating aspect was that the Daxia's pilots showed no regard for the anti-aircraft fire, as if the anti-aircraft artillery of the notebook country did not exist. The two important battleships hidden in the smoke were sunk. The B-36s even dropped several guided bombs to ensure a kill, finally achieving satisfactory results. The sky above this area was filled with thick smoke, and the air was permeated with the smell of burning fuel, detectable from over 10 kilometers away. On this day, sunlight did not illuminate the security port. Instead, endless haze obscured the harbor. This was left behind by the National Defense Army during environmental cleanup operations. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before the environment here improved, greatly restoring the ecological balance. It is worth mentioning that this environmental cleanup operation was completely free. The small notebook did not even need to say thank you, as it was merely a convenient task. Let's take a photo to commemorate this. We are returning home. Li Chongkong has completed the mission, and it's time to clock out after work. The pilot looked at the billowing smoke below, a smile creeping onto his lips. Now the real show was just beginning. Thus the flying formation returned home after completing their mission. However, instead of retracing their original route, they headed directly towards the northern border of the dynasty. Each of these B-36 bombers, in addition to carrying X-radio bombs, was laden with numerous leaflets printed with some battle achievements along with a hint of private content. In simple terms, this is ground promotion aimed at boosting brand awareness. There is no need to worry about the round trip. The planes have ample fuel to support the journey across this vast expanse. Then let's just drop all the leaflets, scattering them over the cities occupied by the enemy, covering every corner. Now, not only the enemy's homeland, but even the northern part of the dynasty was engulfed in a tense and chaotic order as the B-36s of the National Defense Army boldly soared through the skies. Before long, this scene evolved into 70 B-36s flying ahead, followed closely by a swarm of enemy fighters in the mid to low altitude. Among these fighters were advanced Type 96 carrier-based fighters which attempted to break through the altitude limits to attack the B-36s, prompting the National Defense Army's B-36s to silently ascend. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, this could be said to be the limit for the enemy. Two Type 96 carrier-based fighters even disintegrated midair during the ascent, crashing down without a backward glance. These lightweight carrier-based fighters were utterly ill-suited for extreme altitude flights, often disintegrating under excessive pressure during forced ascents or suffering from serious high-altitude hypoxia. Even the most advanced fighters of the Empire cannot reach that height. The enemy's air commander was quite shocked. The super heavy bombers of the Daxia people soared high and fast, rendering all of the Empire's fighters ineffective in their presence, unable to effectively undertake air defense tasks. Before long, the leaflets rustling in the wind filled the entire sky, each one fluttering down to the ground, the plains, the forests, and even every possible place. This ancient land responded to the news. Now the people living under the apocalypse saw the papers descending gently from above. Those in town saw them, and those in the wild saw them. Many people saw them. Some dared to boldly pick up the papers, while others hid at the first sight of the paper. Reactions varied. After all, this was on the territory occupied by the enemy. The air raids against the enemy have all been successful. Among those picking up leaflets were literate individuals who found a safe spot and began to read intently. Upon seeing these words, they could no longer restrain themselves and almost cried out, "Air raid! The enemy's lair." These 4 words were undoubtedly uplifting, igniting fervor in their hearts. Those foreign invaders could finally be dealt with, bringing the flames of war to the enemy's homeland, which held great significance. The news spread exponentially, with more and more people seeing it. Even those who picked up the leaflets but could not read, as well as those too scared to pick them up, heard the relevant news everywhere. Their confidence in victory greatly increased, and the past negativity evaporated in the face of the current joy. The future truly seemed bright. However, for some individuals, this was not a good thing. It was like a bolt from the blue. The startled and furious enemy army began to act. Not a single leaflet is to be allowed to escape. Watch out for those bastards, they are shaking things up. Thus the enemy fell into a state of panic. It is worth mentioning that the dynasty's cabinet was also in a state of panic, as the old officials were seriously worried about the consequences. As the heavyweight champion of the entire dynasty, the old official was already under immense pressure. Now, with the emergence of such strange forces, the pressure only increased. In short, the pressure was overwhelming. Haven't you figured it out yet? Where did they source their supplies, and how long have they been plotting this? The old official angrily asked the head of the dynasty's intelligence. He was so furious that his body trembled. The current situation was far more difficult to manage than the enemy, and to put it bluntly, both were adversaries, both wanting his life. "Sir, we can't find anything. We have deployed a tremendous amount of manpower and resources, but found not a single clue," the intelligence chief said helplessly. "The National Defense Army has done a flawless job. If they could trace even a hint, he wouldn't have to say this." It wasn't that he didn't want to take advantage of the situation and claim credit, but the opponent's hidden strength was indeed formidable, surpassing even the most renowned powers of other worlds. "All of you are good for nothings. I don't understand why we can't find anything. If 1 or 2 people can't find it, that's fine, but now we have over 100,000 troops and heavy equipment. Is it really impossible to find anything?" Hearing this, the old official became even angrier. In this world, as long as there are people around, they can be traced, unless someone fell from the sky. Otherwise, they could figure out even how many hairs were on their head. "All the elites have been dispatched. We have searched everywhere we could, but we still cannot uncover the origins of the National Defense Army," the intelligence chief said. "Chin, how we can't even find out his hometown. This person seems to have fallen from the sky. We have asked various military academies and universities, but found no information on this person." At this point, even the intelligence chief felt a strong sense of defeat. Where exactly did this enigma Chin Hao come from? "We can only find this name. We can't even find a photo, and the voice is only heard from the broadcast ahead. I will reward anyone who can find information on Chin Hao." The old official placed this target as a top priority. Moreover, the current task is to prevent thieves from stealing from the court and to warn the numerous dynasty soldiers to guard against these thieves vigilantly. Through several days of preliminary observation, the dynasty cabinet discovered that Qin Hao not only had an unclear background, but also enjoyed having his subordinates take things, seizing whatever they could find. Whether or not there were dynasty soldiers present, the National Defense Army's hands would stretch out, taking possession of everything, even carrying away the dynasty soldiers. Eating the master's food and taking away the master's rice bowl. Does this world still have any reason left? Meanwhile, in Tianning City, Qin Hao puzzled over who was cursing him behind his back. Could it be that the enemy cursed him while they were asleep? But that shouldn't be the case. He was doing good deeds, cleaning up after them, so why would he be cursed? Forget it, Qin Hao thought to himself. Let's take a look at the fruits of today's hard work. These are the results of his own efforts. Surely they will taste sweet and delightful. Ding. The host has received the results from the previous 2 air raids. Ding. The host has obtained 70 designated supply crates and can choose to open the domain. It has only been the 4th day since the time travel. Host Qin Hao. Supply point 811096040. Rank Lieutenant General. Title: a local overlord. When Qin Hao saw the conspicuous supply point string of numbers, he felt a strong impulse to shout that this was unreal. However, upon reflection, it seemed to belong to him, which didn't appear to be a problem. 800 million supply points. So much. Qin Hao even thought he was playing a cracked version of a game, where clicking would continuously yield gold coins. In less than half a day, he accumulated a total value that he couldn't gather in the previous days. Without going into too much detail, this level of supply points could be calculated in terms of armored divisions. With this amount, he could produce 60 armored divisions, which was quite reasonable. If calculated in terms of equipment, it would amount to thousands. While the most basic strength is already guaranteed, next it's time to wield the sword of truth outward. Let's first expand the Air Force. Everyone should progress together. Qin Hao considered thoroughly. With funding, the Air Force must be expanded, otherwise relying on those few B-36s would make others think he couldn't afford to live. Currently, the main results are achieved through the scale of the Air Force's bombardments. The Army exists, but its efficiency seems a bit lower compared to the Air Force. After all, the Air Force can strike a large area at once, while the Army would need to exert all its strength to cause such destruction. Let's build a large Air Force base in the area between Lake Town and Tianning City, composed of 2 airfields, and then add 100 B-36s. Additionally, let's construct a large general-purpose airport towards the east, producing 36 Bf-109s and 96 Super Blackbird helicopters. Finally, Qin Hao has enough resources to show off his abilities. First, he would get the Super Blackbird helicopter, and then collaborate with paratroopers to create a low-cost airborne assault team. The focus is on rational utilization, leveraging the strengths of various equipment. Although the Super Blackbird helicopter is a knockoff, its enormous load capacity should be convertible into a special ground attack unit. For instance, the system can directly modify it without him needing to spend time on it again. System, if I remember correctly, it seems to provide a one-click equipment change function, right? Qin Hao effectively utilized the system's functionality. If the previous self-propelled howitzer could be modified, then this knockoff general-purpose helicopter could be modified as well, or both are within the reasonable scope of the system. Ding. The system can provide this modification for free. The host can transform the Super Blackbird helicopter into the initial armed helicopter. The modified Super Blackbird will be equipped with the following firepower. Under the cockpit of the helicopter is a 12.7mm quad machine gun, and each wing can carry 2 rocket launchers with a total of 64 57mm rockets. It can also carry 2 20mm cannon pods. The system's response was indeed as Qin Hao had anticipated. Without hesitation, Qin Hao immediately modified this batch of Blackbird helicopters into armed forms. Now he has a total of 96 armed Blackbird helicopters. With powerful ground firepower secured, the next step is to acquire transport helicopters for the airborne assault troops. Likewise, let's get another 72 genuine Super Blackbird helicopters to be stationed at this general-purpose airport. Next to appear is the important component force of the Army Group, the Army Aviation Division. The main event has finally arrived. In the cracked version, a famous Army Aviation Division is equipped with 48 armed Blackbird helicopters, 36 transport Blackbird helicopters, and a paratrooper force on the scale of a regiment. The luxurious configurations expected of a division headquarters are all present, directly managing a guard battalion, an engineering battalion, a reconnaissance battalion, a communications battalion, and a maintenance battalion. This can be seen as an airborne armored division scale, and its cost is quite expensive, arguably more so than an armored division. Because each Blackbird helicopter costs 600 supply points. A division's total helicopters amount to 84, which is 5 million supply points excluding other costs. But for Qin Hao, this cost is nothing, easily manageable. According to the scale of 2 Army Aviation Divisions fully supplement all of them, Qin Hao stated directly. When calculated, the current scale of the National Defense Army has expanded to 7 armored divisions, 2 infantry divisions, and 2 Army aviation divisions. Still not enough, far from enough. He hasn't even spent all the supply points, yet not even a third of it. Qin Hao is not anxious. He plans to first create 2 army groups based on his current strength. According to the army group scale provided by the system, an army group consists of 3 corps, and with the directly managed units, there are a total of 10 divisions with a troop strength of about 18000. This includes 5 armored divisions, 3 mechanized infantry divisions, 1 artillery division, and 1 army aviation division. Moreover, the army group's headquarters has additional direct forces, such as a rocket artillery brigade with 135 Hail rocket launchers, along with many headquarters forces. According to the system template, let's create 2 army groups and directly fill in the missing parts Qin Hao instructed. Ding. The supply points have been spent and all the forces under the host have been unified into the scale of 2 army groups. Then the ranks and titles in the system interface received an upgrade. This round of transactions has made Qin Hao feel like he has struck gold, achieving not only troop freedom, but also a dual upgrade of ranks and titles. The rewards keep coming. Host Qin Hao, rank General, can intimidate non-system units of the rank of General and below. Title Supreme Authority will gain a moderate morale boost within the host's actual control range, with agriculture and animal husbandry production increased by 25 and quality improved by 25 from the original baseline. Ding. The host's title has been upgraded, and he can obtain a title gift pack. Should it be opened? Open it. At this moment, Qin Hao felt a bit numb, completely unaware of what excitement was. The previous supply points and the creation of the heavy armored army made him extremely excited, and now, with another title gift pack, he couldn't muster much enthusiasm. Ding. The host has received a 10 supply point bonus from the title of Supreme Authority. It turns out to be a system that doesn't even pretend it truly reigns supreme. Having already created 2 army groups with 20 divisions, now the gaming enthusiast is about to take action again until all the resource points are exhausted. According to the system's calculations, a fully equipped army group, including directly controlled forces, costs a total of 135099600 resource points, which is 135 million resource points. Qin Hao gently tapped just enough. With his remaining resource points, he can deploy exactly 4 army groups and also construct 4 large airports. Then let's do it. Ding. The deployment of 4 army groups is complete. The total military strength of the host is now 6 army groups, 60 divisions, 1,000,000 troops with 16969,440 resource points remaining. Explosive troops, exhilarating. Qin Hao felt completely rejuvenated as he looked at the system's remaining resource points, knowing he could still construct a few more buildings. There's no need for construction cards. The price of a large power center is too exorbitant, and at this point it is definitely impossible to construct, so he can only start with smaller units. Using construction cards feels like a waste. After all, he could easily use the cards to instantaneously eliminate macro buildings, as any one of them is worth nearly 90 million resource points. Qin Hao clearly knew what building he wanted: a school, undoubtedly the best option. With a construction cost of 1 million, occupying 550 acres, and capable of being stacked, this foundation looks quite promising. The National Defense Army now has hard power, but it lacks some iconic architectural structures to showcase its presence, such as office buildings. The school's foundation is quite good, allowing the system to convert it into an office building for free. System, can we merge the school with a concrete city wall type of defense to build a large building together? Qin Hao whimsically inquired of the system. Ding. It's entirely possible. If the host wishes to convert the school building into a similar office building, utilizing the concrete city wall as a defensive outer wall is completely feasible. However, after merging these 2 buildings, the constructed office building will have a footprint smaller than 550 acres, but the cost remains unchanged at 1 million resource points. Qin Hao was very satisfied. Next comes the site selection for the building. He needs to find a place to create a complete structure to showcase the National Defense Army's astonishing infrastructure capabilities. The urban area of Tianning is too small for large-scale construction, so Qin Hao simply decided to move this building and its supporting facilities outside the city. Piku Town to the north is quite suitable. Its geographical location is north of Tianning City, close to a large water source and river with convenient transportation facilities and enough space to accommodate large buildings. Qin Hao could entirely develop a new area there, radiating throughout the old city and along the coast, and soon a brand new CBD would appear here. Selecting Piku Town, spending 2 million resource points to build office buildings. Qin Hao directly stacked 2 buildings, increasing the area of office buildings and facilities. Buzz. In just a second, towering skyscrapers rose from the ground in Piku Town. A magnificent modern building constructed with reinforced concrete prominently appeared, standing 10 stories tall, with a 3-story basement, exuding the grandeur of a large macro building. This is the main building. Additionally, 2 subsidiary buildings rose behind the main building, standing 9 stories tall, equally impressive in their grandeur. Immediately surrounding these 3 buildings are concrete barriers, enclosing an area of 100 acres that includes the main building and its auxiliary facilities. There are two main entrances, both surrounded by layers of visible sentinels and concealed bunkers, ensuring utmost security. Next up are the macro buildings. Using two construction cards, construct the Macro Imperial Academy of Sciences and Macro Imperial Academy of Agriculture, with the location chosen near the office building to form an educational park. Additionally, spending another 2 million resource points to build 2 school buildings. Using another construction card to build a large power center in the suburbs of Pika Town. Under Qinhao's actions, buildings and power plants rose from the ground, transforming the previously underdeveloped Piku Town into a location for large constructions. Especially the large power center, which appears particularly grand. Aside from the large power plant, the power building alone exudes the aura of a large corporation with a palpable sense of pressure from afar. The Imperial Academy of Sciences and the Imperial Academy of Agriculture go without saying. They are the largest buildings, unrivaled, almost resembling a large university. This era is equipped with all kinds of top-notch research facilities. The university's teaching buildings and dormitories are all equipped, and even has its own small hydroelectric power station. Professors and distinguished educators are all present. High-end technical personnel are fully staffed, and it won't be long before experienced electricians can lay electric lines to Tianning City, connecting electricity to every household. There are buildings taller than one another, larger than the tallest buildings in Tianning's urban area, definitely exuding an impressive presence. In just a second, towering skyscrapers rose from the ground, and that's what it means. Ding, the host has 129694440 resource points remaining. Not long after Qinhao stood on the northern city wall, witnessing the fruits of his labor from a distance, he could see the towering buildings rising into the sky. The grandeur was indeed impressive, yet it seemed somewhat out of place, surrounded as it was by dilapidated structures and patches of woodland and hillside. It resembled modern skyscrapers nestled in a deep mountain forest. However, for Qinhao, who took what he needed, these were not issues. With effort, this area could be transformed into a new urban CBD. Additionally, there had been progress in settling the population near Tianning City. The citizens residing there had been properly accommodated in temporary tents, and as previously mentioned, they were provided with basic meals to address their hunger. The priority was to reduce the casualty rate before arranging work. Subsequent work arrangements followed the old routine, managed by veteran employees handling disaster relief. The entire scene was orderly, with everyone engaged in recovery efforts. Trucks laden with supplies traversed the roads, delivering goods to various temporary living sites. Hundreds of tents fluttered in the wind, yet within them there was a unique warmth. Small kerosene lamps flickered, casting light on traces of food that had been completely consumed. Safety was assured. A temporary hospital had been established where precious medicines were available, as if they were free accessible to any injured person. As a result, the casualty rate among the populace was significantly reduced. Ailments that could normally be fatal became trivial injuries here. Penicillin, a common medication, was stacked in boxes in the warehouse of the temporary hospital. However, the fact that it was common in the National Defense Army did not mean it was useless elsewhere, so the army had dedicated security forces guarding these medical warehouses, ensuring not a single fly could enter. 1 million soldiers were stationed nearby, launching continuous strikes, providing a strong sense of security. Recalling those magnificent times, my hand flipped to this page. A thick history book revealed a glimmering light that I had never seen before. My home is in Tianning, my hometown, where I have my familiar courtyard, my familiar tower, and my familiar streets and alleys, all of which were not destroyed by the ravages of war, allowing the people living here to continue their lives. I yearn to return to those times, to that grand era, that glorious era where my story began. I was born in the era of a collapsing dynasty. The once mighty authority had been trampled underfoot. Now there are too many things that cannot be clarified. I only know that it was a disgrace, and standing on the shoulders of giants, it feels like a truly authentic narrative. However, to my past self, that time felt as if the sky was falling, but fortunately heaven eventually bestowed a miracle. The emergence of a certain figure changed everything. Heavenly soldiers descended. Even now, I can only describe it this way. I still remember the sudden appearance of skyscrapers across the river to the north. To me at that time, it was akin to a true miracle. What immense structures they were, grand and magnificent, stretching across the wilderness. Soon one light after another illuminated our overhead. To be honest, I still remember the entire process of the light bulbs lighting up, beams of light turned on appearing in countless homes across the city and towns, and in every household, transforming the dimness into a brilliant glow in the blink of an eye. The warm lights that brightened the world of humanity came from that moment, and then I witnessed the splendor. Gazing at the lights, I felt joy as I gathered with family and friends in a tent, cheering and rejoicing, unable to fully express the delight in my heart. Whenever I think back to that time, my heart still swells with joy. If fortunately everything is well now, friends are here, family is here. What has changed is only the overall appearance of the empire. What remains unchanged is us. We are still here. The appearance of the empire has changed significantly compared to that time. Towns have turned into prosperous villa areas situated like villages. Every household is a small villa with a yard filled with vegetables. Perhaps this is our tradition, as even with significant improvements in life, we still inherit the habit of farming. The cities and towns of the empire are not different aside from the bustling city center. The rest can be considered a city version town with resources greatly balanced. Even people in underdeveloped areas can enjoy the same level of education as those in advanced regions. This miracle of resource balance is something even the most renowned economists of Europa cannot comprehend. They utterly fail to understand how we achieved such overall equilibrium. How did a previously backward second or third-rate dynasty grow step by step into a colossal entity within just a few years without any weaknesses? Frighteningly powerful. Agriculture is the most proud domain. People still work in the fields, but now everything is mechanized. They only wander into the fields when they have free time. During the harvest season, the roaring harvesters arrive capable of gathering countless grains in a turn. However, the empire's granaries are not located in this area. They should be further south or north in the warm Southern Ocean, where spring prevails year-round, or in the snow-covered northern countries. Those are the empire's granaries. Each year, the grains produced there can supply the entire world, with every acre yielding thousands of pounds. Thus, the world's granary is likely situated there. In just a year, we transitioned from having nothing to possessing everything, building our own glory upon this ancient land. Powerful industrialization is underway with the roar of harvesters drifting on the wind. We have created one miracle after another, nurturing results, with our sweat accomplishing one impossible feat after another. The gentle wind blows, carrying a fragrant scent of soil, very sweet. In a daze, I feel as if I have returned to the kingdom of snow, a place I visited during my travels located at the northernmost edge of the empire. The terms northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest are rather vague concepts for us, because the empire is so vast, so incomprehensibly large. To the east, there is more east. To the north, there is more north. Perhaps the north and south are connected, and the east and west are also linked. It is challenging to describe it with precise terminology. I once consulted a famous geography professor, and he understood it this way: no matter where we depart from the empire, as long as we continue in one direction, we will ultimately return here. Perhaps only this statement can encapsulate the vastness of the empire. It possesses all natural landscapes, everything, and a single ray of light. That ray of light emanates warmth. I call it hope, which takes away all diseases from the world, while bestowing brilliance and hope back to humanity. Here I gently closed the book. The light that emerged still lingers, radiating warmth in my heart, dancing in my hands. The light is bright, and we shine brightly as well. Meanwhile, at a general airport of the National Defense Army, the roar of helicopters filled the air. All the armed helicopters of an aviation brigade were taking off, loaded with ammunition, preparing to launch a new offensive against the small nation. 48 Black Hawk armed helicopters were tasked with ground fire support, ready to lull the small nation to sleep with their insignificant firepower. In addition, another airport was launching Bf-109 fighter jets, with pilots taking to the blue skies to seize air supremacy, followed by ground attack aircraft, ensuring the small nation would be thoroughly fed. After all, the anti-aircraft capabilities of the small nation were limited. Their heavy artillery could be said to be virtually non-existent, unable to even reach a 10% success rate. As soon as the fighter jets took off, the small nation could just wait to be struck. This operation involved not only the Air Force, but also elements of the army providing cover, employing feigned artillery fire to draw the Xiaobin's attention. The principal objective was Yuanqing, a beautiful city steeped in traditional culture and one of the dynastic strongholds occupied by the Xiaobinzi. The plan called for an Army Aviation Division's armed helicopters to open an aerial corridor, clearing obstacles for the Blackbird transport helicopters that would follow. The Blackbird transports were tasked with carrying paratroopers who would clear a zone around Yuanqing and designate that area as Qinhao's de facto control. With a secured control zone, Qinhao would possess a springhead, a base from which troop deployments could be produced and projected continuously, perhaps even allowing an armored division to appear behind the Xiaobinzi lines. Tactically, it was ingenious and unexpected, a maneuver capable of shattering conventional thinking. Now 48 Blackbird armed helicopters were underway, passing over the general airport and heading straight for the designated combat corridor. From another airfield, a squadron of 36 Bf-109 fighters took off, edging ahead of the helicopters, and accompanied by 2 Avenger early warning planes closed in on the environs of Yuanqing. Wang Deming was among them, racing through the sky in his Bf-109. As a consummate ace, he savored the forthcoming hunt. Target acquired. Early warning: one has picked up the Xiaobin's fragile craft. Hold your nerve. The main quarry lies ahead. The Bf-109's radio chirped into Wang Deming's headset. He looked down through the canopy to a sea of clouds, with the earth visible only through thin, pale gaps. The command came: climb. Wang Deming wasted no time. His fighter roared as he drove it into a rapid ascent to higher altitude. This was the Bf-109's favored method, the energy tactic, using altitude and diving speed, and its centrally mounted 20mm cannon to pulverize enemy aircraft operating at medium and low levels. Apart from its limited range, this excellent fighter bore no faults. It was the very standard of an aces machine. Soon, leveraging initiative and the AWACS assistance, the BF-109S located the Zhao Benzi, 6 Type 95 biplane fighters. It was telling that when those antiquated biplanes appeared beneath the BF-109 formation, every ace wore an expression of palpable disappointment. Felling such obsolete biplanes brought no exhilaration. Only the hunt of a more advanced monoplane could stir even the faintest thrill. No one scorned small prey. Immediately Wang Deming's flight dove. Now, 3 black raptors plunged from the high sky. In the cockpits, the airspeed needles jittered wildly, the machines honed to deadly precision. The sudden strike caught the Zhao Benzi pilots unawares. The thunder above would send them one by one tumbling toward hell. The ace completed his aim, and the fearsome 20mm cannon answered with dull, terrifying reports, unleashing a rapid sequence of shells. Twin 12, 7mm machine guns spat twin torrents of fire. In an instant, 3 Type 95 biplanes were sent plummeting. Cannon shells and a hail of bullets struck the Zhao Benzi pilots. Blood spattered the cockpits, and several fell silent, at once victims of exhausted flying. Rounds tore through wings, the cannon struck cockpits and showered shards outward. On 1 Type 95, both lateral wings were sheared away, and it fell like a bird with broken wings. Before such cannonade, shredded wings were a mercy. Worse still, bullets detonated fuel tanks and turned aircraft into roiling pyres in the sky. 3 Type 95s fell in an instant. I got one, Wang Deming said calmly. He pulled back on the stick, climbed again, reclaiming the high ground by virtue of energy advantage. As they climbed, another BF-109 flight dove in swiftly, and with the same tactic finished off the remaining Zhao Benzi planes. Enemy neutralized. The entire action was notable for its efficiency and ease. The pilots showed no visible emotion, as if downing these small birds were merely routine labor. All right, proceed with scheduled patrol and ground attack. The squadron leader's voice came over the intercom. It was time to let the Zhao Benzi taste aerial strafing. Outside, Yuanqing infantry were constructing positions, and convoys rolled by, prime and plentiful targets. Wang Deming's flight took part in the strafing. Once targets were acquired, the thunderous rattle of machine gun fire filled the air. The BF-109S proved formidable in the ground attack role, as well. Twin 12, 7mm guns unleashed a storm of fire. Large caliber rounds slammed into the earth, throwing up dense pillars of soil as stones and dust leapt into the sky, and cries rose from below. Under that concentrated fire, several Zhao Benzi were turned into sieves. Dozens of holes riddled their bodies as dark red blood gushed from the wounds. The tremendous impact of the rounds knocked them to the ground, their limbs rendered stiff. Wails and moans rose from the ranks. The piercing scream of fighters slicing the sky shredded eardrums and spread an inescapable dread, the elemental fear of the heavens. Return fire. Fire upon the daxia. On the ground, panicked Zhao Benzi soldiers manned a Type 92 heavy machine gun and fired skyward. The belt fed crookedly into the air, trailing the lightning-fast BF-109S. This was one of the Zhao Benzi's few anti-air measures. Aside from a scant number of heavy anti-air guns, these heavy machine guns were all they had to hand. They refused to surrender, and yet dare fire back at us. The scene stirred the pilots like a pebble rippling a still surface. Shoot them down. One BF-109, unable to restrain itself, opened up on the Type 92 emplacement with twin 12, 7mm guns and its cannon. Smoke and dust rolled over the emplacement. The once fierce, flame-licked gun nest was blanketed in grit. Large caliber rounds swept over the position, leaving the Zhao Benzi gunners stunned, their bodies marked and torn by bullets. All manner of blood and bodily fluids filled the space. The liquids seeped into the soil's crevices as if to feed the earth itself. Meanwhile, in a small village near Yuanqing City, a little soldier exclaimed, "The daxia people have strange flying machines." As they looked at the distant floating black dots, the infantry squad stationed at Pa village was thrown into a panic. News of the daxia people's seemingly magical tricks had spread throughout the army. Who knew what strange and deadly weapons had appeared this time, striking silently and without warning? Now, whether old veterans or fresh recruits, everyone had hidden away, quietly crouching in the village, believing that in doing so the daxia people would not discover them. Behind the village, 2 little soldiers sprinted away, intending to run to the back to send word. After all, the infantry squad of the Benzi kingdom was not equipped with wireless radios. Communication relied solely on running and bicycles. However, they had another method: flying. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Black Hawk armed helicopters appearing on the horizon fired the first shots of this battle, and as they drew closer, they launched rocket strikes against the little soldiers in Pa village. Don't ask how the Black Hawk helicopters detected the little soldiers hiding on the ground. The answer is that the helicopters are part of the Air Force and can access dynamic aerial combat data, sharing which reveals all combat targets, large and small, making them virtually impossible to hide. If they had a god's eye view, it would only confirm one fact: they were incompetent. Now a total of 24 Black Hawk armed helicopters had launched the first wave of fire coverage with rocket launchers. Another 24 Black Hawk helicopters were on standby, ensuring that throughout the battle no firepower would be absent. Blinding orange-eared flames erupted into the air, trailing smoke as they raced toward Pei Village, their shrill cries piercing the village's silence. A barrage of 57mm rockets rained down around, and within the village, igniting massive fireballs. The shockwaves sent bricks and tile fragments soaring into the air, while charred wood fell trailing the scent of burning. After the explosion, smoke filled the air, revealing numerous craters and half-collapsed buildings. The wood continued to burn fiercely, the black smoke rising high into the atmosphere. How did the Daxiao people discover us? The little soldiers who thought they had hidden well voiced their ultimate question, though by now they were dazed from the explosions. The terrifying shriek of the incoming rockets and the rapid explosions were overwhelming. Many little soldiers only saw a burst of orange flames erupt in their vision before they vanished completely. The veteran soldier Sherduo Lang was undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. A 57mm rocket exploded at a distance from him, launching several of his companions away, while he only suffered minor injuries. But minor injuries were trivial. The most significant blow was to his spirit, which was severely impacted. Each rocket that whizzed by felt like a brush with death, the extreme terror of the howling and the shouts of his comrades almost tearing apart his sanity. Devils! Sherduo Lang was on the brink of collapse, feeling as if his insides were being twisted by the continuous booming sounds, leaving him dizzy. The flying machines hovering in the sky appeared utterly terrifying at that moment, and one by one the little soldiers fell under the dense barrage of fire. The gap between old and new soldiers closed infinitely. After all, it only took 1 or 2 rockets to resolve the issue. The so-called elite personnel turned into the most laughable joke in this battle. Boom, 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 boom. The gunfire of the first-generation armed helicopters sounded after the rockets were spent, and that rhythmic noise now dominated the battlefield. The little soldiers, already battered by the rockets, were now faced with a new threat: the cannons. No need to say more. As long as a little soldier could catch even one round, they could let them go, though it was never specified whether they would leave alive. On the ground, the little soldiers, wailing in agony, barely had time to react before cannon shells pierced their chests, shredding their clothes into tatters. Their bodies flew backward like marionettes, with severed strings landing as nothing but a blur. Yes, a blur. No flesh or blood remained, as those components had long been reduced to fragments. Some fortunate little soldiers who were hit in non-vital areas cried out, dragging trails of blood as they lay on the ground, but it wasn't long before they succumbed to their pain. Bang! Sherduo Lang, having witnessed his comrades torn apart, finally lost it, picking up his only 6.5mm bolt-action rifle to fight back. A single 6.5mm bullet was fired, hitting one of the Black Hawk armed helicopters hovering at mid-distance, merely scratching its armor. It couldn't penetrate. The systems produced are of premium quality. Even though it was a modified version of a knockoff helicopter, its defensive capabilities were still formidable, able to withstand direct hits from 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds without being penetrated. But how many 12.7mm rounds did the little soldiers possess? And how many were of a larger caliber than that? Upon witnessing this, Sherduo Lang exploded in anger, quite literally, as another armed helicopter turned its cannon toward him and fired several rounds at this bold challenger. Blood splattered across the battlefield, while a rain of bullets fell, painting the ground red with the scattered snowflakes of war. Centered here, every corner was subjected to the baptism of rockets and cannon fire, with the number of shells and bullets being hundreds or even thousands of times greater than theirs. The metallic hail swept across the battlefield, and despite the little soldiers' fierce resistance, they suffered tremendous losses, or rather they were entirely overwhelmed. With only one infantry squad of over 180 little soldiers stationed in the village, they were attacked by 24 Black Hawk helicopters. Each one could easily distribute a substantial amount of ammunition. It is well known that when they are full from the ammunition, they become unrecognizable, with many remnants scattered everywhere. As the helicopters ascended, the ground was entirely overturned, leaving only scattered weapons, congealed bloodstains, and the dense craters carved by the shells. The moment was just right. As the battle cleanup was completed, a transport helicopter from the Airborne Division arrived, filled with paratroopers. Each Black Hawk transport helicopter carried an 11-man infantry squad, and with 36 Black Hawk helicopters here, that amounted to 396 personnel, roughly the size of 2 infantry companies. After the armed helicopters cleared the surrounding area, the transport helicopter hovered steadily at low altitude over the village, the powerful winds from its massive rotors swirling the dust on the ground into the air, forming a circle around the helicopter. Then the parachute ropes were thrown down, and the doors on both sides of the helicopter opened, revealing a gunner covering the descent of the paratroopers with a Type 56 light machine gun. The efficiency of the rope descent was remarkable. An infantry squad completed their landing in the shortest possible time. Once all the paratroopers landed, they quickly spread out into tactical formation, rapidly converging towards the center of the battlefield to eliminate nearby enemies drawn in by the gunfire. True combat was imminent. The second wave of 24 Black Hawk attack helicopters roared into the battlefield, coordinating with the ground infantry to clear away the enemy reinforcements. Since this area was close to the Garden City, the enemy reinforcements arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Mortar, take out that fiery position on the left. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, a squad leader shouted, signaling the mortar crew to assist in eliminating the enemy. Finding a cover, a mortar soldier carrying a Type 93 mortar set the barrel down without any setup. Firing it by hand was just a routine operation. Boom! As the sound echoed, the shell was launched almost instantaneously. Bang! The previously fiery position was now truly ablaze as the explosion of the 60mm shell sent a plume of dust high into the air, scattering debris and fragments of the enemy. The explosion's radius was just right, sending the enemy skyward. The second shell followed closely behind. With another clear sound of the cannon, this time the shell landed behind a few isolated enemies, the violent explosion instantly tossing them into the air, flames engulfing the smoke rising high. Several mortar shells rained down on the enemy with absolute precision. Every target locked onto by the mortars inevitably turned into shattered pieces cloaked in black smoke. Boom, boom. The accuracy of the shells was as if they were under some enchantment, leaving the reinforcements in a daze. Not to mention the floating aerial vehicles above. Even just the extraordinary mortars were enough to overwhelm them. Every time an enemy machine gun position was set up, just 2 shots would expose their location, and within moments a shell would come crashing down from above, often from an extremely tricky angle. In terms of artillery, the infantry couldn't compete. Even a standard 11-man squad from the National Defense Force outgunned an entire enemy squad of 54. Furthermore, there were fire support squads equipped with mortars and heavy machine guns that could effectively suppress the enemy's unit attacks on the battlefield. Most importantly, the National Defense Force did not favor solo operations. Whenever they mobilized, even a standard infantry squad would receive systematic fire support from both land and air forces. As the Navy was still under construction, they would utilize overwhelming firepower to drown the enemy, and if numerical superiority could be leveraged, they would never engage in solo combat. This battle was no different. The Black Hawk helicopters provided air support, while the infantry worked to eliminate the remaining enemy forces around Po Village, simultaneously striking the enemy reinforcements. Deploy an armored division at the consumption point. In Pico Town, Shin Hao observed the actual control range of Po Village and immediately made the decision to deploy. At present, it was clear how many enemy forces were stationed in the Garden City. The elite troops numbered about 2 infantry battalions, with a total of miscellaneous troops, possibly around 5,000. Deploying an armored division of 1,800 men was sufficient to surprise the enemy in the Garden City. Advance! Advance! Thus, a massive convoy of armored vehicles arrived at Po Village, the diesel exhaust spreading across the entire area. An armored division alone had 153 tanks accompanied by infantry, fighting vehicles, and various other vehicles. It is not an exaggeration to say they could fill an entire city with their numbers, and the extended marching formation stretched for miles. The gravel and smoke kicked up by the tank treads created a murky veil in front of the iron flood. As the tracks of the armored division left their marks on the scorched earth, the sound of combat aircraft could already be heard in the sky. The arrival of the Bf-109 fighter jets declared their dominance over the airspace, allowing the steel flood on the ground to charge unimpeded into the enemy's defenses, while the hovering early helicopters could move freely. The sky belongs to the Empire. The earth belongs to the Empire. And the oceans too. All that awaits the enemy is hell. Victory belongs to us, while defeat belongs to our enemies. Soon the sound of tanks advancing reached the outskirts of the Garden City, where 2 enemy infantry battalions and a host of miscellaneous troops were already on high alert. To be precise, only the lower-tier fodder soldiers were on high alert, while the higher-ups of the infantry battalions, knowing the situation, wore expressions of despair. A terrifying armored monster from the Great Xia appeared suddenly on the southern edge of the city. The omnipresent roar of aircraft above signified everything. The Great Xia's fighter jets had completely surrounded the area and dispatched their ground forces. General, the Garden City has already been surrounded by the Great Xia forces. Inside the Garden City, the right-hand man of the underground general of the enemy chief of staff Tian reported. The underground general was indeed a high-ranking enemy officer, as the name suggests, operating from below ground. It's all over. The advance of the Great Xia's elite troops is even more ferocious than the Empire anticipated. There was despair underground as it was conveyed to the chief of staff standing nearby that this battle could not continue. The 2 infantry battalions within the city could not hold out for long against the sudden encirclement. How could the Empire compete against the Great Xia, who possessed the ability to summon troops at will? All tactical layouts paled in comparison to the might of the Great Xia, rendering them useless embellishments. After all, logically, the emergence of such a heavy armored force from the Great Xia would have prompted thorough intelligence reports to the Empire, it was impossible for them to be completely unaware. To put it bluntly, even animals passing by would leave tracks. There would be some signs of movement. Yet now this massive armored force had appeared outside the city, and there had been no signs of any movement beforehand. What could explain this? Boom, boom, boom. Outside the city, the rumbling sounds of cannon fire erupted. 36 self-propelled howitzers unleashed a barrage on the key positions outside the enemy city, with explosive shells wreaking havoc. There was no need to worry about collateral damage. At this moment, the population of the Great Xia within the city was already very sparse. In fact, it was an empty city after war, fleeing, and occupation. Moreover, the dynamic aerial maps had already indicated the coordinates pinpointing where the enemy forces were gathering. The targets were laid out, they just needed to be dealt with using standard means. The 152mm artillery shells fell like raindrops. The lethal range of this ammunition could easily cover an area the size of a football field. Indeed, the shrapnel and shockwaves generated by the shells could effectively suppress an entire football field. Within this range, if the enemy lacked cover and protection, they would either perish or be wounded. With 36 guns, each barrage released 36 shells. This strategy is not about the quantity of shells, but rather about expanding the devastation through precise area damage. Each shell landed perfectly beside another, resulting in an area that evaporated simultaneously. To overwhelm the enemy with firepower, it would require the Rocket Artillery Battalion of the Armored Division with 27 Hailstorm rocket launchers concentrated together. Choo-choo-choo. A barrage of flying rockets was unleashed with 1080 large-caliber rockets. Exploding, the sound of explosions filled the small enemy positions, and it became impossible to discern any safe zones. Heavy machine guns were reduced to scrap metal. With a single explosion, light machine guns returned to their factory state, and the enemy positions were obliterated. Under the blanket of fire, no living beings remained. Everything, including the enemy, could only be described as turning to ashes. The enemy had no soldiers, the only cannon fodder remained on the battlefield. Following the bombardment, the tanks advanced. A multitude of Black Panther tanks charged in a triangular formation, with every 3 tanks forming a combat unit, creating a triangle. Every 3 triangular formations combined to form a larger triangle, crashing directly into the enemy's position. The Tiger tanks followed suit, launching a cavalry-style charge. As long as they avoided the muddy lakes and bridge surfaces, these cumbersome tanks were still usable, proving extremely effective against the enemy. They couldn't be penetrated, not at all. Choo-choo-choo. As the tank formations advanced, the artillery fire continued from behind, orchestrating a coordinated attack between artillery and tanks. The National Defense Army reveled in the moment, while the enemy suffered greatly. Oh, everyone had their own experiences, all envisioning a bright future. Victory, advance. Thus, one tank broke through the front line, bringing the battlefield into the buildings, where both sides engaged in a tug-of-war and crushing battle. The Black Panther and Tiger tanks became thorns in the enemy's side. Each volley from these terrifying steel beasts resulted in significant casualties. As the tanks entered the buildings, demolition squads composed of enemy infantry arrived. In the urban area, the scent of gunpowder hung in the air as a small squad of 13 enemy troops crawled like mice under craters and the debris of buildings. These fellows had madness in their eyes, a sense of numbness, each clutching a package of explosives, hoping to use it against the steel. Eliminate the enemy and return home. Charge everyone. These men aimed at a menacing Tiger tank, and with a single command launched their charge. The leading veteran was the first to leap from cover, followed closely by 3 others, shouting incomprehensible words as they initiated a desperate charge. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted. Behind the Tiger tank was an accompanying WZ-551 infantry fighting vehicle, along with infantry advancing alongside the tanks, creating a seamless fire protection net around the tanks. Almost the moment the enemy's suicide squad appeared, the coaxial machine gun of the Tiger tank, along with the infantry and fighting vehicle following behind, unleashed a torrent of deadly fire. The bullets struck accurately towards the charging enemy, and the leading veteran's body suddenly stiffened, his chest bursting with blood and a massive hole, only a thin thread connecting him. The explosive package he held fell helplessly to the ground. A Japanese soldier trying to flank from the side seemed to be struck by an invisible giant axe, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Another was cut in half, screaming as he collapsed. The enemy following closely behind the veteran also caught this rain of bullets, their bodies torn to shreds. In an instant, the entire wave of charging troops was annihilated. Wait for the Dachau people to get closer. The remaining few enemies, seeing the situation was dire, planned to stay put and wait for the National Defense Army to arrive, ready to detonate their explosives in a mutual destruction. But they quickly discovered that the Tiger tank and infantry fighting vehicle across from them had stopped moving, with only the turret rotating on top. Boom. Thud, thud, thud. The last sight seen by the enemy hiding in the shadows was the desperate roar of the autocannon and the sound of the 88mm cannon firing as the National Defense Army cleansed the area with a hail of bullets. In just a few seconds, everything returned to silence. The autocannon struck the buildings, collapsing them piece by piece. Whether they were concrete walls or brick walls, they crumbled or were punctured as they should. It is well known that neither concrete nor brick walls can withstand autocannon shells, and cars cannot block rifle bullets unless they are in the thicker engine compartment. Hiding behind these covers, being swept by a wave of fire, meant certain death. Moreover, this firepower coverage was everywhere on the battlefield, with the machine gun fire being a common sight, and the Black Hawk helicopters circling above were a regular occurrence. The National Defense Army was equipped with a large number of automatic and semi-automatic weapons, gaining an advantage in equipment during urban combat, not to mention their numerical superiority. The sound of automatic fires surged through the streets, briefly interspersed with the sound of the Benzie rifles, though they were firmly suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. An infantry fighting vehicle rolled in, surrounded by soldiers arriving at a street corner. Then the cannon turned its muzzle, preparing to demolish the dilapidated buildings. The 25mm cannon fired violently, producing a terrifying roar. The entire facade of the building across was subjected to focused bombardment. Windows, walls, and doorways were all punctured and shattered, with the dust and debris rising like blood flowing from the building. Mortar left front high point, smoke-covered fire position, destroy it. The voice of the National Defense Army's artillery observer was exceptionally clear. Then a 60mm mortar shell accurately destroyed the target point. First floor. This was not over. The infantry fighting vehicle's 25mm cannon unleashed shells in a targeted manner at a suspicious corner on the first floor of a building. Many areas were blown apart, leaving debris scattered everywhere, with fresh liquid flowing across the ground. The horrifying rumble only ceased at this moment. But the gunfire continued. Fire again, call for artillery support from the rear. My squad's cannon is unable to clear the area. Seeing this, the commander of the infantry fighting vehicle reported the situation to the rear artillery. At this point, relying on the cannon to demolish buildings was too slow. Heavy artillery from the rear needed to bombard the area to reduce it to ruins. Fire quickly. Our enemies are anxiously waiting. Do not keep them waiting too long. At the rear of the battlefield, a 152mm self-propelled howitzer received this order. The long barrel slowly elevated, and shortly after, a distinct and chilling sound of heavy artillery approached rapidly from high above, the sound piercing sharper, as if death were sharpening its scythe. The sound of annihilation came. For these few seconds it felt as if the entire world had temporarily lost its sound. Only a violent, penetrating vibration emanated from the target building. The side of the target building seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer. Its wall and lateral supports instantly collapsed, turning into a massive cloud of smoke and explosion flames. Then the entire building lost its structural integrity, collapsing from top to bottom, burying the resisting Benzie soldiers inside. Indeed, caliber is truth. The commander could not help but cheer upon seeing this scene. The heavy artillery was truly superior to the machine guns, demolishing a location with a single strike. After laboriously clearing the area with the cannon for half a day, the heavy artillery from the rear flattened it with just a few shells. Advance. One neighborhood was eliminated, signifying its return to the embrace of light. Buzz. Apart from the roar of the heavy artillery, the sky over the Garden City was also shrouded in a muffled, thunderous sound, which grew louder rapidly, attracting the attention of most Benzie soldiers. 48 Black Hawk helicopters appeared without warning in the high sky, joining the battle with a commanding view of the battlefield. From the pilot's perspective, high above, the enemies on the ground were clearly visible. All those fellows were just waiting to be shredded into pieces. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Black Hawk helicopters skimmed low across the sky, the wind generated by their rotors uprooting dust and small objects from the ground, while the 57mm rocket launchers mounted on their wings glimmered. The ground was engulfed in a sea of flames as the storm of rockets swept through. Every area marked with the presence of Benzie on the dynamic battlefield map was warmly welcomed, receiving a grand meal without regard for levels. The ragdolls flew higher and higher, with disassembled parts turning into a mist of blood. Rockets heavily targeted the buildings occupied by Benzie, causing many objects to collapse like blocks in the explosive fireballs, trapping the Benzie soldiers hiding inside without any chance to escape. The road was struck by cannon fire, instantly becoming a haze of dust. The road was severed. The buildings collapsed. The hit Benzie soldiers neither cried nor shouted, lying motionless on the ground. The thousands of Benzie soldiers guarding the Garden City were retreating step by step, their strength reduced to a mere fraction, with heavy weapons shattered into pieces under the artillery and firepower coverage. They were left with only light weapons. Due to the dense cover, they managed to survive a little longer. Otherwise, under such a terrifying offensive, they would have been obliterated. The scale of victory was gradually tipping. Tonight we will be able to enjoy a warm meal here. Every attacking soldier of the National Defense Army thought this way, as the victory of this battle was already a foregone conclusion under their powerful assault. Many felt weary as the battle was too easy. Many felt bored. The tank drivers had grown tired of driving, while the pilots only wished to return to the rear airfield to rest. Eating. That was the next most important issue concerning the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Chicken soup is coming. Now the field kitchen following the attack team is preparing to send can after can of chicken soup to the front lines. On this cold winter day, nothing warms the body more than a can of warm chicken soup. If there is one, then let there be more. Logistical vehicles of various kinds were filling all available roads running back and forth behind the front lines. Supply trucks, cars, and various special vehicles, anything visible and tangible was brought out. This scene could be seen by everyone witnessing the National Defense Army displaying its full strength with a massive mechanized force surpassing all earthly legions. All belong to the uninformed outsiders. Pride belonged to our own people. Fear belonged to the enemy. The people of the Great Xia possess the power to determine everything. They will overturn this world. A reporter from the empire on which the sun never sets John recorded this. In Tianning there were still quite a few Europeans from various powerful nations with enough confidence to face any national force. However, after witnessing the true torrent of steel, their opinions changed. The following unique article reflects the European propaganda. On that day, a convoy of 22 cars from the Great Xia and 32 cars from the Europeans began an off-road race. When preparing to set off, the Great Xia only filled their compartments with fuel barrels and food without carrying toolboxes, and even each vehicle had 2 Great Xia people who knew nothing responsible for refueling. On the other hand, the 32 European cars were loaded with a plethora of repair tools and parts. Some European vehicles even brought a professional engineering team to fix cars. They dared not carry much fuel because their engineers said, "There's no need if our cars won't use much fuel." After traveling 10 kilometers, one of the Great Xia cars got stuck in a mud pit, and the driver struggled to get the car out. However, astonishingly, not a single one of the other 21 Great Xia cars left alone. They chose to wait for their companion and exhaust every effort to rescue them. On the European side, a car encountered a similar problem and broke down due to mechanical failure, gradually falling behind the convoy. However, not a single European car would stop to help their companion, as this was already a common occurrence. The engineer from the broken-down car simply got out to take a look, and then indifferent began eating steak and drinking milk, saying no need for repairs, it will break down again. At lunchtime, the Great Xia parked their 22 cars aside and began using tools to prepare fresh food. However, they quickly realized they hadn't brought lighters or any fire source, so they resorted to friction fire methods. After many attempts, they persevered, and in the end, they succeeded. The Europeans also parked their 22 cars aside at lunchtime, but at that moment, they realized they hadn't brought any crowbars to open the food boxes. After examining the food boxes, all the Europeans quietly ate the biscuits they had brought. If anyone attempted to open the box, they would be mocked by their companions. Look at this overconfident guy. In the afternoon, the Great Xia had already set off after finishing their meal. Before departing, they carefully checked the condition of their vehicles. What about the Europeans on the other side? They made no movement. They prayed that the upcoming journey would not go wrong. Predictably, the Europeans ended up only driving away 16 cars. At the finish line, the Great Xia stopped their 22 cars before the finish line, and all the teammates stood at the finish line and then crossed it together. The remaining 6 European cars were still fighting fiercely for the championship. They even crashed 3 of their cars in the process. One off-road race exposed many problems with the Europeans. They were too incompetent and needed to reflect on why some people didn't persist. Why are those who persevere mocked? Faced with the same problem, even if the Great Xia encounters difficulties, they will still do what they can using action and methods to solve problems. What about the Europeans? Do they only pray to God for blessings when facing difficulties? Excerpt from Summer Edition, Issue 30, by John Howard. After reading this, a unique flavor arose. It seemed like the author John was saying something, yet it also felt like he said nothing. Piku Town Office Building. A giant map hung in the command room marking Tianning City, Huzhen, Yuanqing, and the surrounding areas that had been captured or were currently under siege. The National Defense Army's 6 major group armies, 4 of which were advancing towards the east or northeast and southeast regions, while 2 group armies were advancing westward and northward. The new season of the Underworld is rapidly approaching, with many locations bustling with activity. Now Qinghao must surely step up efforts to double the amount of land in hand. Yuancheng is close to the metropolis. Now we are pushing victory towards Yuanqing, and the surrounding areas will soon return. In fact, our power has already reached this place. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th group armies will complete the implementation of the plan by tomorrow afternoon, encircling and blocking the periphery of the metropolis. We plan to concentrate 700 troops, approximately 3060 tanks, 200 heavy artillery pieces, 1404 rocket launchers, 240 Blackbird helicopters, and countless units, such as cars and infantry fighting vehicles. Logistics will be guaranteed by 5 temporarily established transport divisions, with the backbone of these divisions composed of our troops, supplemented by local transport personnel. In the command room of the office building, a very significant operational plan was proposed. The National Defense Army will launch a large-scale offensive, completely annihilating the Little Notebook's forces in this area. Although the little notebook has not much strength left counting the reinforcements from the metropolis and nearby areas, it is roughly equivalent to the number of 2 standing legions around 600. Of course, if they are just filling in numbers, the quantity could be a bit more, barely able to claim to be an army of 100. Whether the little notebook has 100, Qin Hao does not know, but he knows that the current National Defense Army truly has 1,000,000. System used 12 tactical bombings targeting 12 important cities or ports of the little notebook's homeland, timed for 12 hours, using one every hour. The system's tactical bombing power has also been upgraded. It used to be B-29 bombers, now it's B-36. 12 batches mean 7 to 8 sorties of B-36, with a total ammunition of 69120 tons. Heavens! Qin Hao was astonished when he calculated this number. Unloading 700 tons of ammunition in 12 hours. Does this battle even need to be fought? Just the supply alone would have filled the little notebook. The combined power of that is probably comparable to the ultimate bomb. There's no helping it. Qin Hao not only has strength, but is also adept at creating trouble for the little notebook. He knows the National Defense Army is preparing for a great war, and the little notebook must also be preparing, so this is the best time to disrupt them. Using sudden tactical bombings to disrupt the little notebook's actions. Timed for 12 hours, every hour a strike, completely disrupting the little notebook's focus and increasing their fear, making them unable to mobilize forces or even sleep. There's no need to elaborate on targeting important cities and ports. The little notebook's fleet operates near the ports, possibly preparing to support the metropolis. So why not blow up their lair, letting their navy drift at sea? Moreover, there are 170 B-36 at several major airports of the National Defense Army, and Qin Hao plans to use these colossal aircraft to drop pamphlets and spread warmth over the little notebook. Tonight, the major airports of the National Defense Army can also launch an operational mission. Ding, the host's supply doubling card has expired. Ding, for the next 2 days, the host will receive 3500 supply points every minute, with a 10 bonus for the already acquired supply points. While Qin Hao was contemplating, the system's prompt arrived. Due to the expiration of a supply doubling card, his resource points earned per minute dropped from over 800 to 3500, an efficiency cut in half. However, compared to a base of 1100 resource points per minute without any bonuses, this figure is still quite impressive. Moreover, Qin Hao still has 70 designated supply boxes unopened, which are all supplementary supplies. Host Qin Hao, military rank general. Resource points 445757240. Title power over the world. Upon seeing his panel, Qin Hao quickly withdrew his gaze and focused on the 70 designated treasure chests. Currently, the nation's defense forces have a well-rounded army, navy, and air force, but in terms of numbers, the naval combat units are insufficient with too few available ships. To date, the Navy can only boast the Montana-class battleships, the Kidd-class missile destroyers, and the Essex-class aircraft carriers. Thus, the Navy needs new combat units for support, and Qin Hao also needs to reserve a portion of resource points to build up the Navy. Once Metropolis is captured, the National Defense Forces will truly command the oceans, and the Navy will officially emerge to patrol the lengthy coastline. Qin Hao believes that a fleet should ideally consist of at least 6 aircraft carriers and 4 battleships, which would require 300 million resource points. With his current resources, over 400 million resource points would only allow him to build one fleet, a heavy burden ahead. Choose to open 10 designated naval resource boxes. Qin Hao made his selection. Ding. Host acquired Maritime Loyal Defender Guardian class large patrol ship, prototype amphibious assault ship, large supply ship, icebreaker maritime radar search ship, large vessel Super Bismarck class battleship, Yamada class battleship, BUFF naval engineering standards. Maritime Loyal Defender costs 600 resource points. Parameters: patrol personnel proficient in various water navigation and diving techniques, capable of skillfully using firearms and mastering combat skills, often able to strike 9 times in a single second. Guardian class large patrol ship, cost 500,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with sailors, full displacement of 7,200 tons, equipped with air and sea search radar. Equipped with 2 twin-mounted 127mm naval guns, 4 twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns, 2 quad-mounted 20mm machine guns, and 2 12.7mm heavy machine guns, along with 3 large water cannons and 2 medium water cannons, reinforced bow impact armor, maximum speed of 33 knots. Prototype amphibious assault ship, cost 500,000 resource points. Parameters: equipped with sailors, full displacement of 7,600 tons, capable of transporting large numbers of personnel and equipment for amphibious operations, maximum speed of 30 knots. Large supply ship, cost 500,000 resource points. Parameters: full displacement of 8,000 tons, a type of auxiliary vessel capable of accompanying naval vessels and providing supplies. Icebreaker, cost 500,000 resource points. Parameters: full displacement of 10,900 tons, capable of icebreaking operations on thick ice and delivering personnel to research stations. Maritime radar search ship, cost 50,000 resource points. Parameters equipped with sailors, full displacement of 7,800 tons, maximum search distance of 150 kilometers, and equipped with a series of advanced observation equipment capable of collecting enemy radio waves and corresponding weapon data. Large vessel, cost 50,000 resource points. Parameters equipped with sailors, full displacement of 22,000 tons, capable of transporting large quantities of goods, or modified for passenger shipping, capable of intercontinental voyages without difficulty. Super Bismarck-class battleship, cost 30 million resource points. Parameters: peak sailors, full displacement of 55,000 tons. Equipped with 4 406mm naval guns, 6 twin-mounted 150mm naval guns, 8 twin-mounted 105mm anti-aircraft guns, and 8 twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns, with a maximum speed of 32 knots. Yamada-class battleship, cost 30 million resource points. Parameters: peak sailors, full displacement of 73,000 tons. Equipped with 3 triple-mounted 460mm naval guns, 4 triple-mounted 155mm secondary guns, and 12 twin-mounted 127mm dual-purpose guns, with a maximum speed of 31 knots. Ding. Buff naval engineering standards. This means that all naval manufacturing standards and components are interchangeable. For instance, the parts, standards, and processes for the Yamada-class battleship are the same as those for the Bismarck-class battleship. Giant cannons and massive ships. Qin Hao is already very satisfied with this. For a lover of giant cannon ships, these marine behemoths are truly a remedy. The Bismarck-class battleship, equipped with 406mm cannons, and the peak masterpiece of the 460mm Yamada-class, both of these battleships are excellent. As for aircraft carriers, Qin Hao already has them. There is no need to worry about the fleet's air superiority. Pirate carrier fighters will crush any challengers, and their quality and quantity will only increase. What Qin Hao lacks now is merely a territory close to the sea. Without the sea, there can be no navy, and therefore he cannot protect his long coastline. Ding. The system has met the basic conditions for an upgrade. This update will consume 60 designated supply crates from the host, elevating the system version from 1.0 to 1.5 and unlocking new functionalities. Proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade the system by consuming supply crates. Only when this prompt sounded did Qin Hao realize the system could even be upgraded. Everyone has a bright future. These words suddenly surfaced in Qin Hao's mind. Indeed, old habits still lingered. Just as people must progress, so too must systems evolve. Moreover, the required amount was neither excessive nor insufficient, precisely the last remaining 60 supply crates. Yet, as everyone knows, supply crates are renewable resources. Once depleted, he could simply borrow 2 more from Notebook Nation later. Borrow with integrity, repay promptly, and borrowing again will never be difficult. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Qin Hao confirmed the action. Ding. Upgrade successful. New system functions are now active. Ding. System optimization implemented. Architectural construction now offers 2 modes: instant completion or phase completion over 7 days. When selecting the latter, structures will manifest gradually and plausibly within the environment. Other features await discovery by the host. Night falls over Notebook Nation. Second Naval Port. Second Naval Port, one of Notebook Nation's most vital naval bases, has imposed strict blackout protocols to evade aerial bombardment by the National Defense Forces. The port still houses battleships, the Congo-class battleship Congo, and its sister ship Hai, along with the newly commissioned aircraft carrier Soryu. The National Defense Forces' previous air raid on Bowen Port had already inflicted profound anguish upon His Majesty the Locust Emperor and the Imperial High Command. That strike sank 3 Imperial Navy battleships and utterly devastated the entire port infrastructure. Naval logistics personnel and supporting facilities suffered catastrophic casualties alike. Even with full Imperial reconstruction, recovery would require 2.5 years, an intolerable delay that gravely undermined strategic momentum. The battleships Fuso and 2 others have been sunk. Your Excellency Nagato and Mutsu have already departed for the metropolis to evade the Xia dynasty's bombing raids. Yeda, the Grand Fleet Commander of Notebook Nation, holding the rank of Admiral, stood listening to his subordinate's report. At Yeda's left stood the Grand Fleet Chief of Staff Budo Ichimiai, at his right the Navy's Senior Strategic Advisor Chikashita Dofu. What on earth are the Xia people doing? In one stroke, they've cost the Empire 1/3 of its battleship fleet, while the rest scurry like rats under cover of night. Has the valor of our Imperial warriors truly been scattered by mere flying birds? Having spent days evading detection, Admiral Yeda's frustration had reached its peak. Notebook Nation once possessed 10 battleships. With 3 sunk, 7 remained. Yet 2 more had now sailed for the metropolis, leaving only 5 anchored in home waters. 5 battleships, and 5 aircraft carriers as well. Numbers were now perfectly matched. Your Excellency, the Army's ineptitude on land has led to relentless retreats. Their failed offensives have emboldened the Xia forces, who now relentlessly strike Imperial territory from distant air bases. The army has fallen back to the coast and urgently requires naval support. Every time Chief of Staff Budo Ichimiai recalled this, fury surged within him. They had nearly destroyed the Xia's long-range airbase, only for their final assault wave to collapse entirely before it could even begin. The army's collapse granted the Xia forces precious time to expand the base's strategic depth, rendering its destruction all but impossible now. The tide of war had flowed smoothly, until the enemy turned the tables in a single devastating reversal. Admiral Yeda sighed deeply, nor can the Navy assist them further. The destruction of Bowenport has drastically slowed fleet assembly. His Majesty has ordered Nagato and Mutsu to rendezvous with the army and escort them back to the homeland. Rumors suggest the Xia National Defense Forces have grown stronger still. With the army retreating into the metropolis, devoid of natural defenses, the wisest course is preservation of strength. For now, focus your attention entirely on port air defense. The Xia's next aerial assault approaches swiftly. Woo woo woo. As if summoned by his words, the air raid siren blared across 2nd Naval Port. Enemy aircraft descended through the night sky, B-36 bombers whose engine roars betrayed their approach. A formation of 144 B-36s was descending upon the port. Bakiaro. Seeing panic erupt across the darkened harbor, Admiral Yedao roared in fury, then fled without looking back, escorted by his chief of staff. Just as foretold, the accursed Xia forces had returned. Next time, Notebook Nation would repay them tenfold, leaving them utterly broken and disgraced. Maintain absolute blackout. Not a single glimmer of light may escape. Senior Advisor Chikashita Dofu sprinted into motion. The deafening roar of falling aerial bombs filled the air. Each bomb carried specially engineered whistles, shrieking with terrifying intensity as they plummeted through the wind. A flash erupted across the harbor, a bomb detonating in blinding incandescence, releasing torrents of heat and light. For a few fleeting seconds, the world burned white, then plunged back into darkness. Another bomb struck, reigniting the brief illumination. Flash after flash, the harbor trembled violently beneath the onslaught. 5,760 tons of ordnance descended, enough to reduce this colossal port to utter ruin. The Xia, having fled fastest, Admiral Yeda narrowly escaped death, but gazing upon the harbor engulfed in roaring flames, his entire frame shook with rage. Distant chain explosions echoed across the night. Without needing to look, Yeda knew munitions and fuel stores aboard the battleships had ignited. The black void of night was torn apart by countless searing trajectories, like lashes of fire flung by death himself. The battleship Congo, moored and vulnerable, did not await oblivion passively. Its anti-aircraft batteries opened fire, illuminating fleeting fragments of the B-36s with bursts of shellfire, mere slivers yet enough. Those slivers would haunt Notebook Nation's leadership for the next 12 hours. Your Majesty, the 2nd Naval Port has been bombed. Congo and Hai are sunk. Soryu suffers critical hull damage. Request immediate tactical guidance. Your Majesty, Yegu City has been struck again. All Imperial aviation industries lie in ashes. Request immediate tactical guidance. The arms factory in Shangfan City has ceased operations. Request immediate tactical guidance. Binhai City, Shan, Dake City. One telegram after another flooded the Locust Emperor's desk. 12 thick dispatches ultimately piled before him. His entire stronghold endured 12 coordinated strikes within 12 hours. The ceaseless shriek of falling ordnance pierced day and night alike. Major industrial zones, key urban centers, and vital trade ports all fell under attack hour after relentless hour. Overnight, the alien civilization's industry vanished. 12 waves, 1728 B-36 bombers, delivered devastation across more than 2,000 square kilometers. Every corner of that vast expanse was saturated with destruction. Casualties among the Locust forces were truly incalculable. All order dissolved. No rules, no structure, no coherence remained. Locust soldiers sleeping peacefully in their lairs needed no searching. They lay strewn everywhere. The Locust plague was effortlessly undone by fire. Even swarms laced with toxins succumbed instantly to the purifying fury of extreme heat. The Stone Age. Our empire has regressed to the Stone Age. The Locust Emperor finally shattered, clutching his head and weeping uncontrollably. The ministers below were all wailing. Their hearts had sunk halfway. Telegrams sent from the capital to these areas couldn't even get through, as local communications had been obliterated. Only now had communication between the capital and the regions been partially restored, allowing new telegrams to reach the capital. Despite the Imperial warriors risking their lives to protect the assets, it is undeniable that what we have preserved is merely a wasteland. We have been blasted back to the Stone Age. Everywhere we go, there is loyalty and bravery. The Empire's current industrial capacity has fallen below 5 of its peak, and skilled workers number only 15 of their former strength. The industry has indeed come to a standstill. The 12 telegrams sent back conveyed similar sentiments. The industry is gone, and the technological accumulation has been destroyed in an instant. Now even the capital has lost power, All major power plants have suffered severe damage resulting in traffic congestion, halted electricity generation, industrial stagnation, a lack of raw materials, and heavy casualties. Some ministers within the capital have already realized this battle cannot continue. Is there still a way to fight? An industrial nation flourishing in its prime has overnight transformed into a Stone Age country. Now the capital cannot even sustain itself, let alone provide support. Let alone cannons. Now they cannot even produce a single rifle or bullet, failing to maintain even the most basic upkeep of the naval fleet, as the ports have been blown to bits. Even the flames there are still burning. Order has been blown into chaos, and even now there are no organized rescue personnel to save these places. The grassroots are in disarray. Before long, even the Xia people won't need to land. They can replicate this scale of destruction from the air, and the capital will fall without a fight. Whether they fight or not, the capital will descend into chaos due to industrial destruction and severed logistics. Buzz. At this moment, the roar of B-36 bombers resonated overhead, evoking feelings of helplessness and fear among all the ministers. For it was these giants that had obliterated everything overnight. However, now their bomb bays were filled not with bombs, but with leaflets. All 170 B-36s were dispatched filled with leaflets to be dropped over all the cities of the capital. In the name of victors, we command you to surrender. Little capital miners state your crimes are too many to enumerate. You have committed countless grievous offenses, and the paper cannot contain them all. Those responsible for the crimes must kneel one step at a time, meeting their end beneath the stone. If you do not comply, the nighttime operations were merely a trial run, not the official action. We can grant you 3 days to consider. You will have ample time to think and prepare your affairs. After 3 days, you must provide a response, otherwise we will thoroughly execute the command to level everything to the ground. If you persist in resistance, our forces will cross the sea, and by then all shall return to dust. You are limited in number, while our warmth is endless. National Defense Army. It should be noted that these leaflets did not mention how the capital would compensate, for they could not afford to compensate at all. They might as well compensate the entire nation. Despair enveloped the capital. Your Majesty, the situation was so dire that many ministers had rushed to the outskirts to meet the crisis. A sea of people, be it the naval minister, the army minister, or the prime minister, all had mobilized, and they all appeared haggard and utterly weak. They were filled with contradictions. Fight how to fight. Surrender how to surrender. These two questions had become central. Some ministers wished to continue fighting, while others were unwilling to fight any longer, seeing no glimmer of victory. The empire cannot possibly lose. If the Xia people dare to come, they must pay a heavy price for every step they take, each one soaked in blood. Fools, does the empire have any weapons left? Any bullets? If the Xia people come, do you plan to throw stones at them? You crazy primitive people, do you wish to return to the age of cold weapons to deal with the Xia people? The Xia people bombed us yesterday, they will come again today, and again tomorrow. How many planes and cannons do we have left? How much food can still be bombed? The arguments became louder. We still have a grand fleet. The main force of the Imperial Navy remains. Naval warriors will fight to the death with the enemy. We still have legions. The Stick Legion and the Northern Provinces Legion. The hawkish faction continued. Yes, we still have industry in the northern regions of the Xia dynasty. We can still fight there. And what after the decisive battle? Does the Navy still have ports? Fuel. Do you intend to refuel the Navy's vessels with cooking oil, allowing them to drift on the sea to battle the enemy? The northern regions. That is already under the Xia, their million-strong army can march north at any time, and the so-called Imperial Legion will be pushed into the sea. Now the ministers who did not wish to perish directly stood up. How can we fight against the National Defense Army with so little manpower and resources? Haven't they seen that the homeland is weaker than there, yet it still got blown back to the Stone Age? The minister silently watched the shouting match between the two factions, saying nothing. He actually knew that regardless of whether they fought or not, he would be the ultimate scapegoat. If they continued fighting and were captured by the National Defense Army, he would be torn to shreds. If he surrendered, he would still bear the responsibility for past wars. The outcome would be no different from the above. He thought that at worst he could take a few loyal guards and hide in the mountains. Surely the Xia would not mobilize vast resources to search for him. If captured, he could become a sycophant of the Xia, and with his influence back home, perhaps the Xia would let him off. After all, surviving was what mattered. Better than waiting for death. The news of Benzi Nation descending into the Stone Age quickly spread across the world. Ambassadors from various countries verified the authenticity of this news. Benzi Nation had indeed become a true Stone Age society. From a high vantage point, the overall scene was disheartening. Everything was either burning or left with massive traces of destruction. Thick columns of smoke rose into the clouds. Industrial sites had turned into wastelands, and not a single intact factory was in sight. However, countless small Benzi lay strewn about like debris on the streets. We can now confirm that Benzi Nation has fallen into its most devastating moment. Currently, their entire order from top to bottom has come to a standstill. Their leaders are in a state of panic, feeling overwhelmed by this unmanageable crisis. The National Defense Forces possess the capability to completely obliterate a small industrial nation capable of dropping tens of thousands of tons of ammunition in a single night. They have at least 2,000 of those high-altitude bombers. In another world, various nations were taken aback. The Sun Never Sets Empire was suddenly filled with a chilling dread. This mysterious and powerful entity was far too formidable to be allowed to exist. A relatively smaller industrial nation had met its end in just one night, which was truly terrifying. Even large nations like the Sun Never Sets Empire and Beautiful Nation would struggle to withstand such an assault for several days and nights. We should maintain a sense of awe towards this force. The Sun Never Sets Empire must not tread into the quagmire of war, due to the slightest misstep for it could lead to a giant being ensnared by the mud. In the parliament of the Sun Never Sets Empire, an unusual voice emerged. We can deduce that the National Defense Forces will not remain stagnant and will surely expand into all available territories. In the past, we could easily counter this trend by supporting another force, but now we risk setting ourselves on fire. Even the proudest members of the Sun Never Sets Empire's parliament must recognize that the Great Xia has acquired terrifying countermeasures. The old methods of meddling are now outdated. Gentlemen, we should be thankful that the National Defense Forces do not have a navy. If they wish to reach Benzi Nation, they can only row wooden boats over. Of course, they could also use high-altitude bombers, but the lack of a navy is their greatest weakness. For a decade on land, a century at sea, if the National Defense Forces wish to rebuild a naval shipbuilding system and create a fleet comparable to the world's naval powers, they will require at least half a century. The Navy has always been the strongest force of the Sun Never Sets Empire. No other nation's navy can surpass its might. Similarly, naval experts of the Sun Never Sets Empire believe that a country without a navy would definitely need half a century to rebuild one. The National Defense Forces lacking a navy means that their attempts to expand overseas will be at a disadvantage, which can be considered a silver lining amidst the bad news. Nevertheless, the sense of crisis surrounding the Sun Never Sets Empire is growing stronger. This is because they have a vast overseas territory located close to the Great Xia dynasty, all of which is within the bombing range of the National Defense Forces bombers. To offend them today would mean that Benzi Nation becomes tomorrow's overseas territory. We must treat the National Defense Forces with the fairness of gentlemen, without any hint of arrogance. Perhaps we can also test the attitude of the dynasty's cabinet. After all, the Great Xia has an old saying: 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Beautiful Nation. This great nation, renowned for its industry and economy, was equally shocked and incredulous. The proud people of Beautiful Nation realized that an industrial nation could indeed undergo deindustrialization, directly regressing to a Stone Age state. The Great Xia's mastery of such ultra-long-range bombers has completely shattered the security barrier that the Beautiful Nation had taken pride in. In the past, no conflict could reach the homeland of Beautiful Nation, but that may no longer be the case. Once the Great Xia deploys these ultra-long-range bombers within Benzi Nation, the entirety of Beautiful Nation will be under the threat of such bombardment. The military forces on the new continent across land, sea, and air felt a sense of unease. We cannot afford to sympathize with Benzi Nation as we are caught in a new vortex. President Xiao Luosi stated the Eastern Sea Fleet of Beautiful Nation must set sail to deter the National Defense Forces with a show of strength and maintain necessary rationality. The highest priority for Beautiful Nation's diplomacy and resources should tilt towards the Great Xia, and at this critical juncture we cannot afford to offend the National Defense Forces. However, support for the dynasty's cabinet should also be increased. Ideally, we could obtain the high-altitude bomber technology and secrets from the dynasty's cabinet. Benzi Nation has lost its value. A nation that is nothing but ruins is not worth Beautiful Nation investing any resources into. The only remaining utilitarian value of Benzi Nation lies in its geographical position. From Beautiful Nation's perspective, this land is best controlled by themselves, serving as a stepping stone to leap towards the Far East continent. However, to avoid setting themselves on fire, Beautiful Nation cannot take direct action. They can only engage in subtle maneuvers to see if they can support the dynasty's cabinet and have them act as agents for Benzi Nation. The new continent requires more advanced fighter jets, more advanced night fighters and bombers. Moreover, the new continent also needs a brand new superweapon, one that can match the devastating power of the Great Xia's tens of thousands of tons of ammunition. It is time to initiate this plan. In the Wangshao cabinet, Shun Galao had been raging ever since he learned that Xiao Benzi was on the verge of collapse, gripped by the irrational fear that if Xiao Benzi fell, he himself would be swept away with it. Only a few days had passed, and yet the Benzi National Corps that had struck the hardest had been reduced to scrap. Were they preparing to surrender? There was a surreal sense, as if a fantasy world had intruded into reality. What do you make of the National Defense Army? Shun Galao, as was his habit, summoned his director of intelligence. At a moment like this, intelligence mattered most. Other officers were secondary. Elder, the director saluted. We still cannot determine the origin of the National Defense Army. Our men are embedded in all 4 directions, east, southwest, and north. Whether in the air, on land, or in the water, nothing escapes our surveillance. Even so, we cannot trace the National Defense Army's weapon supply lines, nor the powers behind them. That makes this problematic, Xin Galao said, raising an eyebrow. Is there anything that can stump the director of the Wangchao Intelligence Bureau? We cannot trace them. Yet Qin Hao and the National Defense Army have already revealed tremendous strength. From the reactions of the great powers, none had prior knowledge of the army, and no weapon they possess can rival the army's bombers. The director's helplessness was plain. Xun Galao observed him. So you mean these weapons were produced by themselves? And the personnel were cultivated by them as well? The elder asked. Yes, the director nodded, gravely aware of the implications, and cast several cautious glances at the elder. The outburst the director had imagined never came. Xun Galao remained outwardly calm to the director's surprise. Then, the elder rose, walked slowly to the enormous map of the Wangchao that hung in the room, and began to speak to himself. At the first moment of the Benzi incident, many great powers called and sent telegrams. Their immediate concern was to question our present predicament. On the surface, I could find no flaw in their inquiries. Afterwards, these nations professed their intent to provide substantial aid, all sharing a common purpose to uncover the forces behind the National Defense Army and to pressure me into landing on Xiao Benzi's homeland first. You see, their ambitions are laid bare. The larger picture is clear, and I trust you have observed the trend. I know this as well. We will have to fight Qin Hao. Whoever wins that battle will determine who claims the sacred artifacts. If no leader suitable to command is found, I will personally take the helm. The elder could not afford petty maneuvers. The situation was obvious to all. The Wangchao cabinet had witnessed the National Defense Army's irresistible momentum as they steadily consumed cities that belonged to them and expanded their dominion. With Xiao Benzi toppled, who would be the next foe? Elder, no need for more words. Oh, our forces will surely prevail, the director declared, pounding his chest with oath-like certainty. The nations are aligning behind our court, while the National Defense Army stands alone. The court's backing spans the world. It is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the time comes, they will be driven back step by step. The elder sighed and fell silent for a few minutes. That may be so, but I intend to invite them to talks. Either bring them here, or we go there to negotiate. The elder then revealed a startling plan. Release the news to the public. Let the newspapers add their color. We need not concern ourselves with that. In any case, the mantle of righteousness must be seized. Mobilizing the court's armies takes time. The world must see who seeks to kindle war and who truly is the treacherous rebel. Elder. The director could hardly hide his astonishment. By the elder's plan, a summit would be convened. Leaders from both sides would meet for a high-stakes conference. Yet such a stratagem was dangerous. Who would dare to attend and who would dare to go? If weapons meant victory, would be fine, or defeat would brand them as traitors. The director's mind turned to the Wangchao succession laws. If both sides clashed and one lost, that loser would be condemned as a rebel. But Qin Hao was a formidable opponent. Even Xiao Benzi, though initially advantaged, had been punished. Could a weak cabinet standing in the open hope to prevail? How much could other great powers truly provide? Likely the same old. Money to buy weapons, and at best interest-free favors. And those funds would in turn flow back into Uluoba's industrial manufacturers. Uluoba has agreed to supply us with aid, including advanced fighters and heavy artillery. When the time comes, other states will open various channels to us. Xun Galao read the director's thoughts plainly. With Uluoba's support, they would at least have a fighting chance. Even if they could not match those high-altitude bombers, placing more machine guns and artillery in the hands of individual soldiers would be invaluable. Moreover, this was the homeland. The arms used against Xiao Benzi could not be brought here. Elder, what of Xiao Benzi now? If Xiao Benzi ceases resistance, the nearest Wangchao legions will seize their material. I have ordered corps across the land to depart overnight. Everything is ready but for the wind. The elder dispensed with pretense. In this conflict, they would seize whatever advantage they could, for all knew their positions and ambitions. So they must bolster every strength before actual fighting began. National Defense Army Piku Town Administrative Building. The original plan to commit 4 army groups to assault the metropolis must be revised. Reduce it to 2. The 1st and 2nd army groups will take part in the offensive. From today, the battle begins. The 2 army groups pulled back from the plan will strengthen our forces north and west of Tianning. At the same time, 2 army aviation divisions will be detached to open a 2nd landing zone north of Tianning. If Xiao Benzi abandons resistance, these divisions must immediately garrison the Beiyuan region. The General Staff of the National Defense Army amended the previous operational plan, for the Benzi nation was on the brink of ruin. Qin Hao understood that this upheaval would very likely force Xiao Benzi to capitulate. Even if they did not surrender, he would reduce them to a primitive state by bombardment. Securing Xiao Benzi's assets thus became the army's foremost task. So much spoil floated on the waters. If they did not seize it quickly, hungry wolves would swarm to snatch it. Although their superiority was overwhelming, they would avoid unnecessary complications when possible. The B-36s parked at the Army's major airfields would soon rise again. This time, they carried not benign leaflets, but parcels of a far warmer sort. Apply pressure. continually press Xiao Benzi and strike down their strategic living strength. The land that falls into the army's hands may be wasteland, but Xiao Benzi must never again produce a single screw or a single bullet. Once the forces near the metropolis pushed forward a little more, Qin Hao could begin producing a naval fleet. To that end, Qin Hao had painstakingly stockpiled resources all so that the moment they controlled the coast they could build a complete fleet, battleships and aircraft carriers included. What beautiful rivers and mountains! Qin Hao stared at the large map in the operations room, envisioning the vast tracts that would belong to the empire. The other world held land, vast swathes of it, that ought to be reclaimed into their embrace. Only by biting off these two pieces could the sprawling empire begin to take shape. Merge and expand the map, then reclaim what other powers in the other world have seized and make them pay back doubly. Then it will be just right. In the other world, the empire's heavy fist had only just begun to fall. The rise of its territories was still in its infancy. Buzz. On the 8th, in the kingdom of Binzi in the city of Locust. Another day has passed, and only 48 hours remain until the ultimatum from the National Defense Forces. Yesterday, 170 B-36 bombers from the National Defense Forces graced the skies above the kingdom of Binzi, this time with a show of sincerity as the citizens welcomed them along the streets. After delivering their gifts, these 170 bombers even flew in formation, deliberately lowering their altitude so that the people below could clearly see just how many aircraft the National Defense Forces possessed. They flew past more than once. The lead B-36 turned back after leaving the site of Locust, following behind the last bomber, creating an overwhelming sense of despair with a seemingly endless parade. In fact, the citizens of Binzi saw countless aircraft passing overhead. Your Majesty, the most talented students from the Imperial University have calculated that a total of 1020 bombers flew above our heads. In a nearby valley, the Locust listened to the reports from numerous ministers below, his face growing increasingly dim. At this moment, the once dominant pro-war faction among the high-ranking officials fell silent. Notably, the new ministers of the Navy and Army were also among them. Why new? Because the old ones were eliminated yesterday by the B-36 in a targeted strike sent to the ground by a super underground bomb. These fellows shouted with great bravado before the bombers flew over Locust. They spoke of hollowing out the homeland, total war, and various tactics to hide in the valleys. Now, after receiving special attention from the National Defense Forces, these ministers had turned mute. The previous conflicts between the two factions of the Navy had also ceased, resulting in an eerie silence. The people of the Great Xia Empire have mastered our every move in life. They can drop a bomb from their super bombers at any moment and eliminate our imperial hierarchy one by one. The pro-war faction struck down, found the middle faction stepping forward. The National Defense Forces sending the Navy and Army ministers to the ground was a clear indication that they possessed precise bombing technology, warning them not to shout out. Whoever shouts the loudest will be struck first. Fighting was no longer an option. As of now, the casualties inflicted by the National Defense Forces on the Kingdom of Binzi were merely trivial. However, the casualties caused by the National Defense Forces had already covered the entire map. How could this battle possibly continue? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to concede. Although we know that those loyal warriors of the Empire will not abandon their posts, we have less than 2 days to make a statement. If we do not make a statement in 2 days, the Great Destruction will return and targeted eliminations against us will commence simultaneously. You gentlemen are the pillars of the Empire and your loyalty is evident. But if you are eliminated, can you ensure that the next person to take your position will not surrender? Will they not waver? In the court of the Kingdom of Binzi, a voice emerged through the rustling winds. Indeed, if you perish and the next to take this important position surrenders, will your demise not be in vain? We are bearing humiliation and hardship. The trend is unavoidable. For the sake of preserving our descendants and the Empire's future chances of resurgence, I urge you to contemplate. More and more voices began to waver. Continuing to fight was impossible. They needed to leave a population for the future of the Kingdom of Binzi. As long as the people of Binzi could survive, there would always be hope. Currently, the gaze of the entire high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Binzi was once again focused on the Locust. In this moment of blame, it was best for the Locust to take charge. Especially in light of the existing divisions, it was best for the Locust to act in the name of His Majesty, and after pondering for a long time, the Locust made a decision. In fact, he had no other choice. The brilliance of the Empire has descended. Subsequently, the news reached the National Defense Forces office in Pika Town. The National Defense Forces took control of the metropolis. Because Binzi expressed a desire to negotiate, they wanted to send representatives to discuss the handling of the situation. In order to demonstrate their sincerity, they were willing to hand over the entire metropolis, using this as a gesture of goodwill. Qin Hao naturally wanted everything. After all, everything in Binzi belonged to him. Thus, without firing a shot, the metropolis fell under Qin Hao's control. Addressing the issue of the soldiers from Binzi was simple. They merely needed to act like adults and make them speak without reserve. Ding! The host's resource doubling card has expired. Now the host receives 110 resource points per minute. Host Qin Hao. Rank General. Resource points 1746749240. Title Dominator of the World. Looking at the vast amount of resource points, Qin Hao decided it was time to establish the Navy. The National Defense Forces would enter a new era, an era of comprehensive air, land, and sea systems. From its inception, the Navy would reach the homeland of Binzi, where it would usher in the glory of the National Defense Forces Navy. The 1.7 billion resource points allocated for the Navy's construction amounted to 1 billion, enough to build 2 major fleets. System used 3 construction cards to build 2 large military ports and a large shipyard in the metropolis, opting for completion within 7 days. Before producing the Navy, Qin Hao first needed to establish the naval base. The system's construction could be chosen to be completed instantly or within 7 days. Choosing the 7-day timeframe was certainly more reasonable, especially since the Navy of the National Defense Forces currently had no need for ports. Produced the first fleet of the National Defense Forces: 6 Essex-class aircraft carriers, 2 Montana-class battleships, and 2 Yamada-class battleships. 70 Kilder-class missile destroyers, 20 Barracuda-class submarines, 15 large supply ships, 10 amphibious landing ships, and 6 maritime radar search ships deployed along the coast of the metropolis. Additionally, produce a maritime patrol task force, 2 loyal defenders, 30 Guardian-class large patrol ships, and 10 large cargo ships. Qin Hao had given the orders. The fleet scheme provided by the system suggested that for every battleship, there should be 3 to 4 escort destroyers, which aligned well with his expectations. For an aircraft carrier engaged in combat right at its doorstep, the ratio of main ships to escort vessels should be between 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. This meant that at least one aircraft carrier needed 3 escort destroyers, and then there were the long-range supply ships and submarines. Qin Hao did not need to worry about the logistical issues of the Montana-class battleships and Yamada-class, as the system indicated that the parts of these 2 giants were interchangeable. He also need not consider the caliber of the main guns, as this pertained to naval logistics rather than army logistics. After all naval vessels need to return to their respective ports for resupply, these ports undoubtedly corresponded to the appropriate caliber of ammunition, unlike the army, which required supplies at all times. There is also the Maritime Patrol Task Force. Removing a few unimportant words, it becomes simply Sea Patrol. This non-combat unit is also very important, as they can quickly substitute in the vast seas where the Navy cannot patrol, making them particularly suited for combating small pirates. Next to appear is the Second Fleet of the National Defense Army. 6 Essex-class aircraft carriers, 4 Montana-class battleships, 60 Kierland-class missile destroyers, 30 Whitefish-class submarines, 20 large supply ships, 20 amphibious landing ships, and 10 maritime radar search vessels. The Second Fleet will first be deployed along the coast of the metropolis and later in the southern seas. Qin Hao has temporarily planned the uses of the 2 fleets. The First Fleet is deployed towards the metropolis and the homeland of the country, primarily to address challenges from the East China Sea. A large number of destroyers can be used to patrol the vast ocean, encompassing 2 major areas. With 6 aircraft carriers and 4 battleships, it represents an extremely powerful naval force, enjoying advantages in both quantity and quality. This is because the First Fleet aims to deter a certain country across the East China Sea, making it clear to those arrogant Americans whose territory this is. The Second Fleet will subsequently be deployed in the southern seas to address the complex situation there, especially since the number of submarines and supply ships in the Second Fleet has been intentionally increased. After all, that area is the domain of the old European powers, particularly the Gallic Rooster and the empire on which the sun never sets. It's time to deal with these troublemakers. This is akin to tidying up the trash near the doorstep. Ding, the host has 9304924 resource points remaining. Another 900 million. Qin Hao pondered. Then let's produce 4 more Army Corps, bringing the total to 10 Army Corps on land, comprising 1.8 million troops. Ding, resource points consumed. The host now has a total military force of 10 Army Corps, 1.8 million troops, and 2 major naval fleets with 389650840 resource points remaining. Qin Hao was extremely satisfied. With a 2 million strong army and 2 formidable fleets supported by an invincible air force, it created the absolute myth of the National Defense Army. Leaving 300 million resource points as reserves, a large force is still needed to be stationed in the homeland, and Qin Hao estimates that 4 Army Corps will be required to suppress the homeland. Qin Hao believed the stationed force of 700 is merely the foundation for maintaining our authority and conducting necessary cleanups. This number is just right. Next comes the moment to wield the sharp blade. He will command the entire First Fleet of the National Defense Army to mobilize, bringing the oppressive presence of the Grand Fleet upon the homeland of the little country, allowing the First Fleet to reap the fruits of victory. If the little country does not perform to his satisfaction, then the 457mm and 460mm caliber shells will certainly please them. Qin Hao understood with the Grand Fleet mobilized, a new battle would soon commence. 2 days later at noon on the 20th. For the first time, the little country in Locust Bay witnessed the gigantic fleet appearing on the horizon. The azure sky pressed down on the blue sea beneath, which were shimmering silver folds, the marks left by the collective emergence of a massive fleet. Battleships armed with large-caliber naval guns and enormous aircraft carriers emerged under the protection of numerous escort vessels. Over 100 ships advanced vigorously, utterly unstoppable. The imposing and endless First Fleet of the National Defense Army appeared on the horizon, instilling awe. The pirate carrier aircraft taking off from the aircraft carrier's deck charged ahead, sweeping over Locust Bay at mid to high altitudes. Who said the National Defense Army has no navy? Who dares to claim the Empire is invincible? At a high point in Locust Bay, the Locusts couldn't help but feel fortunate, thankful that they had first sent a signal for a 6-point launch. Otherwise, if those hawkish factions had gambled everything claiming the National Defense Army had no navy, it would have truly been disastrous. Below, many officials of the little country were shocked, seemingly amazed by the National Defense Army's numerous surprising aspects. Previously, the whole world believed that the National Defense Army had no navy, but now suddenly the National Defense Army's fleet emerged, genuinely astonishing, creating a feeling of the impossible suddenly becoming possible. At the high point below, a small section of the ruined Locust port was cleared for one of the National Defense Army's destroyers to dock. This was the only slightly better area of the entire port. The others were marked by traces of burning, truly a wasteland. To clear this small area, the little country exerted a great deal of effort, especially as those lower-level crazy individuals within the homeland were causing chaos. Because they heard whispers of the Locusts wanting a 6-point launch, their frenzied resolve suddenly broke down, igniting a series of minor riots in Locust Bay. However, these were swiftly suppressed. Only a fleet at the height of its power can compete on equal footing. Now the new naval minister of the little country responsible for the reception felt troubled. Yamamoto-san, your concerns are valid. The Xia people indeed possess extraordinary strength. A little country official from the naval faction said, next to the new naval minister. The naval minister Yamamoto merely shook his head in response. The strength of the Xia people is even more unfathomable than that of the Americans. In the case of the Americans, I can see that they are an industrial giant. But with the Xia people, I only see their infinite possibilities. Infinite possibilities. Yamamoto silently stared at the National Defense Army fleet on the horizon, saying nothing. It was clear to him that once the National Defense Army possessed both a navy and an air force, the Empire was doomed, having lost all bargaining chips. Originally, His Majesty the Locust wished to observe the National Defense Army's attitude and offered conditions to decide whether to continue fighting, but it now seemed unnecessary to consider. No matter what harsh conditions the National Defense Army presents, the Empire does not need to fight, nor can it possibly win. Soon the main ships of the First Fleet of the National Defense Army approached Locust Port with 4 battleships, turning all their gun barrels to guard against any sudden attack from the little country. The massive Yamada-class and Montana-class ships floated on the sea like great mountains, truly an indomitable force. In the meantime, under the gun barrels, a Kowloon-class destroyer slowly entered the port. Soon Major General Deng Haiyang stepped onto the land. Following the destroyer, an amphibious landing ship also approached the shore, releasing 300 assault troops and some basic vehicles that accompanied Major General Deng Haiyang. However, after landing, these 300 assault troops quickly set up a camp in an uninhabited area near the port. Although prior notice had been given that the National Defense Army would designate this territory as its own, this operation left the locals puzzled. What use are such strange maneuvers by the people of the Great Xia? Setting up a camp in such a desolate place seems pointless. Can one really conjure 100,000 elite troops from the ground? On the other side, Major General Deng Haiyang had already met with the host Yamamoto-san. They moved to a temporary meeting room near the port. This is a small request from our side. Remember, this is a notification, not a negotiation. Sitting in his chair, Major General Deng Haiyang got straight to the point, tossing a document onto the table as he had no intention of wasting words with this group. Before entering the meeting room, he had received a telegram from the office building in Pico Town. Now Qin Hao could deploy 3 armies at any time in the local stronghold. These armies could appear in the next moment, and regardless of the locals' other intentions, it would be their doom. The brilliance of the other world would first begin with them. Thanks to the earlier 300 assault troops playing a significant role, they had cleared and occupied a small area, which now represented Qin Hao's actual control zone. The document outlines all our requests. We are not asking for much. When can you provide a response? On-site, Deng Haiyang continued his mastery of multiple languages, making this moment effortless. The thick document indeed asked for little, its thickness slightly less than that of a dictionary, which was quite merciful. General Deng, this exceeds my authority. I need to report to His Majesty before making a decision. Yamamoto-san said, having only flipped through the first few pages, his expression turning grim. He did not expect the Great Xia to be so straightforward, blurting out demands right away. This hardly seemed like asking for little. It was clearly asking for everything, not sparing even the dirt and stones, nearly claiming the very air of the Empire. So this matter is difficult to handle? Deng Haiyang asked casually. Yes. Yamamoto-san nodded emphatically. Although Yamamoto Sunin did not have major objections to negotiating under duress, the Great Xia was taking it too far, demanding control over everything in the empire right from the start. How could they expect to make the empire yield with just a document? Even if His Majesty saw this document, he would never agree because it demanded nothing less than obliteration, erasing all existence of their own, leaving nothing behind, not even a word. This was an absolute humiliation for all locals. Every loyal subject of His Majesty would never tolerate it. If it's difficult, then don't do it, Deng Haiyang said with a serious expression, turning on his heel and leaving the meeting room, leaving Yamamoto Sunin, the naval minister, looking bewildered. We can send a telegram to the commander. The army can be deployed. Stepping out of the meeting room, Deng Haiyang promptly reported to headquarters. Sure enough, the commander's words were not wrong. These newcomers would only become easier to deal with once they transformed into familiar faces. Meanwhile, Ding consumed resource points, produced 3 armies. Host has 1273240 resource points remaining. There was no choice. Qin Hao could only produce 3 armies, needing 1 more to be supplemented later. Once he received the gifts sent by the locals, he would certainly replenish it doubled. Near the locals' stronghold, boom. Suddenly, a massive army of 5400 began to advance, rapidly seizing key points along the way with lightning speed. The locals could never have imagined that within 2.5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of troops would suddenly appear out of nowhere. An endless expanse of dust and a torrent of steel appeared outside the city. Due to the locals not taking the army's defense seriously, there were only a few usable soldiers left nearby, just a half-destroyed guard army, and then nothing more. Control all facilities and key routes, ensure everything is under our control. From now on, the battlefield will be dominated by us. The first fleet of the National Defense Army launched their pirate carrier aircraft, which swiftly flew over the local stronghold. 6 Essex-class aircraft carriers launched 144 pirate carrier aircraft, the roar of engines shaking the entire sky. Outside the city was a torrent of advancing steel, with air assault divisions assigned to the armies floating above elite forces present both in the sky and on the ground. Attack! At each of the locals' outposts, the approaching National Defense Army was spotted as 3 Panther tanks and a host of infantry fighting vehicles boldly rolled down the main road. Boom! The buzzing sound of artillery erupted as the 75mm tank cannon blew apart the obstacles set up at the outpost, then rolled over them with its tracks. Regardless of what it was, everything was treated as a target, crushed into dust under the power of tank cannons and machine guns. Boom, boom, boom. At the various local guard posts, artillery flashes flickered, spewing smoke, and in an instant this post came under direct fire from an army group, over 100 hail rocket launchers launching a frenzied bombardment. After the artillery stopped, a thick cloud of smoke filled the air. The local guard posts had already been devastated, the ground turned over and drenched in massive amounts of sewage. The very few survivors among the locals stared blankly at the sky, desperately praying that no more deadly rockets would descend upon them. One rocket after another exploded, flattening the entire post and nearby buildings, pouring more fuel onto an already devastated area. What? Yamamoto, unaware of the chaos outside, rushed out of the meeting room, only to feel as if the sky had collapsed and the apocalypse had arrived. Smoke. A vast amount of smoke. The earth-shattering sounds of shouting and gunfire erupted suddenly around the city. Seeing the pirate fighter jets flying overhead and the sparks from his own men, Yamamoto realized the dire situation he was in. The people of Daxiao were treacherous. On the surface, they came to discuss matters regarding this nation, yet secretly, they had opened up a battlefield. At that moment, Yamamoto understood the implications of Deng Haiyang's actions. It turned out that no matter what, their piece on the chessboard was already destined to be captured, merely a matter of whether the process would be dignified or disgraceful. Moreover, the people of Daxiao had a fleet. Yes, a fleet, and they were stationed along the coast. Instantly, Yamamoto's gaze became vacant as the unmistakable sound of large-caliber naval guns echoed from the nearby sea. 2 Yamada-class and 2 Montana-class battleships from the First Fleet were doing their utmost to support the Army's offensive. The 3 triple-barreled 460mm naval guns fired a synchronized volley, illuminating the sea with the brilliance of the cannon fire before the deafening roar of the explosions followed. Boom! A massive explosion erupted like a mushroom cloud at the coordinates reported by the Army, shaking the earth in that instant with an overwhelming force. With a caliber of 460mm, the area of destruction could not be described in terms of soccer fields or basketball courts, but rather as a vast expanse. Buildings fell in large chunks. A gigantic orange fireball stretching for countless meters surged forth, creating shockwaves that swept across the surrounding areas at the point of impact. After the explosion, massive craters appeared, whether buildings, trees, or anything else, they were all reduced to ashes. And this was just the result of one 460mm shell. The First Fleet had plenty more of such ammunition. Protect the Emperor. At the high point, the Locust personally witnessed the entire advance of the National Defense Army, especially seeing the clouds of dust rushing towards him, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The The guards had already surrounded the Locust, ready to carry him to safety. Dragged by the soldiers, the Locust felt utterly exhausted, muttering repeatedly, "It's over, it's over." The advantages of this nation had all vanished before they could even resist. The people of Daxia had appeared, and even the bargaining chips for imperial negotiations had been laid bare, leaving no cards to play. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Unprepared, the little nation was swept away by the torrent of steel, and this continued for the next 6 hours. These 6 hours would determine the fate of the little nation. Due to the dynamic aerial maps of the system, most of the senior officials were captured, while a few, due to careless mistakes, were sent off on flights. Moreover, these individuals were mostly cowardly, showing no signs of loyalty before being captured. Instead, they were just shouting in panic. The excessive shouting annoyed the soldiers, who responded with 100 consecutive draws. Those little nations who received the starting gift were delighted, passing out in the joy of their rewards. Of course, some were not interested in the draws. They opted for another form of reward, being carried off to ensure they were well fed without worries. Hey, you there, you wouldn't want to experience this treatment, would you? At the foot of the high point, the Locust, caught in a beast trap, was enjoying a moment of glory, while nearby lay numerous fallen soldiers of the little nation's elite troops. I must say, these guys were quite loyal. Even at that moment, they were still protecting the Locust. So the soldiers decided to send them to guard the old Locust, allowing them to reunite. Now 2 soldiers were swaying before the beast trap, vigorously demonstrating with some unknown tools, creating a grand spectacle. Witnessing this scene made the Locust tremble inside. His hands were no longer shaking, nor were his legs numb, because his whole body was quivering, and even a foul odor was emanating. It was clear without looking that this guy was no different from those cowardly individuals above. Moreover, opposite the Locust was Yamamoto, who was enjoying the same treatment. Now can you seriously look at this document? Outside the beast trap, Deng Haiyang was quite satisfied with the current situation and pulled out a thick document, tossing it in front of Yamamoto. The Locust had a copy, as well, signifying the soldiers' equal treatment. I will ask once more, is this matter feasible? Deng Haiyang, the naval rear admiral, repeated. Inside the beast trap, Yamamoto remained silent, staring at Deng Haiyang. He wanted to say something, but took a long time to finally utter a sentence. There is nothing more to say. How a defeated foe has no right to decide. And you, we need you to read this declaration out loud. Deng Haiyang turned around, directing his words at the Locust. The declaration lay before the Locust, filled with dense text, and the humiliation on the Locust's face said it all. Having this guy read it would yield better results, though others could do it too. It wasn't solely the Locust's privilege. The Locust still held some value, albeit just a little, enough to make the other little nations lay down their weapons without the soldiers needing to fight them one by one, saving considerable effort. After all, the overall trend was already clear. Doing this was merely a matter of saving a bit of time versus spending a bit more time. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was preparing to fly to the little nation, ready to witness the dawn of a new era. The first fleet had already anchored off the coast of Locust City, and the massive cleanup operation on land was in full swing. Their core had already been breached. The remaining was merely a matter of time. Once the soldiers tidied up the surroundings, Qin Hao would construct 2 large aerial airports. Then planes would land there. Simultaneously, Qin Hao would invite the great powers from other worlds to witness it in person. After all, such a grand spectacle deserved a proper performance. Everything has been arranged. The grand performance will take place on the Yamato No. 1 battleship. Qin Hao had everything planned for that grand show aboard the Yamada-class battleship. The Yamada-class battleship was indeed the best stage for such an event. Ding detected that the host will witness the first light of dawn from another world, thus a special dawn gift package 1 has been issued. Would you like to open it? The system appeared at that moment. Open it. Ding, the host has received 10 units of Dawn No. 1, which can be produced without any conditions. Dawn No. 1, equipped with 6 jet engines, fuselage length of 85 meters, wingspan of 76 meters, height of 20 meters, equivalent to 6 stories, maximum altitude of 220 meters, maximum range of 220 kilometers. This aircraft will serve as the host's exclusive guest plane, equipped with a series of high-tech combat command systems. Moreover, the system's precise technology and high-tech applications ensure that this aircraft can achieve a 0 failure rate. Dawn No. 1. Qin Hao only saw a system that stepped up at a crucial moment, truly providing whatever was needed, taking care of both power and prestige. Very good. Moreover, the key point is that no additional resource points are required, which is very important. So I'll just take the Dawn No. 1 for this trip. 2 days later, the fighting continued, yet a moment that would utterly unmoor Zhou had arrived. After 2 days of conciliatory talks, Huangchong finally acknowledged its mistakes and voluntarily delivered the following declaration. Since our predecessor ascended and secretly seized the divine artifact, we, a small nation, overestimated our strength and rashly challenged the great powers, only to suffer retribution and be utterly defeated today. Now our little state faces ruin. The calamity of this day is the consequence of our actions. We must speak to confess our transgressions, and beginning on the 22nd, we hereby make the following decisions and surrender unconditionally. All armed resistance of our nation is to cease immediately. The naval, land, and air forces alike are subject to this order. All armed units and related personnel across the land must surrender to the nearest core of the great nation, obey its orders in full, and preserve the empire's wealth, which shall be handed over intact and not destroyed. All overseas assets of our nation shall be taken into custody by the Daxian National Defense Force. Every level of our imperial administration shall cooperate with their operations regardless of rank. From this moment forward, the legal authority of our state is entirely transferred to the Daxian National Defense Force, which shall possess supreme legal jurisdiction and all lawful powers over this country. Huangchong read the original passage aloud. On the 22nd, Huangchong announced Xiao Benzi's final hour, and the declaration shook the morale of Xiao Benzi's fanatical faction. Most of Xiao Benzi's armed formations had already largely surrendered, roughly 60%, because Huangchong's personal intervention still carried weight at this moment. The instant each Xiao Benzi listener heard Huangchong's broadcast, they collapsed, many were dumbstruck, their faces drained of sensation. The remaining vessels of Xiao Benzi's navy were taken over by the First Fleet. Except for one battleship that scuttled itself, the rest of their battleships and aircraft carriers were handed over intact. After the broadcast, some zealots shot themselves while others seized their weapons and fled into the deep mountains to prepare for protracted resistance. The broadcast sweeping into every corner replayed again and again, its sound surging irresistibly across the entire realm. The nations were stunned. Their intelligence services were thrown into chaos when had the Daxia forces landed. How could such a vast engagement occur so quietly only to result so suddenly in Huangchong's 60% surrender? An invitation was sent to the nations on the 23rd. We will invite a number of states to witness the scene together. We will hold a grand ceremony employing sea, land, and air forces. Such an occasion could not be ordinary. Qin Hao promptly ordered a demonstration of the National Defense Force's strength, calling for a magnificent display by the Navy, Army, and Air Force. He would arrive on the morning of the 23rd aboard Shuguang 1 to land at Huangdu Grand Airport and personally review the forces. The First Fleet with its hundreds of vessels and the three major army groups would all be present. Before long, the first great power arrived. Piaoyang was heavy cruiser Gustu, displacing over 10,000 tons, anchored in Huangdu Bay. The cruiser's captain, Colonel Tom, had been dispatched by Piaoyang's leadership and had accepted the invitation of the National Defense Force to attend the event. Because her cruiser was the nearest and already operating nearby, Colonel Tom exclaimed in amazement, "My God, how incredible! Here before my eyes are terrifying leviathans of the sea." As they crossed the waters and berthed at the port, Colonel Tom saw Yamada-class and Montana-class battleships maneuvering in the adjacent waters. 70 to 80,000 ton hulls prowled the sea, casting their shadow across a vast expanse like sleeping ocean behemoths at rest. Between the roaring breakers, one could occasionally spot carrier-based aircraft slicing the sky as they began to patrol the waters below. All hands aboard the Gustu were drawn to those battleships and their air wings. The look of astonishment on every face grew more pronounced. Where had the Daxiao people forged such a formidable fleet? Photograph them. Piaoyang must have detailed intelligence on this, Colonel Tom urged. He immediately grasped the strategic significance. One by one, the super battleships testified to the National Defense Force's formidable maritime power. Piaoyang could not afford to underestimate them. A powerful fleet like this could check Piaoyang's westward expansion, keeping the deterrent of the new continent beyond the seas. Those earlier Xiao Benzi efforts to challenge Piaoyang's sea power had already been crushed, yet now an even mightier force had emerged. Could they become Piaoyang's greatest rival? Colonel Tom wondered, and the question remained unanswered as the Gustu tied up. Alongside Piaoyang's cruiser, a heavy cruiser from the Rebirth Empire also berthed, both led by naval colonels. It was striking how similarly stunned those two kin powers appeared, as if their worldview had been violently upended. But in any case, the main spectacle had yet to begin. Thus, after coming ashore briefly, the naval colonels of Piaoyang and the Rebirth Empire merely toured the docks, and then waited in quiet anticipation for the 23rd, the truly attention-grabbing event, for a very important figure would be arriving. That dignitary's preferences and aversions among the nations would decide everything. If he favored Olaba, all would rejoice. If he did the opposite, the world could be plunged into turmoil. On the 23rd, in the early morning, the sun had just begun to rise. Above the shimmering sea, illuminated by the morning light, three colossal Aurora I aircraft were gliding at an altitude of 10,000 meters, accompanied by 36 fighter jets providing escort at a slightly lower altitude. Qin Hao was seated in one of the Aurora I planes, keenly gazing out of the aircraft window. This was indeed his first time traveling far, and he had even arrived in the country of Benzi. However, Qin Hao had many acquaintances in Benzi, so he was not worried about being unfamiliar with the place. Moreover, the interior of the Aurora it was exceptionally spacious and luxurious, featuring an enormous conference room and top-tier suites equipped with various advanced living and command facilities, which contributed to the aircraft's renowned reputation. The other two aircraft of the same class were used as passenger planes, carrying two guard units and corresponding vehicles to ensure safety upon landing. The plane was flying swiftly, soon arriving at the large airport designated for landing, which was constructed by merging two Air Force bases produced by Qinghao. Two runways, each 6,000 meters long, were more than sufficient to accommodate the normal takeoffs and landings of the Aurora I. As the Aurora I descended, the tremendous roar it created echoed throughout the vicinity of the airport, where soldiers were already on standby. Vehicles had lined up on the designated access roads. A full company of troops was positioned on either side of the runway, with a soldier armed with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and bayonet standing at intervals. Such a grand scene suggested that something significant was afoot. Colonel Tom from the beautiful country and Colonel John from the empire on which the sun never sets were present at the airport, along with representatives from Gaul and the Kingdom of Prussia, who rushed in as they were the face of their respective nations and naturally had to make an appearance at the grand airport. After passing through security checks, they entered the airport early to wait. However, these two appeared quite naive, their inexperience evident. The aircraft carrying the prominent figures was truly unexpected. The 6 massive engines were completely different from the traditional piston propellers. They were enormous, exuding a sense of smoothness from a distance. Moreover, the overall massive fuselage of the Aurora, I left them in awe. Such a scale and size of an aircraft were unparalleled worldwide. No wonder the Daxiao people constructed such long runways. They truly had aerial supremacy. Quickly, the priority landing Aurora I completed its taxiing and came to a halt, and after the appropriate safety measures were set, the aircraft's door slowly opened. Qinghao descended from the door dressed in the uniform issued by the system, exuding an air of authority and vigor, possessing an indescribable charisma. While Qinghao felt nothing amiss from another perspective, he appeared quite imposing. For instance, Colonel Tom and Colonel John were both overwhelmed by his aura, left speechless for quite some time. Due to the substantial difference in military ranks, the unique functions of the system's military ranks played a significant role, directly suppressing these two colonels. It was not until Qinghao completely descended from the aircraft that those stunned individuals began to react. Was this the master who commanded a million-strong army, hundreds of aircraft and naval vessels? And he was so young. Everyone was puzzled, yet no one doubted that Qinghao could be a puppet for the intangible pressure he radiated spoke volumes. He was indeed a significant figure. Even Colonel Tom, who had met the upper echelons of the beautiful country, had to admit that this young man exuded a greater sense of pressure than President Little Ross. Soon some began to realize that he would be one of the future leaders of this other world. Esteemed individual, I am delighted that God has allowed me to meet you today. Perhaps this is divine will, and our beautiful country can share a common friendship with your esteemed side. The first to greet Qinghao was the cautious Tom, who, despite the intensified pressure in close proximity, did his best to maintain his composure. Beautiful country, that is a powerful nation, and I hope to take a walk there someday. After translation, Qinghao began to engage in pleasantries. I am glad that the beautiful country has left you with such an impression. The beautiful country welcomes your arrival at any time, Tom said, his nervous demeanor somewhat alleviated. Qinghao's apparent lack of hostility towards the beautiful country indicated that subsequent cooperation and diplomatic matters could commence. Great personage, the true master of a vast region, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the empire on which the sun never sets, I express my joy. Another speaker was Colonel John from the empire on which the sun never sets. The empire on which the sun never sets. Then we have been friends for a century. Qinghao responded warmly. However, this statement, once translated, stirred up a storm in John's mind as his thoughts raced. A century of friendship. There were no real friends. The true meaning behind this statement was likely pointing towards the actions of the empire on which the sun never sets. After all, everyone knew what the empire on which the sun never sets had done in this region, and many of the troubles had been stirred up by this meddler. When this ancient dynasty was still weak, such words merely meant that John would retaliate, making things difficult for the Daxia individual who said that. However, now John dared not act that way. He only felt immense fear. It seemed this individual had a very negative impression of the empire on which the sun never sets. No need to be cautious. All who come are friends. We will proceed according to plan, and you all need not be so reserved here. Qinghao maintained his friendly demeanor, and after translation, this eased John's lingering concerns. Although friends of the empire on which the sun never sets were often taken advantage of, Qinhao's words still made John feel immensely relieved. Perhaps he had overthought things. The next plan was, of course, to review the 3 major army groups and the First Fleet, which could be considered the highlights of the day and far more important than anything else. The performance venue was right here on the runway of the Grand Airport. The first to appear would be an armored division drawn from the 3 major army groups performing here at the airport to showcase Qinhao's friendliness to the children. Next, the Air Force would fly over the airport, also to let the children feel Qinhao's goodwill, easing their minds to work together. Finally, headlining the show would be the Navy, with hundreds of vessels from the First Fleet performing along the coast, allowing the children to experience the charm of the sea and the wonders of nature. No, to be precise, the showstopper would be the Locust, which would appear atop the Yamada-class battleship, concluding the performance with a few strokes. Boom. The first to come from a distance down the runway were 51 Black Panther tanks, their 750 horsepower diesel engines rumbling the smoke they emitted enveloping the tanks behind. It must be said that when the Black Panther tanks moved in formation, their unstoppable momentum was nearly palpable, weighing in at 45 tons, comparable to heavy tanks equipped with both armor and firepower. The elongated 75mm tank gun could penetrate any nation's tank. No tank could rival it. The aura of the Black Panther tank spread from afar, making Qin Hao, who was personally inspecting, unable to help but sigh. Indeed, they were too impressive. In the audience, representatives from various nations wore serious expressions, occasionally gasping in amazement. Our armored division is equipped with 51 Black Panther tanks, and next we have 28 Tiger tanks, which are the mainstay of an armored division. Black Panther tanks weigh 30 tons when fully loaded, equipped with a 75mm tank gun. Any enemy standing in its way will be reduced to scrap metal. Now, the airport broadcast was introducing the approaching Black Panther tanks and the upcoming Tiger tanks in various languages. Although there was a significant amount of artistic embellishment, they at least managed to mention the various tank models, although the specifications were somewhat weaker. At this moment, Qin Hao took a few glances at the audience, greatly satisfied with the artistic embellishment effect, letting those inexperienced individuals tremble today. 30 tons for a Black Panther tank. The data announced by the broadcaster genuinely startled the Europeans. One Black Panther tank weighs 30 tons. How much does the so-called mainstay Tiger tank weigh? Could it be 40 tons? After all, at this time, the tanks equipped by the major powers of the Underworld generally weighed under 30 tons, and those equipped were often makeshift with data that could only be described as subpar. Hearing that Daxiao was equipping 30-ton tanks was shocking, especially with the upcoming Tiger tanks touted as the mainstay. Instantly, the attention of the entire audience was drawn to the approaching Tiger tanks. 51 Black Panther tanks advanced in an arrowhead formation, followed closely by 28 Tiger tanks making their entrance. The massive treads rolled over the airstrip, producing a sound unique to colossal beasts, as if not tanks, but rather the king of beasts, a tiger, was approaching. The Tiger tanks. The first to capture the audience's attention was the truly gigantic tiger. Compared to the Black Panthers that had passed before, the Tiger tanks belonged to an entirely different species. The armor appeared square and solid, with the 88mm tank gun aiming at the distance at a small angle, almost horizontally, exuding an aura of terror. The Tiger tank did not have sloped armor. The entire tank was sharply defined with truly thick armor, giving it an exceedingly fierce appearance, from afar radiating a sense of lethal intent. The most powerful land warfare machine, the Tiger tank, weighs a total of 43 tons, truly a king of the land, and its formidable 88mm tank gun will utterly annihilate its opponents. The airport announcement continued. 43 tons. The representatives from various nations in the audience wore expressions of realization. Indeed, it was a presence exceeding 40 tons, undoubtedly a heavy tank. If such a giant were to encounter our smaller forces on the battlefield, it would surely tear them to shreds. How did they manage this? Where is their industry, in the sky or underground? Accompanying this were doubts regarding the defense industry's capabilities. To support the construction of a heavy tank, it would require the concerted efforts of hundreds of factories, not to mention the battleships at sea and the fighter planes in the sky. With hundreds of factories gathered, it would be a renowned industrial zone, even in the most expansive world. The question is, where have the people of the Great Xia placed this industrial zone? However, while representatives from various countries may feel fear, few would dwell on it after returning, except perhaps those closer to the Romanov dynasty, who might worry. For the others, why should they? Because the Great Xia is too far from Europa. Such iron giants would not appear in Europa unless there was a transfer of arms. But would the people of Great Xia sell such advanced weaponry? The answer is evident. Such terrifying weapons would only bring trouble to the gentleman in the hall. At this moment, the representatives began to sympathize with the gentleman, fearing that this unfortunate soul would be crushed by the roar of the tiger. It should be noted that what appeared here was merely a fraction of the National Defense Forces. Their real main army was still around Tianning, meaning there would be hundreds of Black Panthers and Tiger tanks there. They aim to recreate the history of the beautiful country, or perhaps they are the next beautiful country. Colonel Tom assured, noting that this was almost identical to that seen from the past, a powerful industrial area versus a backward agricultural region. The heavy Tiger tanks quickly passed by on the runway, followed by the roaring sounds from above. First came the sound, then the shadow. 72 carrier-based aircraft launched from 6 aircraft carriers tore through the tranquility of the review airstrip at a mid-low altitude, the violent roar of the engines causing ripples in the water cups of the audience. While the water cups rippled, Qin Hao's heart remained undisturbed. Cameras in the audience recorded the event, and once they returned, these recordings would be turned into a film to be brought back to Great Xia for all to see. Qin Hao had plenty of cameras and film equipment, so this scene could be distributed to the countryside and towns, allowing cultural work teams to take the equipment there for screenings. For this was not merely a routine display of equipment and personnel, but a great opportunity to inspire confidence and uplift spirits. No matter how gloriously the victory reports were written in newspapers, they would never compare to witnessing the entire battle or review process with one's own eyes. That is the greatest shock to the heart and spirit. Having confidence and hope ingrained in one's bones is far stronger than anything else. The next step is to enhance physical strength, achieving dual empowerment of both spirit and body. As the carrier-based aircraft flew past, the land review was essentially completed. Of course, there remained the necessary review of infantry and vehicles. Once the infantry passed, the next to appear would be the naval review, featuring a highlight performance by the Locusts on the Yamada-class battleship. Outside the port, Qin Hao and the representatives from various nations had moved onto the Yamada-class battleship. At this moment, sailors set up several tables and chairs between the towering twin triple-mounted 460mm naval guns on the foredeck, with corresponding paper and pens prepared. Everyone knew this would be recorded by the River of Time, so even though the scheduled time had yet to arrive, sailors had crowded around, with some even climbing up the tall main gun turret to view the center of the event. The superstructure of the battleship and the portholes were filled with sailors as far as the eye could see. Qin Hao took his seat at the main position. Wang Laolio, responsible for security, stood to the side, pondering how to discreetly take the signature pin right under the watchful eyes of many comrades. This truly required skill. The Locust was then brought up, standing opposite Qin Hao. After a 90-degree bow, the Locust cautiously picked up the paper and pen, performing calligraphy on the paper that symbolized an era. It then handed it to Qin Hao in a bowing posture, the movement very fluid. Qin Hao calmly accepted it, drawing a few strokes on the paper with a flourish. Boom, boom. In an instant, the brilliance of the massive battleship shone as the 3 battleships in a row on the other side fired their main guns, launching a salute toward another sea area. Blazing fires consumed all realms, forging a resplendent age bathed in light. The muzzle flash of a colossal battleship erupted skyward for a fleeting instant, dominating the entire sea and sky. 3 battleships fired 45 shells. The projectiles struck the sea with an invincible force, sending towering plumes of spray into the air. Indeed, the so-called ceremonial salvos were live rounds, 460mm and 457mm shells. There was no need to worry about barrels or ammunition, for the system supplied them without limit. Moreover, the battleships replenished 14 more shells. A fiercer sound than ever began to ripple through the air, an expression of the Empire's contempt. So far, the 2 great truths of the world lie in our hands. Whether it be the operational radius of carrier aircraft or the reach of our guns, we have mastered those verities. This will be the sharpest blade in our grasp. It will shatter every enemy's will to fight until we proclaim the victory of this engagement. No matter what, if anyone remains mired in the glories of the past, ensnared in their narrow world, and attempting to reconquer the present with bygone methods, then our keenest blade will defend all our rights and uphold our absolute will. If anyone still imagines they can make us yield with 1 or 2 giant gunships, as before, let them ride forth. Now enormous waves were rising, set to sweep upon any foe like a cataclysmic tide and shatter them to pieces. People could no longer ignore this force. United, it would return to its rightful stage with unimaginable speed and resolve. On the night of the 23rd Ding, Host received 200 designated supply crates. Further spoils are still being counted and will be distributed shortly. The earlier gift of 70,000 tons had finally borne fruit. The first wave returned to Qin Hao as 200 designated supply crates. The number was considerable, and its implications were not to be underestimated. More intriguing news followed. Ding! The system opened a new domain, the top talent domain, joining sea, land, air, and technology as the 5 principal domains. The host may choose to consume 50 designated supply crates to draw a system top talent. The world contains many prodigies, but prodigies are merely the threshold before them. Attention, each system top talent is a renowned top scientist. Their initial state and caps receive double the original benefits, and upon entering the system's macrostructure, they gain an additional layer of enhancement. Reading the system's announcement, Qin Hao was suddenly wide awake. Top scientists, he thought. He was eager to see how supreme they truly were if ordinary prodigies counted as the threshold. It cost only 50 designated crates. With a modest outlay from Zio Benzi, one could exceed that number. In terms of value conversion, it was exceedingly worthwhile. So he would draw 3 times, consuming 150 crates. Ding! Host obtained the god of mathematics Gao Saida. The character would appear in Piku Town. The host could understand that this individual possessed double the innate talent and original peak experience, and was versed in all current mathematical and physical theories and formulas of the world. Ding! Host obtained rocket designer Lao Busi, likewise endowed with double talent and peak experience. Ding! Host obtained local materials science top scientist Yao Shishue, who also enjoyed the above bonuses. Qin Hao was unsurprisingly highly satisfied. These 2 were mountains within the scientific world. Prodigies truly were only the threshold in their presence. Gao Saida, though the name sounded almost like a knockoff, was the bona fide god of mathematics. Placed here, he would sweep aside all rivals and claim the world's foremost seat. Lao Busi's worth was hardly inferior. He could design large rockets, in other words, heavy ballistic missiles. Yao Shishue was a native talent and a top materials scientist. After all, the power to hurl heavy projectiles hinges on materials science. With materials secured in laboratories under their control, and most importantly top scientists at hand, this was a timely boon arriving exactly when needed. Qin Hao could hardly be displeased. The value of these 3 rewards already matched the 150 crates consumed. No abundance of Zio Benzi could outweigh the worth these individuals represented. Even 50 masters could not equal their value. Undeniably, they were worth every crate. The Imperial Academy of Sciences would now be put to great use, ideally paired with these top scientists. He resolved to spend the remaining 50 crates on the technology domain to test the drop rates. Ding! 50 designated crates consumed. Host received 13 anti-bombardment cards, 22 construction cards, 3 tactical bombing cards, 3 resource doubling cards, and 6 life detection maps. Ding! The host reconnaissance map, range upgraded expanding to 4,000 meters. The host reconnaissance map, range upgraded again widening to 5,000 meters. Ding! Host obtained a level 5 resource fabricator adding 6660 resource points per minute. With title bonuses, the host now acquires a total of 18260 resource points per minute. Using 3 resource doubling cards in combination, Qin Hao said as a matter of course. Receiving 3 doubling cards and a level 5 fabricator was excellent. In this regard, output was twice what it had been before. Twice today, 4-fold tomorrow, 6-fold the day after. Given time, the system would strengthen anew and forge fresh glories. A bright future awaited everyone. Use successful. After applying the doubling cards, the host will gain 160688 resource points per minute effective for 3 days until this moment on the 25th. 3 days later, Qin Hao's accumulated resource points had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Needless to say, only action now separated him from the title of World Dominator. His reserves were sufficient. Setting aside the 3 army groups produced through Zio Benzi, his actual controlled territory already fielded nearly 2 million troops. 2 million elite soldiers, the elite among elites. Ordinary elite units would not suffice to match them. The Navy had reached world-class strength, ranking among the foremost fleets in the other world. The Air Force needed no praise. Beneath that sky, their eagles were invincible. So what was there to wait for? The next objective had been appointed priority: reclaim the lands held by Zio Benzi. At present, the 2 previously planned land aviation divisions flew at first light to the vast Beiyuan region, reclaiming territory and wealth. In addition, 2 large army groups advanced toward Beiyuan. Their massive mechanized formations found the approach easier the closer they moved north, and their speed increased accordingly. The land aviation divisions led the charge. Helicopter mobility tactics allowed these divisions to land swiftly in town after town. In this respect, they outpaced the dynasty's legions, boldly taking the lead. Behind them, the supplies Qin Hao had poured through the system began to appear, a continuous stream of logistics that quickly reinforced the local foundations. Qin Hao's operations in the other world followed the same pattern as before: stabilize the locale with material support, then proceed with subsequent development. With the populace supported by supplies, order naturally took root and would be refined further through the accumulation of time. These twin operations carried out in concert left the elder without even the dust of the National Defense Forces in sight, let alone their retreat. Instead, he remained absorbed by the day's astonishment and the reports. They had already fallen far behind in equipment and personnel quality, and now even in marching speed they lagged significantly. The balance had already tipped. It was easy to foresee that the days ahead would revolve around this issue, for it was the crux. Baiyuan's geography was peculiarly strategic, a conspicuous industrial hub well endowed in both infrastructure and resources. Especially after Huangchong fell, it sent wave after wave of orders to the Benzi legions garrisoned here, leaving the majority of Shaobin soldiers utterly bewildered. One must remember that hundreds of thousands of Shaobin elites were stationed here, now all plunged into helpless confusion. It was precisely this state that caused another portion of the Shaobin nearby to throw in their lot with the National Defense Army's 6th Division. Those farther away still wavered, hesitating between watching and resisting. Qin Hao believed that this large batch of Shaobin who joined the 6th Division would prove very useful. After clearing out the bloodstained elements, the remainder could be employed as labor for infrastructure projects. In any event, their lives, from birth to death, would become tied to the infrastructure. After all, this land was vast. To undertake large-scale construction required ample manpower and material resources. Qin Hao need not worry about materials, but manpower demanded careful consideration. Many construction sites carried extremely high risks. He could not possibly expose his own people to such dangers. Having other races take those tasks was ideal. Qin Hao solved the safety problem while those peoples gained employment, a two-birds-and-stone solution. Qin Hao's seemingly endless supplies finally had somewhere to be expended, and the Shaobin gained steady work. Everything fit together perfectly. Between the 23rd and the 26th. As Qin Hao shifted his focus to Beiyuan, many cities soon fell under his actual control. With first-generation Blackbird helicopters executing leapfrog tactics, even Tianning City, the symbol of supreme status, was seized and several nearby strongholds likewise came within his grasp. A new spring of forces arrived, system troops poured in without end like mold appearing from nowhere. Once a breeding point was found, they spread wildly. The speed was astonishing, the efficiency unparalleled. In just a few days, Qin Hao had essentially completed his deployments. Massive forces appeared in those cities and assumed control of their industry and economy. In short, the vast majority of Baiyuan's industrial foundation remained intact. Aside from a small portion of damage, the rest could be brought back into operation. Qin Hao was reasonably satisfied, yet that did not prevent him from later leveling these outdated facilities, for the system could provide newer, more advanced buildings. And crucially, they could be constructed for free with building cards. In time, light would shine upon the other world, toil and sweat would receive their due rewards. A single building card could produce a large power center, or even more valuable macrostructures. Drawing industrial blueprints from subsequent system supply boxes would likewise permit construction. Time soon reached the night of the 26th. Ding! The resource doubling card had expired. Currently, the host's resource points total 6259,460. At home, there are 11 group armies garrisoned, and another 3 group armies are stationed in Benzi's old stronghold. The extra 1 group army at home had been produced and dispatched to Baiyuan by Qin Hao in recent days. Its main force was garrisoned around Tianning City and radiated across a vast area. Seeing the remaining 600 million resource points, Qin Hao needed no second thought. He went all in on troop production, creating 4 new group armies. 2 of them would be deployed near Tianning and 2 would be sent to Baiyuan. Ding! 4 group armies were added at home by consuming resource points. The homeland now fields 15 group armies in total, with 8552620 resource points remaining. Ding! The host's military rank and title have been upgraded. Rank elevated from general to marshal. Title changed from Quanqing Tianxia to Xiongtu Bei. Host Qin Hao. Rank marshal. Title Xiongtu Bei. Within the host's actual control range, there will be a substantial boost in popular support. Agriculture and animal husbandry yields 40 product quality, improved by 40 and resource points received 10. The host has received the Xiongtu Bei title pack, which has now been automatically opened. Ding! From this moment onward, all Daxiao people and lands within the host's actual control will receive the Fengdiao Yushuan buff. 1. The baseline lifespan of Daxiao people is raised to 100 years. 2. Within the actual control range, all human and natural activities will automatically adjust to a Fengdiao Yushuan state. The climate becomes temperate, and even the hottest or coldest regions can be made habitable. Boundless deserts can be transformed into oases. The host may manually preserve natural features such as glaciers and deserts. All changes will be implemented in a reasonable manner. Seeing this astonishing Fengdiao Yushuan buff, Qin Hao's eyes brightened. It was a limited buff effective only on Daxiao people, reasonable and not excessive. Daxiao people were so kind, letting them live a little longer was not excessive. Living to 100 seemed perfectly fair. Moreover, the buff could create habitable environments and made no mention of a time limit. Most importantly, Qin Hao could manually preserve it, giving him operational choice. It maximized reasonableness without resorting to one-size-fits-all measures. Future development would be no problem, so now the focus must be on the immediate issues. How to spread the radiance across the entire dynasty. On the night of the 26th, was small but consequential meeting convened. Senior and mid-level officers from all 15 group armies gathered in Piku Town. After summarizing the staff officers' proposals, Wang Laolu concluded consolidate the 1st and 2nd group armies to form Army Group A. Form Army Group B from the 3rd and 4th group armies. Form Army Group C from the 5th and 6th, and so forth. Every 2 group armies will constitute a large army group. We currently have 15 group armies, so one will inevitably be surplus. Let it serve as a reserve force. 7 temporary large army groups. This arose from pragmatic necessity, with the storm looming. Grouping 2 group armies into a single large army group along the vast front would aid unified command. A corps overseeing 2 group armies would total 360 men and 20 divisions responsible for a broad swath of offensive and defensive operations and decisive engagements, offering stronger coordination and organization. Notably, all 15 group armies would be committed to the new front, leaving the rear seemingly without garrison forces. However, Qin Hao could later produce forces to remain behind. By the time full-scale fighting began, those rearguard units should have been generated. It was a process of sustained development. Additionally, outside the main formations, 5 provisional transport divisions previously established could join the logistics system to move supplies for several army groups across short to mid-range distances. This arrangement would guarantee simultaneous advances in multiple directions, securing the 2 most crucial elements: force scale and logistics. The scale of Air Force support remained unclear for now, because airfields would be built at the front around each newly captured stronghold. An airfield would likely appear, so the count would be an ongoing process. Seeing the entire strategic map peppered with his banners, Qin Hao felt a dazed thrill. How brief the span had been from having nothing to commanding armies of millions. Qin Hao also made arrangements for governance in the Underworld, for example, employing system forces in major localities as the backbone, then supplementing them with a measure of native talent. Armies sweep through, and in those cleared regions grassroots personnel will be needed to maintain basic order and dismantle the old mechanical powers. Deploy system personnel at the levels of village, township, county, city, and major metropolises to serve as foundational cadres. Village, including governance, sanitation, security, and related systems, requires about 15 people adjusted by scale. Township, roughly 60 people, referring to personnel at this level excluding villages. County, around 300 people similarly. City, about 1200 people. Major metropolis, roughly 9000 people. These individuals will establish the most basic governance framework, whether from the bottom up or top down, all driven by loyalty. These people will execute according to Qin Hao's will commonly referred to as achieving efficiency, with 100 adherence to commands. Those who understand the implications of this will find it to be an incredibly terrifying matter. Because such a thing has never existed in the world, nor will it ever, this is a fact, and those who possess this ability can easily overturn everything. Order is held firmly in the hands of Qin Hao. The framework here is roughly set up. From now on, adjustments will be made within this range, avoiding a one-size-fits-all approach. At the meeting, Qin Hao stated, making flexible deployments in response to real-time dynamics is of utmost importance. In the small notebooks layer, I am considering appointing a governor to oversee the larger matters of that territory, allowing for a transitional period. This issue has troubled Qin Hao for a long time, as finding suitable candidates in this regard is quite a challenge. However, once raised, the problem swiftly found a suitable candidate, and the name stood out remarkably. Made out. Indeed, this name is absolutely powerful enough to suppress foreign races. It sounds terrifying enough that doing something unscrupulous seems quite normal. Mei Dao, lacking morals, is indeed a delightful name. To deal with foreign races, one must be unscrupulous. No, to be precise, this is about accumulating virtue. Apart from the small notebook, there is also a need for a governor on the other side, and this task will fall to Chen Yud. Qin Hao then turned his gaze to the somewhat embarrassed Chen Yud. The combination of these two names should create quite a stir. One lacks virtue, while the other possesses it, which certainly seems a bit problematic. There is no need to elaborate on the nature of the other side, as it is well known. After the small notebook's influence has been established, someone must also manage the territory of the other side. Moreover, it is said that the Romanov dynasty is also stirring, feeling close enough to the other side, wanting to swallow all the land there. It is said, if it were the words of an ordinary person, it might truly be just hearsay, but in the ears of Qin Hao, who commands an army of 1,000,000, hearsay becomes fact. After all, the Romanov dynasty has always maintained this tradition, and it is widely known in other worlds their desire for land reaches a maddening level. If it weren't for the displayed strength of the National Defense Army, these rascals would probably have acted long ago rather than merely hearing rumors. Whether one comes or two come, it's the same. Qin Hao felt indifferent. It would be fine if both sides engaged. Thus, it is now necessary to arrange for Chen Yud to be appointed as the governor on the other side, and for Mei Dao to oversee the small notebook, laying out the overall strategy. Qin Hao never engages in battles without preparation. Being prepared is better than anything else. The Navy must also take action. The primary task of the two major fleets is to support the army and block a series of coastlines. The main force of the first fleet is currently in the Notebook Sea, while the second fleet remains in the metropolis. Therefore, Vice Admiral Deng Haiyang, who commands the first fleet, did not attend this meeting, and soon he will lead the main fleet northward to intimidate the other side. One does not shoot the first bird. There must be foreign races stirring, and until blood is shed, these rascals will never know how to write their demise. With the strength of the first fleet, the powerful combination of 6 aircraft carriers and 4 battleships can intimidate a vast area. At that time, Qin Hao will prioritize building a large airport in the other side to gain absolute air supremacy and conduct patrols to monitor the opponent's dynamics. The second fleet is tasked with blocking the coastlines. Even Qin Hao knows that troublemakers will stir chaos at this time. If caught by the second fleet, then one should prepare to go plant potatoes along with people and ships. The more supplies sent by various nations, the better. Qin Hao will not despise such shabby goods. Additionally, the Maritime Reserve, the Maritime Patrol and Guard Force, can also serve as a force for patrolling the seas. This power is most suitable for dealing with disobedient individuals, as it can silence them in a second. By that time, all supplies will be delivered to himself, and he will find a traditional virtue, acting with justification, thus achieving a dual gain of fame and fortune. Acting with justification, whether to adhere to this tradition or not, Qin Hao has many ways. The principle that strength is greater than everything does not need further elaboration. For example, he could secretly bury artifacts from last week on the land of the Europeans, then invite a few experts to authenticate them, thus providing a reason. Or he could randomly find a few events in thick historical texts. After all, a certain emperor was able to uncover events from over 1,000 years ago. Qin Hao also plans to retrieve his artifacts that are wandering outside, first setting a small goal to bring back the artifacts. The meeting lasted throughout half the night. By the early morning of the 27th, the deployment of the Army, Navy, and Air Force was completed and the general direction was established. Now the fundamental layout of the overall situation has been established and the subsequent strategies will revolve around today's deployment. Qin Hao simply needs to wait. As the army marched forth, all surrendered, accomplishing the greatest feats with minimal cost and time. This is ultimately a different world. Thus the grand troop mobilized. The three major armies A, B, and C consisting of 6 group armies spanned across 4 provinces with the final plan to converge at the capital, Jiang City. Armies D and E with 4 group armies advanced south along Tianning in coordination with the Navy's 2nd Fleet to seize coastal strongholds. Armies F and G remained stationed in the northern provinces, adopting a defensive stance for now. Without hesitation, on the afternoon of the 27th, 2 telegrams were sent from Tianning City with airdropped leaflets following suit. Notify the court the army is on its way. This is an unstoppable torrent of momentum. The key town of Huai Province, Anlin City, was the first to bear the brunt, being close to Tianning and boasting an extremely developed transportation network, making it the army's primary target. The stationed forces in Anlin City nominally included 1 army and 2 divisions from the court, but in reality, due to previous defeats, there were only 9 old and weak soldiers lacking heavy weapons, cannons, or aircraft. When the National Defense Army approached the city, witnessing the swarm of warplanes soaring through the sky, half of these 9 old and weak soldiers fled on the spot. The remaining half, realizing escape was futile, opened the gates of Anlin City to welcome the royal army, and remarkably no battle was fought at all. At the court's location, the elder had just begun to awaken from his fatigue when he immediately received a more sobering message. Elder, bad news. Anlin City in Huai Province has fallen. Rebel traders have risen in arms and ambushed us. The court's army fought fiercely for half a day, but ultimately retreated in defeat. Now the rebels are powerful, sweeping through with chaos, causing great suffering to the populace. So soon. The elder had anticipated this, but did not expect the traders to act so quickly, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Currently, the court's army was in a state of rest, and advanced weapons from various nations had yet to arrive. Engaging the traders now would be extremely disadvantageous. To put it bluntly, they cannot win. The weapons, personnel, and morale are all inadequate. The enemy is at their peak and equally esteemed, making the court appear vulnerable in comparison. With Anlin City fallen, these scoundrels will surely head straight for our cabinet. We cannot linger here. The elder knew that the decisive battle in these provinces would occur in front of Jiang City, and whether Jiang City could withstand the bandits remained uncertain. Now, as the pillar of the court, he must withdraw to the next city to strategize. However, this does not mean he will easily forsake Jiang City, this strategic stronghold. No matter what, he must mobilize the court's forces, laying a trap in the vicinity of this stronghold to strike back against the audacity of the Qin bandits. The commanders of the major armies of the court would remain directing the grand army in battle. Even if they could not win, they would fight fiercely, partly due to geographical considerations and partly due to prestige. After all, the name Qin Hao had spread throughout the dynasty due to countless victories, making him a household name. The small notebook had been cleared away, becoming a stepping stone for Qin Hao, elevating his prestige to new heights. Such is the nature of the struggle for succession. During the same time, the other main offensive direction of the 3 major armies A, B, and C was the coastal defense fortress in Gan Province, Shuangqi District. The fortress was not far from Tianning, at least not far from the perspective of the National Defense Army, situated on the banks of a river, a naturally fortified position, easy to defend, but hard to attack. However, the coastal defense fortress was still under construction, with only 4 75mm field guns, 3 120mm naval guns, and a stationed force of a single regiment, just over 1,000 men. Moreover, the regiment commander stationed at this fortress, Li Jierwei, shared the same mindset as that in Anlin City. They would not fight, but would be directly restructured. Because over the great river, a flock of hovering flying machines came rushing and creating massive commotion that made horses retreat, not daring to resist. 24 armed Blackbird helicopters and 12 Blackbird transport helicopters boldly crossed the great river, even flying over the fortress, then continuing further back. They did not glance at the fortress guards at all, merely hovering for a brief moment to drop leaflets, as if issuing a warning. "Commander, we should surrender." At that moment, Li Jieru's adjutant stammered. This was not an isolated case. Most soldiers of the regiment shared the same sentiment, many clutching leaflets of unknown origin, just waiting to run away. Some even received letters from Tianning from their relatives detailing their current living conditions, praising various prudent measures taken by Qin Hao, referring to him as General Qin. What more could be said? It can only be said that Qin Hao was well prepared, possessing foresight and an emperor's demeanor. How can this be? We must remain loyal to the court. Li Jierwei instinctively responded, but his face also showed clear signs of panic. "Commander, the brothers have elderly dependents and young ones at home. Opposing General Qin could lead to dire consequences. Do you not understand the current situation? Moreover, General Qin is benevolent, understanding the difficulties of those just trying to make a living. As long as no major offenses are committed, one can return home to farm. My relatives say their lives are much better than before, enjoying treatment akin to a festival for the past half-month. The adjutant earnestly advised. What kind of person is General Qin? He is a great hero, and his word is as good as gold. What is there to panic about? If you wish to leave, then leave. Li Jierui swallowed hard. After the adjutant had persistently advised for a time, and saw that Li Jierui truly had no intention of surrendering, he simply left a few words, grabbed a couple of bundles, and fled. Seeing this, many court soldiers followed suit, pulling out their prepared bundles and holding leaflets, fleeing from their posts. For the leaflets read, "No faults. This document allows you to go wherever you wish." Qin Hao indeed did not make things difficult for these people. And how to discern whether these individuals had any faults was simple, though it relied on the accumulation of time. For now, the army's advance would inevitably lead to some omissions, and once the situation stabilized, they could be singled out one by one. This has led to a situation where the soldiers of the court who are closer to the front lines are disheartened to fight, while the distant court army is unable to respond to the imminent crisis. After all, the closer national defense forces hold a geographical advantage, using various forms of propaganda to undermine the resistance and morale of the court army. Leaflets and visible supplies are scattered everywhere. One cannot even speak of treasonous rebels, for compared to the national defense forces, the court army appears more like an undisciplined militia. Every half hour or hour, the thunderous roar of fighter jets and helicopters fills the sky, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. The National Defense Forces have just achieved a tremendous victory, and the aura of a savior clings to them, making it no wonder that the court soldiers have lost their will to fight. What should we do now? Without firing a shot, everyone has fled. Seeing his deputy run away, Colonel Li Jierui let out a sigh. If he were to perish while others survived, it would all be in vain. No, he must take action. Thinking of this, Colonel Li Jierui took out his sidearm, a fine gun imported from the Prussian Empire years ago. After a few glances, Colonel Li Jierui resolutely decided that since his brothers had fled as their leader, he had to set an example and demonstrate his stance towards the court through his actions. Then he tossed away his sidearm, changed into a different set of clothes, gathered a few trusted aides, packed some belongings, and hastily fled. Before long, the fortress was deserted. Aside from a few stubborn individuals, the rest who could escape had fled, leaving only captives behind. Often the advancing soldiers are too busy to concern themselves with these captives. After all, their mission is to attack, and guarding captives is a minor task best left to the rear guard. In fact, this is how many scenes unfold. Farther west of the coastal fortress, the situation is much the same across the vast areas. Even the local populace is fleeing with their families, as the court has repeatedly issued death orders and propagated that the treasonous rebels will bring disaster to their families. How can the common people not flee? With such terrifying propaganda coupled with the court army's retreat, many followed suit in a mass exodus. The court army's clearing operations have been quite effective. Aware that they cannot win in direct confrontation, they have decided to clear the routes of the treasonous rebels, leaving no households behind. Fruits on trees must be picked, earthworms in the ground must be dug out, and even egg yolks must be halved, ensuring that no supplies are left for the rebel forces. Boom! In the deafening blaze of fire, bridges and roads were all rigged with explosives and detonated remotely. Any usable water source that could flow onto the land has been opened up, turning the soil into a quagmire under the deluge of water. The aim is to delay the large-scale armored assault of the National Defense Forces for as long as possible. Naturally, this is only effective against ground forces and has no impact on aerial units. For instance, the armed helicopters of the Aviation Division or the Bf-109 fighter planes. Most of the time, wherever they go, the court soldiers have already fled, and those who haven't are mostly in a state of panic. However, there are still a few who encounter stubborn resistance, and in such cases they can only set an example through bloodshed. As the saying goes, bloodshed is inevitable, no grand operation is without it. The sound of explosions reverberated through the skies, with billowing smoke enveloping the land. The flying sand and soil extinguished the soldiers' flames of resistance against Qin Hao, and upon realizing that their defiance would turn them to ash, many court soldiers dropped their weapons. On the 27th, in just one day, Qin Hao's actual control range expanded into Huixing and Gan provinces, advancing rapidly, causing dread among the court forces along the way. So far, there has been no large-scale decisive battle. It has mostly been skirmishes, some resembling mere performances. Meanwhile, the two major Corps D and E have also begun their advance southward along the coastline, intending to spread their influence to the southern tip of this other world. In just a few days, such significant events have naturally attracted the attention and scrutiny of many powerful nations in this other world. Colonel Tom from the beautiful country commented, "Their speed is beyond my expectations. In the blink of an eye, the Daxiao people have surprised us greatly." News agencies from numerous great powers began to report, the prelude to the S2 season, telling every citizen of this nation to be ready for the birth of a new giant. Everyone should pay attention, as it is closely related to them and to the civilized world. On the other side of the world, an ancient dynasty is undergoing tremendous changes. Whichever side prevails will bring about a new upheaval, but the empire on which the sun never sets will maintain its glory. Among the nations the most troubled is undoubtedly the empire on which the sun never sets. The empire is in a flurry, seemingly wanting to employ traditional tactics to stir chaos or establish a balance, yet it seems these once effective methods have lost their potency at this moment. After all, this is an alternate world, and each country surely has its own extraordinary talents, just as the empire on which the sun never sets likes to stir trouble. However, this time they are facing opponents with no flaws both in talent and effort. There are no civilized tactics, no gentlemanly demeanor, no economy, but there are invincible fists and a barbaric will commonly referred to as barbarians. When all these conditions coincide in a barbarian, it signifies that this barbarian is in an invincible state. The civilized individuals of the empire on which the sun never sets find themselves utterly helpless against Qin Hao, a barbarian, and even worry that he might beat them up. What can they do? They can only swagger in and threaten, for in the next moment the barbarian's bombers may appear over their territory. If they remain passive, they fear that the barbarian's strength will snowball, turning its guns upon them. Direct military intervention is also not feasible, for it would set off a chain reaction, especially since there is another kingdom nearby that is restless, which could plunge all of Europe into war. The beautiful country faces a similar plight, albeit with the added isolation of a new continent and public opposition to involvement in war. They are constantly worried that the Daxiao people's long-range bombers will appear in the new continent, and to venture into it now is akin to lighting a lamp in the toilet. How much supplies can be transported by ship? If they are not careful, they might be intercepted by Qin Hao before reaching the court, and the two powerful fleets roaming the East China Sea are no joke. With a slight miscalculation, they might find themselves near the coast, using their actions to warn the beautiful country not to engage in reckless behavior. Thus, with all parties lacking means and unwilling to be embroiled in war, they can only watch the court suffer. On the morning of the 28th, a small press conference was being held in the metropolis, attended only by diplomatic representatives from various countries and a small number of selected journalists. The spokesperson for the National Defense Forces stood at the podium, addressing the attention of the ambassadors from various nations. Due to this operation, we will be blocking the coast during this period. Any ships or aircraft that enter the blocked area without prior communication and permission from us will be dealt with by destruction. Please ensure that your personnel are restrained after returning, and any provocative actions outside the blockade will be solely borne by them. Regarding various unidentified assets within our jurisdiction, they will be temporarily frozen. Once we receive them and verify their sources, those that are legal and compliant will be unfrozen one by one. Anything illegal or of unknown origin will be permanently frozen. As soon as he finished speaking, the representatives from various countries wore grave expressions. The nice way the Daxiao people put it was temporary freeze, but in reality it meant that everything was taken into their own pockets. Can what has been consumed be regurgitated? This isn't a matter of doubt. No one doubts whether the National Defense Forces possess such strength, as the last one who doubted it ended up hanging from a streetlight. However, such an overt act of freezing assets left even the typically proud Europeans unable to contain themselves. Freedom and private property are bestowed by God, and the way the Daxiao people spoke was simply intolerable for them. Hey sir, that is our legitimate property, and all sources are just and legal. Kind-hearted Europeans never acquire what they rightfully deserve through underhanded means. This is the asset of the empire on which the sun never sets, and your brutish actions will invite the empire's condemnation. As the representative of the empire on which the sun never sets who holds the most interests, he could not tolerate such behavior and immediately protested, shouting the loudest. Despite his loud protests, the representative of the empire on which the sun never sets did not utter any threatening statements, only symbolically shouting a few words. Very well, it seems the empire on which the sun never sets is quite confident in itself, so we will place it at the top of our inspection list. The spokesperson for the National Defense Forces said humbly. The representative of the empire on which the sun never sets turned pale. This was clearly a threat, and it seemed that those from the empire still within the National Defense Forces range were in trouble. Not just the empire on which the sun never sets, but all Europeans within this range would face trouble. What will your side's attitude be towards the agreements and cooperation signed with the court cabinet after achieving your desired results? Will you refuse or fulfill? The representative of the empire on which the sun never sets was at a loss, and then the representative of the Kingdom of Prussia stood up to speak. At this moment, the representative of the empire on which the sun never sets felt his heart shatter. The Prussian was deliberately bringing up an unkind topic, clearly wanting to oppose the empire on which the sun never sets. Originally, the empire on which the sun never sets had little hope regarding the agreements signed with the court, as the strength and brutality of the National Defense Forces were evident. Expecting them to continue fulfilling their obligations was only possible with God wearing a steel helmet. The empire was prepared to retreat in a dignified manner, relinquishing all interests within the National Defense Forces territory as long as they could keep a few exceptionally bright pearls. But now with the Prussians and the Daxia people saying this, it was clear that the empire on which the sun never sets was being put in a difficult position, allowing the Daxia people to humiliate them and heighten the animosity between the empire and the National Defense Forces. Very well, this question is very good, the spokesperson for the National Defense Forces said with a smile. This is also a matter we wish to address today. Regarding these agreements and cooperation, we will assess and reevaluate them from our perspective. Agreements and cooperation that are beneficial and equitable to us will be retained, but those that damage our interests and dignity will be entirely rejected. Upon hearing this, the representative of the empire on which the sun never sets finally relaxed. It seemed that none of the agreements they signed with the court were good. If they were to be examined, all of them would likely be nullified. What about the empire's interests with the court? The spokesperson for the National Defense Forces was very clear and mentioned the traditional issues of Daxia several times. Not only concerning the agreements from the conference, but also regarding the issues of the empire on which the sun never sets with the border territories of the dynasty in recent years. According to the telegram sent by Qin Hao, since the empire on which the sun never sets has come to the border area of the dynasty, they might as well stay there and not bother the Europeans to go through the trouble of bringing them back. After the conference, the spokesperson privately summoned the representative of the empire on which the sun never sets. The spokesperson's attitude was even more assertive than during the conference. To be brief, the Tianning City occupied by you from the empire on which the sun never sets must be returned to us intact along with appropriate compensation, and this is just a small part of it. This is impossible. That is the territory of the empire on which the sun never sets. The representative of the empire on which the sun never sets instinctively denied. God knows how terrifying this situation is. The Daxia people are making unreasonable demands, wanting to take back what the empire has achieved, which is absolutely intolerable. The Daxia people want to bully others with their power, but there is no need to fear. The fleet of the empire on which the sun never sets stationed there will fight for the glory of the empire. The spokesperson merely shook his head, showing no concern for the representative's words. This is not a matter for negotiation, nor can it be negotiated. I am now giving you two choices. First, we will take it back ourselves, but once we take action, it will not be as simple as just one piece of land. You will also need to pay additional compensation. Second, you return it yourselves, requiring only a small amount of additional compensation. You wouldn't want to see our bombers appearing overhead, would you? The representative of the empire on which the sun never sets visibly panicked. The Daxia people had only recently committed egregious acts with ample evidence spread throughout the records, the kind of scene that made listeners heartbroken and witnesses nauseous. If the empire were to turn against the Daxia people at this moment, they would likely replicate the treatment given to the people of Benzi, delivering a similar grand gift to the doorstep of the empire. If such actions require sacrificing the entire empire merely for a small piece of land, then it is not worth it. Sir, please do not do this. We are all civilized people. No, we only speak civility to friends, the spokesperson insisted with a shake of his head. We will give you 3 days. In this matter, you are treated the same as the people of Benzi, both given 3 days. Treated the same as the people of Benzi. The representative of the empire on which the sun never sets felt dizzy. The Daxia people's attitude was very clear. Then the representative stated he would send the document back home for a decision. After all, such a significant issue could not be decided by a mere representative. It required an authoritative figure. Seeing this, the spokesperson said nothing more. He had done what he needed to do, and now it was up to the empire on which the sun never sets to decide whether to endure the beating or not. If they choose to endure the beating, their small fleet and station troops would be no more than eggs hitting rocks, shattering upon impact. In a real fight, the odds should be 3 to 7. The second fleet, moving along the coastline, is responsible for the implementation. When the thunderous roar of the 460mm cannon echoes over the sea, it marks the moment of the sun never sets people's 6-minute investment. When the news reached the mainland of the sun never sets empire, their parliament was in an uproar. What exactly do the Daxia people intend to do? Is it not enough to beat the court? Now they want to drag the old powers down with them. This is the tragedy of the civilized world. Under the threat of barbarians, the civilized people have lost a major city, while the barbarians have gained a new savage land. Senator Houston erupted in fury upon hearing this. Houston, known for his hardline stance, felt humiliated, especially after learning that the Daxia people dared to threaten the strongest nation in another world. For so long, it has been the civilized people governing the entire other world, while the backward barbarians could only remain in their primitive regions, maintaining their bloodthirsty habits. How could it be reversed now? Houston continued his agitation for quite some time until a bucket of cold water splashed onto his face. Indeed, risking annihilation of their homeland for just a speck of land seems hardly worth it. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Old Bao was caught in a dilemma. He feared that the choice he made would lead to a new war, one that would drag the sun never sets empire into chaos. After much consideration, Prime Minister Old Bao finally decided to send the Minister of Foreign Affairs Huasi to Daxia for negotiations, and he must arrive within 3 days. Huasi is his trusted aide and one of the most important ministers in the cabinet. Our bottom line is to preserve the imperial territory outside of Honghang City. We can return Honghang City to the Daxia people, but nothing else is up for negotiation. At the same time, the court was suffering a series of defeats in this great battle. As the strongholds of Ganxing and Huixing fell one after another, the imperial army had lost all footholds in these two provinces. More importantly, the national defense forces were emerging like mushrooms after the rain in the rear. They suddenly appeared at the outskirts of Jianghan province, where Jiang City is located, advancing with a main force. This caused the two large army corps left by the court, numbering in the tens of thousands, to be caught off guard, disrupting their organization and plunging them into chaos. As soon as the officials fled, the army surged in and the situation became chaotic. Fighter planes soared through the sky and tanks raced across the ground, all belonging to Qin Hao. The officials had not anticipated that the National Defense Army would advance so rapidly, having been hundreds of kilometers away just the day before, only to arrive at their heels the next day. The officials fled without even having time to change into proper attire, only managing to run in pajamas, fearing that the planes were unsafe and opting for land travel. While fleeing, they did not forget to ask, when will the supplies from the Europeans arrive? The telegram had been sent, but the responses from the European nations were mostly delays or small-scale shipments coming slowly over land. The officials were almost driven mad with anger. While they were fighting for their lives, the Europeans were still observing from afar. Weren't they just pushing them to their doom? Now the sudden appearance of the National Defense Army disrupted all prior plans. Retreats and clearings had descended into chaos, with major court armies fleeing at the division and brigade level. It seems that the court's hold over these three provinces is doomed, defeated by the so-called treacherous rebels. Moreover, during this time, Qin Hao's B-36 was not idle, continuously dropping propaganda leaflets daily in more distant areas. Propaganda is also very important. In the coastal areas, the southern D and E troops, with the cooperation of the Second Fleet, have achieved consecutive victories, sweeping through as if they were in a no-man's land. The common people welcomed them wholeheartedly, for only at this moment did they realize that the National Defense Army was not a man-eating force, but a well-trained elite unit. They not only do not harm people, but also provide food for the people, establishing supply stations and temporary hospitals wherever there is need, albeit on a small scale, due to insufficient manpower. People from nearby villages can come for free to treat old injuries and receive some medicine. If an entire village cannot afford to eat, they will set up a large pot at the village entrance to provide meals, ensuring that no one goes hungry. The spirit and demeanor displayed are completely different from that of the court army. It is a manifestation of soul and will. The advancing units must leave behind corresponding forces to assess the new areas, determining the size of each village and town for the convenience of future governance. During this time, Qin Hao is also busy. They must continue to push forward. This vast area can produce manpower equivalent to several divisions. After all, it is a critical moment, and a large workforce is needed everywhere. The sooner the corresponding numbers are determined, the better. Order cannot be disrupted, stability must be maintained even while advancing. Over at Piku Town, top scientists such as Gayasada and two others have been arranged to the Imperial Scientific Research Institute to begin preliminary planning and research. The Imperial Scientific Research Institute is equipped with corresponding professors and assistants, all of whom are ready to be deployed directly into the projects without needing to be trained. Moreover, plans for recruiting local talent have been put on the agenda. Once education is connected, talents can be selected, allowing the professors at the Scientific Research Institute to each lead small project teams. The series of educational systems and institutions from elementary school, middle school, high school to university can be completed by Qin Hao within a few days or months, ensuring that the path of education knows no end. Education is absolutely vital for a nation, even more important than the most secret plans. An endless stream of talent will emerge from here, sustaining the future and hope of a nation or region. Now in the other world, Qin Hao possesses an absolutely balanced set of resources, eliminating the need to spend decades establishing an educational system for an empire. As long as there are sufficient material points, schools and top-tier teachers produced by the system will be spread across every region. Even remote areas can enjoy educational resources comparable to those of major cities. An inexhaustible supply of electricity will reach every corner of the empire, illuminating the entire other world with the brilliance of the empire. This is an era of great upheaval where everyone is swept up in the rolling tide, standing on the shoulders of giants to survey the entire world. This is the confidence brought by Qin Hao through perseverance and effort. Time moved forward to the morning of the 30th. An event that would once again shake the reputation of the National Defense Army had arrived. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sunless Empire, Haas, spent a day and a half traveling from Lion's Slope to the metropolis, primarily using planes for transport. If he had been any farther in the territory of the Sunless Empire, or in Europa, even 3 days would not have been sufficient. It would have taken at least 3 to 5 times longer, requiring over 10 days to arrive. After disembarking, he hurried to the bank building temporarily requisitioned by the National Defense Army, which had already been set up as the headquarters of the metropolis. The conversation was hosted by Qin Hao himself, accompanied by the translator Wang. Esteemed Qin. Upon meeting Qin Hao, Minister Haas could only barely perform a gentleman's greeting. He was exhausted, and the young man's aura was terrifyingly strong. His determination seemed palpable, as if he intended to establish a vast empire in his youth and become an emperor renowned throughout the ages. We have come here for peace, and the people of both continents will benefit, Haas added. No, there are many ways to achieve peace, but peace is certainly not something that can be negotiated. We have made it very clear in our previous discussions on the 28th. You have one more day. Once that time is up, regardless of the circumstances, Tianning City must be under our control. Qin Hao said sternly to Haas. With confidence in his hands, he naturally did not fear the Europeans becoming desperate. The Second Fleet had firmly surrounded the great city of Honghong, and even the coastal waters were filled with Qin Hao's vessels. Haas, already exhausted to the point of collapse, could only muster the energy to respond. Great Qin, is the time not too tight? I believe we should have more time to discuss this matter. It concerns a great city with a population of over 1 million. Therefore, you have 1 day left. In terms of time, you are ample. Qin Hao flatly rejected. However, I heard that your people incited the lackeys of Tianning City, and it seems there has been considerable unrest there. For safety considerations, we will shorten this time to half a day. By 10 o'clock tonight, my fleet will immediately take control of the entire region, and any resistance will be regarded as an act of war. Qin Hao's unquestionable voice frightened Haas, leaving his knuckles white. It was as if thunder had exploded beside him, and he was soaked in cold sweat. From the moment he disembarked until now, the conversation had lasted less than 2 minutes. Was the leader of the Xia people truly this domineering? He did not even wish to give any unnecessary courtesies. Haas was so intimidated that he could not speak. He wanted to argue on principle, intending to use the fleet stationed in Tianning City as leverage in the negotiations. However, the threat from the Xia people was far more compelling than his leverage. When a negotiator lacks sufficient leverage, no matter how eloquently they speak, they cannot turn the tide. Qin Hao remained impassive and continued, do not think, after this time point, if your side makes any move, the 60 bombers at the Metropolis Airport will execute a highly confidential takeoff mission carrying 180 tons of gifts across the vast skies. Haas was drenched in sweat, as if walking on thin ice. The words of a significant figure compelled him to believe. I will consult with my country and provide a response before 6 p.m. this afternoon. Haas found himself with no other options. This was the greatest method he could secure to preserve the empire. The demands of the Xia people aligned perfectly with the bottom line given to him by the Prime Minister, making this a successful diplomatic endeavor. Qin Hao agreed, for the Sunless people were trapped with no way to fly away. He had ordered the Second Fleet to besiege the Sunless Fleet. Not long after, the news was sent back to the homeland of the Sunless Empire, causing an uproar in the cabinet. The Xia people are ready for takeoff. Bombs are hanging over our heads. The Prime Minister Old Baotou shouted in the cabinet, causing all members to tense up at the scene. However, we have succeeded. We successfully averted this disaster, dissipating the war cloud over every citizen of the empire. Old Baotou boasted about the empire's success, and his cabinet agreed to the demands of the Xia people. Minister Haas received authorization. Before 6 p.m. tonight, he was to inform the Xia people that they had achieved victory. The fleet belonging to the Sunless Empire would withdraw from Tianning City, and all properties belonging to the Sunless would be transferred, handing over the city and buildings to the Xia people. At 6 p.m., the Sunless fleet stationed at the port began to set sail. As the highest commander in the area, Major General Charles had already received orders to cooperate with the Xia people in withdrawing the fleet. This fleet included 5 heavy cruisers with a full loaded displacement of over 10,000 tons, along with several other cruisers and destroyers. It can be said that the Second Fleet of the National Defense Army could easily produce 2 battleships that were significantly larger than this fleet. The barbaric Xia people are about to seize the fruits of civilization. It is foreseeable that their savagery will soon destroy this city, just as they claim it will fade into obscurity. Major General Charles appeared on the heavy cruiser Tekken. Looking at the extremely prosperous city on the shore, Charles felt that civilization was about to be destroyed by barbarism. The Xia people only possessed brute force. What else could they do besides wielding a big stick? Fortunately, Charles had loaded all the valuable gains he had accumulated onto the fleet. This was a considerable fortune. Despite the urgency of the situation, he could still manage to load the most important wealth onto the fleet. As for the rest, let the Xia people have it. Let them see the brilliance left by civilization. Thinking of this, Charles felt somewhat relieved. Once he returned to the homeland, he could lavishly squander this fortune, and everyone would have a bright future. However, just as the Sunless fleet had just exited the port's channel, it had barely reached the offshore waters of Tianning City when a massive swarm of oceanic beasts awaited them. On the surging sea, the enormous bodies forged from steel blocked billions of waves. No matter how the waves crashed, they could not shake that colossal hull. That was the Second Fleet of the National Defense Army. 2 Montana-class battleships with a full loaded displacement of over 800 tons, 9 Killing-class destroyers, and 6 Whitefish-class submarines had long been waiting. Under the night sky, the signal lights of the fleet flickered. It was the Second Fleet of the National Defense Army, sending out signals, particularly the most important dispatch telegram. Since Tianning City had only one major port, the main channel leading to the port had only two directions left, and no matter which route was taken, there were vessels of the Second Fleet blocking the way. With the doors shut, they could start hunting. Furthermore, the translation of the telegram from the Second Fleet was, "Stop the ship. Many of our belongings have been stolen, and we now suspect that the stolen goods are on board." Feeling a sense of impending doom, Major General Charles realized he had fallen into the trap set by the Xia people. If they stopped the ship, then this fleet and the wealth loaded on it would no longer belong to the Sunless Empire. The Xia people would freeze them. However, when faced with the confusion and anxiety of his subordinates, especially when confronted with the known super battleships of the Xia, Major General Charles ultimately suppressed his pent-up rage and prepared to teach the detestable Xia people a lesson they would not forget. Tell them, do not think about getting what you want from us. Every upright and brave soldier of the Sunless will not submit to the enemy while serving this position. However, we have surrendered. We are now captives, not soldiers. Young men need not feel guilty. We have fulfilled our duty. In his memoir later, Charles wrote, "I am not a coward who only flees in shame. On the contrary, I preserve the lives of all the young men in the fleet through my actions. If it weren't for them, I would have surely charged forward to fight the Xia." Regardless of the circumstances, Charles cast his 6-point vote without a second thought, never considering the naval spirit of the empire on which the sun never sets. The command from his homeland was clear. If the people of the Great Xia repeatedly challenged the empire's bottom line, he was to lower that line further. It was as if the wealth he had painstakingly gathered for several hours was now handed over to the Great Xia, rendering his efforts futile. Consequently, the stationed fleet of the empire on which the sun never sets was completely annihilated, with 5 heavy cruisers and the remaining auxiliary vessels falling into the hands of the Second Fleet. Qin Hao was known for his reliability. If he said the transfer would occur before 10 p.m., it would indeed happen by then. Retrieving this city from the hands of the empire on which the sun never sets was merely the first step. He would implement a series of measures until he reclaimed the entire museum. That place was the culmination of an ancient nation's efforts. "Governor Wang, I am counting on you." Qin Hao entrusted the heavy responsibility of taking over the entire Tianning City to Wang Laolu. "Yes, I shall not fail you." This time it was Wang Laolu who was excited. A governor's position is neither too big nor too small, but it reflected the commander's esteem for him. The governor managed all the people here, including those from the empire on which the sun never sets. He certainly would not betray the commander's trust and had to ensure the loyalty of all foreign races present. "I have left you the Maritime Patrol Security Team. Be sure to coordinate with them as instructed for a harmonious atmosphere." Qin Hao was aware that Tianning City still had sycophants left by the empire on which the sun never sets. These sycophants seized every opportunity to bite back, thinking that by serving the empire on which the sun never sets they could elevate their status. Especially those who could mutter a few phrases in the Great Xia language while peppering their speech with strange bird-like terms. They could aspire to higher status, but they should be prepared to take a beating beforehand. This was not only the Second Fleet arriving from the coast. There was also the main force of the Maritime Patrol Security Team produced earlier. 20 large patrol vessels and 120 loyal defenders had already charged their support sticks, and it was needless to say how they would deal with the sycophants. This was merely the first batch of management forces. Subsequent batches would follow, and soon the empire on which the sun never sets would learn how to write the word loyalty. At this moment, a Killing-class destroyer dispatched by the Second Fleet of the National Defense Army docked at the port of Tianning City, with sailors swiftly taking over the port control from the empire on which the sun never sets. Following that, additional vessels arrived, releasing the infantry of the National Defense Army onto the shore. All flags of the empire on which the sun never sets must be taken down and replaced with our own. The soldiers immediately set about removing the most visible flag of the empire on which the sun never sets. Where to dispose of it was self-evident. It would be thrown wherever it was damaged. The onlooking people from the empire on which the sun never sets could only watch as their weapons had already been disarmed and the destroyers docked at the port had their large-caliber cannons aimed at them. In such a situation, who would dare to make a move? A single motion could result in being blown away by cannon fire. Even the hurriedly arriving foreign minister, Ho Si, did not dare to pursue the matter, not even uttering a word of rebuttal. The glory of the empire on which the sun never sets had ultimately dimmed, and a new sun would rise in the same place. The handover of the port area proceeded smoothly, with Qin Hao taking control without any effort. However, as they approached the city center, they encountered provocations from the sycophants. A group of oblivious individuals waved a large banner, seemingly without purpose, wandering aimlessly down the street. "We are unarmed, they dare not act against us," shouted the leading troublemaker fearlessly. Many reporters were observing this scene, perhaps giving the sycophants the confidence to believe the National Defense Army would not dare to commit any acts in front of the press. Just as they were about to leave the block, they saw a squad of elite security personnel donned in helmets and bulletproof vests appear before them. This unit stood in formation, each member holding a charged support stick, and the leader even carried a large transparent shield for support. They resembled the security personnel at a concert, only in a more luxurious, enhanced form. For a moment, the gathered sycophants were left bewildered, stopping in their tracks, while only shouting loudly. This is the first sports music competition. Being caught will result in elimination. Now the captain smiled at the unsuspecting prey before him, a smile only a hunter possesses. After the smile, the entire formation surged forward in a charge resembling a tiger descending a mountain, moving with the lightning speed of a cheetah. Each team member left a trail of lightning in their wake, their speed so fast that the sycophants could only see the support sticks being waved in their hands. Then in the next moment, the support sticks came swinging down toward them, welcoming them into the venue. Fellow countrymen meeting each other, tears in their eyes, we can now officially announce the commencement of the first sports competition and concert. Without even the ability to cry out in excitement, a sycophant collapsed on the spot, perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of his idol or entranced by the support stick falling to the ground. Some were so overwhelmed with excitement that they fainted without even shouting, having not even seen their idol. A support stick that could strike 10 times in a second illustrated the meaning of speed. The swinging charged sticks demonstrated what it means to be the light of another world. Some team members even activated the charging function of the support sticks, assisting the sycophants in replenishing their electrolytes. There was no helping it. After all, this concert was simply too emotional, and many sycophants found themselves lying down, lost in the beautiful music. Indeed, music can make one forget all worries. The sycophants immersed in the music experienced an unprecedented sense of beauty, with their muscles completely relaxed and feeling utterly at ease. Listening to music, exercising, and replenishing electrolytes. This could not merely be described as having the best of both worlds. It was a one-sided enjoyment. However, the security personnel ensuring the smooth conduct of the sports and music events were utterly exhausted. They were drenched in sweat, and their speed of striking with the support sticks had decreased, only managing 7 strikes per second. Don't hit me, Commander. I am from the Great Xia. A sycophant, beaten and bruised, knew nothing but the excruciating pain coursing through his body and could only beg for mercy. Just moments ago, he witnessed one of his comrades fall without uttering a word, struck down by 10 shadows as swift as lightning. Ultimately, the words of surrender never escaped his lips. The sycophant, intent on causing chaos in the city, was swiftly brought down by a rallying baton. On the night of the 30th to the early hours of the 31st, the entire city of Honghang was plunged into darkness, and the status of the rallying baton's power remained unknown, but the streetlights had mostly failed to illuminate. It was not just the sycophants who were in trouble, but also the Sun Never Sets people. The Sun Never Sets Empire, as an old established power, possessed terrifying strength that could be summarized in a single phrase: the sunlight will always shine upon the land of the sun never sets. Even the most destitute beggar would stand tall when speaking of the vast territories of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Because of this, wherever they went, they would plunder wealth, and Honghang was the most important port city for the Sun Never Sets people in Great Xia, with abundant resources. These assets now on the land of Great Xia meant that Great Xia held ownership. By the morning of the 31st, Honghang would officially announce its takeover by the National Defense Forces. Warships lined the port, flags obscuring the sky. 2 Montana-class battleships, each weighing 8.0 tons, entered the main shipping channel, with sailors clad in white naval uniforms standing on either side of the ships, looking down with disdain. Last night your soldiers stole our important property, and we have apprehended the culprits, catching them red-handed. On the extremely spacious forward deck of the battleship, Qin Hao strolled leisurely, not forgetting to chat with Foreign Minister Haas along the way. The Great Xia people truly were thieves, accusing others of theft. Haas gritted his teeth in anger. He had just learned this morning that the Imperial fleet stationed in Honghang had been captured, with the Great Xia people forcing the young sailors of the fleet to surrender. Now Qin Hao was using this as leverage. It seemed the Empire was about to suffer a great financial loss today. If indeed the Empire's sailors stole your belongings, then they must face the consequences, but please hand these thieves over to us for trial, so they can pay the price they deserve. Haas tried his utmost to save these young men. He knew that once captured by the Great Xia, good days would be over. The barbarians who captured civilized men would surely destroy them by barbaric means. Your people shall be judged where the crime was committed, said Qin Hao. Yes, they deserve it. Haas, upon hearing this, gave up on saving the young men, though he dared not speak further. He felt that if he continued, he would be joining the young men in their fate. Not only this, but your side must also compensate for the mental damages caused by this incident and various actual losses. Additionally, your side needs to pay 21 million gold pounds in compensation, Qin Hao continued. The 21 million gold pounds was merely the first batch of reparations. There would certainly be a second and third batch until the entire Sun Never Sets Empire was completely drained. This amount must surely be painful for the Sun Never Sets Empire, especially since the gold pound was quite strong at this time. 21 million. Impossible, this was not mentioned in the agreement we reached yesterday. Haas felt as if the sky had fallen. The barbarians were asking for an exorbitant price. Indeed, the cunning great Xia had new demands. He had appeared utterly exhausted upon disembarking yesterday, which had given the great Xia an opening in the agreement, and now the greedy barbarians had widened their appetite. It's nothing more than an additional piece of paper and a pen to amend it now. Qin Hao thought nothing of it. If your side considers paper and pen to be expensive now, then we can provide them. This 21 million in compensation is our current demand, and there will be no new requests at this time. Now is now, the future is the future. The sun never sets. People are compensating for now, not for the future. How to define it is entirely dictated by Qin Hao's fist. You are insulting us, completely disregarding the spirit of the agreement, casually raising the price on the contract. Haas believed the great Xia were being unreasonable, his anger already visible on his face. This was the first time he had protested so loudly. It seemed he had truly offended the spirit of the sun never sets people. If you do not comply, then we shall take what we want to. I believe there are things we desire in a San Manchuria and Lion Slope. Qin Hao continued with his usual calm demeanor. Foreign Minister Haas was genuinely furious. Caught between being humiliated and being angry, he chose the latter, feeling utterly helpless. What Qin Hao mentioned were 3 crucial territories for the sun never sets empire. If 21 million gold pounds could ensure the safety of these territories, it would be worth it, provided the great Xia did not ask for exorbitant prices again. 21 million. Is this compensation your side's final demand? Haas steeled himself to press on, after all having already conceded so much. What was a little more? Indeed, if you do not provoke us further. After translation, Haas' expression slightly improved, albeit just a little. Dealing with Qin Hao was exhausting. This guy would occasionally threaten the empire with various means, and he could not refute him on the spot. I need to consult the homeland and require a finalized agreement. Moreover, 21 million gold pounds is no small amount for us. I hope you can allow adequate time. Haas sighed. 21 million gold pounds was indeed a considerable sum, even for the sun never sets empire. It could be used to construct several massive battleships. Giving this money is troublesome, not giving it is also troublesome. Engaging in conflict with the great Xia over this substantial sum seems too high a price, but giving it away feels like humiliation. Particularly for the sun never sets empire at this juncture. Having suffered significant losses after Season S1 and gone through a period of darkness, this was a large expenditure that required approval from the homeland before proceeding. Agreed. Qin Hao casually replied. He had more important matters to attend to, as the supply boxes owed by the system had just arrived. Ding. Statistics completed. The host has received 400 designated resource boxes. Due to the accumulation of resource points every day since the start of the war on the 31st, Qin Hao has deployed another army group, which is the 16th Army Group appearing in Jianghan Province. Now the National Defense Army has officially entered the ranks of 16 army groups on home soil, with a total force of 288 million troops, publicly claiming a refined army of 3 million. So the resource points have dwindled to this extent. However, there is no need to worry, as the system has delivered new resource boxes. The first issue is that the main fighter jets of the Air Force, the Bf-109, have too short a range, barely under 1,000 kilometers. If there is any delay after takeoff from the airfield, they immediately need to return for refueling. The second issue is related to resource points. Without stacking resource doubling cards, the accumulation of resource points is too slow. Several cards need to be drawn and stacked to alleviate the pressure. Thirdly, it is necessary to accumulate building cards, as various provinces require systematic buildings for support. Structures like macro buildings and large power centers are essential. Qin Hao understands this and must resolve these issues. First, open 10 designated boxes in the specified Air Force field. Ding. The host has obtained the P-51 Mustang fighter, P-47 ground attack fighter Spitfire, fighter MiG-3 fighter, IL-2 ground attack aircraft Stuka dive bomber, B-25 bomber, P-177 heavy bomber, and Air Force General Technology Protocol. P-51 Mustang fighter cost 3000 resource points. Specifications: the ace of aces pilot. The fighter is armed with 6 12.7mm machine guns and can carry 2 rocket launchers with a total of 6 127mm rockets. Its maximum altitude is 1600 meters and its maximum range is 3000 kilometers. P-47 ground attack fighter cost 3000 resource points. Specifications: equipped with 8 12.7mm machine guns and 10 127mm rockets with a maximum altitude of 1350 meters and a maximum range of 1500 kilometers. Spitfire fighter cost 1000 resource points. Specifications: equipped with 8 7mm machine guns, or 4 7mm machine guns and 2 20mm cannons with a maximum altitude of 1350 meters and a maximum range of 1200 kilometers. MiG-3 fighter cost 1000 resource points. Specifications: equipped with 1 12.7mm machine gun and 2 62mm machine guns with a maximum altitude of 11500 meters and a maximum range of 1000 kilometers. IL-2 ground attack aircraft cost 1000 resource points. Specifications equipped with two 23mm cannons, 2.7. 62mm machine guns, and 112. 7mm heavy machine gun with a maximum altitude of 600 meters and a maximum range of 780 kilometers. Stuka dive bomber cost 1000 resource points. Specifications equipped with two 7. 62mm machine guns capable of carrying bombs for precise ground dive attacks with a maximum altitude of 8500 meters and a maximum range of 700 kilometers. B-25 bomber cost 3000 resource points. Specifications equipped with 10-12. 7mm heavy machine guns maximum payload of 3 tons, maximum altitude of 900 meters, maximum range of 2500 kilometers. P-177 heavy bomber cost 300 resource points. Specifications equipped with a large number of machine guns and cannon firepower maximum payload of 6 tons, maximum altitude of 900 meters, maximum range of 660 kilometers. Ding. The host has activated the Air Force General Technology Protocol. The host's aerial combat unit parts can be interchangeable with standardized manufacturing processes. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with satisfaction. The system is truly beneficial in this world. The P-51 Mustang is versatile, capable of flying far and engaging in combat. The P-47 can perform ground attacks and sweep large areas, and the Stuka needs no further mention. It's truly fulfilling. Anything he wishes for seems to be immediately provided by the system. It supplements whatever is lacking, maintaining a consistent, overwhelming advantage, embodying an invincible, yet graceful beauty. Now what Qin Hao lacks is not Air Force fighters, but urgently needed resource doubling cards, as their impact is greater than that of 100 Air Force resource boxes. Ding. The host opened 50 technology resource boxes. The host received counter battery card 10 and resource doubling card 2. Building card 10 and counter battery card 8. Ding. The host obtained a new tactical support item, rocket artillery coverage 20. Upon use, it will summon 144 temporary hail rocket artillery vehicles on the front line, capable of launching 5760 122mm rockets in one barrage with a maximum range of 20 kilometers. 20 rocket artillery support cards. Qin Hao was greatly shocked. What does the system intend to do? To drown an entire army in rockets, or perhaps cover an area the size of a province? One rocket artillery support card can launch 5760 rockets, so 20 cards mean 11520 rockets, all with a caliber of 122 millimeters. What level of legion could possibly utilize 11020 rockets? If all were fired, even mountains would be flattened, rivers evaporated, and the earth would crumble. Now Qin Hao's fear of insufficient firepower was completely resolved. He had never felt so secure before. However, he was not satisfied with the number of resource doubling cards. Then let's open another 50 resource boxes. He obtained resource doubling card 3, building card 17A, and rocket artillery coverage 10. Ding. The host obtained a new tactical item, artillery support 20. Upon use, it will provide full fire coverage from 152mm heavy artillery within 1 minute, equivalent to 120 152mm shells with a maximum range of 17.5 kilometers. Is the updated system version themed around overwhelming firepower? Qin Hao pondered how so much firepower support technology suddenly emerged. With 30 cards for rocket artillery coverage, and now another 20 cards for artillery support. Combined, that's 17280 rockets and 2420 152mm heavy artillery shells. The tonnage here is truly terrifying. Something is off. There is a troubling excess. Using this against small countries is simply unnecessary, as a single armored torrent would annihilate everything. Could it be intended for the next neighbor? Qin Hao thought of something. Could it be Romanov dynasty? Imagine the spectacle if hundreds of thousands of rounds rained down. The scene would surely be magnificent. 5 resource doubling cards have been fully stacked from today, the 31st, until this very moment on January 3rd, 4635. The host will receive 642752 resource points per minute. Now, Qin Hao stacked all the resource doubling cards and turned his attention to the present, for a Montana-class battleship was about to dock. The harbor drew nearer from the deck. Qin Hao could make out the crisp angles of the port buildings and his sides flag fluttering high above. Thanks to the soldiers' efforts, much of the port's detritus had been cleared. The workers stood ready to take up their posts. Even the refuse could be recycled. It was the 31st, the fighting still raged, and tomorrow would be the first day of 4635, January 1st, a significance that needed no explanation. At such a pivotal moment, Honghang City had become the Defense Army's highest priority, for it embodied extraordinary meaning and stood as a symbol of a powerful nation. Foreign Minister Huasi had only an afternoon to handle that indemnity. Qin Hao would not wait so long. That accord heavy with meaning had to be signed before midnight tonight. The battleship eased to the quay, as the Ribulo people's most important port in Xiaohonghang had been shaped into a deep-water harbor barely able to accommodate 80,000 leviathans. Governor Wang, the 120 security personnel and the patrol boats are yours to command. Moreover, the Second Fleet has delivered a regiment of regular forces. A local governance staff will arrive in the coming days. In 6 months, I expect to see a city restored to proper order. Once ashore, Qin Hao allowed himself a jest. The earlier lively musical opening had been a tremendous success, though many sycophants remained intoxicated by it, rendered numb by the spectacle. At this moment, Wang Laolu had transformed from Qin Hao's guard captain into the governor of a great city wielding substantial real power. Now Wang Laolu solemnly pledged to Qin Hao, commander, there will be results within half a year. The detritus left by the Ribulo people will be thoroughly cleansed. Yes, all aspects must be purified, whether physical or spiritual. Qin Hao added, for he attached great importance to this reconstruction. We can moderate the pace of language reform. I will sequentially establish frameworks for schools and other infrastructure. Moreover, pay extra attention to linguistic mixing. Do not speak a sentence of Xia language riddled with foreign words. Such speech must be corrected, and the methods of correction will be implemented through diverse educational means. Yes, we will complete the tasks, but the commander's safety must be prioritized. These are minor matters, Qin Hao said coolly. The surveillance map now encompassed a 5,000-meter radius. Within it, every enemy formation was exposed and understood. 5,000 meters placed them safely beyond the effective reach of sniper rifles. Even anti-tank rifles could not reach that distance. Should the enemy attempt artillery, the map would issue a bombardment warning in advance. That was only one advantage. Qin Hao was exceedingly prudent. Leading a charge was unthinkable. Operations were conducted within areas swept and secured by the soldiers. The arrangements for the Ribulo people's labor must be expedited. Every day we delay gives them another day of rest. Qin Hao turned the discussion to the Ribulo labor assignments. These people should be contributing to the empire on construction sites. At that time, Governor Mei of the Benzi nation will, once stability is assured, send a batch of Zio Benzi. These Zio Benzi should be directed into infrastructure projects. For the exact numbers, coordinate with Mei Dowd. A vast workforce. Joy lit Wang Laolius' eyes. This timely rain had arrived just when it was needed. Honghang City, with its million-strong population, was indeed a respectable metropolis. Yet many areas still suffered weak, backward infrastructure. To stimulate the surrounding regions would likewise require great manpower. Employing the Zio Benzi could be a much-needed remedy. Fortunately, the Zio Benzi had abundant idle labor and few positions. Transporting them to Honghang City would serve to stabilize the situation. Having resolved these matters, Qin Hao quietly awaited Foreign Minister Huasi's communication. The situation was far better than he had imagined. Soon Huasi sent a statement regarding the Ribulo homeland's stance on the indemnity. Unsurprisingly, the Ribulo accepted. Compensation of 21 million gold pounds. Though vast, the sum was not insurmountable. They planned to satisfy it with a mixture of cash and mortgage supplies. They also presented a formal position on Honghang City. The Ribulo would formally declare themselves and attend the official meeting before midnight tonight. Foreign Minister Huasi would represent the Ribulo Empire with full authority. The meeting was set in the harbor area with Montana-class battleships as the backdrop and their towering naval guns proclaiming the occasion. Hours passed, and night descended over the entire city. The port area had been arranged with meticulous order and brilliant lights. 2 Montana-class battleships stood as the backdrop, their 457mm guns all trained outward. Rows of naval sailors stood shoulder to shoulder, a white line of pageantry, looking down with disdain at the Ribulo people below. The opening ceremony began with Foreign Minister Huasi's address. Representatives from nearby nations were brought in. Beyond the proceedings themselves, an audience was required to witness it. We acknowledge that all of this stems from an unequal war. We plundered the legitimate fruits of a civilized nation and took perverse pride in it. Now we must formally apologize and make restitution. The specifics are as follows. From today, the Ribulo Empire will cede all gains obtained in Xia and recognize the National Defense Army as the legitimate recipient of those gains. The Ribulo had performed well. Perhaps fearing Qin Hao's displeasure, they had carefully cleaned up every detail. Losing a little face was tolerable, far better than becoming a laughingstock like the Zio Benzi. Next came Qin Hao's declaration. For every Xia person, this is an epical moment, for from this instant onward we refuse to recognize any past shameful, defeated, or unequal agreements imposed upon us. No sooner had Qin Hao finished than streaks of fireworks began to appear behind the entire venue. With a resounding boom, fireworks blossomed into multicolored flowers against the night, igniting ripples of starlight that scattered and fell in motes. An endless sea of floral light unfurled as more fireworks detonated. Towering fireballs rose to occupy half the sky. Sparks of starlight floated in the sky, illuminating the earth and the sea. It was as if a prosperous age had arrived. The sky flickered with alternating brightness and darkness, reflecting the main guns of the battleships docked at the harbor. A magnificent era rose under the night sky, with the eternal sun brightening the other world. If Qin Hao represented prosperity, then the elder was barely escaping from the jaws of death. After great effort, he finally broke free from the pursuers in Jianghan province and ran all the way to a place to eat hot pot. It was only when he stepped into the temporary command room that he discovered half of the enormous court map was missing, though he did not know when it had been lost. Half of the territory had been lost. There was no need to look at the 4 provinces of Beiyuan. The imperial army had been driven back without even seizing any territory. The 3 provinces of Huaixingan province and Jianghan province had lost many resources, and the remaining imperial soldiers were no match for the enemy. Yuezhong province, Quanjian province, and Nangguang province were swept clean by the 4 army groups of the National Defense Army D and E Corps and the 2nd Fleet, with key cities mostly occupied. Of the 10 provinces, Qin Hao occupied all 10, indicating the advantage was his. It's over. The court still has half of its provinces resting on my shoulders. What lay before the elder was not how to defeat the National Defense Army, but how to escape from its clutches. There was no hope of escaping along the coast, as there was no way to break away from the powerful fleet of the National Defense Army, and outside assistance could not come in. The elder could only continue to flee westward. If this place could not be held, the imperial army would have to retreat westward. Continual retreat to the west was not a solution. If the National Defense Army kept pursuing the imperial forces, would the elder continue to move west again and again? After fleeing the Great Xia, where else would there be a territory of his own? The Europeans are unreliable, a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. I don't understand. The elder realized his predicament, and after sending his subordinates out of the command room, sat down on the floor. I truly can't comprehend why we fell from a position of great advantage to utter defeat, as if this battlefield is extremely unfavorable for us, a dire situation that foretells disaster for the court. In the past, I was full of vigor, taking and eating, shouldering dozens of provinces for the court, re-establishing the foundation of my dynasty, and wherever the imperial army went, the common people welcomed them wholeheartedly. The elder sighed deeply. The vibrant scene remained vivid in his mind, rendering him speechless. From seizing the favorable time and place to a desperate struggle for survival, only he, the elder, knew the hardships endured along the way, a true walk on thin ice. Having presided over the court cabinet for decades and revitalizing the dynasty, was this place destined to become his grave? What should I do about this? The elder could not fathom it and dared not think further. Where could he run to find a safe haven? If only Qin Hao did not appear, he would gladly govern the Great Xia's divine artifact. I can no longer stay here. The headquarters of the court cabinet needs to retreat further. After regaining his composure, the elder prepared to lead personally. The National Defense Army was not a minor force. No great power in this other world could match them. This was a fact. Even a powerful old empire like the Sun Never Sets Empire had faltered. It was rumored that they did not dare to even breathe too loudly, immediately discarding the hot potato of Tianning City. Now preparations must be made for every eventuality, relocating the cabinet headquarters, moving the remaining industrial assets of the court to a place where they could connect with the European transport lines. Waiting for the right moment, recovering strength, and returning with a vengeance. Qin Hao is too arrogant. Even if I retreat from here, I won't leave you a piece of good land. The elder was furious, and the consequences were severe. Thus 3 orders were rapidly issued from the command. First, the court would continue to retreat, taking the few supplies remaining. Second, before retreating, they would leave behind numerous obstacles for the National Defense Army. Even if they could not stall the air force, they had to delay the ground troops. They would destroy the areas they intended to occupy, forcing the enemy to spend considerable time and resources to rebuild. Third, the court would not engage in large-scale military operations, but gradually form defensive positions, with smaller forces layer upon layer, consuming the offensive momentum of the National Defense Army and buying time. Additionally, they must continue to seek help from the Europeans. Even a small amount could bring hope to the court. I hope it will be effective. After completing these deployments, the elder felt like a stray dog, completely drained of energy. In the 4 provinces of Beiyuan, the G Corps of the National Defense Army began to move, launching a steel assault west of Tianning City. The armored army running in the north was like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. Once they began running, nothing could hinder their advance. The departing Bf-109 fighters quickly arrived at the grassland province and easily secured air superiority with their numerical advantage. However, the brazen National Defense Army caught the keen attention of one of the powerful nations in the other world, the Romanov dynasty. The 2 sides could be considered neighbors. As the National Defense Army advanced into the grassland province, they were close to breaching the territory of the Romanov dynasty. To the northwest and northeast of the grassland province, part of the land was viewed by the Romanov dynasty as their own territory, and they continuously infiltrated it. Now that the National Defense Army had arrived, it was intolerable for the assertive Romans. These lands were rightfully theirs, and the Great Xia people were not the owners of this land. Out of fear of the high-altitude bombers of the National Defense Army, the Romanov dynasty did not act rashly, but instead continuously strengthened their garrison along the border with the National Defense Army, maintaining a restrained state. Excellent Romans should possess their own high-altitude interceptors and tanks. In the imperial court, the emperor of the Romanov dynasty addressed his ministers. He had already ordered the industrial giants of the Romanov dynasty to develop more advanced fighter planes and superior tanks to face the challenges from their neighbors. The artillery was also being reinforced, especially against the Panther and Tiger tanks displayed by the National Defense Army, with anti-tank guns being specially developed for those terrifying beasts. However, along the border where the two sides meet, especially north of the grassland province, Emperor Romanov will deploy heavy troops to prevent the daxia from crossing the line. The National Defense Army's Black Panther tank is at a weight of 30 tons, while the Tiger tank weighs 43 tons. Our existing anti-tank firepower is insufficient to destroy such a weight class, and the daxia should have misinformation. Adding another 5 tons on top of their base might reflect the actual weight. Now, Minister of Industry Kamenvasov is reporting before the Emperor. Kamenvasov, whether it's 30 tons or 40 tons, we also have our own heavy tanks. Regardless, the great Romanov dynasty must have weapons to deal with them. Emperor Romanov said, holding a cigarette. The numerous T-26 light tanks deployed around daxia are almost like children in front of the Black Panther and Tiger tanks. They are too light, with an overall weight of only 10 tons, far less than the daxia's 30-ton Black Panther tank. Their firepower is also inadequate. Using the 45mm gun of the T-26 against the Black Panther tank is likely insufficient to penetrate, especially at medium to long distances, let alone against the Tiger tank. Therefore, the Romanov dynasty needs a more powerful tank to defend its interests. I will execute your orders, Your Majesty, Kamenvasov said loyally. Additionally, Minister of Industry Kamenvasov raised the issue of equipping anti-tank guns and large-caliber artillery. Our main 45mm anti-tank gun may be effective against the Black Panther tank, but using it against the Tiger tank could pose difficulties. Furthermore, we need larger caliber artillery capable of reaching heights of 10,000 meters to guard our homeland skies. The large caliber artillery the daxia has set up in Tianning City is quite impressive. Kamenvasov, these issues need your industrial department to address. The new type of tank we need must be more formidable than that of the daxia, equipped with large caliber cannons and armor. Emperor Romanov stated. He believed that the larger the tank the better, and the larger the cannon caliber the easier it would be to penetrate the enemy's armor, while thicker armor could better protect oneself. Since the daxia can produce a 40-ton Tiger, the Romanov dynasty can do the same. At the very least, they can produce something like the Black Panther. We should also allocate our superior engineers to these areas to develop new weapons in the shortest time possible. If there are still leftover anti-tank guns and artillery in our domestic warehouses, they should all be transported to the daxia border. Our soldiers need them. Minister Kamenvasov repeatedly agreed. Since the Emperor has spoken, the industrial department can only operate according to His Majesty's will. Given the heavy industrial situation of the Romanov dynasty, producing an excellent tank is not a problem, even if it may be a bit rough. After all, he would not dare to say no in front of this cold-blooded emperor, nor would he need to. Your Majesty, the Industrial Department and the National Defense Ministry will immediately organize personnel to design the blueprints as soon as possible, Kamenvasov replied. Yes, and Intelligence Minister Biladev, what about you? Do you have anything to say? Emperor Romanov turned his head to the side, speaking to the head of the Intelligence Department. Biladev, in charge of intelligence, turned pale and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Our excellent soldiers are doing everything possible to relay intelligence, but the daxia people are different from the Europeans. It takes time for the soldiers to gather intelligence. Acquiring intelligence on the National Defense Army is the primary goal of the Romanov dynasty's intelligence, and it is not an easy task. In particular, the National Defense Army deployed in the northern plains of daxia is of utmost importance. The specific number of troops, tanks, and heavy weapons stationed there are all issues that require close attention. If the daxia has increased their troops, or if there are frequent signals of large troop assembly, then caution must be exercised, as they might launch a surprise attack, preparing to initiate a large-scale offensive from the north. With a larger force, our defensive strength must also increase to prevent giving them the opportunity to attack. Biladev, this is not the only issue. Emperor Romanov seemed quite dissatisfied with the intelligence minister's response, and his tone grew more serious. The movements in the North Grassland province have always been your responsibility, Minister Biladev. The armored forces of the daxia are active there, and you must know that there are our affiliated armed forces. The North Grassland province bordering the Romanov dynasty has always been regarded by the emperor as the dynasty's private property. Additionally, several local forces have been supported there, including a regular army unit of 300 troops stationed. These forces appear to be akin to bandits on the surface, but in reality, they have the backing of the Romanov dynasty. The weapons and ammunition provided here are all supplied by the Romanov dynasty. Now that the National Defense Army has arrived, what will happen to these forces? If they engage with the National Defense Army, how will we support them? These are all issues the Intelligence Department needs to consider. Your Majesty, we have properly handled the situation there. As long as the daxia dares to step into the North Grassland province, our omnipresent soldiers will report the situation they will be under our 24-hour surveillance. Is that so? Emperor Romanov said, indifferently, feeling that land might become a fuse. In the early hours of January 1st, 4635, the 75th Armored Division, leading the charge for the National Defense Army G Corps, stepped into the heart of the Grassland province. The numerous Black Panther and Tiger tanks equipped by this armored division truly thrived on the vast grassland, racing forward at high speed. After a period of continuous advancement, this armored division took a break under the cover of night while scouts were dispatched in all directions to expand the reconnaissance and alert range. As a mobile vehicle for scouts, the WZ-551 infantry fighting vehicle is equipped for each mission undertaken by the scouts. Now a reconnaissance team composed of 3 WZ-551 infantry fighting vehicles is heading northward into the grassland, carrying 2 squads totaling 22 soldiers. Moreover, on both flanks of this reconnaissance team are similarly ranked reconnaissance units, ensuring timely support when needed. At this moment, squad leader Shah and his soldiers were sitting in one of the infantry fighting vehicles with a portion of their weapons and ammunition already placed on the third vehicle. 2 more soldiers were also on the third infantry vehicle, and the cramped interior space could accommodate the remaining combat personnel. Another squad performed the same operation, transferring some weapons and ammunition along with 2 soldiers to the third vehicle, making it just right. Both infantry squads were fully equipped with the necessary gear. From the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles to submachine guns, automatic rifles, and including the 40mm rocket launchers used for assault firepower, everything was accounted for. They could easily handle small-scale enemy forces encountered during reconnaissance, and even faced with heavy tanks of this era, they still had the capability to fight back. Each squad was equipped with a 40mm rocket launcher capable of penetrating armor up to 180mm thick. The power of this weapon in the hands of infantry was truly terrifying, making them virtually fearless of tanks. Besides the equipment provided by the National Defense Forces, which strong country could field a heavy tank with 180mm armor. The total thickness of armor would pile up to several tons, making it unable to move. Most were just small tanks with armor thickness of only a few millimeters, or even just over 10mm, such as the T-26 from the Romanov dynasty, which could be penetrated even by incendiary armor-piercing rounds from a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. With such powerful weapons, these 3 infantry fighting vehicles would not fear encountering tanks, maintaining a steady patrol speed. Due to the wartime patrol, the infantry fighting vehicles strictly adhered to light control and did not turn on their lights. Instead, they activated the vehicle-mounted infrared night vision, a device that assisted the driver in night driving without being detected by enemy light sources. Additionally, the vehicle commander opened the hatch on top of the infantry fighting vehicle, cautiously peeking out to observe while remaining as safe as possible. The moonlight tonight was quite nice, casting a faint glow on the ground, creating a subtly illuminated atmosphere where outlines could be discerned from a distance. Under the moonlight, it was possible to see rough outlines even at night, the vehicle commander observed. Initially, the surroundings were a vast expanse of darkness with nothing unusual detected. As over 10 minutes passed, the commander's vision caught sight of several indistinct black shapes flashing in the northeastern direction, their vague outlines darting by. On the grass over there were more than 20 horses, and after a long stare, they became somewhat clearer under the moonlight. Enemy presence. With just this observation, the experienced commander deduced that there was something outside, quickly returning to the interior of the infantry fighting vehicle and closing the hatch. Vehicle 2, northeastern direction, number of targets, unknown, suspected enemy. The commander's voice rang out through the internal communications of the fighting vehicle, followed by the responses from the other 2 infantry fighting vehicles. Vehicle 1 received, maintain vigilance. Vehicle 3 received, maintain vigilance. Meanwhile, in the area spotted by the infantry fighting vehicles, Hark and his 10 or so companions were holding their breath, clutching their Mosin-Nagant rifles, drenched in sweat, and lying flat on the grass. Since the National Defense Forces could observe Hark and the others from the infantry fighting vehicles, Hark could also vaguely see the outline of the passing vehicle. Upon seeing the approaching infantry fighting vehicles, Hark immediately thought that the legendary National Defense Forces had arrived. Moreover, Hark was no mere shepherd. In the words of the National Defense Forces, he was a mix of bandit, rebel, troublemaker, and supported by the Romanov dynasty. He had all the buffs stacked up. Hark's brother was a minor leader among those with the aforementioned buffs, and his cousin had previously collaborated with Xiao Benzi. His father was a translator, making his background quite complex. Furthermore, most of the 10 or so people nearby were of similar backgrounds. With so many buffs stacked, Hark naturally dared not breathe, fearing that the infantry fighting vehicle from the opposite side would discover them and unleash a barrage of fire. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out to collect that batch of ammunition today. The thought made Hark grit his teeth, as he might even pay with his life for that ammunition. Those damned Romanovs had to choose tonight to deliver a batch of ammunition to Hark. He had no idea what they were up to. Now he was scared to death. However, Hark was pleasantly surprised that the infantry fighting vehicles of the National Defense Forces seemed to have not discovered them. They only spotted the horses on the grass, and after slightly reducing speed accelerated past. Someone slightly peeked their head from the grass, catching a glimpse of the distant outline of the National Defense Forces infantry fighting vehicle, which also flashed by under the moonlight. Someone was fidgeting. "Don't stand up, wait a bit longer," Hark whispered, stopping the thoughts of those beside him in time. What a joke! That bunch of National Defense Forces hadn't gone far. If it were a trap, and they turned back, everything would be over. Waiting a few more minutes was crucial. Lying down on the grass, relying on the grass that could just accommodate one person, waiting a few minutes was the best option. 1 minute passed quickly. The grassland remained utterly calm. No matter how these guys looked, they couldn't see the outline of the infantry fighting vehicle. "Boss, it seems to have gone far away," someone reminded Hark. He didn't respond directly, just shot a fierce glare at him, waiting for 10 to 20 seconds before saying, "We're not missing out on anything. Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's just a matter of a few minutes." "No, boss, I'm worried about our horses. What if those Daxiao people think of the horses halfway and come back to take them? That would be a wasted effort." The man replied, somewhat aggrieved. "That makes sense." Hark said, "Now we can go. Everyone move quickly and don't get caught." With that, the 10 or so people lying on the grass observed for a while longer, then crouched and quickly moved toward the herd of horses. Time was pressing. This was literally a matter of life and death, so they had to move quickly. However, just as the first guy managed to reach a horse and was about to climb on, two sharp sounds echoed from not far away, followed by 2 rounds of 7.62mm bullets flew in. Puff! With that, the guy fell off the horse and onto the ground in one smooth motion, his body collapsing down. Along with him, another comrade fell to the ground. The 2 gunshots took away 2 lives instantly. The marksmanship was brutal. "Get down." Seeing his comrade fall to the ground, Hark felt a rush of adrenaline, dropping to the ground with his gun and not daring to move. All his attention was drawn to the highest point, his blood boiling. To be precise, he was frightened. The other side must have been waiting there for a long time. 2 patient hunters. "There are only 2 of them. We'll mount our horses, 1 person per horse, and then we'll have to rely on the gods for protection," Hark shouted, but after shouting, he didn't move, instead waiting for his comrades to stand up before taking action. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor depend on the heavens. This was the most perilous, yet hopeful chance of escape. This was the encirclement, and surely the Daxia's vehicles were nearby. If they returned, it would truly be over. Much more dangerous than fleeing under fire right now. "Run. Whoever gets out, tell my brother it was the National Defense Forces that attacked us." Hake shouted loudly as he got up. Then 2 more gunshots rang out and 2 of his companions fell, bringing the total number of casualties in Hake's team to 4. Just 2 ordinary soldiers shooting so accurately. Hake thought, shocked by the terrifying prowess of the National Defense Army as he rushed towards the herd of horses and mounted one in one smooth motion. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, 3 shots from Mosin Nagant rifles rang out, fired by Hake's 3 companions who were retaliating based on the direction the gunfire came from. However, the 2 soldiers from the National Defense Army did not fire at them all at once. Instead, one took responsibility for each side, suppressing the enemy's fire while covering Hake's escape. The trigger was pulled again. 2 bullets swiftly spun out of the chamber, flying towards the enemy at an astonishing speed. The sound of bullets hitting flesh reached Hake, who was struck in the shoulder. In that instant, adrenaline surged through him, and he fell off his horse, tumbling from the back of the horse that hadn't even begun to run. "Boss." On the grass, seeing Hake fall, his companions quietly cursed their luck and could only slowly move towards him. The companion who had already mounted his horse disregarded everything and galloped away, but he was shot down by 2 bullets before he could get far. Meanwhile, under the faint glow of the moonlight, 3 infantry fighting vehicles quickly drew near, parking in a line when they were about 700 meters away. "Confirmed the location received." Sergeant Shah stated that the real battle was just beginning. The 3 infantry fighting vehicles had pretended to retreat, but executed a surprise counterattack, slowing down to let 3 soldiers dismount and take cover along the way. The 2 best marksmen, along with a communication soldier carrying a walkie-talkie, launched their attack only after confirming the enemy's presence. Now the specific enemy area had been pinpointed by these 3 infantry fighting vehicles. The next steps were clear. Use the 25mm autocannon to suppress fire in the enemy area, inflicting casualties on exposed infantry, forcing the enemy to crouch down and unable to counterattack. Then 1 vehicle maneuvered to the enemy's rear flank to launch an attack. Boom, 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 boom. The grassland under the night sky was illuminated by the tracer rounds fired from the autocannon, straight paths of bullets shooting towards the general area where Hake was located. There was no cover in the grass, and 2 enemies were quickly hit by the dense shelling, their bodies exploding into a mass of debris that rained down. What fell were wisps of blood, mist, and fragments, along with some torn cloth strips. Finished. Even Hake was brought down under the autocannon fire as a stray shell struck his chest, making him feel as if his body had been hollowed out. Hit by the 25mm autocannon, Hake was shattered with only a few strands of blood remaining attached. The trajectories of the shells swept across like sickles harvesting wheat, flattening a large amount of grass which fell away while the ground was already soaked with blood. The enemies armed with rifles clearly could not withstand the assault of steel, and soon they were defeated, surrounded one by the 3 infantry fighting vehicles, resulting in instant annihilation. The gunfire ceased. No survivors. The soldiers who went to check reported back, with one soldier exclaiming that it was a mess. Hake and his companions were all done for, with not a single one left alive. The ones whose bodies were least damaged were those who had been shot earlier, while the remains of those hit by the autocannon were completely obliterated. Squad leader, we found this. Soon a soldier who returned brought good news. He had found a relatively intact letter in the enemy's pocket written in the language of the grasslands. Sergeant Shaw took it, but quickly shook his head as the letters on it looked familiar, yet were incomprehensible. As a squad leader, Shaw's education level was quite high. After all, the average education level of the National Defense Army's infantry was not low, and those at the squad leader level were generally better educated than those outside. However, Shaw had never encountered this type of script, which did not mean others had not, as everyone's knowledge levels varied. Some might be skilled in it, while others would find it completely unintelligible. Call Xiao Gao over. He's a language expert and a professor of languages. The more knowledge of scripts, the better. Xiao Gao, a soldier in his infantry squad, was adept in minor languages. When the summoned soldier Xiao Gao received the paper, he translated it. Squad leader, it says that the Lady Romanoff brought them a batch of supplies at the old location. That's what it says, squad leader. Lady Romanoff. Sergeant Shaw pondered, his eyes sparkling with insight. Keep this paper safe. It will have great significance later. It might even lead to a military achievement. The underlying implication of this statement was that they were about to achieve merit. This paper would later become a well-known excuse for the National Defense Army. Lady Romanoff secretly funded those causing disturbances within their territory, and a simple equation could lead to the conclusion that the Romanov dynasty wished to become enemies with their side. Xiao Gao, does it mention where the supplies are hidden? No, it simply indicates the old location. Soldier Xiao Gao shook his head. The grassland is vast, and who knows where these guys mean by the old location. Based on the soldier's intuition, it suggested a northern direction since they were close to the northern grassland province. Then let the horses go, or let them wander on their own. Sergeant Shaw thought briefly, observing the horses that had been frightened by the sound of the autocannon. These horses had roamed the grasslands for years, and if let go, they would generally head to places they were familiar with. Even if they couldn't find the exact location of the supplies, finding the places they often frequented would still be good. Additionally, we need support. If the night falls quickly and the enemy sets up an ambush, we might suffer a significant loss. Sergeant Shaw remained cautious. If they could overpower the enemy, they would never engage unknown. This had always been the principle of the National Defense Army. Overpowering the enemy with numbers and quality was the way to go. Then the 3 infantry fighting vehicles moved again, slowly following the horses left by Hake, neither hurried nor anxious. And so the day broke again over the grasslands. The sun hung high in the sky, continuously radiating heat to the land, causing the ground to become scalding hot. Sergeant Shaw's 3 infantry fighting vehicles continued to follow the herd of horses, having run all night without reaching the target point. At this time, a mechanized infantry company was mobilizing in the rear of Sergeant Shaw. The grass was bent and pressed down by the rolling wheels and tracks, and the wind raised along the way blew the nearby weeds down. The speeding infantry fighting vehicles raised their autocannons, followed closely by transport trucks and a Black Panther tank company with 14 tanks. In the distance, an Air Force base had already launched 3 Bf-109 fighters, which were the old version of the Air Force's main fighter aircraft, still serving as a main force in areas not covered by the P-51 Mustang. Steel was already present. Now they hoped the enemy would also possess steel or steel-like resolve. To the north of the grassland, Harlan Fu, brother of Hack, galloped with the remaining 100 or so subordinates. He sensed something was amiss this morning. His younger brother Hack, who had gone out to receive supplies, had not returned, which was highly unusual. After dispatching personnel to multiple directions for reconnaissance, he led the remaining main forces to the border of the North Grassland Province, the territory of Lady Romanoff, intending to avoid the storm. The main forces of the National Defense Army appeared in the Grassland Province, and encountering them would inevitably lead to fierce battles, so they decided to take refuge in Lady Romanoff's territory and wait for the right moment to return to their lair. Perhaps due to the vastness of the grassland, Harlan Fu encountered no patrols from the National Defense Army along the way, and soon over 100 of them arrived at the border of the North Grassland Province. Harlan Fu knew the commander of the Romanoff outpost stationed here. With just a few words, they would open the gates to let them inside. After all, Harlan Fu's weapons and supplies were funded by Lady Romanoff, and that was still the case now. However, just as Harlan Fu rushed into the North Grassland Province with his subordinates, a Bf-109 fighter jet from the National Defense Army appeared on the distant skyline. Moreover, it was incredibly fast, soaring like an eagle patrolling its territory. Harlan Fu was on horseback, and obviously he couldn't outrun a fighter jet. In no time, the pilot spotted them. This is Falcon 1, spotting a target suspected of fleeing with a large amount of supplies, now entering the North Grassland Province direction. As the people on the ground fled, the pilot in the sky had already reported their coordinates and direction. Drive them out. Qin Hao did not hesitate and immediately ordered to expel Lady Romanoff directly due to this incident. Any dual-line warfare is trivial. As long as war breaks out in the Grassland province, an armored group army will appear on the battlefield heavily armed and ready for battle. Additionally, construct a large general airport near the Grassland province, deploying 180 P-51 Mustang fighters, 7 Avenger radar warning aircraft, and 13 CA-1 ground attack aircraft. If the Romanov dynasty dares to act recklessly, each department may retaliate independently. With Qin Hao's current strength, it should be a favorable match against the Romanov dynasty, able to annihilate 7 of their divisions within 3 hours. With the situation extremely stable, they could strike hard. At this moment, at the border between the North Grassland Province and the Grassland Province, 2 groups had gathered and were confronting each other. 3 infantry fighting vehicles and a mechanized infantry company led by squad leader Shah converged and charged towards the border defense line set up by the Romanovs. Neither side was willing to yield an inch, both incredibly strong. Hand them over. Oh, I saw them enter. Squad leader Shah had a very firm attitude. He had heavy weapons backing him up. The Bf-109 fighter had relayed all intelligence to the army. That group was undoubtedly the one that ambushed them last night. They were accomplices. Impossible, we have not found the people you mentioned. The Romanov soldiers also had a strong attitude, giving a negative response. No matter how much the Great Xia people clamored, they would not hand over Harlan Fuss group. Although this group was their supported armed force, it was like raising a dog. However, handing over their own dog would similarly bring trouble, as the Great Xia could exploit this situation. Moreover, the Romanovs were also proud and powerful. It was impossible for them to be intimidated by mere words from the National Defense Army's 3rd Company. This was similar to their emperor, who was equally ruthless and unyielding. The Romanov dynasty's army suppressed the North Grassland province. If it weren't for their fear of the National Defense Army's bombers, they would have already opened fire. If you don't surrender, then we will go to war. Squad leader Shah knew that further discussion would be futile and would only waste time, so he simply tossed the decision back to the Romanov soldiers. Before coming, the company commander of the mechanized infantry had already made it clear that there were directives from above not to retreat and not to worry about the consequences. This was the highest command. Squad leader Shah immediately understood the weight of these 6 words. He stepped back decisively along with the mechanized infantry company. This left the Romanov soldiers looking at each other, unsure whether this ordinary Great Xia person truly had the authority to go to war. Was it really worth going to war over a few bandits? Logically, it should be impossible, but the other side was the Great Xia people. These madmen could do anything. The Great Xia are about to launch an attack. To be on the safe side, the officer at this outpost raised the alert status to the highest level. 10 T-26 light tanks slowly approached from behind the outpost, and the 45mm cannons looked quite formidable. For 45mm anti-tank guns were pushed to the prepared firing positions with their dark muzzles aimed at the direction where a major battle might erupt. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, until 10 minutes passed, but the imagined war did not break out. Just when all the Romanov soldiers thought they had secured a great victory, dark clouds appeared on the horizon. 3 squadrons of 108 P-51 Mustang fighters formed a combat formation. Each squadron had an Avenger radar warning aircraft to detect the surroundings, ready to respond timely when the Romanov Air Force arrived. Although they were just scrap metal, they still deserved some respect. The overwhelming National Defense Army fighters quickly filled the Romanov soldiers' field of vision, causing expressions of confusion, unease, and fear to appear on their faces. The Great Xia people kept their promises and immediately dispatched their most powerful air force to attack. Enemy aircraft attack. The officers covered their hats and ran towards the communications station at the back, needing to report this news, as it was the Great Xia who provoked them first. Da-da-da-da-da-da. But the bullets were faster than the officers' actions. Tens of thousands of 12.7mm bullets were almost flooding this place. The rumbling of engines and the sound of gunfire drowned out the soldiers' shouts. Bullets struck the grass, uprooting weeds and dirt, with clumps of soil flying out one after another, turning the ground into a pockmarked mess. The Romanov soldiers also became pockmarked. The fighter jets' machine guns sweeping across created a line, and all soldiers in that line fell. Such lines of machine gun fire were so numerous that they were impossible to evade. Sometimes bullets would simultaneously rain down from the east or south, leaving nowhere to escape. The 10 T-26 tanks of the Romanov dynasty suffered heavy losses under such a fierce offensive. The metallic hum resonated in the sky, echoing across the ground. On the ground, the tank operators of the 10 T-26 tanks could only take the risk of opening the hatches, hurriedly firing modified 7.62mm machine guns into the air. Above the clouds, P-51 Mustang fighter planes dove down, unleashing a barrage of fire from 6.12.7mm machine guns onto these tin cans. The world seemed to be torn apart in that moment by the sound of gunfire. 6 scorching tongues of flame formed visible streams of metal projectiles, all striking the tanks and the ground below. The frontal armor of the T-26 light tank was only 15 millimeters thick, and the top and rear were even weaker at just 6 millimeters, easily penetrable by rifle rounds with steel core bullets. Faced with such a terrifying attack, one could only say that not being turned into a sieve was a stroke of luck. The first T-26 tank to be hit by the fighter burst into a dazzling spark, countless bullets piercing through the hatch and the rear half of the tank. The tank operator who crawled out of the hatch to return fire with the 7.62mm machine gun was instantly reduced to a mangled state, his upper body filled with bullets, liquids dripping down his body. Amidst the flying metal fragments, a multitude of sparks erupted as bullets penetrated the weak 6mm armor, unleashing a slaughter within the tank. Only blood flowed out from the gaps of the tank, and all the tank operators were doomed. The diving P-51 Mustang fighter was quite satisfied with its performance, easily pulling up after the attack and once again diving towards another target. This time the attack targeted another T-26, but the pilot changed the method of attack, employing 127mm rockets. The P-51 Mustang fighter was armed with 6 127mm rockets and launched 2 of them during this round of attack. Although the trajectory of the rockets was clearly visible in the sky, there was no escape for the T-26 tanks. The first rocket exploded in front of the left side of the T-26 tank, sending Earth flying in a wide radius. The second rocket struck the T-26 directly, instantly transforming it into a burning mass of steel. The catastrophic explosion completely destroyed the tank, the turret being blasted off with a loud bang and crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. The chassis of the vehicle was engulfed in raging flames, and the crackling sounds along with the scent of charred metal permeated the entire area. Soon this Romanov dynasty outpost in northern Grassland province was completely eradicated, with 10 tanks and other soldiers all trapped here, left with no escape. No one knew the terror they had faced. It was completely one-sided combat. Seeing the targets cleared, the P-51 fighter group in the sky showed no hesitation, turning towards the next target. Its vast range gave the Mustang fighters a more formidable combat capability. Unless they ran out of ammunition, they could circle several times over the grasslands. Northern Grassland province, the military hub of the Romanov dynasty, Yuzubov military base. The headquarters of the 61st Army stationed by the Romanov dynasty is located here, housing important combat forces such as infantry divisions, tank brigades, and artillery regiments. A heavy message was presented to General Kozlov of the 61st Army. The Dacia people suddenly attacked one of our outposts. The news was fresh, just received. The general and the senior officials were in an uproar. Did the defense forces dare to offend the powerful Romanov dynasty and engage in a two-front war so quickly? Some officers who had some understanding of the terrifying defense forces fell into a state of panic, fearing that overwhelming flames and bombers would appear overhead. Without delay, Kozlov immediately reported this crucial intelligence back to the homeland. It was a sudden attack that would lead to significant blows for the Romanov dynasty at the Dacia border. The 61st Army has mobilized a nearby infantry regiment and a tank battalion for support, General Kozlov stated, to stabilize the troops' morale. Our fighters will take off and fight the Dacia people in the air to the death. The Romanov dynasty has a military airport in northern Grassland province stationed with 100 aircraft, primarily I-15 and I-16 fighters. The I-15 is a biplane fighter while the I-16 is a monoplane and is relatively more advanced, mainly deployed at Yuzubov Airport and the Eastern Airport. Kozlov had always been confident in his fighters. The I-16 could be said to be among the more advanced of its time, which should be effective against the Dacia forces. However, not long after Kozlov received intelligence that the airport had been attacked by the defense forces, and he felt as if the sky had fallen. The airport has been attacked. Repeat, the Eastern Airport has been attacked. Enemy aircraft are approaching the Yuzubov military base. The P-51 Mustang fighters of the defense forces circling in the air had already gained air supremacy, and beneath the fighters was a smoke-filled airport. This place became the primary target for attacks and was utterly destroyed. Numerous planes parked at the airport had not taken off before being destroyed, suffering heavy losses, including ground crew and the runway. With the Eastern Airport destroyed, Kozlov's 61st Army consequently lost a significant portion of its air power. The infantry regiment and tank battalion previously dispatched had lost their air cover. Now these troops were exposed beneath the range of the P-51 Mustangs, but the pilots did not launch an attack from the air. Instead, they radioed the ground. Since the Air Force had already achieved enough, the Army still needed to share a little bit of the spoils. Firebird leader calling groundhog, the little guys in the northeast are yours to take care of. Firebird leader will keep monitoring, and if needed we will join the attack. God knows this radio call was like a timely help for the starving army. The cursing Panther tank operators finally stopped their complaints and swiftly drove their tanks towards the northeast. A company of 14 Panther tanks and a mechanized infantry company charged towards the northeast, followed closely by the main force. For tank operators, only destroying enemies in the clash of steel could bring honor and thrill. Bullying other non-armored units would only add illusory achievements. The Air Force need not interfere in the ground battle of steel, for this piece of meat was too small. Even devouring it all would not be enough to satiate. On the grasslands, groups of panthers moved in pairs. Their terrifying steel silhouettes surged from the horizon, the rolling tracks grinding the grass into the ground as they advanced. They left numerous traces of crushed grass visible as lines from above. To the northeast, there lies a vast wilderness known as the Great Plain. The closest Major Andre has brought a battalion of T-26 tanks, 54 light T-26 tanks, which need to coordinate with an infantry regiment to launch a counterattack against the Dachau people. According to the ideology of this period, the tanks of the Romanov dynasty were meant to support infantry, rarely concentrated, to form a powerful iron fist for the attack. Advance. Now Major Andre leaned out of the command vehicle, his tank battalion advancing in a massive frontal formation alongside the infantry. A battalion of 54 T-26 tanks spread out in a wide offensive formation, impressive in its scale and appearance. Advance for Emperor Romanov. Major Andre faced everything with courage, determined to execute his mission perfectly and drive the Dachau people from the territory of the Romanov dynasty. But it was still too quiet. Since the moment Andre leaned out, he had used the binoculars multiple times, yet still found no trace of the enemy. Where are our fighters? The Dachau people have fighters, don't they? Major Andre couldn't help but complain, glancing up at the sky, seeing no sign of friendly air support. If the Daxia's aircraft suddenly appeared, it would be fatal for the advancing tank battalion and infantry regiment. Suddenly, on the endless grassland, imposing silhouettes emerged, only the erect tank barrels revealing everything. It was the Panther tanks. As Andre lowered the binoculars, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen these steel monsters in the intelligence reports, weighing 30 tons, with 75mm cannons, possessing formidable combat power. All units, attention. Front ahead. Panther tanks. Andrei's anxiety surged, and he quickly retreated into the command vehicle to notify the commanding officers of each tank company via radio. In the Romanov dynasty, radio equipment was only installed in command vehicles at the company and battalion levels, and the T-26 command vehicle was equipped with a prominent radio wire. Major Andrei's orders reached each company command vehicle, and the vehicle commanders would use flags to guide the other ordinary tanks, informing them of the upcoming tactical maneuvers. What are the Dachau people doing? Immediately, Major Andrei's roar over the radio turned into a scream. For almost at the same moment, he issued the order. The array of National Defense Army Panther tanks, 1,500 meters away, halted, and flames erupted from their long 75mm barrels. Hitting a moving target at 1,500 meters was merely routine for every ace tank crewman of the Panther tanks, as the threshold for being an ace was just to see them. Moreover, the accuracy of the 75mm tank gun of the Panther tanks was quite impressive. Using armor-piercing rounds, they could easily penetrate 115mm of vertical armor from a distance of 1,500 meters. Let alone the T-26S. Even IS-2 heavy tanks could be penetrated at a distance of 800 meters, though, with a high probability the Panther could also be penetrated by IS-2. It is worth mentioning that Panther tanks could fire while moving, thanks mainly to human stabilization, which refers to the use of pneumatic-assisted aiming. However, since this involved shooting at a moving target, the accuracy was somewhat higher when stationary. Boom. The roar of the artillery was deafening, unleashing powerful fire at a distance of 1,500 meters. Then an armor-piercing round heralded the beginning of the entire war. It easily pierced the frontal armor of a T-26 tank, and the powerful round had enough force to exit from the rear. In an instant, the tank was opened up, the armor-piercing round exiting from the rear. There was no spectacular explosion, nor did the hit T-26 retaliate. It continued to advance, everything seeming normal. However, the tank crew inside had already turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The secondary injuries caused by the armor-piercing round during penetration inflicted a devastating blow to the crew inside, with no chance to evade the iron storm that obliterated everything. Not detonating the ammunition was the best outcome. However, the other T-26s that were continuously targeted were not so fortunate. Rapid explosions erupted, creating bursts of sparks and forming mushroom clouds above the tanks. Panic spread like a plague among the ranks of the Romanov troops. Incredible, how did the Dachau people achieve first-shot hits at over 1,000 meters? At this moment, Major Andre was extremely astonished, hearing the explosions from his own tank camp. At a distance of over a kilometer, how did the Dachau achieve first-shot hits, and not just on one vehicle, but over half scored first-shot hits with only a few missing? One by one, the light tanks became fireballs in motion, igniting like a lighter. Forget about our infantry charge ahead. Faced with such long-range strikes, Major Andre had no choice but to harden his resolve and charge forward, reaching the effective attack range of his tanks. The infantry advanced too slowly. If they continued to wait for the sluggish infantry, their forces would certainly be picked off one by one. Boom. Another fireball exploded. A T-26 tank ignited during the charge, the fleeting flames engulfing the entire tank. This was an unequal hunt, with the Panther tanks picking off targets from a safe distance, and every targeted light tank inevitably became a bonfire. especially the command vehicles equipped with radios which were prioritized targets for the Panther tanks. Several command vehicles had already been blown up, and now only a few remained in Andrei's tank battalion. Then the targeting manual pointed to Andrei's command vehicle. Boom. Still immersed in the battle, Andrei had no idea what an explosion was until a blazing white light consumed his entire vision. The armor-piercing round effortlessly penetrated the upper armor of the T-26, and amidst the earth-shattering noise and blazing flames, Andrei and his crew fell into oblivion. 20 minutes later, the battlefield gradually fell silent. The 54 T-26 tanks had turned into heaps of twisted scrap metal, with even infantry blown away around them. The thick black smoke billowing from the burning wilderness enveloped the remnants of the 54 tanks and the remaining terrified Romanov infantry. For the most powerful iron torrent of the National Defense Army had lined up and reinforcements had arrived at the front lines. A Black Panther armored battalion from the 75th Armored Division of the National Defense Army, with 51 Black Panther tanks, appeared in front of the enemy infantry regiment. The main force arrived on the battlefield accompanied by a mechanized infantry battalion, with numerous infantry fighting vehicles appearing on both flanks. Surrounding the remaining infantry regiment of the Romanov dynasty, here consisting of approximately 2600 personnel. In the midst of conversation, the sound of artillery thundered through the sky, and plumes of black smoke mixed with earth and grass rose immediately in the area of the opposing infantry regiment. A round from the Black Panther tank armed with high explosive shells created a large crater on the grassland, with countless shrapnel radiating towards the enemy. Struck by steel shrapnel, some suffered bleeding and temporary loss of mobility, while others fell to the ground incapacitated. More importantly, many fragments were coming from all directions. The firepower unleashed from the infantry fighting vehicles on both sides overwhelmed that area, pinning the infantry regiment in place, unable to move an inch. The trajectories created by tracer rounds appeared on the ground, suppressing the fire from the Romanov infantry in midair while inflicting casualties. This was an open grassland with no cover, leaving the Romanov soldiers only with the remaining craters from the explosions and smoldering steel wreckage. They could only hide there, retaliating with their machine guns and rifles. Due to the upheaval within the Romanov dynasty, the experienced officers and commanders of this infantry regiment were all replaced with inexperienced newcomers. This meant they were on the verge of collapse. A major breakdown was soon to unfold within this infantry regiment. As the turret of the National Defense Army's Black Panther tank erupted in flames, soldiers would soon be shattered by exploding shells, with all manner of debris exploding out. The roaring 25mm cannon and machine guns resembled a massive chainsaw aiming to cut down the soldiers standing on the grassland in half. Being struck by artillery shells often resulted in only one outcome: being cut in half, with a blurred gash appearing in the middle and grass and flesh flying into the sky. Report to the commander: our 45mm anti-tank guns can't reach the Great Xia's tanks. The collapse was evident among today's Romanov soldiers. At 100 meters, the Black Panther tank pushed forward a step, bringing the distance to 100 meters, and at this range it coordinated with the infantry fighting vehicles for precise shots. However, even at 100 meters, it was beyond the range of the Romanov soldiers. 45mm anti-tank guns hitting the Black Panther tank at this distance was nearly impossible. Moreover, even if they hit, they could not penetrate. It would be equivalent to having no effect at all. Order the soldiers to dig a trench between the craters. We have no choice. The slightly experienced Romanov officers knew that only by digging out cover could they have a fighting chance. Keep in mind, this is a plain, and this infantry regiment has very few means of transportation. Standing up to flee would only make them targets for the National Defense Army, especially as the infantry fighting vehicles on the flanks formed a pincer movement, posing the greatest threat. On this open grassland, a single infantry fighting vehicle could block an infantry company's advance. One platoon after another was taken down, the sounds of hell roaring in their ears. Some Romanov soldiers fell into madness as they witnessed their comrades being struck by machine guns bursting apart like bags filled with ink, only this was red ink. A large number of soldiers could only lie under the craters, covering their ears in fear and praying for protection. Their weapons lay beside them, but no one dared to pick them up or counterattack. Bastards, pick up your guns and fight back. Only the officers remained, rolling one by one into the craters, lamenting their fate. Yet even if the guns were thrown in front of the Romanov soldiers, they would not pick them up. One or two were clearly paralyzed by fear. With the battle proceeding like this, the soldiers were too weak to fight. As soon as the National Defense Army arrived, they would immediately surrender. Such is the fate of rout. On the other side, the soldiers who had been suppressing the Romanov infantry regiment called in the main event 12 Blackbird armed helicopters from the airborne division. Everyone reached a consensus at this critical juncture to disregard the results and treat the Romanov soldiers warmly, allowing them to fill their bellies. Just in time, the 12 Blackbird armed helicopters arrived nearby, moving faster than the sluggish 152mm self-propelled howitzer. When they appeared in the sky, the Romanov infantry regiment had already huddled in an area filled with burning vehicles suppressed in this location. Expend all our ammunition. Attention, everyone advance towards the enemy's defensive line. Let us end this hunt. The 12 Blackbird armed helicopters dove straight towards the target location, their rotating rotors creating a strong wind. Each Blackbird armed helicopter is equipped with a quad-barreled 12.7mm machine gun, 64 rounds of 57mm rockets, and 2 mounted 20mm cannons. Aircraft. How could the suppressed Romanov soldiers fail to recognize what was coming? It was akin to death itself. A chill surged through everyone's hearts. The next period might lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Tat 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 tat. The leading Blackbird armed helicopter's 12.7mm quad-barreled machine gun began to spin. The next moment, a blinding flash of fire appeared beneath the armed helicopter along with the 57mm rockets mounted on its wings. Accompanied by a continuous terrifying scream that tore through the air, dozens of 57mm rockets struck the Romanov positions. The scope of destruction was no longer point-to-point, but calculated by area. As the 57mm rockets landed, the entire ground trembled. Countless massive clouds of mixed flames and black smoke surged into the sky, followed by deafening explosions that merged into a single roar. 5 T-26 tank wrecks were caught in the blast of the rockets, their chassis being thrown into the air, with large parts tumbling through the air before crashing into the ground. The soldiers hiding nearby were toppled by the shockwave hitting the muddy ground and coughing up blood, their heads ringing with confusion, clearly unaware of what had happened. With no other equipment, the infantry regiment appeared incredibly vulnerable amidst such concentrated explosions. A single rocket could cover a soldier hiding in a crater easily identifiable from above. After the explosions, all that remained was a massive crater and scattered unrecognizable remnants of shattered walls. What was hit by the rockets left nothing behind, but perhaps those hit by machine guns still had something left. Blood instantly stained the muddy ground, and a heavy scent of gunpowder mixed with a strange, slightly burnt odor wafted through the air. The soldiers of the Romanov dynasty, terrified, scattered and fled, jumping out of the craters like headless flies in every direction. As long as they were within the sight of the Blackbird armed helicopters, there would be no place to hide. Machine guns and cannons pursued them, creating dense lines of craters on the ground with their firepower. Boom. The quick arrival and departure of firepower against the enemy meant that soon the 12 Blackbird armed helicopters had expended all their ammunition. They circled like well-fed vultures over the battlefield strewn with corpses, then satisfied, turned to return to their base. The roaring sound gradually faded, leaving the battlefield in a deathly silence broken only by the crackling of burning tanks with a sound reminiscent of small explosions in the flames. Before long, a fresh mound of soil began to stir. The commander of the infantry regiment, Peter, raised his head from the soil, wiping the charred dirt from his face. Only then did he see that the infantry regiment he commanded had become a true remnant of defeated soldiers. What he saw was a real hell on earth. The orderly marching formations and positions had vanished, replaced by a desolate area paved with burning steel, broken bodies, and congealed blood. The air was thick with gunpowder, and the ubiquitous smell of blood wafted into his nose with the flowing air. The remaining 30-odd fortunate Romanov soldiers staggered through the sea of corpses and blood, collapsing. But their eyes were hollow, utterly unaware of what they were doing, who they were fighting against, or why they were fighting. A tank battalion and a fully staffed infantry regiment were completely destroyed in this brief moment by the Black Panther tanks and the 12 hovering flying machines from the sky. The entire regiment was reduced to a bloody mess, with those surrendering and in retreat making up the vast majority. They had not inflicted any substantial damage on the National Defense Army. "Oh, Emperor, did you see this scene of despair?" An old soldier who had experienced many battles knelt slowly on the ground, gazing at the cruel spectacle before him. He picked up a handful of soil mixed with blood and charred earth, letting out a beast-like cry of despair. Commander Peter was unsurprisingly captured. The soldiers paid little attention, merely leaving half a squad to guard the remaining prisoners. As Peter found himself in a state of helplessness and despair, a moving Panther tank came to a halt before him. The tank commander opened the hatch and leaned out, calling to Peter. "How many troops do you have stationed in this grassland?" The commander spoke in the language of the Romanovs, which stirred a flicker of emotion in Peter, perhaps surprise. It seemed the Dacia people had long prepared, even studying their language. The brutal scenes of the battlefield flashed back, where the Dacia people seemed to be laughing wildly atop a mountain of bloodied corpses. Peter felt a wave of despair again. "There are countless Romanov soldiers," he said angrily. Though his command skills were lacking, he was utterly loyal to the Romanov emperor. In his eyes, the National Defense Army were despicable cowards who had launched a surprise attack on the powerful Romanov Legion, leading to this exceedingly brutal war. A whole regiment had been wiped out. Those valiant soldiers were annihilated by the Dacia people's treacherous tactics. Soon you will see them, countless Romanovs, as our tanks and artillery advance into the Romanov dynasty. However, I hope you can maintain your composure when you see them. Perhaps you will recognize many familiar faces." The tank commander regarded Peter with indifference, offering only these two sentences. Then the Panther tank slowly moved on while in the distance a large number of tanks and armored vehicles advanced a fierce tide of steel. Panther, and also the Tiger tanks that had not appeared until now. The sight of the Panthers and Tigers combined made Peter's heart race. The Dacia were pure steel both in body and will. The Romanov dynasty's 61st Army suffered a disastrous defeat on the northern grasslands. The annihilation of that infantry regiment was merely an appetizer. At the same time, all of their important bases in the northern grassland province were attacked by the air and ground forces of the National Defense Army. The armored group advanced into the heart of the northern grassland province within half a day, swiftly breaking through the defenses of the Romanov 61st Army. Then with a spear-headed assault, they broke through and expanded the breach, and after several back and forths, the entire defense line collapsed. P-51 Mustang fighters destroyed 2 critical airports, then the tank formations charged the defenses, advancing with lightning speed, while the infantry followed on the flanks to expand their gains. This was the movement of the National Defense Army throughout the battle. They maximized the speed and power advantage of the armored clusters. No matter how high the skill, it fears a cleaver, let alone a skillful and fast one. Tell the Romanov dynasty that we are merely reclaiming what is ours. If they truly wish to wage war to exert their national strength, then let them come. Seeing the victory report, Qin Hao remained calm, as if defeating the Romanovs was merely an insignificant dish. Let the Romanov dynasty know that consuming their own will lead to double the regurgitation. Next, he could easily predict the actions of the Romanov emperor. It would likely involve assembling 1,000,000 troops at the Dacia border. For the National Defense Army, the more the Romanov legion clustered at the front, the better, as a single lightning-fast action could effortlessly annihilate 1,000,000 troops, sparing them the effort of encircling each one. It would be best to position the elites at the border only to have them swept away in one fell swoop. Additionally, the troop strength and governing personnel stationed in the Grassland Province and Northern Grassland Province should be doubled to ensure stability. It is well known that the order in these two areas is exceedingly chaotic, far worse than the disorder found in Honghang City, occupied by the Eternal Empire, where all sorts of characters abound. Grabbing 10 people from here may yield some innocence, but surely some will slip through the net every time one is caught. After all, that corner is riddled with infiltration by the Romanov dynasty, creating a thick haze. To achieve good results, it is necessary to use education through love to touch their hearts and help them recognize the beauty of the world. Teacher Qin Hao has already chosen for them, that is the loyal defenders. As the saying goes, beating is love, cursing is affection, and a dual approach can yield excellent educational results. Soon, every corner of the world received word of the battle's outbreak. On January 1st local time, the Guofengjun's armored formation struck one entire army of the Luminuofa dynasty, inflicting grievous losses. The instant the news spread, leaderships across every great power in the other world were stunned, for this could precipitate an S2 season. A new wave of upheaval and catastrophe could be unleashed. The last S1 season had already crippled nations, countless young vital lives were consumed, and some powers even sacrificed an entire generation. The immense losses from the S1 season were still fresh. No country could bear such casualties, and now the Guofengjun's actions might ignite S2. Yet the happiest was the elder minister. He sat in Hot Pot City at his wits' end as he stared at the enormous map hanging in his study. An urgent call came through. As the voice on the other end recounted the details, the elder minister's gloom was swept away like leaves in a gale. He gripped the receiver, his face glowing with near mania. Is it really so? Excellent, excellent, excellent. He said the words in rapid succession, then hung up and paced about in excitement. The Guofengjun wielded formidable force. Oh, Qin Hao, the disruptive commander, was young, but it was precisely his youth that furnished the court's armies with a chance to reverse their fortunes. The Guofengjun, heedless of consequence, insisted on provoking the Luomenuofu at this moment and opening a two-front war. This truly afforded the court a breathing space. Would the Luomenuofu emperor let this rest? He would surely marshal his forces. The elder minister was convinced that a powerful strike by the Luomenuofu in Baikuan province would firmly pin down the Guofengjun, leaving it unable to attend to the court. Half of the Guofengjun's forces would be drawn away, rendering it unable to launch large-scale offensives for at least the next 6 months. The Luomenuofu and we are friends, we share a common enemy. Thus we gain a solid backing and comrades to fight alongside. On the basis of this fatal strategic miscalculation, the elder minister was nearly delirious with joy. He had meant to write in his diary, but there was no need for that this evening. He would postpone it until tomorrow. We stand in the west, and the Luomenuofu dynasty in the north, forming a pincer against the Guofengjun. Even if the Luomenuofu do not formally ally with us, we now possess a reliable comrade in arms. The elder minister's legs stopped trembling with delight. He hurried to the vast map and swept his gaze from south to northeast to west. If Pieliangguo could be brought in, it would amount to a three-sided encirclement of the Guofengjun, a complete sea-land blockade. That would be the ideal scenario. Tonight I can sleep soundly. The sword that had hung over his head was now broken by the enemy's own hand, and the threat was greatly diminished. The elder minister's taut nerves finally relaxed. The drowsiness accumulated over days surged through him. He knew that the scales of war had from this moment truly and irreversibly tipped. At the same time, capitals across the great powers in the other world were plunged into profound shock. This battle had effectively diverted their domestic tensions. Their gaze turned to Daxia, to the confrontation between the Guofengjun and the Luomenuofu dynasty. In the Luomenuofu dynasty, still under winter's chill, the imperial palace seethed. The enraged emperor, a pipe clenched between his teeth, pounded the table. Have the Daxia people formally declared war on us? One of our armies and our vital Baikuan province have been annihilated by the Daxia forces. The Luomenuofu emperor's fury was palpable. An army of 30,000 men, over 100 aircraft and numerous tanks. Yet under the Daxia assault it fell in a single day. Such a catastrophic loss was enough to put the Luomenuofu dynasty on a war footing and, following standard procedure, to declare war on the Guofengjun. Your Majesty, the Guofengjun has not openly responded to this news. We cannot yet determine whether this is a localized clash or a formal declaration of war. Intelligence Minister Biluotifu spoke at this crucial moment. The question was laid before the Luomenuofu emperor: should we declare war on the Guofengjun? One must understand that a localized skirmish is wholly different from a formal declaration of war. For the great powers of this other world, 1 or 2 border clashes are normal and do not justify full-scale war. To declare war is to commit to fight to the bitter end until one side is utterly subdued or surrenders. Sometimes both nations end up stripped bare, their foundations exhausted. Now the senior officials assembled in the palace all understood that opening hostilities against the Guofengjun was tantamount to warring with another equally powerful industrial nation. If Daxia's million-strong forces stationed in the interior were redeployed northward, the Luomenuofu dynasty would face a pincer assault from millions of soldiers. Moreover, their weapons and personnel were at a disadvantage. Industry had not been mobilized, troops and supplies had not been sent to the front. Rashly going to war would bring a severe disaster. The Guofengjun has not formally declared war and has employed underhanded tactics. We could reciprocate in kind and through clandestine means funnel Luomenuofu weapons into Daxia's inner circles. The emperor was unwilling to swallow this loss, yet he dared not formally declare war. Although the Luomenuofu dynasty was still deep in winter, the cold season served as the strongest fortress, repelling any enemy who dared to set foot on its soil, steel included. Thus, between the choices of open war and evasion, he chose to complicate matters for the Guofengjun. He would send another large consignment of heavy weapons to the dynasty's cabinet legions so that the elder minister would at least have the means to strike back. However, this aid would have to be repaid either in cash or in land. The annihilation of the 61st Army already proved one thing: our military needs reform. We must deploy far more powerful heavy armor formations in the Far East. The Luomenuofu emperor spoke sternly. He swept his gaze across the senior generals before him, his expression cold and uncompromising. Before the Daxia cabinet collapses entirely, I want to see our new tanks and fighter jets equipped to our forces. The generals widened their eyes and fell silent. No one knew how long the elder minister could hold out, nor whether the weapons could even be delivered. Perhaps tomorrow the Guofengjun will airdrop a surprise force, and then the elder minister will be finished. If the Guofengjun with its million-strong army and vast steel resources triumphed, and then consolidated the core of Daxia, its power would surge to a far greater height. By then, launching a war would be perilously uncertain. Everyone knows that although the Daxia dynasty has almost no industrial strength as a whole, what they have the most is population and land. The National Defense Army has little population and land, but they possess the strongest industrial power. These two advantages complement each other, making it impossible for a colossal empire without any weaknesses to be defeated. Thus, the well-rested elder became the focus of attention from all parties. The National Defense Army was also keeping a close watch. January 2nd, early morning. Near the front line close to Huogwa City, a small airport constructed by Qin Hao was now brilliantly lit. 72 Hamurka heavy gliders were lined up on the tarmac, their massive bodies capable of carrying 12 tons. Tonight, they would silently appear over Huogwa City, carrying 1976 elite paratroopers and 20 M22 Locust light tanks. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not closed, avoiding the natural barriers and heavy troops in front of Huogwa City, they would strike directly into the most crucial core of the enemy, like a sharp blade. If they were to act by day with fighter jets and helicopters, the efficiency would inevitably be lower, as the elder had deployed heavy troops near Huogwa City, leaving only a few anti-aircraft guns and heavy weapons there. These weapons posed no threat to fighter jets and bombers, but they still presented a danger to the low-flying helicopters. Moreover, the highways under the control of the National Defense Army had mostly been destroyed by the Quartz Army, leading to low efficiency in the Army's advance. Thus, using silent gliders to appear behind the Quartz Army, they set a trap directly from behind. The elder would find it hard to escape. At the airport, a tug was pulling the Hamurka heavy gliders for takeoff. Since heavy gliders do not have flight engines, they must rely on the tug to achieve takeoff. Then, before reaching the target location, the tug would disconnect from the glider, allowing it to glide down. This is a technical task for ordinary pilots, but for the National Defense Army's elite, it was a simple task. A tug began to taxi on the runway connected by a 200-meter-long tow line to the Hamurka heavy glider behind it. As the speed of the taxiing increased, the Hamurka heavy glider began to rise off the ground, taking off before the tug. Only then did the tug take off, flying in front of the heavy glider, providing flight power through the tow line. 72 heavy gliders completed their takeoff one after another. Under the dense night, the heavy gliders silently infiltrated the rear of the court's army. Then dawn broke. 4:50 a.m. Hogwarts City, the seat of the cabinet. The elder, sleeping soundly, was awakened by a cacophony of noise from outside. The dense sounds of gunfire were approaching Hogwarts City, one wave after another. The chief guard responsible for the elder's safety, Li Junhe, abruptly pushed open the door and rushed to the elder's bedside. Elder, something's gone wrong. Rebel traders have broken in, and they are attacking outside the city. What? The elder, awakened, was extremely displeased, but this statement instantly shocked him awake, sitting up in alarm. Listening closely, he realized that outside was already in chaos. He understood immediately that it was Qin Hao and his band of traders who had used some unorthodox magic to bring the rebel army to his Hogwarts City. Elder, we must evacuate quickly. The vehicle and boats are ready, Li Junhe shouted in a panic. The situation was dire. Even the heavily defended Hogwarts City was thrown into chaos, filled with the sounds of gunfire. The elder, just awakened, stumbled forward under the escort of over a dozen guards heading straight for the garage. Due to the urgency, the elder hadn't even changed out of his pajamas and fled hurriedly through the back door. In the backyard, several cars were already prepared. As soon as the elder got in, the engines roared to life, speeding towards the waterway where boats had long been waiting. How could the offensive be so swift? Through the car window, the elder looked out at the world beyond. Flickering flames appeared in the distance, and the sounds of cannon fire and massive explosions were relentless, as if the entire city was under bombardment. It was early morning in January, and the cold outside the car window was especially biting. Upon reaching the dock, the elder felt the chill as soon as he got out of the car, but there was no time to worry about that. He hurriedly boarded the ferry, desperately hoping to escape from this place. How could the National Defense Army appear so close? It was too quick. The elder, now fully awake, felt a pang of pain in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the consequences of being captured, which would lead to the collapse of the entire court. Qin Hao would be invincible, wielding the divine artifact of Daxia. Boom, boom. Cannonballs had already erupted into massive water columns not far from the ferry. The tremendous power was terrifying. Hearing the increasingly close cannon fire, the elder instantly felt something was wrong. It was as if the cannons were aimed directly at him as cannonballs exploded near the ferry. Bang! The armed gunboat escorting the elder was hit by a cannonball and exploded, its hundreds of tons sinking with a crash, leaving whirlpools and debris on the water's surface. Then one by one, armed gunboats were detonated, and the sounds of cannon fire seemed truly targeted at the elder. Half an hour later, under the night, a sound resembling that of a steel monster's propellers appeared, followed by dozens of lights illuminating a section of the water from the sky. The ferry the elder was on was surrounded by these lights, and at that moment there was not a single armed gunboat nearby. All of them had been eliminated. 15 Blackbird armed helicopters searched the water, and under the display of the life map activated by Qin Hao, they located the elder's ferry. From the helicopter came a loud inquiry through a loudspeaker: whoever is inside, surrender. If you don't come out, we will open fire. It's over. The elder realized he could no longer hide. He could not escape on this vast water, and at this moment, he was in a terrible state, lacking the dignified demeanor of a court elder. Such a perilous scene was rare in his life, or perhaps there had been once or twice before, and now there was another. My life has truly been like walking on thin ice. I am unwilling. Li Junhe, help me up, the elder said with great reluctance, currently half-fleeing in the cabin. Li Junhe, having no other choice, knew they could not escape, and could only comply. The moment the elder was helped up, his expression transformed from anger to authority, the oppressive aura returning, as if he were once again the powerful elder of the court. There is no need to resist. Tell them the court elder is right here, the elder stated directly. Furthermore, let them know that I wish to see Qin Hao. In the end, it was a game of chess where the old minister was outplayed at every turn. He realized that the court would struggle to achieve greatness in the future, as the high-ranking officials had all been captured, leaving no unified command or belief. Failure was merely a matter of time. This vast world now belonged to the National Defense Army. Within half a year, all the power vacuums of the court would be taken over by them, giving birth to a brand new world. At the very least, the direct military forces of the court would quickly surrender, significantly alleviating the time pressure on the National Defense Army. As for the remaining traitors and rebels, they were hardly a concern. They would undoubtedly fight amongst themselves for power, leading to an internal collapse. Ultimately, the scales of battle had tipped. The old minister felt a complex mix of emotions as he was escorted onto the helicopter, remaining silent, while curiously staring at the sleek black aircraft. Upon seeing this new type of equipment, the old minister thought to himself, in a powerful and resurgent, great Xia, the National Defense Army has done well in terms of external affairs and national interests, achieving what the court could not. Even when facing established powers, they argue their case vigorously and dare to engage in fierce battles, exuding strength and advanced equipment capable of defending their rights and dignity in this world. After a long silence, the old minister finally inquired of his escorts, "Where are we going?" "To Tianning City." January 3rd. The resource points needed by Qin Hao had arrived. With the doubling of resource cards, the total value of resource points surged within just 3 days. Resource points, 311485890 31 billion. There are still 290 designated resource boxes left. Qin Hao held the ace of firepower coverage in his hands, capable of unleashing countless rockets and ammunition upon the enemy. The old minister was doomed. He knew that continuing forward was only a matter of time. 1,000,000 troops would march unimpeded. They would continue advancing until they seized all the wealth left by the court. Now the focus needed to shift to reconstruction, especially establishing governance systems and infrastructure in this otherworldly territory. This was of paramount importance. Otherwise, pushing forward with the iron tide would be futile. Without sweeping reforms, the old order would continue to erode the new steel flow. According to the personnel deployment plan set by Qin Hao earlier this time, the number of involved personnel was staggering. After all, just the provinces and important regions included Hui Province, Gan Province, Jianghan Province, Yuejiang Province, Quanjian Province, Nangguang Province, Beiqiao Plain Province, and the Northeast region, as well as metropolitan cities like Honghang City and Tianning City. These were merely a portion of the vast lands of Great Xia, not the entirety. After all, these were regions that needed to be stabilized first, and every province, city, and county required systematic governance personnel stationed, certainly more than 1,000,000. These areas still operated under the old governance system, which could be summed up in 4 words: dazzling and confusing. Now that Qin Hao had arrived, all of it would be shattered. Village protection and grassroots townships, unique counties. All must be completely demolished and rebuilt according to the plan. Hui Province, roughly estimated at a population of 20 million, with 300 villages, 300 townships, 62 counties, 4 cities, and 2 major cities. Hui Province alone would need around 800 governance personnel and 4.8 billion resource points. Some provinces may require more, while others may need less. Based on the current situation, most will need more than less, and taking a middle value would require at least 500 million resource points. I estimate that at least 100 billion resource points will be needed to invest in this half of the territory, and to revitalize the entire foundational economy will take at least 200 billion. The figures were staggering, and this was only counting governance personnel, not construction. Including construction, the cost would exceed 1 or 200 billion. No wonder there's a saying, it's easy to conquer a kingdom, but difficult to govern it. Most people simply cannot withstand the pressure. Especially without any means of support, it's easy to find oneself paddling upstream, unable to advance or retreat. In such circumstances, merely maintaining the original status quo is already impressive. In this other world, what kind of territory was Qin Hao taking over? 93% of the population were illiterate, unable to recognize even large characters, making communication a problem. Aside from a few large cities, 95% of the ordinary cities and villages lacked electricity coverage. Important cities had partial coverage, but the power supply was unstable or could even be said to be non-existent. The infrastructure was weak and extremely complex. The railway left by the court totaled 0 kilometers, with most sections poorly standardized and unable to connect. Local travel was mostly on bad roads. There were hardly any paved roads, not to mention concrete ones. Only a few gravel paths. Industry was in dire need of revival. Heavy industry was located in the north, while other regions had almost no heavy industry, and the few existing heavy industries were not particularly advanced. The most critical issue was the lack of uniform industrial standards. One wrench could come in over a dozen different models, and repairing a tractor required borrowing multiple wrenches and screws from various factories. This was the most direct experience. Agriculture primarily relied on outdated farming methods, with mechanical farming and fertilizers nearly non-existent. The military shipbuilding industry was completely absent, and civilian shipbuilding was barely sufficient. The Air Force's aviation industry was essentially non-existent. There wasn't even a framework, and the few Air Force factories could only repair, but not produce. Even if they could, they would only produce outdated first-generation models. But Qin Hao was no ordinary individual. This mess with nothing was just right for a complete overhaul and reconstruction. He could directly use a systematic industrial approach to build it up over time. Ding. As a welfare of the new version of the system, the host can use 200 designated resource boxes to exchange for a complete industrial system. This includes a series of factories necessary to form an industrial power, from large machine tool factories, large military factories, large aircraft factories, to large integrated power grids covering various industries and fields. The costs are standardized. The cost of a large factory is 30 million resource points, a medium-sized factory is 15 million resource points, and a small factory is 5 million resource points, each equipped with engineers and personnel to maintain normal operations. To operate beyond capacity, the host must provide additional resources. This is a complete industrial system. The system is terrifyingly efficient. Upon seeing such good things presented by the system, Qin Hao felt very satisfied. It truly brings forth the best. A complete industrial system includes tens of thousands of different factories. This encompasses the most basic light industry, textiles, agriculture, and then heavy industry with countless sectors and departments. If you were to open resource boxes one by one, the required quantity would definitely exceed just 200. It would be in the thousands or tens of thousands. Now the system directly packaged it into a set requiring only 200 resource boxes, a very cost-effective deal. Use 200 resource boxes to exchange. A complete industrial system appeared within the system's building template as a thought crossed Qin Hao's mind. The dense numbers illuminated all the construction templates specifically divided into light industry, agriculture, and heavy industry with a quantity far exceeding 10,000 types. The entire industrial system was contained within, piled up by sheer numbers. The century-old giant industries became the units of calculation. Qin Hao could construct one giant industry after another with material points, including the engineers and workers involved. Kowloon BR Arms Factory, Skoda Arms Factory, Rolls-Royce Aviation Industry. Every one of them appeared intact in the system's construction templates with costs calculated as large factories at 30 million material points each. Qin Hao felt as if giants were merely appearing at the threshold of the system's construction. It seems feasible to construct a dozen military industrial giants. For such military industrial giants, Qin Hao only needed to build a dozen using building cards to instantly produce them. Valuable material points should be reserved for more important constructions. For Qin Hao, the only issue at hand was the quantity of material points. The remaining 90 material boxes had to be gambled on the technology sector. Ding, the host has obtained a level 6 resource manufacturing device plus the host title material point bonus yielding 3.0 material points per minute. Ding, the host has obtained material doubling card 7, building card 40, rocket barrage 20, artillery support 10, anti-artillery card 13. Seeing the resource manufacturing device and 7 material doubling cards, Qin Hao's heart trembled. A level 6 resource manufacturing device, plus 7 doubling cards. Though these seemed complex, Qin Hao quickly understood the process. When stacked, the material points could reach 1 million per minute. This was an unprecedented accumulation. Each additional doubling card brought about a difference of hundreds of thousands in material points, and the disparity grew larger with each subsequent addition. Faced with the mess before him, Qin Hao suddenly felt confident enough to turn things around within a month or two. First, consume the material points and send governance personnel to Hui Province, Gan Province, Jianghan Province, and other regions. Additionally, use building cards to construct imperial research institutes and agricultural research institutes in those provinces, with the system automatically identifying the manufacturing locations. What Qin Hao needed to prioritize was addressing people's livelihoods. This mess could not be allowed to worsen. Under new governance, new developments must be achieved. The various corps of the National Defense Army would all cooperate with the new focus. Aside from the soldiers advancing westward and northwestward, some would remain on site to assist the newly deployed governance personnel in administering the area. Actions must be swift and the postures must be impressive. Throughout this process, the massive logistics consumed would be covered by the system. Even with tens of millions or even billions of people, the logistics of the National Defense Army would ensure stability in the regions they entered. Now, following the issuance of new supreme orders, the logistics and security convoy transformed from the National Defense Army entered the view of the masses with military vehicles loaded with food directly arriving in the local area. Before long, new county heads and new mayors were selected, and the power structure was re-established with the institution led by Qin Hao emerging layer by layer. In this other world, in the Great Xia, without exception, all were part of the system. Every crucial and vital position was held by system governance personnel. Characters like Commissioner Smith were nipped in the bud before they even appeared. Under the supervision of the system personnel, they would not arise, as any hint of their emergence would lead to swift action. Commissioner Smith appeared this morning while the cannon of the Black Panther tank knocked on the door the next second, and the shells exploded in the second. Notably, within this short span of 1 or 2 days, the elders of the Shun in Jiang City ultimately issued a public order asking the few remaining court troops to lay down their arms and accept reorganization. Those who refused to lay down their weapons would be dealt with by designated personnel, and with just a slight effort, everything could be cleaned up. The elder was impressed by the discipline of the National Defense Army. After just 1 day in Jiang City, he could not find a flaw no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, he was filled with admiration. Even the ordinary soldiers displayed discipline that was more than twice that of the court's elite, following orders without question. The heavy artillery that the court lacked could be lined up from the eastern edge of the city to the southern edge in endless sight that was impossible to estimate. Such elite troops, how I wish I could command a regiment, the elder sighed. The strict discipline of the National Defense Army was what pleased him most. If these soldiers were ordered to advance with machine guns by 5 meters on the battlefield, the efficiency would surely be guaranteed. With the eastern firepower point advancing 5 meters, and the right firepower point advancing 5 meters, just the defense could overwhelm the enemy. Defense is the best offense. The elder thought, if I had such a firepower regiment back in the day, the court would surely be more prosperous. My enemies would have been crushed beneath me. I want to know how many such regiments you have. During his 2 days visiting Tianning City, the elder asked the accompanying soldiers more than once. The answer he received left him astonished. We don't know. We count by corps, with each corps having 2 group armies and 20 divisions, and such regiments are just the most basic units. Upon hearing this response, a glimmer of light appeared in the elder's eyes. It seemed the court could not recover, as a single regiment could overpower an entire army. What about a division? Without their own command, the remaining court troops that did not surrender were no different from a bunch of worthless chickens before the National Defense Army. With a few kicks they would scatter. It seems this wave of traditional approaches has once again led to defeat. The victors are kings while the defeated are bandits. It appears the title of rebel is destined to fall upon the elder. As for the other court soldiers, the National Defense Army was rarely harsh on them. Except for those who had indeed committed crimes, the rest were either released to return to farming or incorporated into the logistics team. Weapons were of course confiscated. They could not be allowed to keep them, but they were only supplemented into logistics, serving as additional manpower. Most people did not resist, and did not wish to resist, as they had long heard news from home, and were eager to return to see their parents and children. From the letters from their families, they had a rough guess. It seemed the current life was still manageable. As we immerse ourselves in the brilliance created by our ancestors, we remain oblivious to the magnificent achievements we will forge in the future. Now we have stepped into the future world, not merely for a brief encounter, but for a permanent stay until an even more distant future. Life is truly bearable. In the early months of 4635, January still held a chill. The northern regions were blanketed in snow, yet the roads meant to be covered in snow had been cleared to perfection. The special snow-clearing vehicles appeared on every road, 6 vehicles on one road, and in just half a day, they had cleaned up a road piled high with snow. On the main thoroughfares that bear the brunt of traffic, steel plates would be laid down, allowing vehicles to pass through day and night unceasingly. These vehicles were mostly fully loaded, swaying as they headed into the city and out to the countryside. The infantry vehicles, primarily responsible for transportation and safety, utilized their lightweight and swift maneuverability to navigate through this densely packed traffic network, ensuring safety. The convoy stretched out like a dragon, with the lights of the vehicles never dimming, even at night. Even the old farmers who had lived in this land all their lives said they had never seen such a sight. The vibrancy of life was beyond comprehension. What is your name? Where is your home? How many people are in your household? Do not hide anything. Fit is only beneficial to you. If someone is missed or something is lacking, you will have to make up for it, and that would be quite troublesome. This scene could be seen at the entrances of many villages or towns where dozens of tables had been set up, and in front of them lined long queues. The officers responsible for registration were using loudspeakers to inform people of the necessary precautions, with the queue being made up of local villagers. This was the most basic population registration in the area. Prior to registration, specialized vehicles would go to the countryside and areas with residents to notify them of the time and place for registration. And thus the current scene was formed, with queues at dozens of tables where people in patched clothes stood nervously following the line ahead of them. Some villagers were second in line, anxiously watching the actions of the person before them, only to become flustered when it was their turn. What is your name? The registrar flipped to the next page of the roster and lifted his head to look. Tian Lu. There are 7 people in my family. The old farmer named Tian Lu was somewhat nervous and quickly lowered his head. Hearing the announcement of the registration was one thing. After all, he had never seen such a grand spectacle before coming here. Not only had almost everyone from the village come, but there were also several soldiers with rifles standing nearby. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared. No need to be nervous. The registrar, already accustomed to such scenarios, casually asked, Tian Lu, do you have any other names? No, my lord. Tian Liu's voice trembled slightly. Do not call me my lord. All right, sir. Now it was the registrar's turn to sigh. By now it was not just Tian Lu who had addressed him this way. Nearly everyone did, and this habit needed to be corrected. But the registration had to continue. Would you like to choose a new name? You can keep the surname Tian and pick a new given name. Upon hearing this, Tian Lu stammered for a long time, and with great difficulty, he finally managed to utter a few words. Old. But I cannot read. Go to the table on the right, the second one from my side. They will help you choose a name, and then you will take a photo with that person. They will guide you through the specific process then. Tian Lu followed the instructions, and the entire naming process was completed in about 2 or 3 minutes. After choosing his name, it was time for the photo, utilizing color photographic technology that developed images instantly, taking only 5 minutes from shot to print. This technology, when placed in the world, is considered high-tech, as so far no major corporation has been able to achieve instant color imaging, yet the system provided the necessary logistics. To be precise, the system could directly replicate high technology from the experimental labs of 4655 that had yet to solve mass production issues, transforming the unique into the multitude. Now these technological machines were being transported by the military's vehicles to various regions. 5 minutes later, Tianlu received the first photo of his life, a color photo. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. This was his first time seeing himself so clearly and vividly, as well as the first photo that only the esteemed could possess. Look at these colors, this quality, it was truly impressive. Along with the photo, he received a hard card about the size of a small booklet, which bore his name, place of residence, and identification number, with the color photo affixed and stamped. Holding the hard card, Tianlu could remember nothing else, only that tears welled in his eyes along with the words spoken to him by the staff. The sky is vast, and wherever you go your identity remains the same. There are no distinctions between noble and common. This hard card is your proof of identity. Do not lose it, or you must promptly reapply for a replacement. After receiving his proof of identity, Tianlu did not hurry to leave. Instead, he walked along the edge of the village until he reached the large tree at the village's end. There was a temporary canteen set up there primarily to provide 2 free meals to the citizens who had traveled a long way to register here. Today's offerings included rice and plain porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and canned fish to accompany the meal. The only meat available was canned fish, not due to insufficient supplies from the military, nor for any other negative reasons. Rather, most of the citizens who came to eat had previously lived on thin soup and water. Consuming too much meat suddenly could lead to gastrointestinal issues. Due to arriving late, Tianlu found the tent area of the canteen already filled with people. When he got there, everyone seated at long wooden tables devouring the food in their bowls. He was no exception. He greeted a few familiar faces enthusiastically and inquired about the canteen's entire process. The meal containers were provided by the canteen, a type of container as hard as iron. Tianlu could not describe what it was made of, but knew it felt as hard as iron. Picking up the meal container, Tianlu stuffed his proof of identity into a piece of cloth, tying it tightly before placing it into the pocket he had sewn up the night before. After sorting all this out, he finally approached the canteen window, a large table laden with various foods where the staff served his meal 1 spoonful at a time. There was not a shaky auntie or a half-filled uncle in sight, only heaping spoonfuls. Throughout the process, Tianlu kept muttering 2 phrases, something about an immense kindness that could never be repaid, and something about the great Lord of Heaven. Once the meal was prepared, Tianlu casually found a place and began to eat ravenously. The 7 steamed buns the canteen gave him were all wrapped in a piece of cloth he had on hand, ready to take home for the entire family to enjoy a good meal together. The canned fish was in chunks, all placed in his meal container, as Tianlu feared that his cloth might have holes, causing him to accidentally drop it on the way home, so he had to eat it himself. He only now realized the aroma and taste of the food. Even during the new year, he had never had such delicious things. After a hearty meal, it was already noon. At this time, several vehicles would arrive, stopping at the village entrance to distribute the most basic living supplies to the registered citizens. Nothing extravagant, just a few items: a small bag of flour and rice, a small can of salt and oil, several small cans of meat, a kerosene lamp, and 2 bottles of kerosene. The most numerous were the new clothes tied together with a string, totaling around 3 to 5 pieces. These were the most basic living supplies for the citizens, commonly referred to as a starter development package, but these items could truly save lives. Once these items were distributed, it would be up to the individuals to strive for their own sustenance. Tianlu happened to be first in line for the supply distribution. He used his identity information to receive the supplies, carrying the larger items with his hands while also carrying the new clothes on his back. He felt joyful and full of energy. With an abundance of items, Tianlu carried them in his hands and on his back, following his old companions along the muddy path on their way home. With each step accompanied by beads of sweat, the breeze and swaying scenery transformed into radiant beams of warmth. Where are you going? Not far along the way, Tianlu and his companions heard the sound of a car and someone shouting from behind. Turning around, they saw a military truck approaching with 2 warriors who had achieved physical sanctification aboard, appearing quite amiable. The car came to a stop right beside them. Tianlu initially intended to say something, but recalling the words of the staff that day, he changed his response, saying, "We are heading to the mountain ditch, just walk straight ahead." "Mountain ditch? You've been walking since noon, and it's already evening. Hop and we're also heading there to give you a ride." The warrior in the passenger seat leaned out and spoke. Then the rear panel of the truck was lowered and a strong hand reached out, pulling Tianlu up into the vehicle along with the others. The truck roared to life and drove towards the future. In the early stages of the Great War, merchants seized the opportunity to inflate prices. They hoarded grain, supplies, and oil only to sell them at exorbitant rates when the conflict erupted. These fellows were convinced that the National Defense Forces did not have enough supplies for the civilians, considering the population could reach millions or even billions. For a while, it was impossible for the national defense machinery to transport supplies to every location. However, once the National Defense Forces arrived, this phenomenon was curbed. It was halted both physically and mentally. For instance, some streetlights were adorned with humanoid figures as they participated in a limited-time event and received temporary costumes. Each player could only experience it once. Limited time, unlimited quantity if you dare come and join. With the streetlights decorated, the next step was to fill bellies and manage disasters. Filling bellies was simple. Addressing the rumors of food shortages circulating in the market was also quite easy. The soldiers boldly piled grains on the main road, and with a single cut of the knife, white rice cascaded down, forming a small mountain on the ground. Then canteens were set up at the entrances and exits of villages to stabilize order. In every location, the soldiers employed public demonstrations, offering a few sweet dates to those in need, and these supplies were, of course, the sweet dates. Those who received the sweet dates were marked in front. Consequently, the rumors of the National Defense Forces lacking supplies and food shortages fell apart on their own. After all, in this day and age, food is paramount. Every household relies on it for survival. Discussing anything else is essentially trivial. Resolving the food crisis significantly alleviates other issues. Only with full bellies can one have the energy to think about other matters. Education. Currently, the schools needed for education have not been established on a large scale, and population registration in various regions is still ongoing. Systematic school buildings will not be constructed until precise results are obtained and decisions are made. Involving many locations and a wide population, considerations must be made regarding demographics, transportation, and local needs, requiring some time to accumulate. Infrastructure issues can be addressed immediately after resolving the food crisis. This is a concurrent process. To achieve prosperity, roads must be built, and constructing wide and excellent roads is essential. Materials are not in short supply, nor is labor. This is true everywhere. Following the distribution of basic supplies, Qinghao will soon be able to assemble a vast construction crew. Every year at this time, many people go to the master's house for short-term work, as the approach of the new year means more tasks. Now that the master is participating in a limited-time event, this batch of labor will be released and join in on the infrastructure construction. Qinghao does not need to invest any cost. The construction materials are provided by the system, and the labor costs are also supplied by the system, equating to zero expenditure. When one person works, the whole family can eat their fill. This statement is not just a boast, it is entirely real and feasible. The common folk participating in the construction with the aid of the large machinery can save a significant amount of effort, greatly improving efficiency. Moreover, the wages they receive daily are substantial, settled in the form of supplies. It is worth mentioning that settling in supplies is only temporary. Qinghao has already begun building his own economic and industrial system, transitioning gradually from a non-economic era to an economic era. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and walking must be taken step by step. Expansion must be initiated on a grand scale. Aside from that, public security issues cannot be overlooked. Although the major foes have been defeated and the significant bandits have been eliminated, minor bandits are still active in the mountainous areas, occasionally causing disturbances. Qinghao is aware of the band's activities and intends to take action against them. A comprehensive cleanup must be conducted. Dealing with bandits requires professionalism, directly employing regular forces. For instance, using tanks and artillery to flatten the hills, calling in fighter jets to accurately bomb the bandits hidden in the mountains. In the province of Yuezhiang, a place called Qingshan Village has become a typical example. Qingshan Village is located deep within the mountains, surrounded by perilous peaks. The only road leading to the village is a single main path, while the rest are sheer cliffs and rocky terrains. There are over 700 bandits of varying sizes occupying this area, armed with over 100 firearms, including around 70 foreign-made rifles and 2 Czech light machine guns. There are also around 20 or 30 revolvers and box cannons, mainly equipped for the leaders. This substantial armament has allowed the chief of Qingshan Village to dominate the local area for decades, much to the helplessness of the imperial court. After all, for the court soldiers lacking cannons and ammunition, this is a tough nut to crack. To eliminate these forces, they can only rely on infantry to charge up the mountain. Using cannons. How many field guns and shells are actually usable? Employing them against bandits would be a misuse of resources. Now at the foot of Qingshan Village, in an abandoned small village, 3 infantry vehicles are arranged in a circle with a bonfire lit in the middle and 2 sentries stationed outside. A squad of the National Defense Army is stationed here. We have located the coordinates and consulted the locals, but the infantry vehicles cannot access the village. We need helicopters to reach it, otherwise we must take the main road. The old squad leader leaned against an infantry vehicle, chatting with several soldiers. The flickering light of the bonfire cast a red glow on the 25mm cannon of the infantry vehicle, illuminating its metallic surface. From time to time, the old squad leader's gaze would drift towards the mountain where Qingshan Village is located, lost in thought under the night sky. Tomorrow I have requested a self-propelled howitzer. I expect it to arrive by morning. The old squad leader likened this to cleverly taking Qingshan Village. The soldiers listened eagerly. With the self-propelled howitzer of 152mm caliber, just a couple of shots at the foot of the mountain would cause the village to crumble without a fight. After all, bandits are just bandits. The village walls harshly put are merely mud piles reinforced with wooden planks. A single explosive shell would make them collapse entirely. At dawn, the old squad leader took his soldiers, timing themselves, waiting precisely on the main road for the arrival of the 152mm self-propelled howitzer. As usual, the timing was impeccable. Soon they spotted the outline of the self-propelled artillery on the road, escorted by 2 infantry vehicles, the tracks churning the dirt beneath. Once the self-propelled artillery arrived, the old squad leader jumped onto the vehicle and warmly shook hands with the gunners, saying, "At last, we've waited for you. You must be exhausted from the journey. Fire a couple of rounds to wake us up." The soldiers beamed with joy at the sight of the imposing self-propelled artillery. Not only had the artillery arrived, but the 2 infantry vehicles also brought along 2 squads of troops, nearly the strength of a platoon. There are hands available to catch small fish. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the bandits of Qingshan village remain unaware of what is about to transpire. The main gate continues to stand guard as the little minions hide indoors to avoid trouble. The village walls of Qingshan are constructed of wood and rammed earth, with some parts reinforced with soil and wooden planks interspersed with stones. A circle of land surrounds the mountaintop, where the main gate has a watchtower built from wooden planks overseeing the only road in and out of the village. Inside the village, houses made of bamboo and wooden planks have been erected where the bandits take refuge. According to tradition, the largest house in the village is called the Hall of Brotherhood. The chief of Qingshan village sits in the Hall of Brotherhood, where the most prized possession, a Czech machine gun, is stored, while another stands guard on the village wall aimed at the only road. This is one of the few treasures with only a handful of magazines left, making it quite precious. Chief, the National Defense Army has arrived. It seems there will be some movement soon aiming to eradicate us. The second-in-command of Qingshan village, sitting in the Hall of Brotherhood, wore a worried expression, having lost his appetite for the food in front of him. The chief's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "These folks are not ordinary. We can no longer expect to live as we did before. From now on, brothers should be cautious, stay off the mountain for a while, and avoid drawing attention." Recently, the old bandit chief nearby was taken down. Dozens of his men were captured by just a few people, losing their former ferocity. "Is it just a few people from the National Defense Army?" the second-in-command inquired. "Indeed, just a handful. When they came down to trade, they clashed head-on and killed half of the old bandit chief's men, capturing the rest." The chief sighed, lamenting that being a bandit in this era feels like a death wish. Of his over 700 men, more than 100 had only joined a few months ago, and now they might face destruction. In the past, the court soldiers would merely fire a few shots and claim to have successfully suppressed the bandits. At worst, Qingshan village would send a few minions to lead them around the mountains for a few days or offer some tributes, and that would be the end of it. By keeping up the pretense, life could go on. But with the arrival of the National Defense Army, the chief felt lost. These people were resolute in their mission to eradicate them, having already wiped out dozens of villages in just a few days. However, the news spread fear. If not for the risk of capture upon descending the mountain, the chief would have long since washed his hands of this life and donned the attire of a commoner to enjoy freedom. Boom. Suddenly, without warning, a tremendous explosion erupted at the village gate, sounding like the rumble of thunder. A violent tremor surged from the ground, shaking the bowls and utensils on the table, and any unsteady items clattered to the ground, shattering. Cannons. Gunfire. The experienced chief dove under the large table in the Hall of Brotherhood, trembling as he uttered a few words. The new soldiers resorted to using precious artillery against these ragtag bandits. How audacious! The blast of the 152mm explosive shell detonated in the relatively flat area outside the gate, where several sentries were stationed. The explosion created a substantial crater at the center, sending sand and debris flying. Immediately afterward, a fireball visibly mixed with searing flames and black smoke rapidly expanded, engulfing a wide area. The nearest buildings and living beings to the explosion did not even have time to scream before being instantly reduced to particles of light by the orange-eared fury. Bandits further away were hurled into the air by the unstoppable shockwave, crashing against obstacles, most of them bleeding from their orifices. The watchtower collapsed and sentries fell helplessly from above, with the rising dust amplifying the atmosphere of despair. In an instant, a section of the village wall crumbled, with wood and earth cascading down, burying the unfortunate souls underneath. The single 152mm shell caused the morale of the Qingshan villagers to disintegrate, and they hastily grabbed their belongings to flee. However, while the smoke of the first shell lingered, a second shell was already on its way. This time the target was corrected, landing directly within the Hall of Brotherhood. The wooden structure of the main hall was turned into a panoramic spectacle by the earth-shattering explosion, allowing those inside to see outdoors from all 4 directions, even creating a large skylight. The chief and the second-in-command were inside, and just as they attempted to flee, they were unable to escape before the entire Hall of Brotherhood collapsed, burying them along with the machine gun. The chief and the second-in-command are still inside. "It's over. The chief is finished. Let's run. We must descend the mountain." The bandits crumbled like a house of cards. Seeing the chief's demise, the bandit henchmen turned and rushed into the storeroom to restock, grabbing whatever they could and stuffing it into their pockets. Once filled, they planned to escape down the mountain. Those who made it out would enjoy wealth and glory, while those who didn't would bid farewell to brotherhood. Amidst the flames, the sounds of mourning intertwined with screams. The 152mm self-propelled howitzer fired a total of 6 rounds using 6 explosive shells, all striking within and around the village. From the foot of the mountain looking up to the peak, it resembled an avalanche with thick smoke and outlines of explosive fire clearly visible. Old squad leader, is this what you called a clever capture? A soldier ambushed along the path to the mountain stronghold whispered to the old squad leader. The 6 shells had blown the village to pieces. Buildings lay in ruins, and one can only imagine the devastation inside with debris scattered everywhere. Firepower coverage requires strategy. Oh, of course, it is about clever tactics. The old squad leader said, his gaze firmly fixed on the critical path. There were sounds coming from that direction. Clearly the bandits were fleeing down the mountain. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Those in front were thrown off their horses while those behind, already terrified by the earlier bombardment and gunfire, fell to the ground, utterly drained of strength to run. What kind of quality can one expect from bandits? They could only fight when conditions were favorable. Encountering even a slight disadvantage, they would flee without being told, their marksmanship poor and ammunition scarce, bullying those without real weapons, but facing true elites, they would simply collapse. This overwhelming sense of terror left them feeling completely powerless. The bandits wanted to run to claw at the muddy ground, but they had no strength left. Officials, we surrender. Don't shoot. The terrified bandits could only shout their surrender, disregarding the items they had been holding, which scattered everywhere. Now survival was the priority. The deadly bullets lay right in front of them, and the path down the mountain was blocked. They had nowhere to run. Guns. They didn't even have those. They had lost them somewhere during the shelling, and now encountering the National Defense Army, they were as unarmed as could be. The surviving bandits who fled from the village were all blocked here, and they followed the example of their predecessors, raising their hands in surrender. Qingshan village was finished. The surrendered bandits were escorted down the mountain by the old squad leader and others. At the foot of the mountain, several infantry fighting vehicles were waiting to transport this long line of surrendering bandits to the village. There are quite a few ruthless ones among them, just right for the labor force we need. Those who haven't committed serious offenses can work for a while before being transferred elsewhere. The old squad leader sat atop the infantry fighting vehicle, carefully tallying today's gains. Not bad. They had captured a lot of laborers, and they hadn't yet counted what was buried under the rubble of the buildings in the stronghold, but it was estimated that there were plenty of things to be found. None of this could go to waste. Even if it was used to feed livestock, it would be worthwhile. The deputy squad leader sat beside him, eyeing the long line of bandits. The old squad leader was right. There were indeed many ruthless individuals among them, and one could discern this instinctively with the keen eyes of seasoned veterans. That intuition and feeling were entirely different. The bandits being watched felt a chill down their spines, as if some great beast were staring at them, and they dared not look back, fearing they would see the massive cannon's muzzle. Now the ruthless bandits felt they were the ones being bullied. Which good officers placed that cannon at the end of the line, pointing that terrifying barrel at the entire group? Wouldn't a single shot tear half the line apart? The local populace witnessed it all. As soon as the National Defense Army arrived, they wiped out Qingshan village, the largest stronghold in the vicinity, restoring peace to the area. Qin Hao's prestige skyrocketed. For everywhere he went, his name and photo were hung in the highest places. The sun shone brilliantly. And merely eliminating the bandits was not enough, especially in villages plagued by banditry. A room, called the duty room, was established. Every day 2 fully armed soldiers stood guard, and at set times they would be relieved, primarily responsible for maintaining order in the area. At the same time, they would assist in any major or minor matters within the village, maintaining order and promoting harmony. With the basic necessities of life secured and safety ensured, it was hard for the common people to express any dissatisfaction. In the past, visiting relatives or friends had to be done during the day at an opportune time, and one had to return before sunset. Otherwise, carrying a torch at night risked being mistaken for walking gold coins. Now, though only a few days had passed since the cleanup, the improvements were significant, not to mention long-distance journeys. Even visiting a few villages at night no longer required the old trepidation. Now the emphasis was on taking the main roads. Because the main roads had soldiers patrolling, driving infantry fighting vehicles or cars, and with their headlights on they would patrol back and forth, chasing away all ill-intentioned characters. Of course, achieving absolute safety was still challenging. Some lone bandits would take advantage of the gaps in night patrols to sneak out and procure supplies. The soldiers learned from this. You have a clever plan, and I have a ladder to scale the wall. By night, they donned the clothes of the common people, moving stealthily under the cover of darkness. When bandits came, they would make not a sound. Before long, this news spread throughout 10 miles and 8 townships. Those with ill intentions no longer dared to take random chances in the dark, for they could easily run into 2 steel men with guns. Seeing a few commoners daring to swagger about at night was certainly a trap. Subsequently, this experience evolved into recognizing that when seeing two commoners walking together, they were definitely national defense soldiers, specifically disguised as pigs to catch tigers waiting for bandits to take the bait. Ultimately, it transformed into recognizing that if one saw a commoner swaggering about with a torch at night, it was certainly a national defense soldier. Notably, fewer and fewer people understood these experiences later on. Apart from those disguising as pigs to catch tigers, there were even more who upon breaking into a village found that every household hid a national defense soldier ready to ambush anyone attempting to climb over the wall or kick down the door. Can anyone understand that feeling of attempting to sneak in to steal something only to find a soldier with a gun waiting for you with a grin? Sometimes they would even lend a hand. However, now that the groundwork has been laid, it should be understood what to do next. With the addition of this group of bandits and capable individuals, the workforce for Qinhao's industrial foundation is still increasing. In addition to the bandits, this batch of labor also comes from different countries such as Europa or the small Japanese islands, as well as the Romanov people. Having set foot on this ancient land, they must leave something behind as a testament. A major task lay before Qinhao: to rebuild the monetary economic system of a nation. This is undoubtedly crucial in the other world. The mess left by the court is riddled with holes, with each system having significant loopholes, especially in the economic aspect, which is on the verge of collapse. A silver standard cannot be sustained or affected by the outflow of silver due to the silver shock, and since using this standard is merely repeating old mistakes, the silver standard is out of the question. The gold standard. The National Defense Army has acquired a substantial amount of gold from established powers like the Empire, on which the sun never sets, and with additional gold obtained from various limited-time activities, it amounts to a considerable sum. Moreover, the gold reserves of the small Japanese islands are in their own hands, and the bustling port city of Honghang is also under control, so in terms of gold reserves, it is still acceptable. However, the gold standard should not be considered either as practice, and the wheels of history have already proven its shortcomings. The credit standard system is the most fitting for the present. Using a credit standard, the value of currency is not tied to any precious metal, but directly linked to the credit of the National Defense Army and the prestige of Qinhao. The sweeping changes occurring everywhere now lay the foundation for this. The credibility and prestige of the National Defense Army are gradually rising and reaching an unprecedented height, instilling confidence in the people through powerful armaments and internal measures. This confidence can transform into one of the foundations for implementing the credit standard. The anchor point has been prepared by Qinhao, namely the fixed exchange rate and linked rate for currency issuance. For instance, the gold and silver controlled by the National Defense Army, along with countless key strategic materials, can serve as implicit guarantees for currency credit, conveying a sense of substantial reserves and security in exchanges to the populace. Then it will be announced in the name of the central bank. Additionally, the restructured court bank can play a supporting role in promoting the new currency. The restructured court bank covers the following areas: agriculture, transportation, commerce, construction, and livelihood. It should be noted that there is no need to worry about currency security. The printing technology for the new currency is definitely the highest level available today, with the system package construction, including printing facilities utilizing technologies that are the pinnacle of the current era. The specifics of implementation will be left to professionals. Qinhao will not micromanage. After resolving the remaining matters, he arrived at the Imperial Academy of Sciences, the Scientific Research Institute, in Tianning City. Several special vehicles entered the academy's gate under the watchful eyes of guards. Upon entering the main avenue of the academy, one would find the magnificent and imposing academy building stretching as far as the eye can see. The main building of the academy, a typical summer-style architecture mixed with modern reinforced concrete, stands 10 stories tall, rising squarely in the center of the academy. Each of the 10 floors has a height of 6 meters, and this is merely the above-ground portion. If the 3 underground laboratory levels are included, the height is far greater. On the surface, the main building of the academy resembles a box, yet it is supported by 100 protruding pillars that are 60 meters tall and 3 meters in diameter, intricately carved, with dragon and phoenix motifs rising from the base to the top. When the vehicle stopped at the main entrance of the academy building, Qinhao stepped out of the car and exclaimed repeatedly, "The macro building, worth 90 million material points, truly lives up to its name." Each view of it is explosive. Qinhao did not ascend to the upper levels of the academy, but headed straight for the 3 underground laboratories. In the laboratory, the mathematical genius Gao's top rocket scientist Lobus, leading material scientist Yao Shishue, and numerous research professors were busy at work. "Commander, the V3 missile project has made a breakthrough." Upon seeing Qinhao's arrival, a laboratory assistant came over to report. The V3 missile project was initiated as soon as these top scientists arrived, focusing on improving the V2 missile, enhancing precision and range. After all, the original V2 missile offers no advantages besides range. It can strike far, but not accurately, making it a mere afterthought, inferior even to radio-guided bombs at times. The V-3 missile currently under development targets the shortcomings of the V-2 missile, aiming to reduce the circular probability error of the missile to within 3 kilometers. The range of the V-3 missile will reach 500 kilometers with an error margin controlled within 3 kilometers, the assistant stated, based on the current progress. The issues regarding missile materials have been resolved, as well as the accumulation of technology and talent. The time until the missile is freshly produced will not be long. Individuals like Gauss Labus and Yao Shishue are geniuses in the eyes of the world, but every assistant and professor in the academy is also a genius among geniuses. Genius is merely the threshold for entering this building. The research facilities are the most advanced of this era, and the personnel are the elite of the elite, possessing both steel-like physiques and wills. It is only natural for enemies to fear. With short-range missiles already developed, how far are we from medium and long-range missiles? Qin Hao was very satisfied. A kind rabbit should have a carrot that flies far and possesses great power, so as not to be bullied. Currently, it is 500 kilometers, but in the future it should reach 500 kilometers, and someday 500 kilometers. Only then can one alleviate the fear of insufficient firepower. You have done an excellent job. Well, I believe the medals representing scientific honor will soon hang around your necks. Qin Hao encouraged the assistants. The top scientists and other research professors continued to toil day and night in the laboratory, and Qin Hao did not disturb them. Thus, this message could only be conveyed through the assistant. At the same time, this serves to express an attitude to all the staff of the academy. Through the assistant, the medals representing honor and strength will be awarded to each individual. A systematic workforce also requires spiritual and material encouragement. In this regard, they should not be treated poorly. This is what we ought to do. In addition to the V-3 missile, we have already initiated the project for the rocket engines used in aerospace. The project has been named Wanhu, and once we produce the first rocket engine, we can announce that the Wanhu plan has officially commenced. Missiles and rockets can transform and evolve into one another. Besides missiles, this technology can also extend to aerospace, enabling the development of large rockets, and more through this technology. The Wanhu project. Qin Hao had no doubt about how captivating the mysterious starry sky above him truly was. The vast and boundless cosmos, places yet to be explored, were realms where humans could not afford to remain stagnant. As for the current scientific research project, this was merely the first step, a small step, yet a significant stride. Once the Great Xia established a complete industrial system, a shining satellite would rise beneath the gaze of another world. This grand goal was still too early for the present era. At this stage, Qin Hao intended to advance the V-3 missile into mass production, as the reduced margin of error had already enabled its large-scale deployment within the military. Qin Hao then stepped forward, touring all the laboratories on the 3rd underground level, guided by his assistant. These laboratories averaged a height of 12 meters and encompassed multiple physics and rocket testing facilities, complete with all kinds of large scientific instruments. The crucial wind tunnel laboratory was among them, capable of constructing the wind tunnels for the first-generation jet aircraft. The jet fighter development plan held significant implications, representing a groundbreaking advancement for the Air Force. Boarding the Dawn No. 1 jet aircraft, the flight from Tianning International Airport to Metropolis Airport was merely a fleeting moment. The scene shifted from the Academy of Sciences to Great Xia Shipbuilding Heavy Industry. Indeed, this was the name of the large shipyard built, previously officially known as the Great Xia Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group. It possessed the capability to independently construct vessels weighing 600 tons, along with the capacity to maintain battleships weighing 8000 tons. The system was equipped with a workforce capable of sustaining the normal operations of the shipyard, comprising 900 experienced shipbuilders and engineers sufficient to meet the basic operational needs of the facility. Qin Hao also observed the vast production buildings of the shipyard. The tall factories and gantry cranes, the roaring sound of crashing waves, and the unique damp scent of seawater all converged in the same spatial location. This shipyard had only recently been completed. The system utilized a reasonable method to construct it within 7 days, representing a true creation from nothing. Quite reasonable. Currently, the shipyard was still in a spare phase, undergoing preparations. The slipways were empty, and the construction plans had yet to commence. The shipyard manager Wang Dachui accompanied Qin Hao for the tour. "Commander, when will the Navy's orders be delivered to the shipbuilding industry? We are truly starving here. Nothing has come in these past few days, and this kind of idleness is not sustainable." Wang Dachui was quite anxious. He too wished to see progress. Shipbuilding was not the same as tank construction, where a tank could be completed in a day on land. However, shipbuilding required a much longer period, often taking 6 months to over a year. Even constructing a freighter would average 1.5 months. With the industrial system on the verge of rising, factories across the land were set to receive orders, yet the shipyard had yet to receive anything, which was understandably frustrating. "Look at you getting anxious again," Qin Hao instructed. "The Navy currently has no construction plans. You need to recruit a batch of local craftsmen and quickly train them into skilled shipbuilders. Once operational, you will have plenty to do." Also, while the internal railway of the shipyard is in place, the external railway still needs to be connected. The port railway system will require some time to construct, and you'll need to wait until the railway is completed. Hearing this, Wang Dachui could not help but feel anxious. Commander, when can we start constructing the first ship? The steel plates piled up in the warehouse are going to mildew. The shipyard can maintain normal operations, and even if we can't build large ships, we could at least construct smaller ones. How about we build an escort aircraft carrier? A displacement of 15,000 tons requiring minimal personnel. Qin Hao said, aiming to expand the base of skilled workers at the shipyard, pairing seasoned shipbuilders with local new workers to grow this workforce as much as possible. It is important to note that a great nation is not only defined by its vast territory and strong technology, but also places great emphasis on talent cultivation, particularly in the training of craftsmen. This pertains to a foundation. Ordinary craftsmen can serve as the backbone of a great nation, and the larger their numbers, the better. Building an escort aircraft carrier would serve as a twofold benefit. It would bring orders to the shipyard while training workers and expanding the naval aviation force. Qin Hao was not short of large aircraft carriers. The system could fill in with large aircraft carriers, and these smaller escort carriers still had their utility. For instance, some transport fleets or smaller fleets could be supported by escort carriers. In the future, the Great Xia would definitely need more than just the current maritime territory, and the areas requiring fleet patrols would greatly increase. Large aircraft carriers would not appear every time. Escort carriers could take their place. A 15,000-ton escort carrier is entirely feasible. Wang Dachui took this seriously. He carefully calculated the scale that the current shipyard could support, and with the addition of new workers, it would be possible to gradually build 3 ships. The Navy can place an order for 3 ships. We won't consider the construction cycle for now. The most important thing is to train new hands, Qin Hao added. The materials required for shipbuilding will be provided for you. All you need to do is bring a batch of workers out. It is not yet the time for a full-scale war. The industrial capacity of the Great Xia was finally ready to be fully showcased. Whether it was creating job opportunities or nurturing foundational talent, it could excel in both. Furthermore, the shipbuilding heavy industry group was just one part of the shipbuilding system. Additional large shipyards would follow suit, forming a perfect industrial network. In this way, Qin Hao could also save some material points, which could then be invested in other needed areas. The role of material points is significant. Saving a bit here means more resources can be allocated elsewhere, greatly increasing production and troop numbers. This was all part of a virtuous cycle. Beyond the shipbuilding heavy industry group, there were also 2 large military ports in Metropolis prepared for the Sunto Expand naval fleet. With only 2 naval fleets, the scale was insufficient for the Great Xia. Qin Hao believed there should be at least 10 fleets to adequately maintain daily patrols and wartime readiness. To sustain 10 fleets, essential ports must not be lacking. Metropolis was one of them, and additional naval ports would be added in other directions. New naval facilities and regional infrastructure are being added. Currently, the major infrastructure plan in Metropolis has begun, overseen by Zhao Benzi, who is responsible for labor provision. Along the main road of the Metropolis, tents and construction machinery stood side by side, with 100,000 different races bustling on the construction site. Among them, the majority were small businesses, followed by the enthusiastic and diligent Europeans. The 100,000 different races were responsible for various construction fields, including the building of new railways, new roads, and new bridges. The transition from 6 points of investment to a working state was completed in just a few days, preventing issues with the work progress. These different races were organized into teams supervised by people from different places, ensuring that teammates completed their daily work quota. This method of supervision proved to be highly effective. Those who completed their tasks received minor rewards from the European or small business supervisors, while those who failed to meet their quotas participated in time-limited activities to earn decorative items. Thus, the supervisors were certainly wary of their teammates slacking off, for if tasks were not completed, they would face consequences, compelling them to exert all their efforts to motivate their teammates. Teammates intimidated by the supervisor's relentless vigilance would secretly harbor complaints, creating a sense of opposition between the 2 sides, which was beneficial for management. All conflicts were transferred to the Europeans and the small businesses, with the soldiers acting as mediators, which was quite reasonable. Moreover, collusion between the small businesses and Europeans to slack off was impossible, as the construction was carried out under a name-based system. For every meter of road constructed, and every lamppost and wire installed, the responsible person's name and number were inscribed. If the daily tasks were not completed, or if they were completed but with quality issues leading to quick deterioration, accountability would certainly fall on the responsible individual. After all, there were plenty of streetlights available, and there were many potatoes in the cold lands that had not yet been planted. We have strict requirements for quality. The blueprints and construction documents must be stored meticulously, ensuring that 100 years later one could excavate and engineer and parts wrapped in oiled paper from the sewer. Qin Hao believed in the small businesses and Europeans, convinced that the quality of their construction would be exceptional, otherwise they would have to be elevated to the highest standards. Now, as he personally visited the construction site, he witnessed a thriving scene with small businesses and Europeans working meticulously. Moreover, when Qin Hao passed by a construction site run by the small businesses, the soldiers' calls prompted them to cheerfully raise their hands and chant their daily mealtime phrase. For those small businesses that did not cheer, there was little consequence, perhaps just a simple head wash. Qin Hao did not take it to heart, thinking that perhaps the sun had made the ground too hot, causing the small businesses to jump up out of necessity. After all, it was a different world. It was understandable that the sunlight here might be particularly bright and scorching. As Qin Hao walked past the construction site, he approached a road construction area, and when passing through a security gate, an alarm rang out loudly. The small businesses working on the road did not even dare to lift their heads, for they understood Qin Hao's identity through the education they received during this time. He was an existence not to be looked at or shouted at. A newcomer among the small businesses lowered his head and from a distance heard the piercing alarm. He could not understand why a closed security gate still triggered an alarm until an elder explained it to him later. That is the will of the Grand Marshal. I see. Walking on the construction site, various large special vehicles were visible everywhere, and Qin Hao even saw a Black Panther tank transformed into a Black Panther bulldozer. Indeed, the resources of heavy industry were abundant. Even such massive equipment was utilized for earth-moving. Our railway is absolutely the largest in the world, with a gauge of 2.5 meters, which is the width of 2 containers side by side, a staff member warmly introduced. In the future, our ports and railways will adopt this standard, allowing the main railways to accommodate larger passenger and freight flows, enabling even larger equipment to be transported by rail. Not only in the metropolis, but the Northern Plains region is also laying the foundation for the tracks, where the human resources are even more abundant and advantageous than here. Qin Hao understood the advantages mentioned by the staff. There were 2 to 3 times more small businesses working in the Northern Plains than here, naturally speeding up the construction progress. As far as the eye could see were small businesses. The Northern Plains would become the next industrial base and focal point, making the construction of more railways beneficial for quicker transportation of troops and supplies. Although Qin Hao had a system for remote troop deployment, some infrastructures still needed to be built, as having them was better than not. This is the nature of the Daxiao people. It is better to have than to lack. They are here, and it is merely a matter of having more chopsticks. These few phrases encapsulate the enthusiasm and self-reliance of the Daxiao people. Now this road is being laid for train tracks, and the foundation needs to be reinforced. It is a considerable road, as the track gauge to be laid is 2.5 meters, which is twice the normal track width in the world. Compared to the carrying capacity of normal tracks, 2.5 meters of gauge can accommodate 4 containers in width and height, significantly increasing passenger and freight speed, and can even hold a large steam turbine. This value of 2.5 meters approaches a middle ground larger than the narrow 1.4 meters, but without the challenges posed by a 3-meter gauge. The investment cost for such a colossal entity is minimal, as the system's infinite resources are sufficient to support it, while also promoting the newly established industrial system. In terms of labor costs, it can be said that there are none at all, as these are voluntarily provided by the different races with no wages, merely requiring a small amount of inconspicuous materials each day. Now the 2.5-meter standard is established, and future railway bridges and roads will adhere to this standard, leaving room for future expansion. Now Qin Hao's goal is to lay a solid foundation. The practical foundation poses no issue, and there is already a personnel base with the previous 3.1 billion resource points, all spent on the production of governance personnel across various provinces. Unlike the miracle created one evening in his student days, with just a single pen, Qin Hao now achieved a miracle using 7 doubling cards and 3 days of time. Originally with 3,300 resource points per minute, the 7 doubling cards and 3 days of time expanded the resource points to 2,074,480, which is 2,070 million. The reserves of resource points are fairly adequate, and the accumulation of other tactical tools is also sufficiently available. However, the construction cards have already been exhausted, having built the Imperial Academy of Sciences and the Agricultural Research Institute in 10 provinces and major cities, with no major macro constructions lacking. Now only the regional infrastructure and large factory power supplies remain. Qin Hao prioritized strengthening military power, placing development in second place. The Navy only has 2 fleets. It is time to expand and increase the fleet count to 3. In response to the issues exposed by the previous blockade of the coastline, in addition to the regular Navy, there must also be a correspondingly scaled maritime patrol force, which is another area that needs strengthening. Construct the 3rd Naval Fleet: 7 Essex-class aircraft carriers, 2 Montana-class battleships, 1 Yamada-class battleship, 75 Gearing-class destroyers, 23 supply ships, 9 radar search ships, 13 large patrol ships, and 22 Barracuda-class submarines. Additionally, increase the maritime patrol forces by 200 large patrol ships and 15,000 defenders, forming 5 maritime divisions to be deployed in the coastal provinces. The Navy is nearly ready, and the Army also needs to ramp up its readiness to make the bonfire burn even brighter. In the Otherworld, Qinghao has only 16 army groups, a number that is severely insufficient compared to the vast territory. It is time to increase that number. Increase the military strength to 5 per million, which equates to 30 army groups. All Air Force fighter jets will be replaced with P-51 Mustangs. Otherwise, it would be easy to be bullied by the indigenous people of the Otherworld. If a few natives come to bully him, who would he turn to for justice? Moreover, these 30 army groups are just the system's strength. Additionally, 8 local army groups will be recruited in the homeland using system personnel as the backbone. Do not underestimate the number of 30 army groups. Each of them is a master soldier, and 30 can match the strength of 90. With 3 major navies and 30 army groups, Qinghao can no longer stop. This immense power will propel him forward step by step. What follows will be a revolutionary change, taking the first step toward industrialization. The top giants of the Otherworld will emerge in greater numbers. Establish the Daxia Weapons Group. Merge a Kluge Weapons Factory with a Skoda Weapons Factory to create a supergiant, and on that basis establish the Weapons Group. Establish the Empire Power Company. Build large power centers in various locations and connect them to generate electricity, extending into a colossal entity. Northern Steel. Merge 3 large steel centers into a giant with an annual production capacity reaching 20 million tons of steel, and this production will continue to rise as skilled workers increase. The Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group is already established, and next comes the Daxia Aerospace Group, a large flight research group based on the system construction, Rolls-Royce Aerospace. Rolls-Royce Aerospace may not sound prominent, but in Season 2, it is considered a giant in the aircraft industry, having produced outstanding fighter jets and engines. Now this aerospace industry, with all its factory and technical capabilities, has been handed over to Qinghao, and the most valuable personnel accumulation is also included, requiring only a slight expenditure of resource points for construction. There are also machine tool factories, tractor factories, automobile factories, gunpowder factories, and other essential fertilizer factories for agriculture included. They will sprout like mushrooms after rain taking root and sprouting on this land. Various light and heavy industries will emerge in a reasonable manner within 7 days, and half of the complete industrial system has been constructed by Qinghao. With a century's accumulation from the Otherworld, Qinghao has now caught up with half of it in just a few minutes. The Imperial Academy of Sciences and the Agricultural Research Institute will soon provide talent and technical support for these industries. Daxia, a nation in the Otherworld that can only be considered a minor force, will leap to become an industrial power within 7 days. A large number of job opportunities will absorb vast amounts of labor, also playing a role in feeding back into the system. The remaining resource points will be invested in the production of governance personnel, as there is still a shortage of governance personnel in various places. The Otherworld is vast, and so is Daxia. The governance personnel Qinghao has invested in so far can only be described as a drop in the bucket, and now with this supplement, it's nearly sufficient. School buildings have been constructed the most within this system, as they only cost 1 million resource points. With 100 million resource points, 100 schools can be built. This number may seem large, but within a vast province it can only be considered a small fraction, merely a ripple. It is impossible to achieve a state where everyone has access to education from the very beginning. This is unrealistic, and it is difficult to invest all resource points into education. Completing the current work, there may only be 1 or 2 school buildings in a large area, and these 1 or 2 schools cannot accommodate thousands of children at the same time. Now the task is to let the teachers from these 1 or 2 schools go to various places in small teams to provide the most basic education, prioritizing the improvement of literacy rates as foundational. There may be few schools, but there are plenty of teachers. Moreover, the soldiers are also educated and can undertake some of the most basic literacy education. Teachers can connect on this foundation, spreading some intermediate or primary knowledge based on the most basic education. This way, a single teacher might be able to teach an entire village or half a village, allowing hundreds or thousands of teachers to expand across a considerably wide area. This is the primary task. Talent is not currently lacking for Qinghao. The engineers and workers included in the buildings, along with professors, are all ready-made talent reserves. Therefore, the main task now is to improve literacy rates and some basic common knowledge, otherwise it will be difficult to carry out some actions. Once the basic cultural level is improved, schools can truly play their role, and this series of systems will ensure the continuity of academic connections from low to high. Kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities. This is a system that can be formed through systematic school construction. Of course, Qinghao does not have high demands on the students, nor are the tasks overly burdensome. In the initial stages, the focus is definitely on cultivating good character and strong bodies, followed by knowledge. Thinking of this, Qinghao remembered the role of milk. Dairy products like milk will still be provided through endless logistics, allowing it to reach the most basic schools. This requires no cost at most, just transportation costs. Meat and milk are the top priorities to satisfy, not to mention freshness. In this era, being able to eat canned meat is already quite good, as it can at least provide some nutrition. let alone before when the common people couldn't even get canned food. They had never seen the iron skin of a can. Rice, oil, and salt, these can all be transported over long distances without worrying about freshness, so they will be supplied in large quantities. Filling their bellies is the best. After that, all other problems will be easily resolved. Later, Qin Hao obtained the personnel files, which included those of the Europeans, and a small notebook, as well as the court's records. The first page featured prominent figures aptly summarized by the phrase, "The court is filled with generals all around." Continuing to flip through, it was evident that this took over an hour. As he turned to the back, Qin Hao once again encountered a familiar name, the once formidable figure, Woodworker. Woodworker. Has he gone to sweep the floors? Upon seeing this familiar name, Qin Hao immediately recalled the rumors that this guy could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great general. Unexpectedly, he encountered him here, though they hadn't yet crossed paths to compare their strengths. A woodworker had already been taken away to do some heavy lifting. Qin Hao had never seen someone of Woodworker's caliber before. Thinking about how he had worked so hard to muster only a few 100,000 troops, while for them it was merely a matter of a sentence, made him shudder. One careless word could wipe out the forces he had toiled for a month to build. Oh right, there was also an elder official who seemed to have been left behind. Qin Hao flipped back to the first page of the files. Scanning quickly, he found nothing. He turned to the second page to no avail, and finally flipped to the last page, where the elder official was indeed listed. Shocked, he discovered that the powerful court elder was involved in such matters. Just a bit further advanced, 5 meters. In Tianning City, at an extremely bustling construction site, a middle-aged man with a strong local accent was concentrating on his work, directing a large construction vehicle. This middle-aged man is called Old Gentleman. He had only recently arrived in Tianning City and had thrown himself into the most basic of jobs, as the victors and the vanquished had nothing more to argue about. After witnessing the impressive display of the National Defense Army, Old Gentleman had no objections when assigned to infrastructure work. His demeanor reflected a sense of peace and contentment. Moreover, he was engaged in a job that required meticulous attention to detail, such as moving forward a few meters and then reversing. After a series of operations, he successfully maneuvered the large construction vehicle into position. It is the elder official. May you be in good health. We all respect your wisdom. During lunchtime, when Old Gentleman queued for his meal, he would often encounter people greeting him, their expressions always a mix of surprise at the appearance of the reputed elder official, finding it hard to believe. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the elder official. Old Gentleman corrected them with a serious expression. Being called an elder official was a title he could not bear, given its weight and responsibility. If accountability arose, it would spell disaster. As an elder official, not only was he an elder, but many individuals beneath him were also his former students and officials. Their actions would significantly influence him as well. Thus, Old Gentleman needed to adopt a low-profile approach, as it was essential for his survival. After finishing his meal and sending off those who had greeted him, Old Gentleman found a random spot to rest for a while, also picking up the newspaper that was issued that day. Indeed, these individuals could also read the newspaper daily to keep up with the changes occurring in the Great Xia. 2 provinces have fallen again, all heading west. These people are truly more of a hindrance than a help. No wonder I keep suffering defeats. As expected, Old Gentleman was not surprised. Without his presence, the court had become a disorganized mess, with various factions fighting fiercely for the position of elder official. The fighting grew increasingly intense, and when he looked around, he realized their territories were shrinking. The National Defense Army was expanding like a rolling snowball, and the phrase "the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole" behind perfectly illustrated the situation. Flipping the newspaper over, he could see the current changes in the Great Xia, with headlines covering ongoing construction sites and local efforts to capture bandits and mountain thieves. Great industrial construction. These words occupied the most prominent spot on the newspaper, accompanied by a colorful photograph. The image depicted a steel mill with thick smoke billowing from its furnaces, with a dozen workers clad in new uniforms standing at the furnace's base. Moreover, the Great Xia Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group Metropolis had also advertised for shipbuilders. They needed 30,000 workers. With such scale, could Metropolis have a large shipbuilding factory? Old Gentleman felt speechless, while ordinary citizens may not grasp the intricacies. He, as a former court elder, understood all too well. Although Metropolis is one of the top cities in this other world, it does not possess a so-called shipbuilding heavy industry factory. Despite the National Defense Army having powerful equipment and strong industrial capabilities back home, it was implausible to move a large shipbuilding factory to Metropolis overnight. Could it be that they were relying on the remnants left by the court? It seemed improbable, as the southern shipbuilding factories left behind by the court were quite decent. With some renovations, the National Defense Army could indeed transform them into large shipbuilding factories. However, does Qin Hao truly have the strength and confidence to pursue industrialization? Qin Hao's initial fervor is undeniable, but it has only been a few days. Exaggerating the timeline, it has barely been a week. Expecting to see results in such a short duration is unrealistic. Stabilizing order alone would take years, and only after that could industrialization begin. Establishing a solid foundation would require at least a decade. Indeed, Qin Hao was still suffering the consequences of his youth. Without having endured harsh realities, he envisioned a future that was smooth sailing. Did he really think that governing a nation could be achieved through mere intention? It was truly laughable. He was still too young, brimming with youthful passion. Old gentlemen speculated that it was highly likely that after 6 months things would remain much as they were, with only minor changes, at best nothing substantial. Currently, Qin Hao would have to deal with numerous troublesome issues. For instance, engaging with various countries, whether to escalate conflicts further or maintain the existing temporary peace, would depend on how he managed the situation. Lao Shen's intuition proved accurate, for just a few days later, on January 9th, events unfolded. Colonel Tom of the Pyongyang Navy conveyed an important message to the defense forces, an invitation for Qin Hao to visit Pyongyang for a dialogue between major powers of the other world. This opportunity stemmed from an earlier conversation between Qin Hao and Colonel Tom. Qin Hao's casual remark about taking a walk in Pyongyang awakened President Xiao Luosi to a possibility. A chance to take the initiative and court friendship. Even if Qin Hao declined, Pyongyang could claim it was the personal wish of Colonel Tom. But if Qin Hao accepted, it would signal a foundation for cooperation between the two nations. Qin Hao and his warriors have achieved victory. We will witness the rise of a new great power. Refusing to engage during this moment of change would cost Pyongyang tremendous benefits. Ensuring harmony and cooperation between the two countries is paramount. Pyongyang differs from other great powers in the other world. It has relatively few tangible interests in Daxia, and the modest stakes it holds are chiefly material aid or loans. In the face of gaining the friendship of a major power, other considerations can be discarded. In other words, they have few conflicting interests with Qin Hao, already a far better position than that of the sun-never-setting empire or the Romanov dynasty. That is an advantage, and President Xiao Luosi intended to amplify it. A nation whose population comprises a majority of the other world's populace can unleash astonishing power. We have observed that without our direct intervention, the defense forces achieved a breakthrough within a week, and the balance of battle has clearly shifted. We do not doubt Qin Hao's chances of victory. We must prepare for the impending transformation. While the people of Daxia cleanse themselves from within, they still face a fearsome external adversary. There is an old saying to watch a fire from across the river. There is another to send coal in snowy weather. Although I do not believe Pyongyang will provide enormous aid to the Daxia people, we can be the first powerful nation to extend friendship when they are isolated and helpless. President Xiao Luosi perceived everything. He issued signals of amicable cooperation with the intent of securing the greatest possible benefits for Pyongyang. Qin Hao had won, yet before him lay a land scarred by war. He would have to rebuild structures, industry, the very foundations of society. Could the mysterious industry backing the defense forces truly shoulder the reconstruction of such an enormous territory alone? If not, Pyongyang's enterprises could step and occupy that vast market and let affordable, high-quality Pyongyang goods flow into Daxia. That large slice of the pie and its deeper implications were President Xiao Luosi's chief objectives. Pyongyang could offer interest-free loans and even supply large quantities of essential rebuilding materials at cost during the early stages. Industrial equipment and the like could be shipped to Daxia, and Pyongyang could dispatch some of its engineers. Build factories there, reroute maritime trade. All of that constitutes potential profit. And economic gain is only part of it. There are vast scientific and technological advantages to be had. The Daxia people possess long-range, high-altitude bomber technology, heavy vehicle manufacturing, and powerful naval shipyards. Pyongyang could obtain corresponding technologies. Even the smallest fragment, a bit of material, a formula, or a single schematic could spark rapid breakthroughs in relevant fields. Pyongyang's top universities would open their doors to the Daxia people. They could enroll at any elite institution and obtain the degrees they sought. They would be granted equal opportunities as students at the premier universities. President Xiao Luosi's plan was near perfect. In terms of accumulated educational heritage, this was undoubtedly a weakness for the defense forces. How long has Daxia's education been established? How many talents and top-tier scientists has it produced? Compared with centuries-old European schools, the difference is like earth and sky. Thus, their scholars will want to go abroad to gain more knowledge and better research opportunities. Once they do, these talents will see how vast Pyongyang's world truly is. Economically, Pyongyang ranks second in the other world. No one dares claim first. Its glittering urban clusters will make that clear. Seducing hundreds or thousands of untraveled Daxia citizens will be child's play. Such entrants will fall into three categories: those who work for Pyongyang, those who return home, carrying Pyongyang's influence, and those who stubbornly resist assimilation. It seemed Pyongyang enjoyed considerable advantages. In Daxia, Qin Hao harbored little inclination to refuse Pyongyang's request because Ding system detected the triggering conditions for a task and now issues a system mission. Task requirement: demonstrate the demeanor of a great power in front of the local rubes of Pyongyang. Task rewards 300 spies proficient in marksmanship, disguise, and various languages. The host may bind each to any country, after which they will automatically acquire all normal attributes of that nation's natives, and in the other world their ordinary backgrounds will be verifiable. One resource fabricator upgrade card, which upgrades any level of resource fabricator to a higher grade. One Air Force designated chest. Qin Hao needed no further persuasion. The rewards were all excellent, and the task's difficulty was effectively negligible. The last reward, the Air Force designated chest, was the most unusual, more extraordinary even than the preceding prizes. The more elaborately an item is described, the higher its likelihood of containing something exceptional. Last time Qin Hao drew a P-51 Mustang from a designated chest, a pinnacle of propeller fighters. This time it was almost certain the chest would contain jet fighters. If rubbish were to emerge, the system would not single it out as a distinct reward. The only truth was that this supply chest's minimum guarantee would be a jet aircraft. Qin Hao thought, I've drawn nearly every famous propeller fighter. The only missing pieces are jets, even the earliest generations of jet aircraft. The reward would thus be generous. Moreover, he need not worry about his personal safety when visiting Pyongyang. A surveillance map with a 5-kilometer range was no trifling matter, and Qin Hao still had the resource points accumulated over the past 3 days with which he could instantly manufacture a security guard detail. And the system's 3,000 spies were another boon. Authentic spies placed among any native population would be undetectable. Give them time to climb the ranks or hand them some seemingly useless assets as their growth backing, then gradually they would ascend. Before long they would blend in and become the dominant force. Yet Qin Hao soon discovered another problem. From several documents provided by Colonel Tom, Qin Hao realized a serious issue. The Shuguang-1 VIP aircraft could hardly land at any Pyongyang airport. Shuguang-1 is a 6-engine jet limousine, and its enormous weight imposes severe demands on runway load-bearing capacity and length. At minimum, it required a sturdy runway 3,500 meters long for safe takeoff and landing, and the technical standards involved were exacting. Evidently, no Pyongyang airport could accommodate Shuguang-1, temporarily reinforcing and extending a runway. Given Pyongyang's construction capabilities, forget it. It would take at least 2.5 years to build a runway suitable for Shuguang-1. Qin Hao resolved to choose another mode of travel. A naval fleet could likewise stage an impressive spectacle for Pyongyang's local rubes. The newly established 3rd Naval Fleet presented the best option for his journey. The 3rd Fleet was equally confident, boasting numerous battleships and aircraft carriers, its strength beyond doubt. Of course, it was unrealistic to deploy the entire 3rd Fleet, given that there were hundreds of vessels of various sizes. Finding a parking space in America might prove difficult. Adhering to the principle of selecting the strongest and largest, Qin Hao decided to bring along the most formidable battleships that could dictate the size of their firepower, followed by 1 or 2 aircraft carriers. On this basis, he would also take supply ships and destroyers equipped with the dedicated vehicle provided by the system. Indeed, the system had provided him with a dedicated vehicle, which was paired with 10 Aurora 1 aircraft, 5 of which were passenger planes, while the remaining 5 included a lead aircraft and a transport plane with the dedicated vehicle stored in the cargo hold of the transport plane. Absolutely the safest travel choice, fully equipped with bulletproof glass, bulletproof tires, a gas filtration system, and remote command capabilities. Then, just as Qin Hao had everything arranged, he suddenly received intel about a sandstorm that had destroyed a parking lot. What? A colossal sandstorm erupted in the Little Notebook region. It was at this moment that Qin Hao realized what a system buff truly meant. Now he noticed that it was no wonder the homeland was quiet with no severe weather. It turned out that the Little Notebook was bearing the burden for him. In the Little Notebook area near a certain mountain, a miraculous scene unfolded as an unprecedented, all-consuming yellow sandstorm appeared before the mountain. This is a super sandstorm. The raging wind swept in, carrying countless grains of sand that turned the entire world into a sandy hue, the air filled with those insidious tiny particles, causing those hiding in the mountain's Little Notebook resistance faction to cough painfully. The entire mountain and its vegetation seemed on the verge of being uprooted, and all radio signals were cut off. Its divine punishment, the wrath of the gods. A resisting Little Notebook witnessed its home being swept away by the wind, leaving behind hardly any supplies at all. The despair of impending doom drove this Little Notebook to the brink of collapse. It had never seen a super sandstorm of this magnitude, and couldn't even comprehend how such a storm was formed or where all that yellow sand came from. It wasn't just him. Many other resisting Little Notebooks that had raced up the mountain were now desperate to escape the sandstorm-stricken area, but a towering wall outside restricted their movements. This was because the newly appointed governor of the Little Notebook, Mei Dao, truly lived up to his name, acting without any moral compass. In a blaze of enthusiasm, the first thing Governor Mei Dao did upon taking office was to harmoniously integrate with the local Little Notebooks. The second task was to relocate the Little Notebook resistance faction to a certain area or a scenic mountain. The third task was to construct 2 safety walls made of barbed wire around these areas and the mountains in order to protect the Little Notebooks from the dangers posed by beasts from outside. The construction took no regard for the resources and manpower consumed merely to provide a semblance of safety for the Little Notebook resistance faction. Look how touching a governor like this can be. Even the sensible Little Notebooks were moved to tears. Moreover, even more astonishingly, these areas would occasionally experience natural disasters that had never occurred before. Flash floods and small rivers, tornadoes of sand, everything imaginable was present. It was truly a paradise for disaster enthusiasts, as one could experience any calamity here. Now the sandstorm had destroyed numerous parking lots, and there was still no sign of it abating. The Little Notebook resistance faction was on the verge of tears as they watched the yellow sand engulfing the sky. Trying to escape, they found themselves enclosed by 2 walls. Even if they found an area without walls, should they manage to escape, only to be captured, they would become wild ginseng. It's worth mentioning that outside the safety walls lies a relatively stable world where at least they wouldn't face the frequent disastrous weather like the resistance faction. This was the area under the jurisdiction of the National Defense Army where the Little Notebooks were mobilized. Their daily tasks involved digging for shrapnel in the muddy soil and restoring vegetation. This was a new profession referred to as scavengers and ruins harvesters. Due to the excessive sorties of B-36 aircraft and the abundance of gifts received, the land was filled with debris in every nook and cranny. It's no exaggeration to say that if one were to shovel a pound of soil, 8 ounces would be shrapnel. The trucks for transporting shrapnel set out at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the cargo hold was filled by 9:00. Every day there were at least several thousand vehicles used for transporting shrapnel, but could only be said that they were unable to finish loading, completely unable to keep up. However, it was imperative to clean up these areas as they needed to be restored to their original state, since they were now considered their own belongings. These cleaned areas could serve as arable land as the soil contained rich materials. No matter what crop was planted, a bountiful harvest would be guaranteed. Completely additive-free and natural with organic quality, worth possessing. The products of the Little Notebook are trustworthy. Cleaning up the small villages and towns was manageable, but the amount of debris from buildings in the cities was astonishing, with dark charred walls crumbling to the ground, many adorned with spiderweb-like patterns. The work of clearing road debris had yet to reach even 1/5 completion. The soldiers had brought in a battalion of heavy-duty bulldozers modified from Black Panther tanks, and it took considerable effort to clear approximately 1 small block of debris. And this was merely a small block in one city, a mere fraction of the vast urban area, hardly worth mentioning compared to the extensive urban landscape. Charred wooden planks still remained, with some stones burned red, directly transported to the landfill by trucks. All Little Notebook cities were simultaneously engaged in cleanup, with the accumulated construction waste counting in the countless numbers, enough to pile up dozens of mountains on a plain. The coverage area of vegetation had plummeted to a critically low point, literally blackened everywhere, a mountain of ash from the charred grass and trees left in the wake of the flames. This was not merely an issue of 1 or 2 plots of land, but rather over 60 of the region. Even addressing these few problems could take 2.5 years. In the decaying city, the sounds of buildings collapsing echoed constantly. These were the buildings at risk of demolition, but yet to collapse, preventing secondary hazards. After all, besides the wooden planks, these buildings were all that remained, and the planks had long been consumed by flames, making the cleanup of this portion of the buildings imperative. The road is long and arduous. Everyday Governor May Dowd worries about the slight progress made that day. Upon his arrival, he employed stringent measures to achieve the little effect that he currently has, with most of the local populace willingly joining in this cleaning initiative. Only a few remain, all standing firm. Whether they are called wild ginseng or guest pine, they are largely the same. Another portion, as previously mentioned, is securely protected by safe walls to prevent harm from beasts. For the local populace under his jurisdiction, Lord Governor May is benevolent, only requiring them to shout loyalty while waiting in line for relief supplies each day. Coincidentally, this has been recorded by the Europeans, depicting a vivid world from their perspective. We can describe this scene vividly, as in European, I personally witnessed the aftermath of the storm on the local populace. In fact, when we arrived here, it had only been half a month since the last bomb exploded, meaning we witnessed a completely authentic scene. Thanks to the successes of the Great Xia people, the local natives have entirely freed themselves from the troubles of industrialization and urbanization. They can enjoy air free of industrial pollution and are no longer disturbed by the noise of machines. Even on the roads, we did not witness any exhaust pollution, as many vehicles had broken down along the roadside. Although we were unclear about the specific failures of these vehicles, we could reasonably guess that most likely they had run out of fuel. Due to the long-standing efforts of the Great Xia people, they are now on their way to assist the local populace. A multitude of ships laden with grain docked at the coastlines, or the few intact ports unloading food that saved countless lives. Although I later learned that this grain was originally taken from the natives, it was merely transported by the Great Xia people back and forth. Many desperate natives viewed them as saviors, placing the individuals responsible for their past woes and destruction on the guillotine. This we refer to as the redemption of the indigenous people, for they personally eliminated the true culprit behind it all. In a place called Tauza, a local native told us, "This happened because we provoked the invincible giant which led to such a fate. We will atone with everything we have." Many locals expressed similar sentiments, seemingly determined to atone by all means necessary. Perhaps they indeed saw a different perspective, yet it is undeniable that we witnessed a scene of devastation following disaster, with numerous construction machines flocking into the cities to rebuild the entire urban area. The Great Xia people adopted a more desperate method than ordinary destruction, compelling the locals to fight for them through various means to deceive them. However, the natives do not share this perspective. I speculate that it might be due to the nature of their circle. Moreover, we arrived at a city that was entirely flat, with only slightly prominent buildings, reminding us that this was once a prosperous urban cluster, the core of countless locals. Yet now this city can no longer play such a vital role, though I saw no distinction between it and any other ruins. If I had to point out one difference, it would be that this former core city still maintains a relatively intact port where the iron fleet of the Great Xia people is docked along with many transport vessels. I heard that the esteemed governor may have set up his office there, as he usually enjoys hosting guests in this city. I also heard that Governor Mai's prestige is second only to Qin, at least among the locals. His personal reputation is largely due to his iron-fisted methods. Those who dare to argue against him will be taken to the back garden of the governor's mansion, where numerous wild ginseng plants have been cultivated along with ginseng fruits growing on trees. Often these dissenters fall silent, perhaps realizing their error, or perhaps understanding the impending doom they face. As an European, I stayed here for barely a month before boarding a ship to the country of the sticks from the port. The governor established by the Great Xia in the sticks is named Chun Daod. In fact, he only differs from Governor Mei by a surname, yet their methods are nearly identical. In fact, Governor Chun is more deceptive. At first glance, his name exudes elegance resembling that of a gentleman, and many believe he is a kind and righteous man. Reality seems to align with this, as Governor Chun is a gentleman who believes in the Luanyu. In the study where he receives guests, he often hangs a phrase, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." His subordinates have explained to many that this is a phrase filled with the virtues of a gentleman and has been passed down through the ages, meaning one must constantly pursue truth and persist in doing so. Look how virtuous this gentleman is. I truly wish to kick the foolish head of my neighbor. Compared to this gentleman, it seems Mrs. Susan's apple pie isn't that delicious after all. Oh, please forgive my clumsy language. However, later on I formed my own opinion, believing that the interpretation of this phrase is likely incorrect, and it should mean, if I inquire about your address in the morning, be prepared to wash your neck clean in the evening. For this is precisely in line with Governor Chen's practices. He perfectly executes his life motto. Under this gentleman's guidance, the sticks held numerous unrestricted long-distance running competitions, during which many locals displayed speeds rivaling top long-distance runners. Those running at the front typically wore expressions of excitement. Those at the back, even more thrilled, cried, for under the vigorous care of their elders they perhaps realized their mistakes and shortcomings, correcting them with tears. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but reflect on how Governor Chen emphasizes the development of local athleticism. Under his requirements, the locals participate in an unrestricted competition every month or two, and it is precisely this that has cultivated their ability to run at incredible speeds. The Iron-Blooded Governor, a unique world described from the European perspective, listed by the Great Xia as one of the 100 must-read classics. On January 12th, at the Metropolitan Naval Port, the ship's whistle roared like a giant beast awakening from the deep sea, tearing through the morning mist. As the armed escort within the visiting fleet, 28 Kowloon-class missile destroyers were the first to pass through the port, navigating past the moored marine behemoths and heading out to the open sea. The visiting fleet, led by Qin Hao, included 3 battleships, 2 aircraft carriers, 28 destroyers, 6 large supply ships, 6 submarines, and 2 radar search vessels. Among them, 2 Montana-class battleships and 1 Yamada-class battleship served as the absolute main force of the visiting fleet. Commander of the fleet will enter the East China Sea from the metropolitan area and sail along it. However, our battleships cannot pass through the Zebra Canal, so we will need to take a detour. The entire journey will take approximately 28 days, reaching the Yorkshire of the beautiful country. Admiral Peng Yongjin, commander of the 3rd Fleet, reported to Qin Hao. Neither the Montana class nor the Yamada class can pass through the Zebra Canal due to their large tonnage. To successfully bring these massive warships to their destination, a detour is essential, adding a few more days to the original schedule. It's entirely feasible. If I remember correctly, we will pass near Sandwich Island, right? Qin Hao nodded. Sandwich Island, a rich and beautiful archipelago, is known for its abundant sandwich fruit and is the most significant overseas base of the beautiful country's navy. To travel from the East China Sea to the beautiful country, one must pass by Sandwich Island regardless of the detour. It is a crucial maritime hub. At this moment, when Qin Hao mentioned Sandwich Island, a spark of excitement shone in his eyes. The people of the beautiful country had no use for Sandwich Island. They might as well go home and munch on sandwiches. It is better for this strategically vital location of Sandwich Island to remain in our hands. Yes, we will pass through Sandwich Island midway. Peng Yongjin added. However, the battleships cannot stop at Sandwich Island. At most, only aircraft carriers and destroyers can dock there. In such a deep-water harbor, the beautiful country people will just sit idle and wait for death, failing even to expand the port. It seems better for it to be in our hands. Qin Hao strongly agreed with this statement. Let them come, I will go as well. In his view, Sandwich Island should historically belong to the Great Xia as evidenced by historical records and local accounts. Qin Hao was aware of the physical characteristics of the indigenous people of Sandwich Island. They were different from the Europeans and the beautiful country people, which is enough to illustrate the point. At worst, he could send a few frogmen to search for evidence at night, perhaps digging into the beach with shovels, and if they unearthed antiques from the previous week, that would serve as the best historical evidence. With antiques and witnesses, he was eager to see how the beautiful country people would argue. Qin Hao stated, since we have found a legitimate reason, we should choose a good time to reclaim Sandwich Island, but not now. That's right. After extracting enough benefits from the beautiful country, we can reclaim Sandwich Island. Peng Yongjin, not one to shy away from trouble, directly opted for maximum profit. As for whether they would offend the beautiful country, both of them cast such concerns aside. They simply needed to drain the beautiful country dry. Qin Hao had enough strength to maintain a balance without getting burned. The means of balance are simple. In a different world, if a country is strong, support its opponent, creating an equally matched enemy for these powerful nations. After all, the system has plenty of outdated weapons. These weapons are superfluous in the Great Xia, but not in Europe. Fleet set sail. Now the three battleships lined up at the port, their boilers fully operational, and one could feel the surging power resonating from below the deck. Their massive silhouettes appeared through the mist, resembling titans of the sea, and through the fog one could vaguely see the imposing gun barrels, exuding a menacing aura with calibers of 460mm and 457mm. As these titans of the sea fully powered up, the raging waves would be cleaved apart, releasing a helpless roar beneath the steel. The three battleships set out in succession, forming a vast column beyond the port, followed by the supply ships. The fleet, adorned in oceanic camouflage, resembled floating steel mountains on the sea, carving pure white wave trails across the endless blue canvas. Qin Hao boarded one of the Montana-class battleships, serving as the flagship of the fleet. Note the supplies accumulated during this voyage will be used for domestic construction. On January 22nd, the Great Xia's third fleet appeared beyond Sandwich Island. At the horizon where the water met the sky, the outline of Sandwich Island slowly emerged. Sandwich Island, an archipelago nestled in the heart of the ocean, boasts picturesque scenery, with sunshine, seagulls, sandy beaches, and heat waves creating a unique island vista. The entire island is stunningly beautiful, truly deserving of its name, Sandwich Island. Growing vegetables here would certainly yield a great harvest. On the bridge of the Montana battleship, Qin Hao used his telescope for a long time, continuously amazed by the beauty of this archipelago. Then, apart from his usual fear of insufficient firepower, his old habit resurfaced. He wanted to cultivate land wherever he looked, which is what makes him unique. Tradition is tradition. The ingrained mindset cannot change. Even with a foam box, he must cultivate. He never expected such a good place in a different world. It should be used for farming, or else it would be a waste. Before long, a few small vessels appeared beneath the outline of Sandwich Island, probably destroyers or similar types of ships. Report: the beautiful country has sent a light signal and telegram. It's the usual greeting, welcoming us to Sandwich Island. Almost simultaneously, the third fleet received the telegram and light signal from the beautiful country's vessels. Qin Hao picked up his telescope, observing in the direction indicated, and indeed spotted the beautiful country's vessels appearing in his field of vision. No battleships, no large aircraft carriers, just destroyers. The answer was evident that this was a fleet patrolling around the island. Since they had previously signaled, the beautiful country people knew that our side would pass by Sandwich Island, but they couldn't determine exactly which day or time nor the scale of the fleet, so these patrol ships sent out greeting telegrams. The beautiful country's battleships and aircraft carriers are likely docked in the harbor. They probably don't know when we will pass. Peng Yongjin squinted his eyes as he spoke. Qin Hao shared the same view. The beautiful country had not deployed their main fleet stationed at Sandwich Island, which included large battleships and small aircraft carriers. If he was not mistaken, battleships represented by the Colorado class with 406mm main guns were docked in the harbor, while more battleships used the 356mm as the mainstream caliber. The existence of this fleet was originally meant to deter the small nation, and it was not hard to imagine that this fleet would pose a threat to our side in the future. To act first and seize the advantage, Qin Hao understood which choice to make. Meanwhile, on the beautiful country's destroyer, a naval major captain stared intensely at the massive fleet sailing by, leaving the sailors on the destroyer's deck awestruck. This was the first encounter between the National Defense Navy and the beautiful country's fleet, presenting the beautiful country with a grand gift, a formidable naval fleet. I bet half a month's salary that they must have 600 tons. Yes, this is truly a crazy world. The Great Xia has battleships weighing 600 tons, which is not what our intelligence indicates. Oh, this is truly unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Just like that, with their telescopes raised, the sailors on the beautiful country's destroyer simultaneously marveled at the scene. Many sailors gazed at the enormous fleet which had adjusted its course and was rapidly heading towards Sandwich Island. Those crazy people from Great Xia are even more insane than what we read in the newspapers. The captain spat out the tasteless gum he was chewing, his voice hoarse. I think we should consider what to do. Yes, we should approach the Great Xia and convey the beautiful country's goodwill, and we also need to send back accurate intelligence to our navy. Tell the lads vacationing on the beach that we must prepare to welcome a giant and let them get ready to supply food and water for the giant as much as possible. After resolving all this, the captain repeated, "Oh my God," several times.